Ansel? Mic check.
Yeah, you're good, Finance. I think we may have lost Axel. I'm not sure on the accuracy, but my information is that it's most certainly within range of whatever's doing these strikes on Crimea.
Oh, we know the range is we know the range is there. It's not a range question, Tim. So that's why I asked about the accuracy, right? Because it's one thing to hit a target. It's another thing to hit half a bridge. It might be a big bridge. That's, hitting a bridge just right, sort of 500 kilogram, warhead only takes out half of it. Seems very accurate, shall we say. Chris.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody here has the information. I was just thinking, in layman's terms, if somebody could kind of give a rundown on the difference between, we know HIMARS, but hear more about TACMs and gimbals, I think, is the other one. I think there's even a fourth word of is there a distinct difference between the four that's easily explained?
All right. I will do my best, since we do not have a military expert here now, unless Tim would like to do his best. Tim, are you a military man and I don't realize it?
I was a military reservist for some years. I was in the I-STAR space, so peripheral to artillery, but certainly not a specialist on MLRS systems.
Oh, what I just heard is Tim is a military man who worked with artillery and is 100% volunteering to explain it to you.
All right. See, we got Yehuda coming up. I think Yehuda may be a better place to answer this than I am.
Yeah, absolutely. Yehuda, welcome back. We just had an excellent question. If we could have a brief overview for our non-military audience of the difference between ATACMs, HIMARS, GIMLRs, and what the difference between all these systems is from a real basic perspective.
I'll try to give an answer. High mobility, what is it? Artillery, rocket artillery system, and the difference is range, type of ammunition used. GMARS is kind of an abbreviation for it, and I'm trying to whisper because I can't talk so loud right now. But I didn't hear all of it. Did you just ask what HIMARS is? Is that the question?
Like I restate, basically just want to know the difference between HIMARS, gimbals, and ATACMs. Are they all shot off the same platform and just
yes.
Different?
Yes. Different ammunition. Rounds. Things that go in the thing that goes boom.
So I think the key differentiation here would be between the launch system and the missiles themselves. Now, HIMARS is a launch system that is capable of launching a variety of missiles, one of which is ATACMs, another is GIMLRs, etc., etc. So there's the actual system itself, HIMARS, which is a lorry with a rocket launcher on the back, which is a kind of lighter version of the NATO standard MLRS system. So it's got kind of one pod on the back rather than two pods on the back, and it accepts various different types of missile. ATACMs is, I believe, the heaviest missile it can accept, which has a range of around 200 miles, and it takes 300 miles, 300 kilometers, 300 kilometers in European, and it accepts a number of lighter guided and unguided missiles as well. So that's really the key difference between the missiles themselves and the system.
Excellent. Thanks, Tim.
JJ.
Thanks, Tim. My question is about the information war. given the success that Ukraine has had today and the celebrations, I believe that I've seen or heard a number of disingenuous people come into the space today, up from normal. And I'm curious about what the average person should be looking for or expect in the coming days because of the successes today for Ukraine.
That's an interesting question, JJ. I mean, we have had discussions around this in the last few days. My
Timothy,
you got a yeah. What's up?
Let me just interrupt you there. Just get back to be it. I'm just kidding. There's I did want to talk about that real quick. And we've gotten some criticism, and granted, we don't always get it right. As troll behavior continues, we've had some longtime guests and listeners to the show and people I know in real life said, well, you guys are a little mean. You kind of bit someone's head off, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And those points are taken. I obviously blame others. I'm just kidding. We don't always get it right. There are times that someone might have a suspicious profile and we just don't think they're legit. But what's hard is, and I'd like the audience to remember, is that a lot of our hosts and co-hosts do this obviously, for free, and they do it all day in 10 hours. And sometimes it's easy, we might hear certain talking points that we hear from bad actors, usually sussed out over time. And then sometimes someone might come in and even legitimately not know, and they'll say those similar things. And to the new listener, they might hear one of the hosts kind of snap, oh yeah, okay, listen, okay, and off you go, buddy, or lady, or sir. And it sounds like maybe we're being aggressive, and that's actually not the speaker's fault. It is our fault as a team, because it's hard to do Groundhog Day every day. It's hard to hear some of the same talking points. Some of us are married to Ukrainians. Some of us have nothing to do with Ukraine, but are so dedicated to Ukraine. And we're hearing, it's almost as if, to use similar examples, like someone saying that the Holocaust didn't happen. They might not come up and say the Holocaust didn't happen. They might come up and say, has there been a lot of research done on crematoria? Like, do we know that Zyklon B is actually not just like a fumigant for lice? And then to someone who knows about the Holocaust, they might just say, okay, you know what, buddy, just stop right there. Like, we're not interested. Get out of here. And that's kind of what I would equate it to. I would equate it to someone being very annoyed with hearing something that we suspect is going down the rabbit hole. How do we make it better? Well, sometimes it's to stop the speaker and maybe ask some interrogative style of question or make a comment. How do you feel about the genocide?
Did we lose Yehuda?
I think so.
Okay, we lost Yehuda's audio. While we're waiting for him to shrug off the Twitter pox, I had a kind of a more general answer to your question, JJ. Just a quick mic check. Yep, you're clapping. I guess you can hear. Yehuda, you back? I guess not. So I had a more general answer to your question. Yeah. All right. Okay. Hey, Finance. My answer was going to be the question, I believe, is what are we in light of Ukraine's successes, particularly striking Crimea? What's going to be happening in the information space? I think we've seen quite a lot of this in recent days. Kind of silly season type stories coming out. So, for example, we had this story that that the various middle management of the Putin regime were reaching out to Western diplomats for peace talks and blah 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 blah. I mean, this is what we call on the channel the Rudolf Hess thing. It's either lunatics or it's a distraction, right? So it's the type of thing that's very instinctively interesting on channels like this. Loads of people always want to come and talk about it, and I think that's the point. It's an interesting topic that's ultimately bullshit, and so it distracts us from the actual analysis and the actual, the actual information stuff that really helps our cause. So that's one thing we've seen.
Sorry,
you heard it. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so here's the long and short of it is, sometimes if we're particularly feisty in a day, I'll get messages, and sometimes there are things that hurt me to read as a human being, and that is like they're from people that listen to us who feel that we got it wrong or we got it too aggressive, and they just might not realize we're exhausted from hearing the same thing, just said in different ways. And then they'll say things like they're afraid to speak now, or they're not going to raise their hand because they don't want to say something the wrong way. And that's a fair and legitimate criticism. So what we're going to try as a group, as a team, is to, we'll speed up the conversation if someone's going down that way, and we'll just interject and say, okay, all right, so what you're saying is, you don't want to see war and more people die. Okay, go on. Let's get to the point here. Well, therefore, are you saying that Ukraine should just give up? Really? Like, is that where you're going with this? And then let the person just explain to the audience that's the position. And then at that point, we can step in and say, well, look, if it's about, the two sidesism, and what about, I'm sorry, we're not at that phase of this discussion. That's not what we subscribe to. And it's a little insulting to the people in this room from Ukraine. So, unfortunately, that's not a line of, we've addressed this many, many times. Please go refer to our taped conversations. Have a great day. And that would probably be more effective to the audience writ large, although it's more relieving for us to just stump them. We want to show that we are an open space. This isn't an echo chamber. If someone has opposing views, if someone is a complete pacifist and says, I hate all war, I think all war should be stopped, and they're consistent with it, I guess that's an argument you can make. I think it's a silly one, but we're not going to ascribe malice to that person. And that's something we're working on, and it's very tough because when you're on it doing 10 hours a day, it gets to the point where I've done it myself. At the end of a long day, I might just not have the patience, and I might be very curt, not the person from Germany, but C-U-R-T, with an individual, and I'm going to keep trying to be better. And I know a few of us got some slack yesterday for some pretty aggressive goings after, and it's definitely not coming from a bad place. So please do not feel like you can't speak. Anyone can speak. If you're coming with an open mind, that's fine. And as moderators, we don't have lists that we just don't say this person is evil. We won't let them listen. Anyone can listen. If you've proven to be a problematic speaker, I had someone yesterday, for example, who, didn't read his profile. Don't need to. I can hear it in the voice. So using words was a bit of a word salad, using, large words with many syllables, and kind of saying, what if we just had everyone in a bubble, in a dome, and it didn't make sense to me. And then he, and I asked him to explain it. And at the end, he then mentioned that he has a best friend, and he couldn't pronounce the friend's name apparently. And it was like, I'm not racist, I have black friends type of thing. And he's like, one of my good friends is Ukrainian. And then he said her name and then said, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. Well, it can't be a good friend then. And I pointed it out and I made it into a little bit of a joke. Well, it's a really good friend. You don't know how to say her name. Must be best friends, in fact, probably married. So but truthfully, in my heart of hearts, I wanted to just kick the person off and scream at them. but I realized that other people were listening and they may not take it the way. And maybe the person just a strange, different person who was really thinking about, glass domes over Ukraine and glass domes over Russia, and I just didn't get it. Maybe it was just a higher level stuff, and I didn't get. But if I didn't get it, chances are a lot of people didn't get it, and the person ended up going down anyway, and the conversation was over. I wish all uncomfortable experiences could end that way, but they don't. Tim, can you still hear me?
Yeah, you still have radio.
Oh, God.
Yehuda,
Okay.
we had another lingering question before we go to hands, and it's about
Let's go.
Atacams.
Yes.
Can you answer real quick?
I'll try. I'm not an artillery officer, but from what I've picked up, go ahead.
Well, you are an officer, and so you are the closest thing to an artillery officer you have, because you at least have the officer brand. My question came from me was, I know these things are accurate, but are they accurate enough to hit the very large Kerch Bridge in such a way that a 500-kilogram warhead will take out the rail but leave the, say, road side of the bridge?
Yes.
That's nuts.
In a word, yes. They're quite accurate.
Like, I assume it would take an engineer to know how to hit a bridge at the correct spot to achieve that kind of result, right? Like that's a pretty, like, in my very non-military head, that sounds like an engineering marvel that could be done. Am I overwhelmed by this, or am I accurately impressed that this is a possibility?
Well, I think if you look at the strike on the Antonovsky Bridge, I mean, it didn't seem to be particularly surgically targeted at any one part of the bridge. I mean, they hit one of the spans with a fairly dispersed pattern of fire, and that bridge, despite having been patched up, does seem to be broadly unserviceable now. And if you look at the Kerch Bridge, there's a kind of a truss span in the middle, which looks like a very nice juicy target to me. The truss is there for a reason. So if you wallop it pretty much anywhere along that span, I'm no engineer, but that would seem like it would do the trick to me.
All right. Well, hopefully we can get Yehuda back. We lost his audio, it looked like, again there. Our hands were Chris and I believe MJ. Chris. Chris, can you hear us, sir?
Chris, we can't hear you, mate. He's dropped.
We lost Chris. We lost MJ, but MJ is back. MJ.
Hi, Finance. It seems the connection is very spotty. I try to be quick. I think you were asking about outcome accuracy, right? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good, man.
Yeah. I just regurgitating what I learned from this space. I remember CJ mentioned the Gimler accuracy is 5 meters. And also because it's GPS guided, so the accuracy doesn't matter with the distance. So no matter they hit 60 kilometers, 70 kilometers, or 80 kilometers, the accuracy is always the same. So I don't remember he mentioned AdCam, but because this tool, I imagine they use similar guidance technology. So I think it's about the same. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, that's just amazing. I am notably impressed by the power and accuracy of such systems.
Yeah, that's just the extrapolation from Gimler to AdCam. Probably tomorrow, if CJ come online, he might have a better answer. Also, from the picture when they hit the air base, those 4 craters, it seems very methodic, very accurately spotted. I think 2 of them hit the ammo dump is very accurate. So I imagine the accuracy is pretty high. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, agreed. Chris, you also had a hand up, sir.
Oh, actually, I want to address Yehuda, but it looks like he's dropped off. I don't know if he's coming back up, but I'll just hang out in case he does.
Yeah, hopefully we can get Yehuda back. He's having him and Twitter in the middle of a fight right now, and Twitter is unfortunately winning. And there's no way we can fix Twitter. Although if they would let us, we probably have enough programmers between our listeners and
Hey, finance, you're unworkable. I think you're losing audio there.
That's what happens when you talk down over to Twitter.
Yep, absolutely, Chris. You dunk on Twitter, and then Twitter kills you. That's what happens. Right. While we're waiting for finance to I don't want to swear, so unscrew himself. MJ, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, but I think I also address Yehuda's point. I remember a long time ago, about April, I dialed in this space. At that time, I have a recommendation. At that time, the previous space have their, I don't know what Twitter called them, a group or their own like like a bulletin board. They can post in their own group. Is it possible we at least like frequent ask questions, Q&A, just point by point, put all those frequent what they call disinformation points. Like in those days, people always saying close the sky, then later become like we want peace, don't want war. They always some very frequently brought up points, and we can just like written a frequent asked question. If someone bring up the same point, we can point them to the frequent the Q&A section, so that we have addressed this question many times. You're welcome to read our reference and just quickly put them into how to say a learning session.
Well, I mean, I guess with that, we have to think about what the purpose of the space is, right? The purpose of the space is to educate and inform and answer those kind of questions. We do have people coming up and asking us stuff about, what we have discussed before. Also, we have a constant turnover of listeners. Like we have some regular listeners, but we have, we have a lot of regular listeners, but we also have some people who just pop up and, who pop up and pop down again, and you know what I mean. And so, the aim of the space is to provide information to everybody. And I think if we're just saying, oh well, we're not dealing with that anymore because we've answered that question 1,000 times, go read this Q&A document. I don't know. It just seems to go against the spirit of the space. What do you reckon, MJ?
Yeah, I understand you want more interaction, and the interaction itself is an education process for other new listeners. But sometimes I just have sympathy for hosts and all the contributors. Answer the question 1,000 times, maybe have a toll on you guys as well. But yeah, I respect your patience and consideration.
And I think another thing. Well, I would stress that like the co-hosts and the panel members here are, we're never resentful of a question asked in good faith, right? We're never going to roll our eyes and say, oh gosh, you're asking about the range of ATACMS again. It's 300 kilometers. Everybody knows this. Go Google it, right? That's not really what the space is for. And I think what does happen when people ask questions that have been answered before, it often stimulates a wider discussion that hasn't been had before, right? So it has this kind of compounding effect on the dialogue and the information we have on here. So if somebody comes up and asks them, like, oh, what happened to the Antonovsky Bridge? That'll trigger a discussion on bridges. That'll trigger a discussion on the Russian alleged defense of Kherson, which I would say defense is going to be a strong word in the coming days. So it can stimulate a wider discussion, and listeners learn things, and we on the panel learn things as well. And the same question, I don't think the same question is ever asked in the same way twice, right? So there's always somebody coming up, right? They're obviously interested in the war in Ukraine. They're interested in the military and political situation. They're going to ask a question in a slightly different way, and that's going to make us on the panel think, and us as co-hosts think about different angles, different perspectives, stuff we haven't heard of before, haven't thought of before. So yeah, I mean, we could do a big FAQ, I guess, but what we're all about here is conversation and interaction. So yeah, that will be my position. Let's go to Chris. Hello, Chris. You've got your hand up.
Chris? I'm back. Chris is gone.
And Yehuda's back.
I'm back for now. Tim, did you catch my underhanded jabs at you earlier?
No, I didn't. It's so unlike you to make underhanded jabs. What were these?
Oh, I said I'm not sure if I'm connected or not because I am not getting the obligatory 30-second interruptions from Tim, so I'm sure I must be disconnected. And there I was talking to myself, insulting an Englishman in Estonia.
So you're suggesting that I interrupt you all the time?
I wouldn't suggest. I think I.
Are you suggesting that? Are you suggesting that?
I don't think that's a suggestion, but keep going. We'll do this a bit here. 2 Ronnies, Tim and Yehuda. It's actually Latin for Ronnie, Ronicus, times 2.
When I first came on the space, people asked me to explain exactly how Russian debt defaults happened, and I explained how technical defaults happen with bank agents about every other day. Now everyone asks me to talk about Atacam cigarettes 3 times a day. So here I am talking about Atacam cigarettes 3 times a day.
Oh boy!
Apparently, Atacam cigarettes are highly addictive.
Please don't do it. You're killing me. Please wait till I go to bed. Please, you can wait. Tell it to other people. It's like
Chris has his hand up, and before he loses audio, let's have him ask you his question. Chris.
Holy moly. Well, let's parlay this into when is this space on Spotify coming up? Is that in the works?
Good question. Soon? Yeah, the technical people are working on it. I know they have an account, and the answers I don't know. I don't know if Axel knows. He might.
Well, anyways, I wanted to get on you there. I've been critical of you, that, or not you, but just of how you guys deal with the trolls. And I wanted to first off say that you guys do a great job, and I obviously don't want to sound, grateful in any way. So you guys do a great job. And I think
I can't take all the credit. But
I think what you were saying there, though, I think you're onto something on how to deal with it in the future. And and that was kind of where I was going, is that let them dig their hole a little bit, and you got trolls, and then you got people I think that are in good faith but are ignorant. And I put myself in that boat. I've learned a lot since being on here, but probably early days I probably would have said some stuff that military experts or people in the know would have said, like, listen to this guy, and so giving a person the benefit of the doubt, give them a little longer leash, and they're going to dig their own hole. If they're they're not talking in good faith, it'll become completely obvious to the rest of the listeners, as it is to you, because you've been doing this for so long, and like you say before, you can see the signs, what to look for. The other listeners don't. So by letting them, give them a little longer leash, you let them dig their own hole, and then it becomes evident to everybody else. And then you start having fun with them. Then you start playing your games.
And I'll tell you this. Sorry, if I answer Mike's hot. The first time I had a realization, and I might have been doing this longer than most, is the time that I dealt with someone that was truly not a nice person, and we'd heard before, and somehow they got up, and it was basically genociding, providing succor to those who commit genocide. And it upset me, and I dealt with it the way I felt I should. And then I got messages from, little old lady in Iowa who's contributed, every month to the charity of our choice. And she was really upset at me. And she was, "No, that's not very nice the way you did it. Imagine someone was listening for the first time and they heard it. You came across as a total a-hole, a jerk." And that hurt me, because although I felt I was doing completely the right thing, I obviously did not completely do the right thing, because here's someone who liked me and liked the space. And she was saying that, that's the way it came across. And whether, at first I was annoyed, denial was, no, I wasn't mean. I didn't do it wrong. But I realized that it's not the echo chamber here that we're talking to. We're not talking to the people who know all the facts, and we're trying to win an information war. So as fun as it may be to just shoot someone down who you totally think is horrible, we've been wrong before, and the person's not horrible. Maybe they even just started the question to say, hey, this is devil's advocate, this is what they're saying, and then we just jump on them. And unfortunately, it is our faults. And I'm sure there are many a moderator in our space who has said to me, probably got annoyed with me by saying, "Hey, tone it down a bit. You jumped on him too hard." And the reason why I do it is not because I'm smarter than them. Well, Tim, maybe, probably Tim, but no, it's not because I'm smarter than them. It's because I've had that experience where someone who doesn't have a bad bone in their body, said, "Hey, you came across like a total jerk," and that means a lot to me. So all I can do is apologize for that and promise to do better, or try to.
Oh, did we lose Yehuda?
Oh yeah.
Yep. Oh boy, here we go.
So, Chris, my 2 cents on this is, in the space there seems to be a number of schools of troll combat. I mean, some people say you should just mute them and boot them straight away, and I mean that throws up issues of detection, right? So the ability to detect if someone is acting in bad faith, and that's more easily said than done. Personally, I'm in the Yehuda school of troll dealing, troll combat, where it's better to unpick them. It's better to pick them apart. It's better to ask them questions, get them to take positions on things, and expose those positions as false or ridiculous. I think that's a much better way of doing things. It's something Yehuda does very well, certainly better than I do. But for example, yesterday we had a guy come up, who was just he just had the wrong end of the telescope on absolutely everything, and it was kind of fairly quickly established that he was not a good faith guy. And one of our listeners just jumped straight on him, and just did the double sworded head, the double sworded decapitation, the gladiator thing on him. And that was one way of dealing with it, I guess. But personally, I prefer the more gentle unpicking kind of approach. Does that answer your question, Chris? Yeah, mic check.
Oh, you're good. We probably lost Chris. Let's move on to Daniel Arspire, who may or may not have been hit with a tornado this morning. Daniel.
No more. I made it 300 kilometers back home, so no more tornadoes. I'm home with my cat. What I want to enter, because I was almost all morning for me, or late evening for you. I send you the link of ZCU about the military assessments of Russian losses. And if you can see, very funny, is not 10 tanks, 20 armored transport carriers, and 400 Russian soldiers dead, but 69 trucks. Just 69 one day. And I said, wow, this hurt a lot in one day.
It's a very lucky number for those who are sophomorically inclined. And yeah, no, 69 trucks. Quite frankly, I don't think we have a good count yet of just how many Russian atrocity committers have been murdered by all the things that went boom. I think that with that much theater-wide destruction, I don't know if the full count of destruction is in yet.
Domen said, and I agree with him, usual this statistic which they put every day is confirmed by their forces. So not people shoot and you cannot see if he's wounded or he's dead. And it looked for me obvious, probably some cumulative. I watched what the Command South put on their thing. They killed only on the south part 73 soldiers, take 2 prisoners, destroyed another battery of S-300, and they claim they hit the Novka bridge again. And I think most of the losses, I understand, were in Donetsk. So these trucks probably are about some ammunition depots from Donetsk.
It's going to be hard to start moving ammo around in Donetsk after a while, which is going to really stall out Russia's ability to continue to shell like it's they're done in World War I over there. Oh no. With that, thank you very much, Daniel. Let's go to Chris.
Yeah, Tim, I just wanted to finish up. Sorry I lost you there. Dropped off. But yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, you guys are doing a great job. And as I've been critical with Yehuda and previous, again, it was coming from a good place and just to help the space maybe run a little better for people listening. And then the other side of it is of course, the people who aren't acting in good faith, they're trolls, or you're not going to sway anybody. But the ignorant people, maybe who might come off as trolls because they lack the information. Maybe there's a learning experience. And for every one of those, there's probably dozens sitting here listening that could probably pick something off of, probably think along the similar lines as these people that are ignorant. And, there's a learning experience, teaching experience here. So, yeah. So anyways, I just want to say you guys are doing a great job, and thanks again.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Chris.
Chris. Just before we move to Jim, we just have a quick PSA for our listeners. For iPhone users, there is an iOS update today, 15.6.1, and also Twitter 9.24. Now these are critical security updates for your iPhone, and they may affect the stability of Twitter. So if you're constantly finding you're bouncing up and down in the speakers panel, or you're losing audio, it may be because you need to update your iPhone. So if you're an iPhone user, check for your updates, and hopefully it'll improve the stability of the platform. Following on from Daniel's question about trucks, I think it's interesting how that's going to intersect with Russia's reliance on rail freight as well. I think it was Craig earlier on during the US shift who mentioned that basically the Russian army has to operate within 50 miles of a railhead. Otherwise, its logistics chain starts to fall apart. And the fewer lorries they have, the shorter that distance gets. And especially with Ukrainian forces hitting key rail junctions, this is going to turn into a nightmare very, very quickly for Russian forces, particularly artillery. Yeah, it's a very interesting observation, Daniel. Thank you. Let's go to Jim, please.
Yeah, morning, guys. Thank you, Tim, and thanks everyone for the work you're doing. I mean, just amazing. I wake up every day, and you're still on here. I mean, Yehuda's still on here. Tim, Finance, Axel, Diamond, just Imperious. I mean, unbelievable. The value is so important to the information war. I mean, the world starts to lose interest very, very quickly. So thank you. And what an interesting panelist last night, Professor Fallon, doing profiling on Vladimir Putin. I mean, just extraordinary. people you're getting up. So thank you. Did anyone see the article this morning from I forget his name, is Volodymyr Dachenko. He writes for Forbes in Ukraine and came up with an extraordinary set of infographics on the artillery war and consumption of shells in Ukraine. And the statistic that stood out was that Russia is currently, 2022, firing more shells than the USSR did in 1942, and far more also than either Germany or Britain or France fired in World War One, and on a narrower front as well. But he's taking into account the larger caliber size. Going to the logistics, I mean, how long can they keep this up for? He does talk about that, actually. He talks about 15 million shells, 1.5 million shells of production capacity that Russia has. But yeah, going to Finance's point about the lorries, the logistics is going to become key and even more important to get long range fires, ATACMS in theatre. Thank you, guys.
I just want to note real quick, the thread that Jim referenced is in the nest, and you can all look at it. The most important thing is the big graph that Jim just referenced, right on top of everything. That is the big deal. It's very shocking, really, is what it is. How long can they do it? Probably not very long, not very well, simply because they don't have the logistics for it. In the east of Ukraine, it's a bit easier for them, right? They're closer to Russia. They can actually supply things across the Russian border if need be. In sort of Zaporizhia and Kherson, much harder, especially now with Crimea being ever more taken out of commission, which is I mean, that's the biggest difference, right? Especially on the right bank of the Dnipro, they can't sustain anything like the same rate of fire. But it does really put into context just how horrific a war Ukrainians are forced into fighting, right? This is something that really is barely precedented and is only precedented by the world wars. Jim?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Battle of Stalingrad was 1942-43, and Russia's firing more shells than they were in that year. I mean, on a much smaller front. So, the world's got to pay attention.
Yeah, if this doesn't kick some people into, oh my, this is actually really serious, I don't know what could, right? Because forever there was this, oh yes, the great wars, they were so, all encompassing and huge in terms of also artillery, especially, right? Especially the First World War. Well, this is kind of the same. Actually, possibly, as you said, Jim, the front is a lot shorter, the fighting is a lot more limited. This is actually a very good equivalent, and it's horrifying that it is so. I mean, I didn't expect to be anywhere near the same. Even when I opened the thread, I thought, okay, this is going to be some, log plot, and it's going to look like. No, it's not a log plot. It's a linear plot, right? It was absolutely horrifying. Yeah, it's a linear plot. It was absolutely horrifying looking at this. It's a linear plot. For anybody who doesn't understand what I'm on about, a logarithmic plot plots orders of magnitude equally spaced. So 0 to 10 is the same difference as 10 to 100 and as 100 to 1,000. Obviously, a linear plot, a distance of 0 to 10 is 1/10 as much as, well, 1/9 as much as 10 to 100. Jim?
Yeah, I think you're right. It needs to be reinforced. I mean, people were losing attention on Ukraine, but everyone's seen the media. Everyone's read, All Quiet on the Western Front. Everyone's seen the films about the First World War. It's worse in Ukraine right now than it was in the First World War. It's worse in Ukraine now than it was in the Battle of Stalingrad.
Well, exactly. It is horrific, and again, Ukraine is forced into this fight, and this is. I know you understand, Jim. I'm stressing this for the audience. Ukraine doesn't have a choice; it has to fight this war, because if Ukraine ceases to fight this war, there is no more Ukraine, right? Or there is a tiny dismembered Ukraine with half of their population either in exile as refugees or under occupation for forever, right? that doesn't count. That doesn't count as an option. That is not an option. The Ukrainians have clearly said that is not an option. Also, it's clear to everyone with a brain that is not an option, right? Think of your country, wherever you live, lob half of it off, and think, oh, does that look anything like the country you're from still? Probably not, right? And especially not if the other half is now being genocided against, and the existing half keeps having to think, oh no, when is the next invasion coming to take away more, right? That is not an acceptable outcome. Therefore, Ukraine is very much forced into this war. Ukraine has to fight this war. And because Ukraine is forced into such an awful position, it is on the rest of the world, on the free world, to help them out as much as possible. And that means, in part, more shells, because artillery can only really be fought against with more artillery going the other way, as well as more and more modern weaponry. HIMARS were fantastic, absolutely fantastic, really a game changer, right? Also because of all of those ammo dumps that were taken out, because of the logistics lines that were stretched, as you pointed, right? Making it much more difficult for Russians to actually deliver those shells up to the front line and actually use them, right? However, nevertheless, a whole lot more still needs to be done. A whole lot more in terms of armor, tanks, armored personnel carriers, infantry fighting vehicles, all that. Great numbers, because that's the only way the Ukraine can sustain an offensive push and actually reduce the front line, push Russians back into Russia. But also, standoff weapons such as ATACMS, because you already see what the Ukrainians are doing purportedly without any ATACMS. Imagine what they could do if they got a few hundred of those. That could make a really big difference. There's also some interesting news. I think I can say, I'm sure I can say this publicly. I'm sure that this was a very public source that got sent to me. Germany, some German manufacturer is sending 255 of some fancy new artillery shell, which is basically an Excalibur on steroids. So even longer range Excalibur, even better precision, even better everything. Just imagine an Excalibur shell, but better at everything, which is the entire production thus far that hasn't been used up for testing. It's just over 255, right? That's when you sent 255 shells, when you have exactly 255 shells. And it would be, it's very interesting, because the commentary I got from our friendly Swiss artillerist was, well, they're going to get 255 of these shells, and that's going to mean 200 something fewer Russian tanks, period, right? Because each shell is going to take out a tank. That's just what's going to happen, which is fantastic, obviously. And these are good for the Panzerhaubitze and the FH-70 towed howitzer, and possibly some other guns as well. Jim?
Yeah, thanks for that. It's the precision of the NATO equipment is far higher, and it is making a difference. But the other main problem, and there's two other main problems in that article, it's not just the lack of shells, the lack of artillery pieces, it's the lack of any equipment. I mean, the another infographic talks about how Ukraine is not far off parity on tanks. I think it's 1 to 1.5, but in terms of infantry fighting vehicles, it's 1 to 5. The Russians have got 5 IFVs for every one of the Ukrainians. They're more modern, and the problem is exaggerated, because the new equipment that Ukraine is receiving, it has multiple origins, so that the parts and logistics is just a total nightmare. It's not sustainable. If this war goes on for another year, which it probably will, America has to, or NATO has to fix this problem, and they have to send only US equipment or only German equipment, because you can't sustain this. And there's no offensive going to happen when soldiers are advancing to the front in civilian cars, as is happening. You hear it. I mean, anecdotally, my buddy AJ came on the other night. He said he got shelled 1,000 times in his estimation. And I thought, yes, sounds like a bit of an exaggeration, mate, but I believe you. Not after reading this article this morning, this thread this morning. I mean, it's put, he's spot on. He's in the First World War, right? And he I asked him about infantry fighting vehicles, and he said, no, we take our personal cars up to the front. No one's got an armored car, right? You're joking. Only the journalists get those. It's ridiculous. The Ukraine is fighting the First World War on our behalves. You've got to source it out.
Well, exactly, and it should be at least a relatively easy set of stuff to hand over, right? M113 armored personnel carriers, they are outdated as it is, as far as the US is concerned, as far as the West is concerned. There's lots of them. I believe CJ said National Guard has a bunch of them around. You just don't need them driving down the streets of Salt Lake City, right? Nobody's gonna shoot at you with a cannon. So that's a good idea. Just my suggestion. Maybe hand lots of those over. They already handed some over. A bunch of countries did actually. Portugal did. I think. Who else? The Netherlands handed some of their versions over. The Danes handed some of theirs. I think somebody in the Baltics, but I forget which country, handed off some of theirs. The US, of course, quite a number, including a number converted into ambulances, right? Field ambulances, which is very important. Armored ambulances. But lots more would be a great idea, just because that would make, again, a real difference. And then I think Axel's favorite word nowadays, which is Bradleys, the tracked IFVs from the US. Again, they're not the newest thing in the world. The US should be looking for a replacement anyway, for a more modern version. And some people would really like them. Some people would really put them to an excellent use, right, Jim?
No doubt. I mean, it's a political decision, and people need to be shaken out of their, of just letting this go to the second, third pages in the Sunday Times, right? Jake Sullivan is clearly stopping sending all the Bradleys that Ukraine needs, right? And there are peaceniks in every country, and they're politicians, right? So they will answer to their populations. And when people start saying, "Look, what is the hell going on?" You've got to send these Bradleys. You've got to send those personnel carriers. Then they will, right? But people are just. I mean, that's why this space is so important, right? Keeping attention at the forefront. So thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Quick public announcement. In about 10 minutes' time, we'll be joined by Denis Okurin, who's a child psychologist from Ukraine, works in the UK. He's been working on a lot of stuff relating to his specialization and profession with Ukrainians over the recent months as well. So we'll be joined by him in just 10 minutes' time. Whatever time it is, wherever you are, 10 minutes from now. I also see that our good friend Alex Cotelli has come on to the panel. Hi, Alex. How are you?
Hi, Domen. I'm fine. How are you? I actually have some comments to make.
Please do.
If I may. So there will be visit of German Chancellor Olaf Scholz to Canada next week, and it will be fairly large delegation from Germany of engineers, and I just read an interesting article about their possible kind of cooperation. So there was information earlier that Canada and Germany were kind of looking at possibility to start exporting liquefied natural gas from East Canada to Europe. But apparently there are technical, not only technical, but kind of strategic reasons to do it slightly differently, because east coast of Canada, well, I don't know if you guys want to hear the details, but the idea is they will discuss long-term cooperation. So looks like this process of replacing Russian gas is taking place. It will happen probably slowly than we want, but
Okay, one of us lost audio. Tim, Was it
Yeah,
Alex that lost?
You're good, Dermot. That's Alex. Alex, if you can hear us, you've dropped your audio.
Yeah, no, he can't hear us. It's both. You lose both always at the same time. There's no way Alex can hear us now, though, because I've dropped him to listener. And Alex has had Twitterpox before. The problem is having Twitterpox doesn't immunize you from getting Twitterpox again. You just keep getting them again and again and again. Sometimes hundreds of times, sometimes thousands of times.
Don't even get me started about that heavily microchip vaccination they're pushing.
Yes. Alex, you're back. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was talking about future visit of next week of a German delegation to Canada. And one way to speed up this replacement of Russian gas would be to speed up building LNG terminal in West Coast, so that like more LNG is in Asia, and this will free up some of US capacity to ship more to Europe. So it's global market. So it almost doesn't matter where exactly you add additional LNG. It will kind of, it's similar to oil market where things move, and that's nice thing about it. You do not really rely on one source to get your gas. You can kind of choose where you get it from. So again, this replacement of Russian gas will take place. It will take place slowly but methodically, and we'll get there. Hopefully, there will be no political barriers, because oftentimes they speak out because of climate goals and whatnot. They may not be interested in LNG going like 10 years from now, but I just wanted to underline that. And again, talking to importance of this space, like the crisis, this war, this invasion to Ukraine is happening now, not 10 years from now. We need to kind of address it now. Speaking about our goals for 2035, it's nobody can really. I mean, we are talking about this threat of climate change, which, like, even if you read into details, basically what they are saying is this will happen like 50 years or 100 years from now if you don't do something by 2035. Like, again, war in Ukraine is happening now. So we need to kind of get our priorities straight. And I do hope that there will be some common sense. We can address other threats a little bit later once this thing is properly addressed. I also wanted to kind of support. Yes, there are so many breeders out there, and Ukrainians would need them, and they would use them in a very useful way. So again, I do hope they will get there in due time, but again, let's watch and see. I mean, what Ukraine is doing is important, and they show that they are taking over strategic initiative, but on operational level and on tactical level, things are still pretty much, well, if not the same, they look like the same. And we need to make these things happen faster. Ukraine does need more ammunition and more help. I mean, if you look at help from Europe, there was even information that it's almost dried up. Now, that's I understand that could be just whoever was willing to help, he has already helped. But like countries like France or Germany, they are barely starting. Like you cannot really compare almost 300 tanks from Poland versus like
possibly more than that, possibly more like 350.
This is what we know, and compare that to 20 Caesars from France. Like France is a major economic power. and so is Germany. Germany is even bigger. So we do need to keep pressing these governments to do their part, because these things they save lives. They save lives. All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Alex. I couldn't agree more. You never say anything I disagree with. It's I'm used to this, but you've not been around so much, so I need to get used to it again. Alex, you're very correct. I want to say a couple of things. Last week there was this meeting in Copenhagen, kind of Ramstein format, but not entirely. Bunch of countries participated. Every single country in, let's say, the same broad region as Denmark participated. Guess who didn't show up? Yes, you guessed correct. The only country Denmark actually borders. I'm pretty sure. I'm about 95% sure. I need to go double check, but I'm 95% sure I was correct in making that statement. And also yesterday, and I need to praise Estonia a little bit. Estonia gave another $250 million worth. And that is almost 1% of the GDP of Estonia, right? On top of what they've given previously. Estonia only has a GDP of about $30-something billion. So a quarter of a billion is almost 1% of GDP for Estonia. And that was on top of what they've given previously. And they were the first ones to give. So you know who really gets it? Estonia. Estonia really gets it. And if, Germany gave 0.5% of its GDP this month, and France gave 0.5% of its GDP this month in help, and Italy gave 0.5% of its GDP this month in help. You know how much stuff would suddenly go to Ukraine? You have no idea how much stuff would suddenly go to Ukraine. I have no idea how much stuff would suddenly go to Ukraine. But that would be a doubling, I think, on those three countries alone. That would be a doubling of total help received by Ukraine thus far. Easy. So yeah, that's where the big now much more than that. Would be a tripling, I think. That would be really where it would be at. Jim, go ahead, and I'll try to bring up our guest as well. Jim.
Yeah, good point on Estonia. They were under Russian occupation for most of the last 1,000 years, right? But in recent memory, I'm on my way to go see Axel in Estonia now. Actually, in recent memory, every single family in Estonia has someone, a grandmother, great grandmother, who was sent to Siberia, or who was executed, or who was tortured and imprisoned by the Russians. They understand Russia very well. It's only a couple of 100 miles from St. Petersburg to Tallinn, and it's it's good tank country. They're always talking about rolling back in. So absolutely, Ukraine is fighting for us all, but they're particularly fighting for the Baltic states.
Thank you, Jim. And they're fighting for themselves, and they're fighting for their children. And I think that's the perfect segue to our guest, Denis Ogrin, who is a child psychologist from Ukraine, not working in Ukraine primarily. But Denis, welcome up. And if you'd like to briefly introduce yourself, I think that'd be probably for the best.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much for inviting me. I wish I were a psychologist. I'm actually much worse. I'm a psychiatrist.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. And I do work, however, with children. And I was born in Ukraine, in Lviv, but moved to the UK about 24 years ago, so almost exactly half of my life. Now, I will talk to you a little bit about the experience of trauma in children in particular, but very similar considerations will be true about adults too. Now, you will know that in the UK there's over 100,000 Ukrainians, we think, and of those at least about 30,000 are children, including, I have to say, about 1,000 unaccompanied minors, so children who have no immediate parents or grandparents with them. But when we think about the global picture, then we're talking about millions of kids who are displaced from their homes. So I will tell you a little bit about what to expect to see in these children, and also what parents and grandparents could do to help. Now, when you think about reactions to major trauma, such as war-related trauma, then typically you would expect three main areas of symptoms in children. And one major area are re-experiences, or they're also called flashbacks. I'm sure most of people in this audience have heard about flashbacks. They're subject to a great number of movies and literature reports and so on. But I will just tell you a tiny bit more about what it is that actually happens, and specifically what to expect in kids from Ukraine. Now, you can have flashbacks in any of the 5 senses. By far, the most common flashbacks occur in the visual sense. So you get flashbacks of pictures and images of the trauma. That probably occurs in most kids who experience trauma. And the difference between just a memory, a straightforward memory, and a flashback is that when you experience a flashback, it is almost like you are there again. So it's not a processed memory where you can actually have a bit of a distance and you can control it. Flashbacks, by definitions, are not controlled by children. They just appear, and they can be very scary. The second most common flashback that you can get is hearing things again. Unsurprisingly, in kids from Ukraine, the most common auditory or hearing flashbacks are to do with sirens and explosions. Then people often, then probably the third most commonly encountered flashbacks is the smell flashback, or the olfactory flashback. And what children report, the ones I've seen in the UK, very often is to do with some sort of a explosion-related smell, and sometimes blood. But a lot of this is to do with sort of explosion-related stuff. Sometimes children report flashbacks of taste. I have not yet encountered that in kids from Ukraine, but I have encountered this in my career. Very often it's blood, it's the taste of blood in one's mouth. And then sometimes one could see the flashback of touch, in the sense of touch. Now, there is a particular type of a flashback in that sense, and that's the so-called kinesthetic flashbacks. And they're really quite interesting. When if the child experienced an explosion wave, then it's the re-experiencing of being thrown by the wave. Now, an interesting part to it, and in fact, these are quite common in kids from Ukraine, perhaps even more common than kids from other conflicts. Now, the interesting thing about those flashbacks is that apparently, I mean, I have not had a proper research in this field, but apparently when you have that experience of being thrown by the wave, then quite often you encounter weeing yourself. So you wee yourself. And it has been reported that it happens in soldiers too. And the thing is, when it happens to you, when you wee yourself, then the first thing that comes to your mind is that you are a coward, that you did this because you were scared. But apparently, it has nothing to do with being scared. It has everything to do with the actual wave that almost physically makes you urinate and sometimes even defecate. If anybody in this audience knows anything about this, I would be really curious to hear. Now,
So sorry to interrupt,
Go
Dennis. Just to clarify, your point here was that it's actually a physiological reaction to an explosion rather than a psychological reaction to fear.
Indeed, physical. So it's not. It is somewhat physical, but actually physical. So it's actually the wave, the pressure that it exerts on your urine bladder that makes people urinate. If anybody,
so the same way it kicks the air out of your lungs, the same way it kicks
exactly
the liquid out of your bladder.
If anybody knows more about that, please let me know.
Yeah, I know a little bit about that, Daniel. I work as a clinical psychologist, but recently I've been reading a book, or rather listening to an audio book by Colonel Grossman called On Combat, and it's talking about psychological reactions to like warfare and life and death situations. And actually, when soldiers have been surveyed anonymously, so obviously no one knows what they're responding, something like 1/4 of soldiers that have been in life-threatening situations have said that they lost control of their bladder, because the evolutionary argument is that if you're being chased by a predator, you don't want to be carrying extra weight. So this is something that probably evolved before we were human beings. In his book, he said that 1/8 of soldiers admitted to losing control of their bowels as well, and he thinks that that's probably an underreport. There's also reports of people during 9/11 when the buildings are coming down, like losing bladder and bowel control. And the thing is, because we don't train our soldiers to expect that it can happen, if it does happen, people often get this terrible sense of shame as though, what's the matter with me? But actually in extreme life and death situations, such as most of us don't ever face, it is a physiological reaction in the body that can happen. I hadn't heard about it happening in regard to blast waves, but it's entirely possible that it could do.
But Tom, your point is that it's more of a psychological response, right?
Yeah, it's more physiological. You literally see it with gazelles. When lions start chasing after them, the first thing they do is lose control of their bladder and bowel so they can run away faster. And it's possibly something that evolved long, long before we were human beings to help us get away from predators. So it's just something that your body does in extreme life and death situations. But because most of us haven't been in those situations, we don't know it. And so then people think, it means I was a coward. But we've got expressions like I was shitting myself and things like that in English, which are plain English expressions to recognize the fact that it does happen. So yeah, I've not worked with a client that's told me about this, but apparently it's something that we should normalize for people that are in those extreme situations.
Oh, thanks, Tom. That's helpful. All right, look, so then let's move on. So the second group of symptoms that occur are symptoms to do with hypervigilance. And so that part is to do with children being unable to sleep very often. In fact, a lot of kids that I've come across who came from Ukraine recently were just unable to sleep at all because of the hyperarousal, basically. Then they have extreme responses to noises. In the children that I've come across from Ukraine, by far the most common extreme responses are to do with noises to do with helicopters, ambulances, and anything that reminds them of the sirens. Because remember that every child in Ukraine have experienced sirens and had to run for shelter, and of course they associated that sound with danger to life. Now, perhaps a slightly less sort of commonly known manifestation of hyperarousal is to do with poor concentration. So kids can't focus quite often. And I think that's to do with, and sometimes they say that they have lost their memory, but it's nothing to do with memory. It's to do with being easily distracted by small things. And one more thing to say, it's something that we have not really seen in Syrian or Afghani refugee children. It's this extreme response to sounds of trains. Now, I have spoken to a number of kids about this, and I think there are two main reasons for this. One is to do with their experiences of running away from their cities and towns in trains that were targeted by the Russians. And in some cases, they were really targeted. Like people might recall the Kramatorsk explosion, where a lot of people died on its railway station. But there is also something to do with the pitch of the sound of trains that I think possibly reminds them of sirens or some other things, because even in children who have not been directly targeted whilst escaping, they still seem to have this unusually strong response to trains, which I have not encountered in kids from other countries before. Again, if anybody knows, has a theory about it, good to know. Now, so did you want to say something, Domin?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, what kind of sounds of trains? All sounds of trains, such as the rattling periodically as they pass the joints of the rails, or the whistles of the trains especially, or which bits?
No, it's the rattling of the train.
Got it, thank you.
Yeah. Now, one thing that we have not encountered so much in children from Ukraine, and we have encountered very much in children from Afghanistan, is, and also, I think I haven't really worked with kids from Bosnia in the 90s, but people say that they were really quite sensitive to this, is the uniforms. So I think I have not come across a child who's scared of uniforms. And I know this really well because we took probably several hundred children now to a scout camp where everybody wears uniforms. And we had a drone as well, interestingly, which, the drone, some kids were a little bit apprehensive of when it first appeared. But uniforms, I have not seen a single child who would be scared by them. Anyhow, so then there's the third group of symptoms, and that is to do with avoidance. Now, there are two types of avoidance that need to be understood. And so one type of avoidance is the physical avoidance of either revisiting the actual place where the trauma occurred, or anything that reminds physically of that place. And in extremes, you would see children who would refuse to leave home at all in the UK. They would just sit in their room. But there is also a much more difficult to detect avoidance, and that is to do with avoidance of any sort of cognitive or mental representation of the trauma, and especially of the memories of the trauma. And so you'll have lots of children who are trying desperately to avoid anything, any bits of memories or any conversations or anything that triggers anything to do with the trauma in their mind. So these are three main, and then very often what happens with these three main domains, which were in our sort of older classification, now we understand that almost invariably you get low mood, low and or irritable mood, actually a lot more irritability in children than consistent low mood that you see in adults. And everything that comes with low and irritable mood, including negative thoughts about yourself and other people and the world in general, really. So these are the main things. One other thing that I wanted to mention here, and that is to do with flashbacks or intrusive memories, and that is nightmares. Now, I have come across a lot of children, maybe even more than in other groups, that have really quite horrible nightmares. Maybe it's just to do with how recent the actual experience is. Sorry, Domin, did you want to say something?
After you finish this.
Yeah. So you get nightmares, and children are so scared of these nightmares that they will not tell you. Like they would refuse to tell you what the nightmares are about. But if you work with them, eventually they will tell you something about this. And I have listened to quite a few of those in the last few months. And by far the most common theme in these nightmares is that the Russians will come to London and kill everybody. So that's an interesting thing. Yes, Domin.
So I'd really like you to please go back to the olfactory flashbacks a little bit and drill into that. And I'm specifically curious about what triggers these flashbacks, or do they often, do kids often wake up with those, perhaps from a nightmare, like you just mentioned? And also, quite importantly, how much do olfactory flashbacks differ from person to person? And specifically, I'm asking this because I'm very well aware from other research that different people can imagine smells and also tastes, but especially smells to very different degrees of vividness. And I'm wondering whether some kids are just far more prone to olfactory flashbacks, and if that correlates with their capacity to generally imagine smells more vividly.
These are wonderful questions, which I have not read proper research about this. I can share my anecdotal impression with you. So you are right that these things vary enormously from child to child. The themes that they report are fairly consistent, and almost often, they are to do with explosions. What happens there? They say guy. Guy is an interesting Russian word that a lot of children use. They can smell guy. It's like burns.
Are people having trouble hearing Dennis?
Yeah, Dennis, you're a bit far away from the mic all of a sudden.
Oh, sorry. Are you? Is that okay? Like,
it's okay. In case you're using Bluetooth earphones, it might be that it just ran out of charge and it went to a different microphone.
I don't think so, but can you hear me now?
Yes, it just feels as though you're a bit far away. If you can speak more directly into the mic, that would be great if you could.
All right. If it persists, I'll just take my earphones off. So it's the kids that I've encountered very often report the flashbacks of the smell, and they use the Russian word "gad." It's like burned things, which they often experience. But not just that, they could experience all kinds of smells, and it varies from child to child. Now, the complexity here arises from the fact that some of you who know a little bit about physiology know that really the sense of smell isn't subject to conscious control in the same way in your brain as other senses. It directly links your experience with the limbic system, which is why it's such a powerful sense. But also, the complexity arises from the fact that sometimes smelling things that remind the child of what happened in Ukraine can trigger flashbacks in other modalities. So, and sometimes it's very difficult to detect. So when you try to establish the triggers that the child has for flashbacks or for other extreme reactions, it is sometimes such a minute little thing, a tiny smell of something like petrol, or exhaust fumes of vehicles, these kinds of things, that a child would have no conscious understanding of. And sometimes parents will have no idea about this as well. But it's these little things that could trigger really extreme responses in a child. But it's a huge area, and if anybody knows more about research in this area, I'd be really grateful if you could share. Very interesting. There is something very special about the sense of smell, but also about how it links with trauma. All right, look, so let's just move on to, I'm just conscious of the time, let's just move on to what it is that we could do about these experiences. Now, if people are curious to find out more, then I would direct you to the work of the Children and War Foundation, which is a charity registered in Norway, but with a big UK representation. And I've been working with them for many years, and they've been working with kids with trauma since the Bosnian conflict. I brought them to Ukraine in 2014 for the first time, immediately after the first invasion of Russia. And then in 2015. And we trained quite a few people in something called Teaching Recovery Techniques, or TRT. Teaching Recovery Techniques. So it's a very sensible group-based program, which has 5 sessions of 90 minutes. You got 10 to 15 kids. They need to be like 8 years old or more. Although I have to say, I have done this with younger kids, and it seemed to have worked. And then you have 2 sessions for parents. I can see Carrie has got her hand up.
Very good.
Hello. Hi, Dennis. Sorry. I was just going to say, feel free to use me as a guinea pig for your conversation. I have CPSD, CPTSD.
Yeah.
And so feel free to use me as a guinea pig for this conversation, because obviously everything you're saying, I can completely relate to in terms of what I experienced.
Yeah.
So I can help you if you want somebody in this conversation to reinforce or ask me questions. That might be useful for the space. The key thing I did want to say was that it is going to take an unbelievable amount of specialist support to help people, and I don't know what can start to be marshaled now in preparation, because I know with my own journey, I'm probably 6 years on from when it became diagnosed, and it's still a massive problem. But I have been able to work with some really excellent people to try and help. And I would say it's only now that I'm in a position that I can start to try and reconstruct a life. I do work, and that's another thing to mention, because I'm so strong and because I come across as being able and capable. I haven't had the support I should have had from the NHS, but thankfully I have an incredible doctor who absolutely bends over backwards. So yeah, it will take so much, and I know it's something I'm always going to live with. But yeah, feel free to use me.
Thank you, Kerry.
Thanks, Kerry.
Dennis, plow straight on.
Yes, Kerry, well, thank you so much for sharing this. I know these things are incredibly difficult to share. And feel free, please, to comment on everything I'm going to say in the next few minutes. And I totally agree with you that depending on the type of trauma and the response of the child, this could be a very difficult journey. Now, what I will talk about now is what we could do with a great number of children in group setting, and it's to do not with individual treatment of the child, which, as Kara says, could take a very long time, depending on a number of factors, but what we could do with a lot of children who all experience similar responses. Now, so these groups are set 10 to 15 kids, and they really follow the three main areas that children have difficulties with. So we typically would start with 2 sessions that are focused on re-experiencing, the intrusive re-experiencing. And before we do any work, we invite children to create their own safe place. Now, what it is that most kids could do this, not everybody, but most kids could either remember a place in the past or imagine a place in the future where they used to feel safe or could feel safe. And the task then is to describe that place using all 5 senses in a lot of detail. I'd say by far the most common safe place that children talk about is weirdly and somewhat interestingly the kitchen of their grandmother. And it's a nice place in the sense that it's a good place. It has lots of things in it, and especially importantly, it has a lot of smells in it. The second most common place that children use is a bedroom, their own bedroom often. Now, the thing about those places, of course, is that for a lot of children, they were destroyed, so they don't exist anymore. They need to be mindful of that. And especially if they're great, the grandmother or a member of the family associated with the place also was murdered or died, then that needs to be taken into account. You need to prepare the child. But often, these are the places. Occasionally, you want a child to create a place in the future. They could do this, but they often like something from the past. But then the task is to really describe it in a lot of detail. And then whenever the child feels especially distressed, then to invite the child to go back to that place and describe it, experience it. It's a nice place. If we had a bit more time, I would get all of you to do it. It's a fun thing to do. Nice. Now, for quite a few years, my rule of thumb was that I will not do any trauma work with the child who cannot do the safe place exercise. But one of my junior doctors convinced me otherwise, maybe about 5 years ago. So we were working with a Conte. Kerry, did you want to add?
Yeah, I was just going to mention that another thing that maybe we could possibly also go on to talk about is dissociation. So
Yeah.
for many, many years, I was locked in a dissociative state. So that's why I say it really hit 6 years ago. And that's maybe something that other people in the space don't understand, and we would need to be prepared for with these children, because it may not initially show itself.
Yeah.
So recognizing that and understanding that that is also symptomatic of trauma.
Yes, that's a wonderful wonderful addition. Okay, this area is really quite important, and I don't think we have enough time to do it justice. I would just say that dissociation is, I have seen children who've been raped by the Russian soldiers, including children with disabilities, which is something that is somewhat unimaginable. And a lot of these children essentially are mute when you first encounter them. So there is something about a rape that makes a child. I think that there's something. It's a different level of cruelty, and they do dissociate to an extreme level. But I said it's a huge area, but we don't have the time to go into this in detail. Just to say that Kerry is right. It's a very important area, and there are techniques to employ there too. Now I will move on to the intrusive experiences, and so really so I've started with saying about the safe place. Now, for many years, I would never go into any other trauma work unless the child was able to create or imagine the safe place. So about 5 years ago, one of my junior doctors changed my mind on that. So you're working with a child from one of the South American countries with rape, familial rape, and low IQ as well. And she just couldn't do the safe place, not imagine and not remember. And I think, well, no, we can't do that. It's premature. It's going to be impossible, because we will have to revisit some of the trauma. And if a child has no way of going back to safety, then and she also had a history of severe suicide attempts, and she would grab knives and want to kill herself in front of you. So I said, no, we can't do that. And then she just told me, look, why don't we just use simple grounding techniques with the child? Because essentially the child is invited to name a few things they could see, they could hear, they could taste, and so on, in all the 5 senses. And she was able to do it perfectly well and felt perfectly grounded. And we were then, and then we did do quite a lot of trauma work with this child. And then I said, well, maybe I was wrong. Maybe safe place is just too cognitively challenging for some kids, and simple grounding could do just as well. So just to tell you about that. Now, then we invite children to learn a few skills. Now, remember, this is not individual trauma-focused work. We are talking about a big number of children who have somewhat similar experiences, but no 2 children will have the same experiences. But we invite children to learn a few techniques on how to deal with these intrusive phenomena. And The key to understanding any trauma work is that the child is scared of the experiences. If you have a flashback, if you have, they're really very scary. It's not just a memory. It's like you are back there. This is like you're back on the front line. You're back crossing the front line. You're back in the destroyed building in Mariupol. Yes, Caroline.
Carla?
Hello there, mic check.
Yeah,
You're good.
Wonderful. So I dropped down and joined back in again. Morning, Dennis. It's nice to hear you this morning. How are you? I wanted to, when you've shared with us this really insightful area around children and trauma, which has come up quite a lot in the space, and it's fantastic to have you come in and give a real kind of evidence-based and well-researched insight to. When we have the chance, I think you're being quite humble, Dennis. You've been doing a fantastic amount of work for Ukraine. You've been going back and forward. And I've pinned to the nest the blog post from the Inspire the Mind blog. So I wondered if you would perhaps pivot to letting us know around events around February and March and all of the great work that you've been doing, driving back and forward, helping get equipment, and perhaps a shout out or a reach out to any others or other organisations that you might want to link in with.
Oh, thanks, Karen. I will come on to this in a minute. I just need to explain some of the things that could be helpful for people here who have children or perhaps themselves have got symptoms.
Fantastic. Yeah.
So when you work with flashbacks, then the key to understanding of what you do is you want the child not to be scared of what it is that they're experiencing and not to be controlled by what they're experiencing. You want them to be in charge of it. And so what you teach children is you teach them to, first of all, you need to make sure that the child trusts you enough to know that if they actually tell you what it is that they see or experience, then there are ways to help them to experience less of it. And so what we do is, there are a number of techniques that we use. For example, you ask the child, the children to, to voluntarily remember this flashback, this image, the horrible image, which often represents the most difficult part of the trauma. And you ask them to project it on a wall or somewhere, or on their hand or in some other space where they can actually voluntarily see it. Remember, now the child is in charge of the image, not the image in charge of the child. And then you ask children to notice, is the image black and white or color? If it's color, make it black and white. If it's black and white, make it color. Is it sharp or is it blurred? If it's sharp, make it blurred. If it's blurred, make it sharp. Is it far or close? Make it further away. Get it closer in. You basically invite kids to manipulate the image as much as possible for as long as possible. And then you can even ask them to imagine it's like on a TV screen and then have a remote control. Most kids are very familiar with this device, and then you make it blurred, make it fade, and then you have this big button which switches the image off. And the key to understanding of how to deal with these phenomena is that they are very scary, the child will need a bit of time to be able to trust you enough to manipulate these images. But if they do this, and the more they do this, the more these images will stop being scary. And eventually, the task of any trauma work is for the child to be bored. When the child is bored with the image, that's the task. That's the victory for the child. Then now they are in charge of the image or the sound or whatever it is that gets into their head. So paradoxically, the task of the work is not to get them excited, but to get them bored and to be in charge. And the more they describe this and the more they manipulate, the less these images will bother them, until eventually they stop bothering them at all. And the same is true about nightmares. Nightmares are a particular type of an intrusive image. And the work with nightmares begins with a very good question, which I like, and I learned from Professor Bill Yule, who's a wonderful colleague. And the question is, well, please, could you tell me whose nightmare is it? Whose nightmare is it? And the child gets a bit thrown by this question. Say, what do you mean? What do you mean, whose nightmare is it? Well, is it my nightmare? Is it your mom's nightmare? Whose nightmare is it? And the child will actually almost always tell you, well, no, this is my nightmare. I have it, not you, not mom. And then you say, well, look, if it's your nightmare, then you can decide how it will finish. So what you get children to do is to describe, and the way they describe this, it doesn't really matter. They could do it verbally, they could draw it. I really like to have a nice collection of drawings of nightmares. Commonly to do with crossing the front line and the destroyed flats in Mariupol or other cities. Sometimes the shelter. And then you get the child to then decide how that nightmare will finish. How it will end. And they draw or they imagine, or they tell you, the medium doesn't really matter, but they must realize that it's their nightmare and they can decide how it will finish. With kids in particular, I like to invite them to bring some other characters into the nightmare. And you wouldn't believe which character is the most commonly used as a superhero to help them in the nightmare. When they first encountered, I thought they misheard the child, but it has happened more than once. So I'll have you know that it's not like their father or a Superman or Superwoman or Catwoman or whatever. It's President Zelensky, believe it or not, who is the most commonly used superhero in these kids. I have to say, I did not vote for him, and I did not think much of his abilities until recently. But he seems to be the most heroic character in these kids' dreams. Anyway, so then. You do basically the same stuff with every modality. Some modalities are a lot easier than others. Smell is a very tricky modality. With smell, you can only really imagine that smell as a cloud or a balloon, and have all of that smell inside that cloud or inside that balloon, and then see how it disappears. Sometimes it's nice to have an alternative smell for the child. And again, these alternative smells that children like are different. Interestingly, I've encountered more than one child who tells me that the smell that they actually like is the smell that you get after the rain. I don't quite fully know what that smell is, but I know it's very difficult to capture. Like some children like lavender, which actually I hate that smell, but some children love it. But you can buy it in a little vial, so you can have it with you. But how you capture the smell of rain, I don't know. But I sort of think I know what it is, but I don't quite know how to capture it. Anyway, so.
And by rain, you also mean like petrichor, right? The smell of rain on hot asphalt and the like.
I think so. I don't actually. Must be that. Yeah. Anyhow, so you want to substitute the horrible smell with that smell. Then you move on to hypervigilance. And the key to this is to teach the child to relax. Now again, over the years, I have used all kinds of exercises. I'm still old enough to remember the really detailed muscle relaxation, which some of you will know, where you really take the child through every single group of muscles that the child has, and you invite the child to tense these muscles for 5 seconds and then release, maybe to do with breathing as well. So when you tense, you breathe in or hold the breath, and then you let go. I still use it sometimes, especially boys quite like that. There's something about this tension that they like. But I wouldn't go into, because kids get really terribly obsessed with in what order, and is it that, or is it fingers first or toes? So I have, if I use that, it's a lot sort of, it's a broader brushes now. So you want like just the idea that you can actually tense and relax. And then you definitely want the child to learn how to breathe. Now, a lot of kids, including Ukraine, are familiar with the idea of deep breathing, and it's something that teachers tell them to do, and sometimes parents. Sometimes it's done in a sort of slightly demeaning way, like have a few deep breaths. Now, that of course is not right. So you want the child to learn a lot more about breathing than just take a few deep breaths. The thing that I am using now more than before is this sort of hand breathing, where every child has got, well, most children have hands, and then you can trace your fingers with a finger from the other hand. And so when you go up the finger, you breathe in. Then, very importantly, you want to hold, and then as you go down the finger, you breathe out. You want the child to understand that you want to breathe in through your nose, then you want to hold, and then you want to breathe out. And the breathing out should ideally be longer than the breathing in, and you want to breathe out through your mouth. I really quite often do this thing where, when you breathe in through your nose, you smell a flower. And I sometimes actually have flowers as well with kids, so they actually literally smell them through their nose. And then they hold, and then they breathe out. And to teach the child to breathe out, you use bubbles. So they blow bubbles. And sometimes they actually have physical bubbles that they blow. And so once you've gone through all of your fingers, all the way down to your pinky, you can go back. If you're still not calm. But most kids, it works really well. And one more thing to share with you, which I really like doing, is the ice dive. So there's a bit of work with kids. You need to explain to them a little bit about their nervous system. They have these wonderful bodies. Some have a lot more wonderful bodies than others. But mostly kids have wonderful young ones, and they have inside their bodies, they have these wonderful things called nerves, and they used to be very important when we used to live in the savannah, when it was full of predators. But now, so you basically give them this fight, flight, or freeze talk, which most of you who work with kids will have your own version of. And then you say, look, the thing is also that we have these two different types of nervous system, and a lot of kids, I was surprised, like even like 12-year-olds would know something about the sympathetic and parasympathetic system. And I had one little girl who actually knew about the amygdala and the hippocampus, which I really couldn't believe, and pretty accurately what they actually do. So anyway, so then you say, look, the task is how to learn yourself how to get the parasympathetic system to work. And there are different ways. So deep breathing is one of them. Muscle relaxation is another one. But there's also a really cool one, which is to do with ice diving in cold water. And you can show them some evidence that when we swim in cold water, initially we have this big response, but then if you swim for a while, then everything slows down. Our breathing slows down, our muscles are not as active, our heart rate reduces, and kids sort of will believe usually that it is true. And then you say, look, we can actually make our body believe that we are swimming in cold water by putting our faces in cold water for 30 seconds. And a lot of kids like that idea. Mums like it as well because they have something to do. So they actually prepare this bowl with ice, cold water. And then I like to do this with kids too. So we have two bowls. I put my face in, they put theirs in for 30 seconds. And it really, really, calms you down and starts your parasympathetic system working. You could combine it with a vigorous exercise before you do the ice dive. Maybe for 30 seconds, you do star jumps or some other exercise that the child likes. And then, obviously, then you can't keep your face underwater for 30 seconds. Maybe you can have a few goes at 5 or 10 seconds each. But it really does relax the child a lot. I mean, I do a longer version of this myself quite often. I like a long run followed by a dive in the sea, which I have to say relaxes me hugely. Anyway, and then finally, what we do with kids is we teach them about avoidance. That's a difficult one to work with, but the essence of avoidance is that you say to kids, look, there's good avoidance and bad avoidance. And then you have a discussion, what is good avoidance? Good avoidance is, avoiding things that are really dangerous. And especially if you work with kids who still are in Ukraine, then you have a discussion with kids. So how would you know that it actually is dangerous? And then they will say, well, mom and dad will tell me not to go there, or like all the siblings or Ukrainian soldiers will tell you not to go there, or there'll be like a sign that there are mines or some sort of dangerous buildings. And then they say, well, is there also an unhelpful avoidance? And then you have a discussion about that. And really the discussion then is that there are things that are actually safe, but we don't want to do them or go there because we actually are scared of something that reminds us. And the same is true about cognitive avoidance too. And then you work with children basically on how to construct their own ladder. There's a wonderful story in the manual that we use where there was a little girl or a boy, I can't remember now, who was scared of heights, and then she bought a real ladder, and then she started by going up just the one rung of the ladder and wait, and instead of running away, when she was scared, she would stay there for as long as was required for her fear to go down. And then so she wasn't scared of this first rung anymore. And then she went up 2 rungs and so on and so forth until she got to the top. And then we create for each child their own ladder of things that they're scared of. And then they actually do it. Cognitive stuff is more complex, but I would quite often get them to draw a scary part of what happened, and then how they think it will end. Some of the kids that I worked with, like when you ask them to draw how it all will end in the future, they often draw the red square in Moscow with ATB on it, written in Ukrainian characters. And I said, what is this ATB? I thought it was some sort of a bank or something. And it's a supermarket. So basically, the happy end for these kids' stories is that Ukraine takes over Moscow, and then Putin is invariably dead. And the ATB symbolizes the victory of Ukraine over Russia. Anyway, look, I will just need to wrap up and say, look, the thing that I wanted to tell you is that lots of kids will have these experiences. There's no child in Ukraine that have not been affected to some extent. Many kids will recover, and there will be some who will need help. Some will need the sort of help I described in group, perhaps digital versions of this. Some will need a lot more individual work. The key to understanding of their experiences is that they're normal. There's no such thing as abnormal response to trauma. They typically fall into these 3 groups of hypervigilance, intrusions, and avoidance. And the key to helping children is to make them less scared and controlled by these experiences, and more being in charge of these experiences. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for listening. If there are any further questions, do let me know. I only have maybe 1 minute left. Yes, Tim.
Hi there. I had a very quick question about the support available to Ukrainian refugees in the UK, which is where I understand you practice. How is the NHS system responding to the mental health care needs of Ukrainian refugees, and where do you think there are areas of excellence and possible improvement?
Well, it responds very badly to the needs of Ukrainian and all other types of refugees. We don't have specifically dedicated services for refugees, except I think a small team in the Tavistock. Somebody knows to let me know. There's a network of Ukrainian psychologists, which, if you have a specific child, some will let me know, I can connect them. The British Red Cross has got a helpline, and there's a number of other helplines for parents and children. I might just send a list of resources to Carolyn or to one of the organizers so that they can share for those who want that. Carolyn, very quickly, if you have a question, because I need to go quite soon.
Hi, Dennis. I just wanted to thank you ever so much for your time this morning. I know your every waking hour is very thinly sliced, so really appreciate it. And if just FYI the audience, Dennis and I, our colleagues, if you do have any further information or would like to loop into some of the work that Dennis is doing on a voluntary basis, or I know there's a lot you're doing, a long list, Dennis. Please do send it on, and very, very much appreciated. It was absolutely fascinating and insightful. So thanks again, Dennis.
Cheers, Kevin. Thanks for inviting, and it was wonderful to talk to you. I'll send you some resources.
Wonderful. Thanks so
All
much.
right. Have a good one. Bye.
Thank you, Dennis.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Dennis.
And thank you very much, Carolyn, for organising that fascinating speaker. That was somber, but wonderful and very educational. Thank you, Carolyn.
Absolutely. And our next guest will be here at 1400 UTC. That is in about 5.5 hours from now. We'll be joined by Olga Kosharna, whom some of you will have listened to before because she was with us a few days ago talking about nuclear safety in Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and she'll be joining us again in just a few hours' time to talk again, in about 5.5 hours' time, to talk about the developments in that field. So please join us again in about 5.5 hours' time for our next guest. We have two other guests later on today, both international volunteers helping out in Ukraine, military types, let's say. First, we have Ryan at 1600 UTC. That's 1600 UTC. That's noon Eastern. 1800 in Central Europe, 1900 Kiev. He's been working, among other, on demining in the east of Ukraine, but many other things as well. And he'll be talking to us about his efforts recently. And then an hour later, we'll be joined by James Vasquez, who's likewise been fighting out at the front. And I think it'll be a very informative, very engaging military discussion. So it's a 4-guest day today. That's why we had Dennis on so early on as well. Not just because he has a busy day generally, but because we also have 3 other guests coming today. So 10 a.m. Eastern, 1400 UTC, that's 1500 London, 1600 Paris, Berlin, Warsaw, 1700 Kiev. We have Olga Kosharna. You can check out that card up in the nest now. She's a nuclear safety expert, and with all the news coming out of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, where she has plenty of contacts, she's just about the best person to tell us about that. And then again, at 1600 UTC, that's 1700 London, 1800 Central Europe, 1900 Kiev, with Ryan Hendrickson, a special forces veteran who has been working, among other, on the mining between fighting the Russians in the east of Ukraine. And then an hour later, James Vasquez, that's 1700 UTC, that's 1 p.m. Eastern, 1700 UTC, 1800 London, 1900 Central Europe, 8 p.m. Kiev. James Vasquez, known to all, I think, an American volunteer, likewise fighting in the east of Ukraine. So that's who's upcoming. Tim, what should we talk about? Should we talk about a little bit about artillery, which is what we spoke about earlier? If anybody wants to talk about artillery, jump up. A public service announcement. Everybody, please go ahead and upgrade your iOS 15.6.1. If you're using an iPhone, 15.6.1 came out overnight. It's a critical security update, and I fear the Twitter Spaces might not work properly if you haven't installed it. Secondly, there's also a Twitter update that you should do after doing the iOS update if you're using an iPhone. A new Twitter update also came out. I think it's 9.24, I think, something like that. Anyway, if there is an update available, you should definitely go ahead and update your phone. Earlier, we had a horrible malfunction. We lost 6 speakers all at once. Everybody who wasn't a co-host or speaking just suddenly dropped, and I really don't want any such malfunctions going on forward. So please make sure that your iOS is up to date, your Twitter is up to date, and we hope not to have too many glitches coming from an imbalance in the updates during the course of today. So God knows what all glitches are in store for us. So Tim, shall we swivel to artillery? I believe you know something about artillery, being a veteran, shall we say, of the Honorable Artillery Company. Is that an appropriate title?
I wouldn't say
ex-serviceman.
I wouldn't say veteran. The term we use in the Honorable Artillery Company is gentleman.
Gentleman.
We also
a former gentleman or just gentleman? in your case?
You're a gentleman, but the term we use in the Honourable Artillery Company is a gentleman of the Honourable Artillery Company. You never cease to be a gentleman of the Honourable Artillery Company, I believe. Once you have served for 5 years, you become a member for life. Interestingly, this title is also used for female gentlemen of the Honourable Artillery Company. So there are no ladies. If you are a woman and you are a member of the HAC, you are a gentleman, a female gentleman.
It's like with fellas, right? NAFO fellas, everyone's a fella. There's male and female fellas.
Absolutely, yes. So I would hesitate to describe myself as a veteran, but I have indeed served in the I-Star world.
A formerly active gentleman of the Honourable Artillery Company.
Yeah, let's go with that. A formerly active gentleman of the Honourable Artillery Company.
Very
good.
good.
It's been a few years. So you want to talk about artillery?
I want to talk about artillery. There is this excellent infographic. If you check out the third pinned tweet in the nest, the third from the left, not the one regarding Olga Koshadna, not the one regarding what we just heard from Denis Hugudin that Carolyn put up, but the one from Volodymyr Dasenko, who is a Ukrainian journalist, writes for Forbes, and he's put up just a shocking, and I have to say shocking, infographic regarding the consumption of artillery shells in the war in Ukraine, and comparing it to World War I and World War II use of artillery shells. Now, he notes obviously fewer shells are being used, but the total amount of shells, especially as to what the Russians are using, is just shocking. Obviously, artillery shells now are a lot heavier than artillery shells were during especially the First World War. So it's not as many shells being used per day, but the mass of shells that are flying through the air and especially hitting Ukrainian positions, because of the sheer volumes that the Russians are trying to use, at their peak, they were using more than was being used during the First World War by the French or by the Germans, right? And we think of the First World War as this particularly artillery-heavy kind of war, right? Particularly heavy on artillery. Tim, when you think of the First World War, what do you think of? The Verdun, the Somme, and what are the images that you've seen in every documentary film about the First World War? I have no doubt that you're something of a history buff, especially as regards the World Wars, right, Tim?
Absolutely. I wouldn't call myself a World War I buff as such, but certainly the images that are conjured are of these unfathomably large and destructive guns in humongous numbers across Flanders, busily firing horrible high explosive rounds at each other, in absolutely enormous numbers. And it's not just the imagery around that; it's also the effect. We know that the vast majority of casualties in the First World War were caused by artillery fire, particularly shrapnel wounds, and this is one of the impetuses behind the development of behind the issue of steel helmets to troops, because the casualty rate from artillery, particularly shrapnel head wounds, was proving absolutely devastating. And as you say, this thread from Volodymyr Dachenko has been, the numbers fired by Russia dwarf what was fired on the Western Front during World War I. It's really quite extraordinary statistics.
And it also illustrates, right, that their peak was much higher than their average, and their peak was definitely much higher than they're being able to fire now. And this is because of the use of modern weaponry by Ukrainians that has been donated by the West, right? Specifically, those HIMARS and M270 MLRS systems being able to reach those ammo dumps to disrupt Russian logistics far behind the front, and just making Russians much less able to deliver those shells to the front, and much less able to fire those shells at Ukrainian positions.
Absolutely, and I think another interesting intersection there is the actual cost, the monetary cost of these rounds. There's a little chart in Mr. Dachenko's tweet thread. The cost of a 152 millimeter round between $300 and $500. So if you're firing tens of thousands of those on a daily basis, then the monetary cost is just astronomical.
Now, talking a little bit about the importance of logistics, right? Tim, what happens if you have artillery shells but can't get them to where your gun emplacements are?
Well, then they sit around being a HIMARS target. If you can't, you know, these things are heavy. You know, you think about a 152 millimeter artillery shell. It's quite a large thing. You know, it's I'm trying to think of something. It's about the size of. It's certainly.
It's about 50 kilos, right? 50 kilos is like one of those big bags of cement that you can't even really buy anymore because they only sell the smaller ones because the bigger ones are too heavy and people throw out their back.
Absolutely. So they're very heavy. They're between 40 and 50 kilos. They're also quite physically large. They have to be stored and transported in a particular way. They generally don't like getting wet. They generally don't like landing in wet ground, which is another thing I'd like to get onto once we finish the logistics. So these things are difficult to move. They're very difficult to move in large numbers. They're physically difficult for men to carry. And so if you're not able to get them as far as your guns, then your guns fall silent. You know, they run out of ammunition. That's the simple answer.
Isn't that a much preferable state of affairs if you're Ukraine, if you're the free world? Let's get rid of those shells, you know, far beyond the front lines, or at least make sure that they can't make it to the front lines. And I think this is why it's so wonderful to see how much the average is lower than their peak, right? Because the Russians, of course, their doctrine is mass fires all the time, everywhere. And if they can't do that, if they've been unable to do that as of late, that is just so much of a preferable outcome here. Now, between that and between the ability of Ukrainians to also use their artillery as more effective counter battery fire, being able to dispense with Russian artillery pieces as well, right? Over the last day, another 6 artillery systems and 1 MLRS of Russians has been apparently taken out of service, reports to the Ukrainian General Staff. Over 1,000 pieces of artillery and over 250 rocket launchers of the Russians apparently have been reported demilitarized thus far. That also makes quite a lot of the difference, right?
Absolutely. I mean, the loss of I mean, I guess we should talk about lorries, right? So Craig, one of our regular panelists and contributors to the space, was talking earlier about how, as a rule of thumb, it is impossible for Russian forces to operate more than 50 miles away from a railhead, right? That's the way their logistics is set up. That's how reliant on rail they are. So they already have not exactly a shortage of lorries, but they already are reliant on things other than lorries to deliver. So it would seem that they don't have very much spare logistical capacity to compensate for the loss of for the significant disruption or loss of rail logistics. Would you say that's fair, Dermot?
Oh, certainly. And the rail logistics as well have been massively hammered by various cigarette smoking accidents.
Absolutely. And so if we have a look at the lorries, a lot of lorries have been destroyed in recent days. I believe yesterday's figure was it 69? Was it 69? Medium weight lorries lost.
I believe so. Yeah, over 3,000 all in all.
And 3,000 all in all. You look at how intensive the logistical effort is transporting artillery stuff around, right? So you have a 152 millimeter shell, weighs about 50 kilos. If you're putting 100 of those through your guns a day, that's 5 tons of ammunition you need. Now, you think about a medium-sized military lorry. I mean, my point of reference is the British Army Bedford. That can carry about 15 tons, about 15,000 kilos. So one lorry can deliver enough ammunition for 3 guns in one day. Right, so for a battery of 6 guns, you're going to need 2 lorries a day, just ammunition. That's not including supplies for the blokes, drinking water, food, small arms ammunition if things are that punchy. So you're you're talking about a truly enormous logistical effort here, and in an organization that operates some. Gosh, I mean, how many artillery pieces of this size does Russia operate in Ukraine? I don't have a figure for that. Do you know, Domin?
I don't know. Very many is. I'll have a look actually. But also remember barrelware, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the problems that artillery systems have is that they are designed with a particular intensity of fire in mind, and the barrel will, the barrel will wear out after a certain number of rounds are put through it, and it'll also wear out more quickly if you're putting rounds through it at a faster rate than the gun is designed for. Now, I don't have numbers on the Russian artillery system, but typically this is around 100 rounds a day. Between 100 and 200 rounds a day is what gun barrels are typically designed to fire. So if you're firing at a higher rate than that, then you are wearing out your gun barrels. They will need to be either replaced or sent back to a factory to be rebored and refurbished. And this adds to the overall burden on the artillery chain. So if you need, we're doing a back of a fag packet calculation here. You need one lorry a day firing 100 rounds per gun. You need one lorry a day per 3 guns. That's 2 lorries per battery of 6 guns. Then that's a hell of a lot of lorries for thousands of artillery systems, which I believe they're operating in the thousands. So if they start losing these, if they continue to lose these lorries in large numbers, then these guns are going to have very, very serious problems. Russian artillery, upon which the whole of Russian military doctrine is based. It's based on overwhelming superiority of artillery because of the relatively low quality of their armor and their infantry. Then the Russian army is going to have an enormous systemic problem with its warfighting capability.
Thank you, Tim. Nina, go ahead.
Is there only artillery on topic now, or
No, you can change the topic if you like.
Thank you. First of all, the meeting with Erdogan and Guterres and Zelensky, I'm sure you have read about it. And Erdogan had suggested that there should be some kind of peace agreement, which is not surprising to hear. And Zelensky answered that there will be no peace agreement until the Russians are out from Ukraine. And Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, I read on BBC that they are preparing for quote unquote the worst. And I'm sure you have read about that also. I don't know how much of it is like real this preparation or of course it has to be prepared. Who knows what is going to happen?
Can I quickly note about the nuclear power plant?
Yeah,
so
of course.
At 10 a.m. Eastern, that's 1400 UTC. That's 3 p.m. in England, 4 p.m. in Central Europe, 5 p.m. in Kiev and Helsinki, Nina. We'll be joined by Olga Kosharna. So at 5 p.m. today for you, we'll be joined by Olga Kosharna, whom you've heard before. She's a nuclear safety expert in Ukraine, and she's in touch with people in the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and she'll tell us what's actually going on. So just by the way, in 5 hours from now, 5 hours and 9 minutes from now, we'll be talking to someone who really knows what's going on much better than any journalist outside. Sorry, Nina, carry on.
Yeah, this is excellent, of course, and I will be joining to listen to this and perhaps if I have a question, ask. But what was I going to say? Something else when
you're talking about Erdogan and peace agreements being proposed by Erdogan.
Yes. I understand that the UN can't do anything because we have seen. I don't need to explain it. And but this International Atomic Energy Agency. Let's say that there is a situation what is now going on in Ukraine, somewhere else in the world. what would they do if they want to go? And is it? I don't know the rules of them or the law of
I can
nuclear
try to
power.
explain that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So the IAEA is a regulatory body, but it's a fundamentally voluntary regulatory body. So they don't have any enforcement mechanisms, right? They rely on the goodwill of all participants and specifically all nuclear power plant operators in all countries that operate nuclear power plants, right? That's basically who the members are. It's very difficult for them to enforce anything because, you know, the IAEA doesn't have its own police to go around and enforce any decisions, right? What they have are inspectors, but those inspectors don't have any power over anyone who doesn't want to receive them. It's fundamentally a voluntary organization, right? So, for example, Nina, imagine organic farms like Ugo bio organic farms. Okay. So if you want your products to be certified by them, no, but seriously, because that's a voluntary organization, right? I think it's a good example that I've just pulled out of the back of my head. It's a voluntary organization. They will have inspectors. If you want to use their sticker logo on your produce, you need to comply to certain rules, and they will have inspectors go around your farm every so often, and they will check if you're complying with the rules. If you refuse to receive the inspectors, the only thing that they can punish you with is by saying you're no longer allowed to use our logo or sticker on your produce, right? But there isn't any, they don't have a police by which they then force you to actually comply with the rules. All they can do is show up at the farm, and if you won't take them, say, oh, well, then you're not allowed to use our sticker anymore. In the same way, the IAEA can say, well, you're not allowing us to do our job, therefore you're no longer a part of what we do, and we can say that we can issue a public statement that you're no longer complying with the rules, and that's about it, right? That's the problem. The IAEA doesn't have an enforcement mechanism because it doesn't have a big, you know, and in this case, it wouldn't just have to be a police force, it would have to be a ruddy big military behind it to be able to enforce these rules. That's kind of the problem that the IAEA has. Now, the head of the IAEA actually said yesterday or 2 days ago that he's willing himself to lead a delegation of inspectors to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. But obviously, he himself can't do anything unless the Russians agree, right? What the Russians are doing is ridiculous. It is against all manner of rules and laws. They are literally placing military equipment inside, not just on the grounds of the nuclear power plant, but apparently there's a video that was released yesterday of their lorries and their, I think, armored cars being parked inside one of the turbine rooms, inside one of the buildings of the nuclear power plant, which is ridiculous, which is against all manner of rules. But really what it seems that the Russians are trying to do is to stage some sort of a provocation, by which they could say, oh, the Ukrainians were shelling the nuclear power plant and therefore they made everything unsafe and it's all their fault. That's probably what they're trying to do. But what could be done in the future? Who knows? The best thing to do is to not have wars and to not start wars. And, again, Russia is here to blame. It's not the problem of nuclear power, just as not the problem of any other thing. It's a problem of somebody deciding to go and invade a neighboring country at all costs.
Thank you, Domen. Yes, I saw that video too. I'm just thinking that there are many numerous nuclear plants in the world, and is it that there are no rules or no agreements about how they should be conducted and taken care of? I struggle to understand that UN would be the only organization who could have had something to say but can't because of Guterres, and Russia, of course, because Russia is vetoing everything. So is this the state now of the nuclear power plants in the world? That, yeah, thank you. Okay, nobody is having any control of like a collective control of this?
I think it'd be.
I mean, Aaron, you can go have a go.
I think it's pretty hard for the UN to do anything, or any kind of organization to do anything, when Russia is still in the building, still occupying it. They dictate whatever is there. So if the UN says, "Oh, can we have a look there?" and then the Russians go, "No," what can you do? You're stuck. You're really.
Exactly. It's an absence of an enforcement mechanism. And the reason why there's no enforcement mechanism is because you have a nuclear armed country, plowing over all the rules and all the laws and all what is correct, right? So it's not a problem, again, of nuclear power as such in the slightest, because, until now, there was no case where anybody was stupid and crazy and, as we learned yesterday, very most probably psychopathic enough to be ordering their troops to go and occupy a nuclear power plant, right? That just hasn't happened before. And it could be a problem with, literally anything else under the sun, if there is someone, dumb enough with a sufficiently big army to go do it. It's a problem of literally any industry that could lead to probably similarly bad consequences. But yeah, there can't be an enforcement mechanism. It's as simple as that. There can't be, because the enforcement mechanism would be an army that would kick out the Russian army, or an army that would prevent the Russian army from going there. Now, what should have been done, if you ask me, is getting Ukraine into NATO years ago, and maybe having proper security guarantees under the Budapest Memorandum, which weren't there. Maybe all of that could have helped in preventing this being an issue in the first place. And this is why this is very unlikely to happen with any nuclear power plants going forward, right? Because if you look at where nuclear power plants are, they are generally in countries that nobody is ever going to attack, because either they are Russia or they're a member of NATO, and there's very few nuclear power plants elsewhere in countries like China and India. But again, those are countries that nobody is going to try and conquer in their entirety. Ukraine is one of the few countries that was, let's say, in between, right? That a country would actually be crazy enough to go and invade. And I'm saying crazy because this is a very 19th century sort of thing. We've stopped doing this. The post-Second World War order effectively said, well, you're not going to go try conquer land anymore. This is why Saddam Hussein invading Kuwait was so jarring, because this wasn't supposed to be happening anymore, right? So yeah, that's why this is a problem, and that's why this is unlikely to be, a problem regularly in the slightest. And this is why it's also important to solve this problem properly, and properly means kicking Russia out.
All this sounds that Russia is really running out from resources to do anything. Like the last resource, what they have, the last weapon they have. Do you think this is like the situation that they are? If they would have a lot of really good leaders, men, weapon, everything, I don't think they would have done this.
Nina, I think you're right. Right? If they could easily just go and conquer all of Ukraine and reach their goals, which would be all of Ukraine is now conquered by Russia. Of course they wouldn't, because there would be no need for it, right? But what have we seen? There was a really good map up a few days ago that showed the change in the front lines over the past 5 weeks, and there was no change. There were like tiny little changes one way or the other over the last 5 weeks. So from, I think it was 10th of July to 14th of August, something like that. There were no changes at all. The reason why there were no changes at all is because Russia got stuck and couldn't progress anywhere, and Ukraine hadn't had enough, additional armaments delivered to make a proper big sweeping counteroffensive, right? But Russia got stuck. There is no reason to expect that Russia's going to get unstuck, because Russia is in a more precarious position every day, right? They have less equipment. They have lesser good logistics, as Tim and I were just discussing. And this is why we're really highlighting this again, because we have even more evidence that Russian logistics generally are collapsing. Right? Even Russian situation in Crimea is worsening massively. A week ago, Saki Air Base was struck. A week ago, right? Before that, we've heard nothing out of Crimea. Well, there's some limited partisan activity. That's about it. In the last week, especially yesterday, how many strikes did we see on Crimea, Tim? I don't even know. Aaron, do you know how many strikes we saw on Crimea yesterday? 4, maybe? Like, what is this?
Not enough.
No, not enough, right? But if somebody told you 2 weeks ago, do you know what? In 2 weeks, there will be 4 big strikes on Crimea and you will be somewhat unimpressed because you've seen a bunch already, what would you have thought? Okay, that was a rhetorical question, right? Because 2 weeks ago, you would have thought, oh my, Ukraine's really making some, progress on land, or they got ATACMS. But officially, they haven't even gotten ATACMS. They haven't made big progress on land, and yet, there are these strikes deep within what Russia thought was completely impenetrable territory, 150, 200 kilometers beyond the front lines. And this is, at least officially, without ATACMS, right? This is at least officially, oh, yes, it's just some Ukrainian partisans or special forces and maybe some domestically produced missiles that, they've just been keeping in reserve all this time. And Russian logistics lines on Crimea are getting hit. Their airfields on Crimea are getting hit. Their ammo dumps on Crimea are getting hit. Again, 150 plus kilometers beyond the front lines. Ukraine, over the past 5 weeks, 6 weeks, has been systematically clearing out Russian ability to resupply artillery at the front, to resupply their troops. They have been systematically getting rid of bridges. They have been hitting train lines in sometimes in ways that cannot be easily repaired or cannot be repaired at all. This is going to make a difference. This is making a difference. And all the while, the Russian military is using their better guns. Their better guns are wearing out. The Russian military is losing their better tanks. Right, they already brought the T-62s in months ago now, and Ukrainians are getting better stuff. Right, the tanks they got from Poland are better than all of the tanks Ukraine has previously had, other than the 5 upgraded T-80s that they had. Right, they had 5 tanks that were better. Total of 5 tanks that we know of that Ukraine had that were better than the 300 odd that they got from Poland. Ukraine is getting better artillery systems, better rocket launchers, more of them. The Ukrainian equipment is improving in quality, while the Russian equipment is degrading in quality. That is going to make a difference. Yes, Ukraine absolutely needs much more numbers. They need more, especially Western tanks, IFVs, etc. But at the end of the day, the Ukrainian situation is gradually improving, while the Russian situation is gradually, and it's worsening in ways that we wouldn't have natively expected, or we would have been thought as, a bit silly, perhaps even, to expect only a few weeks ago. And this happens every few weeks. Every few weeks, there is a change in what Ukraine is able to do that we previously did not expect. That's a good thing. Nina?
Because I have to go in a moment, I would like to ask a completely other question, but I will come back later. The G20 meeting, I don't remember if it was in the Philippines or where it was, but anyway, Indonesia. Okay, well, same thing. Putin is going there, and as I understood,
No, he's not. No. That was in July, Nina.
What? I just read about it.
What am I missing? I thought the G20 summit was in Jakarta in July. Sergei Lavrov went, and then he left prematurely.
Okay, but then this is some else meeting, because what I read, I'm not dreaming. It was some meeting. I will find out, because what I read was that Putin was
they have another meeting in November. I'm sorry. Yes, that's not imminent.
Meeting?
There's another G20 meeting in Indonesia in November, and Putin is supposed to go.
Okay. You are trying to mess with my head. So Zelensky said that he's not going if Putin is going. But my question is that wouldn't this be a fantastic opportunity to just take Putin and put him to hug?
Yeah, it'd be great. Obviously, that's not going to happen unless there are some really big movements. But yeah, I mean, was Zelensky supposed to go? I thought Ukraine wasn't in the G20 anyway. I think maybe he got invited as a guest, I guess.
Zelensky was going, but he said now when he heard that Putin is going, he's not going.
Okay, right. So that means that it's not a default invitation. It's right, because Ukraine is not a member of the G20, but they invite some other guests sometimes. That's why. Let's maybe Tim and then Bertrand Russell's puppy can help us out with the situation clarification.
Well, we've got Aaron up. Aaron, do you know anything about the barrel wear on Soviet artillery systems?
Tim, would it be all right if we pause the Soviet artillery systems just to cover this G20 thing? I think Papi maybe has something on this directly.
Not a problem.
Yeah, you're talking about two different things. I believe Nina may be talking about the Bali meeting that is going to take place next November, and there was a conversation about that. So that's the thing that she's talking about. It is apparently confirmed from news sources, which I take always with a ton of salt, that Putin will be attending. So will shipping do. So that's what probably Nina is talking about.
Yes, that is indeed it. I think you missed out when I realized that yes, there's another meeting in November, just as you were connecting. So there's a guest invite issued to Zelensky, but he's not, which apparently he's not going to take up. I just want to highlight one thing. You mentioned how Erdogan was in Lviv yesterday, right? Saying that there should be some sort of a treaty or ceasefire or something, and then while he was there, Ukraine launched massive strikes all across the front lines in Kadiivka, over in Belgorod and towards Russia, all over Crimea, in Novakhovka, etc. I think that Ukraine made it very clear what they think about any sort of negotiations at this point. No question about it at all. Ukraine has no interest whatsoever in signing any sort of ceasefire right now, or in the coming days. Nowhere they're doing it. I think they've made it very clear as to what they're doing and what they're not doing. That's all I wanted to comment on here.
Ukraine won't dictate to Russia's demands anyway, so that ain't going to happen.
Yeah, precisely. There's no, now is not a time. And Ukraine realizes fully well that the only country that any sort of ceasefire negotiation right now could benefit would be Russia. And that's because Russia could get to reconstruct their supply lines and whatnot. There's a reason why. Right. Sorry, Tim. Let's jump to artillery systems then, because now we have a nice tie-in now that we figured out what's not happening. Tim.
Yeah, while Aaron was up on the panel, I was wondering if he knew anything about the barrel wear on Soviet artillery systems. I'm just having a conversation with a listener in my DMs, and we don't seem to know between us exactly what the situation is there.
I wouldn't have a clue either, mate. Fair. I think their wear is a lot more than Western guns, but yeah, I'm not the person to ask.
Because they have, there was quite famously the Russian army managed to banana one of their 203 millimeter heavy self-propelled guns called a Malka. And it's the heaviest gun I believe that the Russian army operates.
Yeah, it's the upgraded Pion for anybody who's following. It's a 2S7 something as opposed to a plain 2S7.
But then it depends on where they've had it, what storage they've had, etc., etc. There's a lot of factors to factor in there really with these kinds of events with gun barrels.
Yeah, but certainly around July when the pictures emerged of this gun, totally bananaed, as in the barrel is split like a banana. Lieutenant General Mark Hertling, who was a retired American general, said, "Yeah, this is what happens when you don't take care with the number of rounds you're putting through, and you don't maintain it properly." And given the absolute state of the Russian army's ability to do fairly basic things with kit, it wouldn't surprise me if they are, damaging large numbers of their systems beyond repair like this.
What, they're firing 60,000 rounds a day, ain't they? So that's a lot of rounds through a lot of barrels.
Absolutely. And I'm just having a conversation with a chap in my DMs. His information is that Russian guns need a barrel change after 2,000 rounds total. My information is that there's also a daily rate. So there's another, there's kind of another delta to it, which is a daily maximum rate, which I understand to be between 100 and 200 rounds. But that may just be Western systems. So it would be nice if somebody who knew more about gunnery could come up and correct me, because I'm not really sure, and I can't, my Google foo is not really working on this either. But I guess the key takeaway is, as we discussed earlier, keeping these guns working is a lot of lorries that the Russians are losing very, very quickly, combined with their reliance on rail freight, which is being severely damaged by Attackham's brown cigarettes. This is a recipe for a giant goat fuck.
Also, Tim, note that these shells for a peon, right, for the 203 millimeter gun, they weigh over 100 kilos each. Not 100 pounds, 100 kilos.
That's a big bullet.
Rather, yes, rather. Those are gigantic things. And Konstantin, right, one of our regulars, occasional moderators, well, he's been speaking to those because he used to not operate one, but he used to guard one back in 2014, 2015. And he was saying, how gigantic those shells were as well, right? You need 2 strong men to handle one of those smooth metal shells. It's just ridiculous kind of task to be tasked with. Now Ukraine actually operates quite a few of them as well, but they're really limited with how much they can use them, because shells for them are kind of hard to come by as well, just because they're so big and they're such a specialized thing. My understanding is that the initial Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2014 was the first time that these guns were actually used, possibly, because I think they were initially designed in their 70s or 80s, and my understanding is they used to all be stationed off in East Germany, kind of emplaced and waiting for some sort of a Western attack of East Germany, which obviously wouldn't have happened, right? But that's all that they were being used for. Apparently, is they were all parked in Germany, just waiting for something to happen. And obviously, then nothing ever happened. So they weren't used anywhere else, and I don't think they were exported to any theater of war previously either. So it might just be that this is the only theater that they were ever used in, right? The Russian invasion of Ukraine, first in 2014 and then now.
Also, I guess the 203 millimeter shell takes a lot of logistics to move around. You will need at least a hoist or a crane to get those onto the artillery pieces as well. So it sounds like it's more hassle than it's worth.
I've actually had some decent int on the artillery barrel life from our friend Imperius. The Soviet manuals for the 152 millimeter systems indicate that the barrel needs to be checked, but to every 400 to 500 rounds, and that the total life of the barrel is between 1,500 and 2,000 rounds. Now, this is probably a highball number, as we've established, and as Imperius points out. The Russian army is crap at maintaining its kit, so it's going to be in a state anyway. 400 to 500 rounds, you need to check the barrel. 1,500 to 2,000 rounds, you need to replace the barrel and have it. I believe that have it rebored. Otherwise, you're going to banana your gun. That's a whole new dimension to artillery logistics chains that the Russians are going to be struggling with, because Ukraine is destroying all of their lorries. So thanks to Imperius for that.
So we can assume that the barrels they are using, the Russians, are not very well decent.
Well, they'll probably be in a bit of a state. I mean, I think, as I understand it, there are two fundamental issues when it comes to gun barrels and overusing them. Number one is you lose muzzle velocity, so you lose effectively you lose range, and you eventually your barrel will overheat and rounds will cook off in the barrel, and you'll end up bananaing your barrel. That's what I understand the problem to be. But again, if anybody is an expert on artillery, please come up and talk about this, because it's not exactly my area. But yeah, we can assume that Russian guns are in a pretty horrible state at this point.
So part of what happens, just to explain it a little bit, right? The barrel gets kind of worn out, and then the barrel is wider than it used to previously be, so it doesn't seal as well, right? So some more of the gases escape past it, and it means both lower muzzle velocity, but also worse accuracy. Additionally, on how it was before.
Yes, because the barrels are from metal, and metal is expanding or retracting. Expanding when it's going to be heated, and retracting when it gets colder, and those can that can be very disappointing for your accuracy.
Exactly, and with manufacturing quality not being as great back in the Soviet Union, especially, but also Russia now, the barrels are just not capable of being as precise in the first place, and then as they get worse, they get much worse still. Russians are also using seemingly everything at maximum charge, or whatever the technical term is, to maximize the range, so as to avoid as much counter battery fire in part as possible as well, and that additionally harms their capacity to be particularly accurate with these. But we'll have Imperius explain these things in more technical terms after my Blue Peter level explanation.
Absolutely. So, unless we have any questions, I would like to talk about information warfare and disinformation, because we had a very interesting discussion on this earlier on with JJ, and I feel that one of her questions wasn't really answered. So, with my co-host permission, I would like to pivot to information warfare.
I have a question for Imperius. Imperius, are there differences between different barrel types that the Russians are using that particularly affect their ability to sustain long-term fires for a long time? Are there any guns that sustain it better than others?
I don't think I could say specifically, but I mean, just from a basic material science standpoint, I would assume the larger sort of guns have shorter lifespans than the smaller ones, simply because you've got more charge in there, and you're putting more wear on the internal surfaces of the barrel. And one thing I wanted to point out as well with those numbers is that it's Soviet industry was notoriously bad at hyping up their numbers to meet quotas, right? So I would assume that 500 round sort of check interval and the barrel lifespan is maybe 50% to a third too high. So it's probably closer around to 300 or 200 rounds. But yeah, like basically the more excessive, the bigger the shell is, the shorter the lifespan would be, like just as a rule of thumb. I'm sure when we get CJ or someone with particular expertise in this area on, they could probably elaborate more on that.
Since we're here talking about artillery, I just want to highlight something. And Pendolino, if you want to come up and you want to explain the volcano shells or volcano shells, I would love that too. But in the meantime, I will try. So Ukraine is apparently being sent some excellent new munitions from Germany, and they're called Vulcano. Imagine an Excalibur, but better, with a longer range than previous than the Excalibur has. So apparently, it was initially developed for the Navy. It's for a 155 millimeter gun, developed by Gil and Leonardo. 70 plus kilometer range. 70 plus kilometer range for ammunition, so even longer range than Excalibur, developed for the Panzerhaubitze. So basically, possibly more like 80 kilometer range, judging by the muzzle velocity. So same sort of range as a Gimler missile, right? It has a GPS mode, as well as laser target marking mode, an accuracy of apparently within 1 meter, right? So it's a perfect accuracy. It's fired in a high parabola and then it glides to the target somehow. I'm guessing so it has some sort of wings that come out, kind of like the fins on an Excalibur, but probably a little bit bigger. The frequency is a little bit lower than a dumb shell on a Panzerhaubitze, but apparently it should still be about 6 rounds per minute, which I think is pretty excellent. And in the laser targeting mode, it can also hit moving targets, right? Because it's a laser targeting. What I don't understand is how this laser targeting can be done. If they can figure out a way to have it, working with a Bayraktar, that would be fantastic, or another drone, right? That would be particularly excellent. But it's kind of an inexpensive alternative to a HIMARS or a Gimler if you're targeting, an individual tank or something similar, 60, 70 kilometers behind the front lines, or a small ammo depot. Right? I mean, I think this is just absolutely fantastic. So apparently for now, it's Panzerhaubitze and FH-70 howitzer rated only, but it probably should work with other things as well, because it's a 155 shell and it's also developed for things like Caesars and the like. So I think it's a pretty cool thing. The fire control definitely works with a Panzerhaubitze. That's the one that's been tested with extensively thus far. I believe 255 are going to Ukraine, and that seems to be the entire stock of current production that hasn't been used in testing thus far. But 255 of those, that means 200 something fewer Russian tanks and small ammo depots. And it's a much cheaper version, apparently, compared to what, say, a Gimler is. I don't know how much cheaper though, actually, but yeah, it's really good, isn't it?
So I have the manufacturer's brochure open here, and you're right. It does have fins. They don't actually fold out. The shell is encased in a sabot, a sort of jacket, right, to make it sort of fit the diameter of the barrel, and that falls away once the projectile leaves the barrel and sort of in flight, and then you have the fins. The laser guidance is semi-active laser. So basically, what that means is you need a laser sort of pointed at the target that's sort of scattered in all directions, and then the sensor on the nose of the projectile will sort of look for that and then home into that in the terminal phase.
Imperius, do you think it's fair to describe it as an Excalibur on steroids?
I would need to take a look at like
the answer
something.
is yes. That's why I sent this stuff around during the night. I don't know to what extent you saw the details and the data. The tests which have been made left the then, say, observing US Army gunners quite happy and rather shocked.
Yeah, to put some numbers on it, it's got a circular error probable of less than 3 meters. So, 50% of the rounds are going to land less than 3 meters away from the target.
Yeah, so you can shoot them with the 127 naval guns and the 155 land artillery.
Yeah, if you want to take our targets, this complementing the precision of and range of the Excalibur, as well as the precision which Ukraine has now seen to come forward with the various HIMARS ammunitions of different kind and range, will suit them well. So 255, let's say with a bit of luck, 230 confirmed kills.
I just hope they get to make some more and ship some more before the end of the year as well. On top of that,
should we have a quick chat about the relative cost of this stuff? Now, understand one of the key problems with the Excalibur program was the cost per round, which was in excess of $250,000 back in 2015. It's now gone. Now it's in full production, etc. It's now gone down to around 68,000 per round. How much does Volcano cost? Do we know?
I don't know. I don't. Do we know as yet? Is this something that is known as yet? Even? Guess not.
I can check a budget figure. Give me a second from the test.
So I think, if I remember correctly, a 6-pack of Gimlers, and I'll call it a 6-pack because it is. It's a 6-pod of Gimlers costs about $1 million, right? So it's about 160,000 per Gimler. Within that, I would venture to say it's about the same, broadly speaking, as an Excalibur round. But what it adds is the flexibility of not having to have a different launcher when you want to use it. Having something maybe, sometimes you don't want quite as big an explosion, honestly, really, either, as you get with the Gimler. So even though it's about the same cost and it's a smaller boom, it gives you flexibility because you can load it in your artillery system. You don't need to move a HIMARS launcher around, or you don't need to move an MLRS launcher around, and that is the added flexibility that it gives you in that respect. So I guess that's the primary usefulness of it. On top of that, it's another production line, right? And right now, as we were noting earlier, Ukraine needs volume. Ukraine needs not just the top stuff, but it needs a lot of them. And that's why it's good that these are added on top of the other deliveries, right? On top of the other munitions, on top of the Gimlers, because, again, as we were noting, this is, at least on the Russian side, this is volumes of artillery fire not seen since the Second World War. And indeed, awfully similar to what was seen in the First and Second World Wars, by sheer mass of shells being dropped on Ukrainians by the Russians. So it's very important to have this added volume of stuff on top of everything else.
Absolutely. And do we know? I understand Volcano is made by Leonardo. Do we know what their production capability is for this? I mean, given that, what was it, 250 rounds have been produced so far, and they've all gone to Ukraine, suggests that they may not have an active production line here, or is that incorrect?
I would say it's a very small production, right?
The ammunition was not in production until recently, so there must be some issue with this, and whether that has to do with the fact that the Navy didn't order further, and the Army observers, while impressed by the ammunition as such and not the system in total, didn't venture to have a say Army relevant system developed, but to look at the ammunition purely and solely. I can't judge, but I will find that out.
And there was a report that the Bundeswehr was supposed to take delivery of some thousands of them in 2025.
Yeah, that's
but
the
obviously
stuff
that
which
is
is now in
quite.
Ukraine.
Wasn't it a much bigger delivery that was supposed to take
You
place
should
in 2025?
have a look at the stuff which I sent during the night. It's a This is the designated Bundeswehr charge of deliveries now going there.
Thank you, Axel. A quick mic check. We seem to have gone quiet.
I'm good. I'm looking at the.
May I have a quick question about the ammunition factory capacity of the West? Is there any supply issues, or how long does it take until the ammunition is going to be stored again?
I believe that's what Derman is just trying to find out.
Well, one thing has to be said. The West has fantastic weapon systems manufacturers such as BAE and, well, there's a German missile system manufacturer who is also quite capable, but then again, they were acquired. The capacities outstrip the Russian Federation by about 28-1, according to the estimates which were put forward end of last year. By what we now know, that the Russians can't produce precision-guided ammunition and missiles any further, you could reduce you could change that ratio. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, on the manufacturing front, I mean, it's one of the areas where I don't think there's any real issues with Western manufacturing capability. In the UK, certainly BAE Systems has an enormous contract with the British Army to manufacture 155 millimeter ammunitions, you know, fairly standard high explosive shells, etc., as well as slightly sexier stuff as well. So the extended range guided ammunition, such as similar to Excalibur and Volcano. So I think this is something that the West is not going to struggle with.
The reason why I asked because I've heard that the Javelin will be running out sooner or later. This is what my concern was.
Ukraine is, I believe, having problems with the availability of Soviet-era ammunition. There were reports that that they were running out, I believe, in May and June. However, what we have seen is the British Ministry of Defence rumored to be buying enormous quantities of Soviet 152 rounds, among other things, from Kazakhstan. And we also have OSINT from Pakistan about Royal Air Force transport planes, C-17s, flying a very busy route between Rawalpindi and Cluj in Romania, which is one of the major Romania being one of the major logistics hubs of Western supply efforts in Ukraine. So I think this is something that is being resolved on the Soviet ammunition front. But I do not believe there are any problems on the NATO standard artillery ammunition availability. Is my understanding.
Yeah, and the Javelins are not the main issue, by the way. What is being upgraded currently is the massive amount of production of NLAWs coming out of, in this case, beautiful Northern Ireland.
And on top of that, Lockheed Martin, I believe, expanded production of things like Javelins as well, just to keep up with the increased demand for substitution of older models for newer ones. Timo?
Yeah, and then the known production volumes for Bonus and Smart. These are the tank cells, or these are the 155 cells with the armor-seeking submunitions. Known production volumes for those are like 20,000. So there are plenty of ways to take out tanks. So in Iraq they used the predecessor or the which is used same technology. They had about 40% success rate. So if it had the same success rate, it would be like could kill like 4,000 tanks with those.
Maybe I missed, and it's been a topic already, but what's the main ammunition type what the Russians are using?
152 millimeter is the biggest by volume.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the 152 is the Russian 6-inch round. They have a lot of those, literally millions and millions of those in storage. There's also the 122, which they use quite regularly, but a bit less often. To the best of my understanding, the lighter 5-inch rounds. If you check the nest, the currently 4th pinned tweet from the left from Volodymyr Datsenko goes into quite a bit of detail on various things. There's a 17 tweet thread that he put out that I think tells you quite a bit on what's going on there. So, apparently, Gimler's missiles are only about $100,000 each, according to something that somebody just sent me, referencing the Potomac Officers Club. Excellent. Okay, so they are really excellent value for what you get of them. Good to know.
It was interesting when I was Googling Gimler's missiles. I Googled Gimler's missile, and one of the first suggested search was Gimler's missile for sale UK. So I don't know who's trying to buy Gimler's missiles on the black market in the UK or the white market in the UK, but it's interesting that is a suggested Google search term.
I mean, there's a lot of people who want to help out Ukraine with whatever they can, and this is a very popular thing. If you Google ATACMS, does it give you the same suggestion?
Let me check.
I think that'd be a great idea. Right, but Tim, you wanted to talk about what was it? Cyber warfare?
I wanted to talk about information warfare, yeah, because there's been some interesting news out this morning, and we also had an interesting question from our very own JJ this morning, which we kind of tangented away from, and I thought it was an interesting topic, and I'd like to revisit it. Now, JJ's question this morning was what disinformation tactics can we expect in light of the recent military developments in Crimea, especially the long-range strikes by Ukrainian, whatever was doing the Ukrainian strikes. We're keeping this ambiguous. What can we expect from the Russian disinformation apparatus as a reaction to these strikes? Now, one of the things I mentioned was that what we need to look out for is, as has been discussed on this space before, kind of distraction topics, right? So we saw, as soon as these strikes started to materialize, we saw a lot of slightly strange but very, very interesting snippets of info start to emerge and start to take up time on the space and start to draw people's attention, perhaps even away from the actual strikes themselves. One of them was the Rudolf Hess thing, right? These rumors that there have been efforts by some kind of mid-ranking people in the Putin apparatus to make peace with the West or put out feelers for peace and de-escalation and all of that stuff, which I think were totally unfounded, were they not?
I don't know how founded they were, but I mean it's just a way for Russia to change the narrative, right? As you quite rightly noted, and
Peace
make it
hasn't
more
broken out
difficult.
yet, has it?
No, I think Russians are still in Ukrainian territory, so clearly not.
Yeah, so this is obviously a fascinating topic, and of course it makes us talk about history as well. It makes us talk about Rudolf Hess. It makes us talk about who was the Austrian fella
It was the Sixtus affair. Prince Sixtus of
Prince Sixtus.
Bourbon Parma.
That's the one, and I believe they beatified Karl of Austria as a result of this Sixtus affair. I think that was the reason behind it. Yeah, so it makes us think about history. It makes us talk about history. It makes us talk about rumor, and it kind of distracts from what we're trying to do here. So that's one of the things we've seen. Another one of the things we've seen, which I believe can't be disassociated from recent Russian developments or successes, is the Sanna Marin controversy that came out yesterday with the party video. And again, that's very that's a very interesting topic. It's a kind of salacious topic. It caused a debate in the space, and it kind of distracted us from what generally our core topics, which tend to be military and tend to be political and tend to be very focused. So to answer the question that was asked earlier this morning is, yes, what we need to be wary of from an information warfare perspective is distraction, because a lot of these little snippets have come out recently, and in a timely development. The head of GCHQ, Sir Jeremy Fleming. For those who don't know, GCHQ is Government Communication Headquarters. It is the UK government's organisation for signals intelligence. So they are the ones reading your texts. They are the ones listening to all of your phone calls, which certain politicians on the German left should probably be wary of, but that's another topic. Now, they are the signals intelligence organisation for the British government, plugged into the Five Eyes system of kind of Anglosphere intelligence, which obviously involves the United States, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and the UK. So this is a sprawling organisation, and it really does listen to everything that we do. And its head, Sir Jeremy Fleming, had an op-ed in The Economist, I believe it was this morning, which I've put up in the nest. It is behind a paywall. I won't obviously recommend going around the paywall of The Economist, because I'm not sure of the legality of that, but I'm sure you'll be able to do some. I'm sure you'll be able to work that one out. So Jeremy Fleming has said
you should visit your local library.
Yeah,
which probably has a subscription, and you can read it at your local library.
Aha! There we go. There we go. So go to your local library and pick up The Economist and read Sir Jeremy Fleming's op-ed. Now, among many other things, it's quite a lengthy article, so I'm not going to go through it. I'm not going to fisk it for you. But among other things, he said that Russia has comprehensively lost the information war in Ukraine and the West. Now, that's a very big statement, right? It's comprehensively lost. He has called the Russian effort clumsy, and easily challenged by the release of real intelligence. Now, this is something that the West, particularly the United States, was ahead of the game in very, very early on, right? While Putin was blustering and bullshitting about his military buildup not being an attempted invasion, the United States government was releasing satellite pictures and verifiable, high-quality intelligence saying, yes, this is preparation for an invasion. And the bullshit coming out of the Kremlin at that time was just easily countered by cold, hard facts. And Sir Jeremy Fleming seems to think that this has not changed. He says the efforts are clumsy and easily challenged by the release of real intelligence. He's also said something quite interesting, which is that the hybrid intent of the efforts have not been successful either. Now, by hybrid intent, he means the kind of fusion of cyber capabilities and the alignment of cyber capabilities with the more traditional facets of military power. An example he gives is that the targeting of Ukrainian communications and information infrastructure by Russian cyber capabilities. So hackers hacking in and destroying or defacing Ukrainian websites, Ukrainian government websites, service portals, the computer infrastructure of the Ukrainian state, and also the communication systems, both civil and military. He has said that the lack of coordination between the cyber efforts and the military efforts often means that where Russia has done cyber damage in a way that could have an adverse impact on the Ukrainian state, they often follow that up with military action that renders that irrelevant. So let me just find the exact quotation he said. Sorry, I'm just reading the article and trying to find the quotation because it was really quite interesting. So what Sir Jeremy Fleming said, number one, Ukrainian cyber defenses proved stronger than anticipated. Number two, somewhat ironically, we've seen Russian military activity compound its problems. Russian strikes took down the very networks they were trying to infect. They forced the Ukrainians to diversify and use alternative forms of communication that were more secure. So ironically, the cyber damage combined with the military kinetic damage of the Russian armed forces have actually forced the Ukrainians to be a lot more hot on secure communication and resilient communication. And so what they've done is they've basically shot themselves in the foot from a cyber perspective. Another thing Sir Jeremy Fleming hints is that he hints at a possible deployment of the UK's national cyber force, which I believe is a uniformed force, but I'm not entirely sure. It's certainly a military organization. It's a partnership between GCHQ and the Ministry of Defence intelligence capabilities to provide offensive and defensive cyber capabilities to the British state, and he hints at a deployment of this service. He has also said that Russian use of offensive cyber has been irresponsible and indiscriminate. So I've nested the article. I've tweeted the article into the nest. I would thoroughly recommend, if you don't have an Economist subscription, then go to your local library, as Doman helpfully suggests, and have a read of GCHQ Director Sir Jeremy Fleming's really quite scathing comments about Russian cyber, because this is something, this is one of the things about Russian power that we lionized, that we really bigged up in the West before the war. This was a pattern. The idea that Russia was this big, mysterious, scary bear that was kind of almost incomprehensibly effective at everything it did. And this myth has just been absolutely smashed. It's been absolutely dashed to pieces against a giant Ukrainian rock of competence and motivation. We see this with the cyber as well, where Russian cyber capabilities, we think about these enormous troll armies, of Russian hackers doing sinister things, and this kind of irresistible force of Russian cyber. And Sir Jeremy Fleming, the man in charge of UK cybersecurity, basically, at least UK SIGINT, has said, yeah, that's actually all bullshit. They actually don't have a clue what they're doing. So it's in the nest. Have a read.
Thank you, Tim. So are there two components to this, right? There's the blunt component of cyber warfare as we often imagine it, in terms of denial of service attacks and hacking and stuff. And then there's the information side of things, right? There's the portrayal in media and both presentation of fact and feeling. Does the article go into the differences between those?
Not in enormous detail, and I think that's probably the article is more about cybersecurity. It does touch on information warfare. It doesn't go into an enormous amount of detail, presumably for security reasons, because he can't just spill his guts out in an op-ed in The Economist. But it does break down the two a little, and it does differentiate between the two. And the conclusion of Sir Jeremy Fleming is that both of these efforts from the Russian side have been completely ineffective. The information war, he says, has been a spectacular failure in Ukraine and the West. People just aren't believing the bullshit. And we on the MryiaReport, we play a small part in this, I believe, a small but highly motivated and we hope appreciated part in this of challenging the bullshit fountain of the Kremlin. And so, yes, Sir Jeremy Fleming's comment on information war is that Russia has spectacularly failed in the West and Ukraine. People just aren't believing it. But that's not to say that the war has been won exactly on the information space. He says quite specifically in the West and Ukraine. So Westerners aren't buying the bullshit. Ukrainians, for very obvious reasons, aren't buying the bullshit. But the frontier, I guess, by implication, he's saying, is places that aren't Ukraine and the West. So we're talking Africa, India in particular, where we have a regular guest, F Sunflower, who I believe is in New Delhi. He regularly comes on and vents about how the Lupia press in India are reporting this and how sympathetic they seem to be towards Kremlin bullshit. And also, we have to think about Africa as well. We have to think about Lavrov's recent tour, his announcement of his shiny new allies, including mighty Burundi. So we have to think about where the frontiers actually are. This is not something that Sir Jeremy says explicitly, but I think it's fairly clear where the real frontiers are. West's not buying it. Africa and India is a different story.
And China, notably, right? Because that's something that's warmly recommended by the government, let's say. I mean, it is how it is. But the key thing is, I think perhaps, and I think Papi might want to touch upon this, but I'll preview it briefly. It does change from country to country within the West how pervasive the Russian talking points are. And I trust that Papi will illustrate this with a particularly awful example of what's been going on in Italy. Won't you, Bertrand Russell's Papi?
Yeah, actually, I would love to believe that the West is immunized. Whether it's not what I see, at least not everywhere. Maybe one question first for Tim. I did not read the article. Does it have hard data, perhaps with a breakdown in the different countries in the West, on what is basing?
I beg your pardon. Could you repeat that question, please?
Does the article split up the different countries in the West, and does it have any hard data with it, or just like broad sweeping statements?
It's more broad sweeping statements, but I would say I would be careful with the word sweeping, because we are dealing with the head of a major piece of British intelligence apparatus here. So sweeping, no; broad, yes.
So what you're saying basically is those are broad statements, but likely because of the credibility of the source, there is a hard data behind those statements. This is what you're saying, Tim, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, he doesn't go into. It's not a data article, right? It's not a piece of analysis. It's an op-ed where Sir Jeremy Fleming states quite clearly that, in the opinion, he represents the British state, the intelligence apparatus of the British state. He says it is the professional view of the British state, that Russia is really fucking this up.
This is as official as it comes.
Yeah, one word of caution here. I don't know. I don't see anecdotally something, broadly popular as if you have a statement like, are you in favor of the Russians committing genocide and raping children, right? If you take that as a yardstick, yes, of course, that is not popular in the West. It's more subtle, obviously, than that. And the narratives that the Kremlin propaganda machine tries to push are more specific. And we see this in the space sometimes when we have trolls that we suspect to be trolls. And some of those narratives are relatively popular. I'm speaking about some countries. So one of them is Italy, but it's not only Italy. One narrative that favors the overall Kremlin interest is we are going on to freeze next winter, so we should keep buying Russian gas. That is one narrative that is clearly pushed by Kremlin type of assets, and I don't see that one being so frankly unsuccessful in many countries in the West. I can provide example. I mean, I will not get into further detail because I don't want to rob too much time. But that is one narrative that is specifically popular in a number of countries in the West, and successfully so. Another narrative. Go ahead. Sorry.
So, I mean, what you have to remember here is Sir Jeremy's not talking about gas, right? He's talking about the failure of the overarching Russian attempts to gain sympathy for what they're doing in Ukraine. We're talking about the idea, the narrative that was, that was accepted by the Western press prior to this war, that this is, yeah, exactly, these poor Russian minorities in Donbass, they're being forced to speak Ukrainian, which is a language that doesn't exist anyway. And, all of this absolute shite, this high-level strategic shite that Russia attempted to use to justify the war, this narrative completely collapsed as soon as the war began, effectively. This stuff, the Russian efforts in the information space to maintain this narrative that this is a war of liberation for their minorities, and this is a war of, a war against fascism, a kind of a grand crusade against a really iffy part of the world. Like, this is the narrative that has failed so spectacularly. And I think this is more what Sir Jeremy is getting at than the absolute specifics. Of course, you're right, Poppy, in that the next front, I believe, in the information war is getting people away from this this kind of Russian pushed crap about gas. I think that's a very salient point, but it's not really what Sir Jeremy is getting at in this article. Is that fair?
It is fair. I see several people with hands up, so I will be very, very brief. It's not necessarily something that the Kremlin propaganda does as the main goal to push what appears to be directly supporting a narrative for the Kremlin. It's often more subtle than that historically. I will add one short anecdote that will take 20 seconds. On the main point, which is like, do people believe the more extreme claims about Nazi, whatever? I don't have any hard data, and therefore I am just quoting anecdotes. One anecdote for me is the last time that I drove to Italy a couple of weeks ago, my first stop in an autogrill, I overheard a conversation between a group of young guys, and they were talking about something along the lines of yes, finally Putin is making sure that there are no Nazis in Ukraine. That is essentially the gist of it. And it's purely anecdotal. It might be that I have been completely unlucky, and I'm even hesitant to mention anecdotes in this space because they don't need to be taken too seriously. But yeah, it was a personal experience. And my first intention was to, make a U-turn and drive back. But at least there are those. I would like to have figures, but that happens. Anyways.
Sure. Thank you very much, Poppy. I totally take that point. I would disagree on one aspect of it. I think the Russian propaganda has got more subtle rather than less subtle. So
hours already. I have my meeting.
Sorry, Axel's got a hot mic, and we're standing on the same roof. Definitely not having a beer. Oh right, okay, it's gone now. So yeah, I would say to that the propaganda effort, the information effort coming out of the Kremlin has got more rather than less subtle. It's become less about the grand narratives, because they know very well that the grand narratives have failed. And also, I would say that I don't have data. I don't have hard data. So Jeremy Fleming has hard data. He has £3 billion a year, and he has 5,500 very, very clever bastards who are listening to your phones and reading your texts. And he has all the time, and he has reached the conclusion that Russia is losing the information war. That's not to say it's won, and I agree. There are subtle points, subtle Russian talking points, still in the ether, still infecting our political systems, still influencing us from very high to very low levels. That's the next front in this war, as well as places, and as well as in grand narratives, places that are not the West and are not Ukraine. Doman rightly mentioned China. I mentioned India, Africa, Russia's new friends in Burundi. Yeah, you make some very good points. We should not rest on our laurels here. It's now the micro narrative, this stuff like gas, that needs to be challenged. But I've ranted long enough.
We
so
had
yes,
Slava Ukraini with his hand up not long ago. Slava Ukraini, if you want to go ahead, feel free.
Herman Slava, yes, yeah, I just want some like additional information about the topic about the cybersecurity, so I can like wait for the after hand who may be on this topic. I can wait.
Okay,
so
fair
I,
enough.
Thank you.
Lime juicer.
Yes, what I was wanting to add is that Russia doesn't have to take a great hassle to win the information war because it has German state media, for example, which always tends to equalize what Russia says to what Ukraine says. It's a sort of, how do you say, equal position always. And according to the, let's say, a nuclear power plant story, for example, I like 2 days ago, I heard a piece at the ZDF Heute Journal, which is like a major news outlet or production every day at 7 o'clock in Germany. And they were only interviewing Russian officials, for example, and just giving the bullshit that Russian officials talk to the German public. And always add with the addition, one sentence, of course, this all can't be verified when it comes to Ukraine. Ukraine says this, Russia says this, and this all can't be verified. So they tend to seed or grow disbelief also in the Ukrainian side, and that's systematical. And if you have a German population, for example, who has a tendency to not believe Ukraine, lots of people in Germany really think the Ukrainian government is fascist, Zelensky is a clown, maybe Zelensky is also a Jew, which is some sort of weird for many Germans still. So the Russian side really is able to win the information war based on sympathies, I just say, with certain people. See, that was my comment concerning the information war Russia has to undertake.
Absolutely. I mean, we do love dunking on the German soft left here on the Maria Report, and of course the media is no exception. This is what we refer to as both sidesism, right? It's this strange idea that more august Western press have that both sides of a story are somehow equally true. So you say if you quote the Ukrainian government's position on something, you then have to quote the Russian government's position on that thing, and who is actually right becomes a judgment the reader must make. Right?
Yeah, and the moment you see it, the Russian statement after, for example, Ukrainian statement, you must know that Russian statement just was bullshit. It was made up. It's not. It's just they're out of their minds. Doesn't matter. The media says we can't verify it. So we
Absolutely.
can't. And with people who are not that much in the information space, they don't know who to believe. And then if they have a tendency towards Russia, of course they will believe Russian statement. And I think that's also an intention. As a newsmaker, you know how this works. You do this on purpose. That's the funny thing about it. You try to shift tendency towards a certain opinion. We know this in Germany when it comes to Israel and Palestine, or USA and every other adversary of the USA. So
sure.
Yeah?
I mean, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I totally take that point. My answer to that would be, this is number one. This is not a uniquely German problem. Right? You see this certainly in the British press. You see it certainly in the French press, this idea that there are two sides to every story and blah 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 blah. We had a trolley chap on the space come up and try to make that point yesterday, but he was rapidly decapitated by a Romanian, or should we say impaled by a Romanian? That would be better, wouldn't it? Yeah. So this is a known thing. I think I would take issue with your statement that this is Russia winning an information war. It very much isn't. It's Russia participating in an information war. I credit the people of Europe and the people of Germany with a stronger bullshit filter than you're assigning to them. I mean, everybody knows, every thinking man knows, Germans included, for they are thinking men, knows that as soon as you say, according to Russian sources, a Kremlin spokesman said, the TASS media agency said, immediately a great big flag with bullshit written on it rises over the statement, and any even vaguely critical reader, which I would imagine is the vast majority of consumers of high quality German media, will say, oh right, well that's not fucking true. In fact, the opposite is true. So Russian statements in this regard, Russian efforts on this information war are often self-defeating, because as soon as you see TASS media, as soon as you see Kremlin spokesman, you think, right, well, he's lying. Gremlin spokesman.
Tim, did you cut out?
No. I just took a mouthful of steak. Hang on.
Bon appetit.
Yeah, fair enough.
Merci bien.
Shall we have Vishniakovsky jump in the meantime, who hopefully does not have a mouthful of steak?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that what Lime Juicer said, it's not a German occurrence. It's also exactly like that in Austria, that unfortunately our main state media, ORF, frequently repeats Russian talking points by simply quoting them as saying, a Russian spokesman says, a governor in Crimea says, TASS reported, and I think it's not only that they are pro-Russian, or that there is some maybe adversarial elements in those organizations. I think it's just poor journalism that we have seen across the board since I think the last decade or so. It's that a lot of times just Reuters or Associated Press articles get repeated blindly by media organizations. Even Austria's quality newspaper, their standard is called quite often to just copy and paste such articles. And I think that's a big problem, because you just need to infiltrate Reuters. And I think Reuters has some journalists that are spouting Russian propaganda, or at least repeating it. And then this shit goes unfiltered until the end customer, which is the reader. And yeah, I've not seen that once.
I know this argument, poor journalism, but I don't believe it anymore, because for the major news outlets, when they produce a story, there's like 15 people in a room discussing what they're going to send out to their viewers. And I have the I have the position that this is on purpose. This is produced. They sit together and say, we cannot only show the Ukrainian side. This gets too one-sided. We want we don't want that people shout hooray for war. We have to put as a state media, we have to shift something against it. We have to nurture disbelief in this say a campaign against Russia, because otherwise this is getting too big.
I agree with you. I agree with you on this wholeheartedly. I think that's another main reason. I think it's not like, I think some part is Russian propaganda and some part is really like Russian leaning journalists. We have a few like this, and in Austria we even have Express, which is quite a right wing newspaper that just acts as a Russian propaganda outlet. And unfortunately, it reaches the poor population. And that we have to actually be very careful of in Austria, because Heute or Express, they are newspapers that are read majorly by the working class population. The working class population is the population which is most adversely affected by economic problems. So if we don't pay attention to this, we might give Russia too much room in the information warfare. I think Russia is not winning the information warfare, because I think still predominantly there is a pro-Ukrainian opinion in Austria, but I see that there is room given to in the working class domain, where you can gather voters, and I think that we should be aware of.
It's the pro-Ukrainian dominion or opinion in the public. Let's say if it's 51 to 49 or whatever. If you talk to somebody who admits, yeah, I'm for Ukraine, whatever, there's always the second sentence, but America, but NATO. See, there is sympathy for the Ukrainian people.
And that comes out of doubt, right? That comes out of doubt that was instilled over a long period of time, and that keeps being propagated because of false equivalence being led by certain very important, very crucial media outlets, right? Bertrand Russell's puppy?
Yeah, it's a little bit when you hear, I'm not a Nazi, but, right? If you hear, I'm not a Nazi, but, as an introductory statement, then that is concerning, to say the least. Anyways, just on the previous topic that Tim was mentioning, I am afraid that both sidism is happening in most European media landscapes, in fact. And I would love to share Tim's opinion that most people have strong BS detectors. I am not so optimistic, and I would be happy to be convinced otherwise. But if nothing else, based on the fact that Putin-friendly parties are polling strongly in several European countries to this day. So there is something about that. And Italy is one clear example that is closer to my, if not to my heart, at least to my passport. But there are examples pretty much everywhere to various degrees, right? There is the open pro-Putin propaganda that embraces the whole grand narrative. Also has, I don't even want to repeat it because you know exactly what I'm talking about. But there are small narratives that are creeping here and there. I'm reading that the deputy leader of the Freie Demokraten is publicly arguing for opening a Nord Stream 2. So if that is actually the case, it feels like some.
It is.
Smaller.
It is amazing. You guys probably all know that Trump video of Trump stating before the UN that Germany is going to be dependent on Russian gas. No? If I show this to friends, every single friend of mine says, but do you want to be dependent of American gas, of fracking gas? And I always say, yes, why not? As if it's a bad thing to be dependent on American gas. All of my German friends rather be dependent on Russian gas than American gas. And the funny thing, they all went to university. They studied engineering, they studied politics, history, medicine, and they all rather be dependent on Russian gas than American gas. So that's the way the sympathies.
Even
still, it's funny. And maybe if I look back in the history, like 20 years ago, this maybe roots in September 11, actually. When September 11 happened in the US, it was probably underestimated. What it really did, it made America for 2 decades the superpower on this planet, because America waged war all over the world. And that forced German, like Gerhard Schröder, German governments to lean towards Russia to build to support the last adversary, maybe against America, because of course a German or Germans or Europeans don't want to be at the mercy of America. And if you listen to what EU officials say, competing in the world, real politics, whatever, somehow the sound that always goes with it is we can't leave the world to America. That's why we need a strong EU.
And let's just examine something here, Lamjusir. Let's just examine the difference between the words that people who say these things are saying and the actions that they're taking. If they were sincere in their words, military spending in major European countries such as Germany would not have been dropping well below the 2% commitment, right? If they were serious about what they said, they would be spending 2.5–3% on military as opposed to about 1.5%, averaging over lots of big countries over time, right? I'm not looking at specific numbers in a specific year, but genuinely, if they were serious about this, they would be spending a whole lot more on defense than they have been spending.
But their belief level is a different one. They believe in a peaceful world where Europe is the superpower of peace.
They're making the wrong assumptions.
Yes, they're making the wrong. But
as has been made clear by Russia in the recent months, and they are unwilling of letting go of their assumptions.
Yes,
and that is a problem. And that is especially a problem because if you have scientific training, you will be told and you will be taught to always be able to rescind your assumptions when facts contradict them. You have to adjust your assumptions to the facts as opposed to adjusting the facts to your assumptions. Now, you can doubt in how the facts were gathered, but right now, it is pretty clear that you have one very large country to the east of Europe trying to invade another pretty large but substantially smaller country to its west, right? That is pretty incontrovertible. And unless you wish to tailor those facts to your assumptions, that isn't going on, which is becoming increasingly difficult and honestly has become completely untenable about 5.5 months ago to everyone, you're being decidedly dishonest with yourself and with everyone around you. And because of that, there have been changes, right? There have been commitments to increase military spending in a lot of countries, and there have been attempts to disassociate yourself from a need for Russian gas, for example, to a considerable degree. That is why LNG and Norway both now supply. So Total LNG supplies from mostly places like the US and Canada, but also elsewhere. And Norway both now outrank gas supplies from Russia to continental Europe. But nevertheless, right, a lot more would have to have been done, and there's a lot of sticking your head in the sand that's still being done. Canberra, go ahead.
Well, I think you probably more eruditely said what I was going to say, but clearly the issue with America in some Europeans' minds was things like the invasion of Iraq, where the global view was that they were acting like a hegemon. But clearly Russia is definitely not just acting like a hegemon, they're acting like an invader of their neighbours. So, if you've got some sort of critical thought about, America and America's role in the world, you're not going to suddenly fall in line philosophically with somebody whose acts are more egregious if you are thinking in good faith, or if your line of debate is in good faith. And I note in line with that the last survey I've seen of the German population suggests that they are in favour of supporting sanctions on Russia, despite the fact that it might impact their living standards and economic growth and costs of energy. So not just a plurality, but a majority are in favour of that. And so the issue of, well, particularly in Germany, appears to be related to political leadership. Well, it's possible it's behind the times, or it's and hasn't caught up with their public opinion, or it's possible there are other forces, internally within those political movements driving it. But, this argument that the US is a hegemon, therefore we support Russia's invasion of Ukraine is just absolutely insane.
It's
Thanks.
bonkers, but if you talk, most of the people I know, they will do that statement. If you talk to them about Ukraine and Russia, they would say, but America, yeah. Then actually the conversation is actually over, because you can tell that the people that damned America the last 20 years the most have a tendency to not damn Russia. And you can see it in politics, with German politics on the far right and the far left. They have they can do a lot of commitment, not prosecuting Russia, but they easily prosecute America for every little thing.
Lunges, sorry to interrupt. I feel we ought to put things into perspective here, re Germany. Our fearless leader, Axel, has just quoted a statistic at me. 87% of Germans are in favor of massive sanctions against Russia, including oil and gas. 87%. This issue with German inaction is not about the character of Germans. It is about the political system. It is about the political parties that are in power. I don't know if the same is true in Italy and France, but Germans are overwhelmingly on board, right? It's not them, it's their politicians, it's their political leaders, it's their political system.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Let's maybe tie it all together, saying the following. I'll be very concise here. To some degree, Lime Juicer, I would trust that the media landscape that is being perpetuated in Germany, in part by state-owned media, so public broadcasters, who are trying exceedingly hard to not seem partial to anything and to seem completely impartial, so much so that they decidedly stake their heads in the sand, is legitimizing the governmental inaction in Germany. I think that is the most concise way I can put it. And it's legitimizing governmental inaction in contrast with a relative desire, much greater desire for action among the public. I think that may be the way to kind of characterize it. Kendra.
Yeah, well, again, I'd note one of the things that Bertrand has said is that the people that are the most vulnerable are these people on the extreme left and right. And again, this gets back to this issue of the exploitation of a victim mentality amongst political groups that cannot gain power because they are too extreme. So they will tend to buy into this argument about Russia being a victim of the West and a victim of NATO because they feel a victim of the political system, because they can never gain power, because of course their views are not acceptable to the majority of people. So, and these are the groups that are groomed online through things like Facebook in particular, by the Russian security services and their proxies. And I think that's, to some extent, I don't think that that's a reason to disengage. I think we need to be assembling our arguments, which basically say this stuff is nonsense. But we also need to be cognizant of the fact that the vast majority in the centre just don't buy into this argument at all. And they are in favour of Ukraine, and their political power needs to be recognised by these pluralist style political systems that allow the extremes to get more leverage than what they would have in a country like Australia or the United Kingdom, or even to some extent in America. That's a little more hairy an issue. Thanks.
I think I would. I have a response to that now. One, as I mentioned on the channel before, one of my little hobbies is deprogramming Holocaust deniers, right, online. So I engage with these often, well, in fact, universally fruity people, and I try and talk them out of their self-evidently ridiculous positions. And it works, right? Generally, they're thinking people. generally they like looking at evidence. They are highly critical. They just have the wrong information, right? So the way I approach this is you can't deal with the kind of the loons at both extremes. You can't deal with them on a systemic political level, because they fundamentally don't trust the information they're given. What you can do is you can deal with them on a personal level. And this kind of translates. It's all about putting things into perspective when we're talking about Russia and Ukraine, right? So, to pick an example, I know I'm not allowed to bring up Western culture wars, but my example here is Brexit, right? So the United Kingdom is in the middle of falling out with France over scallop fishing licenses in the Channel Islands, right? To some people, this makes France the ultimate Satan because they're being silly about fishing licenses or something, right? What you say is France still our ally compared to Russia or China? We may be falling out over scallops, but are they still on the same side when shit that actually matters goes down? Of course they are. I'm glad we've got an Australian up here, because the United Kingdom, sorry, Axel is waving at me. Axel.
Opposition.
How do you mean?
When it comes to fishing licenses in Jersey, they are really, really annoying.
Yes, good. Channel Islanders are really annoying. Sorry, that's being silly. So I'm glad we got an Australian up, because it seems very likely that the United Kingdom and Australia will fall out over agricultural produce inherent in our recent free trade agreement, right? Is Australia still our ally when it comes to Russia and China? The answer is yes, of course they fucking are. There are no major ideological differences between Western countries. That's what makes them Western countries. So when the loons opine about, America's a hegemon, therefore we must agree with whoever disagrees with America, you just point out, look, where would you rather live? Who do you think's really on our side here? It seems to me one of the easiest issues to deal with on an interpersonal level, and one that absolutely must be dealt with on a personal level. Please excuse the rant, Canberra, but this is something that I'm very deeply into and I get very passionate and ranty about. So please forgive me. Dermot.
Thank you, Tim. Canberra, jump at it, and then we'll go to Puppy.
Yeah, well, look, I'll forgive. Eventually, one day, I will forgive the United Kingdom abandoning the Australian wool industry for the European Economic Community. But I'll probably be in my 80s. But having said that,
I'm ashamed, Canberra. I'm ashamed. We are all ashamed. We regret it so bitterly. Please forgive us. Please forgive us. Come back. Sell us some wool, please.
Yes, well, but I wholeheartedly agree. Essentially, what people in democracies accept is that power changes, and you can't get too upset that you're not in power. I think what's occurring, increasingly so in the internet age, is that people just can't accept the fact that sometimes they're not in power. They don't hold government. The people that don't think like them don't hold government. And if they don't, then it's completely unacceptable. And, what the commonality that people in thriving democracies have to celebrate is the fact that a change in power is okay. It's okay for us to not always be in government, and it's okay for our policy prescriptions to not always be winning. And what's not okay is anything which heads a democracy towards a one-party state, and in particular, when one-party states and authoritarian regimes are trying to impose those solutions on our democracies. That's what we've got to be, always on the lookout for. Thanks.
Thank you, Canberra. Yeah, certainly so. And that's why it's important to keep priorities straight, right? And prioritize important things over the less important things, shockingly enough. I think everybody can agree with that general prescription. Puppy.
Sorry, Puppy, could I just cut in with a very, very quick PSA? if you want to read the Economist article from Sir Jeremy Fleming, you apparently can do so just by registering with the Economist website. They'll send you the odd email trying to sell that you get 5 articles free. They'll send you the odd email, which you can opt out of. So you can just read it by registering. Very sorry to interrupt. The puppy, you're up.
No problem at all. In fact, I'm interested to read it. So thanks for that. I do agree, Domen, with the general prescription. I would, however, want to make a small counterpoint to something that you've been saying and that you said earlier. And I love to make a counterpoint to Domen, so we don't. We can pretend that we are not an echo chamber, right? So the point is that not everybody, and possibly a minority of people has a scientific education or mindset and can therefore change their mind based on new data. So one issue here is that people don't like to change their mind and to see evil in someone that has been normalized. And as a matter of fact, Putin has been normalized for far too long by, most people in the West. And just a small aside, perhaps, I watched a couple of days ago the joint press conference after a couple of months after September 11 that President Bush and President Putin held together somewhere in Texas.
Is that I looked into his soul?
That is the one, yes. And besides that particular sentence that became a sort of, a cultural icon in itself, if you look at the body language, if you look at the mutual interaction, etc., there is a strong sense of camaraderie between the two. And frankly, if I don't know anything else and I just look at that video, they look like two nice guys. And I think that at that particular point in history, the feeling was shared by most of the Western world. There were a few exceptions. I would like to single out John McCain, who saw much more than other people were seeing at that particular time. But he was an exception, frankly. And that was 2001. And for the next, frankly, couple of decades, until very recently, Putin has been normalized again and again through several reset cycles. We are not going through the whole history again, but until now, basically, Putin has been someone that was welcome and with a strong sense often of camaraderie, in fact, in meetings in the Western world, in the Western media. And now, all of a sudden, it seems to me that it is difficult for people to feel that we have a new Hitler when, the guy that you voted for was exchanging jokes a couple of years ago. It is one of the issues that I think that we are facing. I will hastily add, however, that it is quite obvious for anyone that was watching things closely that Putin has been evil. I mean, I don't know where you can start from, but we had this conversation before with Domen, and probably apartments bombing in Moscow or at least Georgia. If you want to go further, if you had a filter in front of your eyes, you can look at 2008 or 2014. Pick your poison. But for some time now, it should have been obvious. It was not obvious for a lot of people, and a lot of the West and the media in the West and our representatives in the West were unable to show this to most people. Now you all of a sudden need to change a narrative that a lot of people have, felt it's their own.
So, Papi, I agree, and we're not actually in disagreement. I was just, highlighting a skill that I would expect people with, a commensurate level of education to their position, because if you look at say not just necessarily MPs, but if you look at ministers, if you look at prime ministers, if you look at presidents of serious European countries, very few of them will not have had university education, right? At the very least, maybe a few will, but the vast majority will have at the very least a university education. And having university education generally means that you will also have had a high school education, and having a high school education generally means that you will have had a middle school or whatever you might want to call it education. Basically, everybody who's a minister will have done 8th grade. And by 8th grade, in most European countries, you will have learned the basics of the scientific method, which is change your theory when it no longer fits the facts. And I'm sorry to expect such minimal levels of education from our elected officials, and to be able to apply such minimum levels of education by our collective elected officials. But I really think that should be something expected of them, and for them to be able to adjust appropriately. And I know that it's hard, and Papi, I agree, and I agree that I have high standards. But at the very least, when you are confronted with such a deep, disgusting level of a change of facts relatively to, and they're not really a change of facts, as you quite correctly highlighted, as of the last 6 months, but they're certainly sufficiently clear description. The facts indeed are different than they were before. Or than they were assumed to have been before by these said elected officials, that it would have had made them change their assumptions and their theories of the case. That's all I was getting at. It's clear enough, and I agree with you. It's very difficult often to change your opinion to fit the facts in front of you, especially when that opinion was deeply and long held. Completely agree. But nevertheless, this amount of flexibility should have been expected. Now, we have seen quite a good exercise in changing of the theory of the case in the case of many elected officials, right? Many people in Europe, many politicians in Europe especially, had to kind of realize, we're actually in a very different situation, we need to change some things. The only problem is most of them didn't go far enough. That is really the problem. Papi, go ahead, and then I'm gonna go straight to George and Lime Juicer in Canberra. Papi?
Just a super quick follow-up. We are in agreement with the prescriptive argument. So I agree that this is what should be expected. I am not arguing against that at all. In fact, I am completely in agreement. I'm just making a descriptive argument, how reality frankly is. That's what I would say. That's my point. I will shut up and listen to the next ones.
Papi, once again, we agree. I'm so sorry. I know you tried hard to start a disagreement, but it is how it is. George, good morning.
Good morning. Is there confirmation that the air base right outside Sevastopol was hit last night?
I am unsure. Imperious, is there confirmation that the Baalbek air base just outside of Sevastopol was hit last night? Imperious? Okay, when we raise Imperious, we shall answer that question, George.
Okay, because that definitely confirmed that's one heck of a long
Absolutely.
distance, right?
Oh yeah, it's not just distance; it's also the impact, right? When we'll give Imperious a couple of minutes to find out the facts for us, and then we'll swing back to him.
Did finance roll out another product last night?
I'm not sure. I was out for the night by that point, and then by the time I was up, he was gone. So we will have to talk about this with him in a little while. But I'm very excited to hear if there has been any changes to the lineup. I don't know how he got the job as marketeer in chief for Atacam cigarettes, but I'm gonna have to talk to him, see if they have any openings, because I want in on the action.
Yes. The other thing I wanted to ask was there's reports that certain, and I'm going to call them morons in the German government, want to reopen. They want to open Nord Stream 2
Correct. There are people like that who are arguing for that. I believe the argument they're making is, well, if Russia claims that Nord Stream 1 isn't being able to function because of whatever technical reasons, we can then let's open Nord Stream 2, and they can be proven to be full of what. So maybe it's not even that bad an argument, but it is a very bad argument because it would then the next time round it just gives Russia another way to punish Germany. So there's a plus and a minus.
So
George, I think we have Imperius here to talk about the airbase. Imperius?
Yeah. So it seems that the footage that was being attributed as Baalbek Airfield, as John mentioned last night, was actually from Melitopol a couple of days ago. So we don't actually have any confirmation. However, the news of the airfield strikes were reported initially by Russian media, so it seems a little odd that they'd be screaming about an airfield being hit if it wasn't hit, because then they'd have to make up another cover story or something, right?
okay, so that is good news. Yeah, because that I don't know. I'm starting to think that the whole Grom 2 story was just that, a story and a cover story for the fact that the Atacams brand cigarettes have been rolled out in Crimea.
Rolled out. Imperius, would it be okay if you could maybe make a list of everything that did happen last night local, so that we kind of have a comprehensive resource perhaps, and maybe like work through it when you have time sometime in the next few hours? Just so that we have a clean. What's the word for that? Anyway, whatever it is, a clean list that we know what is true and what isn't. Because there were lots of rumors flying around last night. It was kind of hard to keep track of everything that went up in flames. There were so many Russian ammo dumps and bases that went up in flames. So it'd be maybe nice to have a good summary when you can in the next 3 hours, let's say, before we have Olga Kosharna on at in just over 3 hours time. Sweet. George, we'll come back to you when we have more data, and let's go to Lime Juicer.
Yeah, concerning that opening of the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline, I'm pretty concerned when it comes to German politicians. For me, for an instance, on the 26th of February, I didn't believe a word that Chancellor Scholz said. I felt on that day that was all about mouthing. That were altogether mouthpieces, and it's not what he really believes. What I think what the German Socialist Party and Chancellor Scholz and people that are closer to the, how do you say, we say in German, Stammtisch, the common,
the regulars,
the regular opinion, they want peace with Russia. They want to work with Russia. They want normal, how do you say, interaction with Russia. That's the tendency in large parts of the German politics. And when the first politician from a party that takes part in the government puts out his head and saying, "Hey, we gotta do something about Nord Stream 2," within, let's say, 3-4 weeks, there will be more politicians in Germany who will state the same thing. So this is really concerning, and this aligns with a certain concern that the war in the Ukraine comes to a stalemate. The front is freezing, and the regular opinion will be like, or also with political elites, see, Ukraine isn't really making any progress land-wise. We have to come to terms with Russia.
Are you saying they're trying to institute a self-fulfilling prophecy?
Yeah, probably. because nobody really wants a hard war like Ukraine wants this war. Ukraine wants a hard win against Russia. Russia get out of Crimea, get out of Donbass, roll back the whole history before reinstate the year 2013. That's not what Germans want and what the German government wants. And Olaf Scholz and all his socialist friends especially don't want that too. That is just too much for them. And if Ukraine doesn't step up their game and really produces wins against Russia now, help for Ukraine will decline. And there will be Poland, maybe the US, England, UK, some countries will be left helping Ukraine, but Germany will slowly descend from that point.
So, let me just say, I think that there's two factors here, though. One is the US help for Ukraine and US capacity to help Ukraine, together with Poland, the UK, etc., is way bigger than that of Germany and France and Italy, even, right? Together anyway. So even if you're right, it honestly doesn't matter that much, because if a win and a strong push makes it easier for Ukraine to get more and additional commitments from the countries that are serious about things, right? Then it doesn't matter anyway. But at the same time, I'll say, at the same time, you still have a component, a possibility, a good likelihood that winning changes and forces those naysayers to change their view and change their opinion anyway. Therefore, it is for the best for Ukraine to win, not just because of that, but also because, frankly, Ukraine winning is what Ukraine wants to do anyway. And so let's help Ukraine win, because even if it lowers the support in Germany, screw that. What does that matter if it galvanizes support elsewhere? And it might even galvanize support in Germany additionally. Yeah. What do you say to that?
But it's not all about support as in weapons and military means or money. It is the political support. And if the political support breaks up from Germany, it will have a landslide effect in Europe. And that's a dangerous part. Germany is not, I must admit, doesn't have a great military or support for Ukraine, but it has influence, and that's a bad influence. So if Germany talks about opening Nord Stream 2 because that turbine, is that turbine ever delivered to Russia now? I don't know, for Nord Stream 1.
No. It's in Siemens Europe was posting yesterday a nice picture of the turbine in the storage facility.
The whole thing is just a joke, And I also believe it's part of a game of Russia and maybe German politicians to yes, okay, Nord Stream 1 is not going to work. We have to shift to Nord Stream 2. And maybe this turbine hassle is the last argument, like Chancellor Scholz someday needs to normalize relations to Russia. We have the tendency to live in peace with everybody now in Germany. Germans only want peace. And that's why we have to normalize our relation to Russia soon enough. And so I'm in quotation, if America wants to keep up that war, that's typical America, the normal German will say. And I think that's also what the German chancellor thinks. I know those guys. I studied politics in Germany, and the people Chancellor Scholz is surrounded with are those people I studied politics at a very left-handing university in Bremen with, and they have another mindset. I can't explain it in English. I can tell you about that in German maybe, but this is not politics based on facts or changing the assumptions based on new facts or whatever. They have strong belief in certain things. They are believers, and that's the way they conduct their policy.
Okay.
So that really worries me. You know.
Thank you, Lime Juicer. You know what? We're gonna have to shift from bad Germany to good Britain real quick because we got Sir Brit to tell us some excellent news from the UK MOD. I want to just very quickly run through Canberra and Patrick. You've got a minute each, and then we're going to switch to Britain. Okay, Canberra?
Well, I think for to address Lime Juice's point, this needs to be our job. We need to be shaping this information space to not create the expectation that this is going to be a quick war and there's going to be a glorious victory. You know, this is going to be, we have to prepare people for the potential that this is a long war, and we have to prepare our political leaders for that. And we have to dig in and entrench community support for this, because the faster you create expectations that Ukraine will have a victory, the more Ukrainian lives are lost to create that victory. You know, and the more we can, you know, that you can, you know, because of course when you're fighting a defensive battle, you lose less lives than when you're fighting an offensive battle. And the more time we can give things like sanctions to work to degrade the military capacity of Russia, and the more time, the more we can isolate Russia to degrade their ability to have war, the greater the offensive leverage that Ukraine will have when they finally do think it is the right time to go on the offensive. But they can't feel politically pressured into doing that because there's some deadline that they have to meet by a political elite in a nation that doesn't really represent their own, you know, nation's political opinion. And I just want to come back to this issue that was raised about, you know, that nobody saw what Putin was doing. I would point out that candidates for office in the US on both sides of politics, so we talked about John McCain, but also Hillary Clinton and diplomat Michael McFaul, absolutely understood what Putin was about. And they tried to warn their nation, and they were joined by people like Alexander Downer from my nation in basically a bipartisan effort to try and forestall Putin's basically steamrolling of democracy in the US. And, you know, I think that sometimes we confuse, you know, electoral officials' positions with how they have to respond to their own electorates. I think people knew a fair while ago that Putin was a bad actor, and they were willing to try and hurt him or trying to contain him. And what they didn't realise is that he can't be contained, he has to be smashed. You know, that's the difference. We understood for a while that he had to be contained, probably from the period of the Second Chechen War. But really, we should have realised possibly earlier on that he had to be smashed. But the problem was, by that point, he had already gotten a hold of minority groups in various democracies, and he'd leveraged them up. And, you know, and he hasn't done that successfully in the UK and Australia and places like that, but he has done it successfully in places like the US. Yeah, I'll step down now so I can make way for other speakers. Thanks very much, Damon.
Thank you very much. We're going to jump to Patrick. Canberra. Thank you. We're going to jump to Patrick, and then we're going to go to Verlaine. Sorry, George, but I'm sure we're going to turn back to these topics later. We really want to talk to Sir Brit about what excellent stuff Britain is starting to do, especially around the training. Patrick?
Yeah, thanks, Dom. And I'll yield the floor to Sir Brit. But before I go, I'll just say that I agree with both of the previous two speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Very kind of you. Verlaine, go ahead.
Yeah, hi guys. I just wanted to say a couple of remarks. When anyone is saying like, let's quote unquote, like, let's normalize relationships with Russia, you can't even imagine the level of irony which is going through my brain. Like every time I hear this nonsense, you just like speak it out loud, think, process what you've said, and then come to your conclusion. Anyway, it's good to see you, Sir Brit. Welcome to the panel.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Clear, mate.
How was everyone? It's been a wee while. Is everyone okay?
Absolutely fine. Tim was just about to do the MOD update, but I think maybe we can have someone from the MOD.
All right. So what do you want to talk about? Was it the training that you wanted to have a look
Yeah,
into?
let's start with the excellent news from Britain and from a number of other countries about training, because Britain is undertaking a large job, let's say, of training up Ukrainian troops, and a number of other countries are joining in.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So essentially, as we all know, the largest training program for Ukrainian soldiers is taking place in the UK. This was offered to Zelensky a little while ago, and we've been really putting together that operation of transporting Ukrainians from Ukraine, bringing them to the United Kingdom, and getting them here, the lads and lasses, equipping them and training them in battlefield tactics across a wide variety of different things. Also, it's a great opportunity for them to come here to train on certain, Western systems like artillery and stuff like this. So it's kind of a combination of training activities that are going on. It's happening all across the UK, different MOD bases. Particularly more of the infantry training is taking place in England, but there's some other training that's taking place in Scotland and some other things going on in other areas of the UK as well. And what we've been doing with our international partners is really trying to encourage them to join us in this effort, because the more the merrier. We have over 1,000 British instructors, military instructors, training Ukrainian soldiers. And what we're trying to encourage is to any contributions that any other nation could make. These are not real numbers, but hypothetically, if we can get 50 from, I don't know, Iceland or something, or an example country, that's another 50 instructors. That's even more Ukrainian soldiers that can be trained to different sort of basic NATO principles. And it really is that this is not like a full-on like months and months of training program. What we're trying to do is to give the Ukrainians the absolute bare essentials that can save their lives, into basic combat skills. This is intensive training, long hours, long weeks, and we're also giving them the basic equipment to do that. So they arrive here, they get fitted out with British equipment, uniforms, body armor, and all this sort of stuff, and they go back home with that equipment as well. They get to keep it. So it's really quite an extensive program, and thus so far, I think more than 2,500 Ukrainians have been sent back to Ukraine with this training and stuff like this. So it's really turning out. And the ambition that the UK set out was 10,000 in 3 months. We could do that ourselves, but with the contributions now made from other nations, which is slowly, expanding. Every few days we hear of another country joining our program, which is fantastic. So hopefully, with those, we can start to increase numbers. There hasn't been sort of like an official uplift in numbers. There hasn't been, now we've got this, we can do, say, 12,000 every 3 months. I don't think we should focus too much on the numbers, but I think it serves as a good ballpark. And I think certainly it makes perfect sense that the more resources are available to us, the more we can train. I think everyone could come to that simple conclusion. So yeah, I hope that kind of gives a good broad overview of kind of what's been going on. And yeah, this is every day, Ukrainian soldiers are arriving in the UK every single day. Hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers land in the UK, and yeah, we're doing our best for them, and we're trying to make sure that they go back to Ukraine ready to fight for our values. So yeah.
And let's highlight the contributions of the various partners, right? I believe the British MOD said over 1,000 trainers are participating from Britain alone.
Yes, there are over 1,000 from from the UK alone, and obviously it's all about equipment and stuff like that. It's pretty much all the resources that are being used is all the UK's equipment. For the most part, what we get from our allies is just soldiers and their own instructors, and which is incredibly helpful. Like that's what we need. That's the key thing. I think, we are happy to resource this. We very much presented that to Zelensky. We're happy to host this and resource this to the best of our ability. But one thing that was absolutely critical in trying to make this program even bigger is just more and more instructors. So those contributions made by other countries is very valuable.
I'll just run through the numbers, right? Over 1,000 Brits, 230 Canadians, 130 Danes, 120 Swedes, 120 New Zealanders. I think only 20 Finns, but that's because we had General Pekka Toveri on the space on Monday, and he basically said, we don't have any more spare trainers because we have such a big reserve that our trainers have to be training. I don't think we got a number for the Dutch. I think some 300 were rumored. Do you happen to have a number for the Dutch contribution to the training by any chance, Britt?
No, not to hand. It would have to be something I'd have to go look up.
And then the Norwegians haven't publicized their number, nor have the Estonians, I don't think. And Estonia is the most recent country to add to this number only yesterday, right?
Yeah. Although I don't know why for Estonia, 120 seems to be in my head for some reason.
Oh, well, that'd be tremendous. I think it was lower, 20.
It might be
4 maybe, but anyway, it's fantastic. 24 officers, 118 total. Could that be the right numbers? That's what Axel's writing to me right now. I'm sure Axel's on top of these, but that's a really tremendous effort, right? You're talking about 1,000 British plus. Eventually, when all the numbers are added up, maybe another time as many, almost another time as many already from other allied countries, and that is a tremendous effort, and it reflects very well on the UK to have gotten this together, to have gotten it kickstarted, and made the framework by which it's easier for other countries to then contribute as well and go on and train Ukrainian troops.
Absolutely, that's the key point there. It's about, like I said, we're happy to resource this framework. We're happy to put this together, and we are doing our best to encourage our partners to take part because it's of great help to us, and of course, it's of great help to Ukraine. So it's in a nutshell, the more the merrier. That really covers it.
Verlaine, you've done quite a lot of helping out with training in a similar situation, right? Where there were Ukrainian soldiers being trained by fundamentally English-speaking trainers, and obviously on the Nordics and the Estonians and the Dutch, you can rely to be just as well versed in English as those from Britain and Canada and New Zealand. How does that usually work, and what are the major challenges that you think that the UK trainers and other allied trainers will have to face when dealing with a cross-lingual, cross-cultural training?
Actually, that's a really good question. Funny enough, I think Roto 10 of Hope Unifier, we had mostly Canadians. The chief linguist was Danish. His 2IC was Swedish. It was like a melting pot of cultures, so to say. Well, let's assume that 30% somewhat know English. Ukrainians who are coming there. They do have interpreters probably for the training, that it's going to be helpful, but they still going to have a lot of cultural difference, which interpreters not always tend to kind of mitigate, so to say. It's going to be hard not only because of the language barriers, but I wouldn't call it actually a barrier. It's more of just like an obstacle, which can be like either removed or they're gonna just pretend that it's non-existent. Might be the difference in approaches, and the doctrines will definitely gonna make it a little bit harder, because obviously if it's a boot camp and there are going to be coming people who have never been in military, like there's just mobilized, it's going to be easier to can teach them from scratch. But if there's going to be like a mix, a fusion of people who had previous background and people who have no experience at all, coming to a different country, being taught on completely different SOPs and completely different doctrines, it's like building a house, but you're not building it from the very beginning. You're kind of trying to like disassemble it and then build it. But in the process of disassembling, you find that this floor is kind of stable. Let's try building on this floor, and it's gonna be like it's like placing bricks gradually, little by little. So that's gonna be a little bit hard, but I wouldn't say it's impossible. The previous experience had proven that it's just gonna take a little bit of while to get used to being in this environment. But firstly, being used to being outside of your country, then being used to like seeing people who have absolutely like mixture of different backgrounds, trying to help out as much as possible, and like knowing that like the trainees who are coming to the UK have absolutely like absolute determination to get as much knowledge as possible. I kind of see them having that cultural like exchange and experience exchange at all, like overall. So I think at some point it's going to be hard from the UK and other instructors to just to have some rest and have some peace from those Ukrainians who are going to be coming after them. It's like, teach us more.
So, Brett, has there been any feedback of the sorts coming from the MOD trainers yet, by any chance? We've heard previously when Ukrainians were being instructed, I think, on the M777, that they refused to take lunch breaks, they refused to take tea breaks. Has there been any similar episodes yet that have been publicized?
Whether they're being publicized, I don't know, but I hear many things, and I've met a few Ukrainians myself. I work with a lot of military staff, so I've met quite a few, and it's they're a really, really, really good bunch of lads and lasses. Like really, really good. They're funny, and they work hard and play hard, you know, and. But particular emphasis on the work hard. It's an attitude that is incomprehensible for us, really. I don't think any of us can quite grasp what's going through their mind and the importance of of their training and the importance of why they're here. And I think that seems to unlock a superpower within them. You know, it is still same. The attitude is still very much the same of like, they don't want to take breaks. They want to go at this. They want to go at this. And the thing is, it's a bit different because some of the people arriving have no military experience at all. You know, and even them, you know, different from training somewhat specialists on the, say, you know, artillery systems or something. But even the ones with no military experience are still showing that same attitude. You know, it's as if they've acquired discipline of 20 years in the military themselves. And it's phenomenal to watch. And I don't know if anything's been officially said, but I know that the instructors are just amazed by the sheer competency and how desperate and how hungry they are to learn. And it's an instructor's and a teacher's best dream, you know, to have such students who are so thirsty for knowledge, and it's incredible. So all I've ever heard and all I've ever witnessed and, you know, spoken to a few Ukrainians myself is that they love it and they want more, and, you know, they're itching to learn as much as they can and then go back, you know, and it's humbling. It's humbling to be in their presence.
Thank you, Subrit. Slava Krini, if you have any questions or thoughts for Subrit, go ahead.
So yes, just short like addition to this information that read today that Russian media did not reported any progress on the front. So it's like a show that Ukrainians prepared well and showing that can give good response to the Russian occupiers, and it's like a good news that Russians do not progress further into Ukrainian territory. So it's a good showing professionalism and like collaborate with the British teachers. So it's like a learning a lot and like a superior over Russian Russia's soldiers, so to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Slava Krini. Subrit, is there anything else you want to highlight about the training, or shall we jump into some equipment instead?
I'm more than happy to move on, Doman.
Excellent. In recent weeks, among other things, we've heard that the UK sent 3 more, I believe, M270 MLRS on top of the 3 they sent initially, on top of the 3 again that they got backfills from Norway and sent as well. How did that was that an easy decision to be making, let's say, or do you expect any more similar offerings in the offing?
Well, really, it's the decision to send more M270s. They are sometimes referred to as the Gimlers, but that very much stemmed from seeing the success of HIMARS and the systems that the Ukrainians have been using in that case. And America has been very generous with the HIMARS, and seeing how well they've been used and seeing the effectiveness that they're having and the capability that they can deploy. This really kind of, as we were watching this, and hearing from, the Ukrainian MOD themselves and stuff like this, it became increasingly clear that this, is the evolution of systems that we want to send, of certain key capabilities, and the focus right now is very much on that, long range, accurate missile systems, and the best that we can, offer in that case is the M270s, and even Ben Wallace, said himself that he was just so impressed by how well Ukraine was able to deploy the existing systems, and it's very clear that the more that they have of these systems, the far better that Ukraine is going to be situated in this war with Russia. So it was very much inspired by the success, and I think that was also, the story about the NMORs and the Javelins, very much kind of inspired by the success, as well as other systems and stuff like this. And so, I think the position from the UK is always been very clear that, to us, everything is on the table in terms of what aid we can give, and we will always hear out, the Ukrainian MOD's requests, which, is every single day, constant stream of communication. And very much what Ukraine wants now is these types of systems. And if we can facilitate, if we can go further, then we will. And so that was what that package was about, as well as the, the ammunition for it and stuff like this. It was inspired by the success of the Ukrainians.
How important is that? How important is it for what should we call it, for political support to see the effectiveness of these weapons in the field already? How much easier is it after, let's say, it's demonstrated, Ukrainians are using weapon systems well and weapon systems efficiently and effectively, to be sending more? A lot of the time, see, the reason why I'm asking is because a lot of the time we hear that initially a small batch of whatever new weapon is sent, right? The M777s, only a few were sent initially. The HIMARS, only a few were sent initially to kind of prove themselves, and then the floodgates open, and then a lot more get sent from various allied nations in the West. So how important is that really? This is a general feel kind of question rather than anything based in specifics.
I think it's incredibly important, and it's always very important to motivate. If you want to motivate increased defense, you need to motivate politics, because that's where we get our instruction from, sadly. And I do mean sadly. But it's very important to see that feedback. If we're sending systems, expensive systems, systems that maybe a few months ago, some people may have said, oh, we could never send something like that because of the training or because of we couldn't allow it to fall into, Russian hands and stuff like this. But the fact that that sort of thinking is being debunked as we go, and the more we see the success, the more of that debunking happens of that type of thinking. So it's incredibly important to see the success of these systems, and it's also hugely reassuring to our own defense, to our own capability. And I think it puts everything into perspective as well. If we think to ourselves, look how well Ukraine's been able to deploy system X, and they've only had 7 of those systems. But we have quite a bit of a large arsenal of those systems. So if we could just send, if 7 has been this effective, what if we send just another 3 or another 2 or another 5 or whatever? We can pretty much double that capability for Ukraine. And that is, very tangible. It's very important, and tangible results are incredibly effective, and it's also a huge morale booster for the Ukrainians in itself, to see these systems, to see how well they can use these systems. And we've seen, the effects of morale on the Russian soldiers, knowing that more advanced weapon systems from the West are starting to arrive. And, I've seen plenty of footage of, Russian soldiers fleeing lines after certain attacks have come in from these longer range systems, because they're that terrified of the accuracy and the range of these systems. And so, it's a whole plethora of just effective results based upon, quite frankly, affordable supply of systems, and I think, we need to continue to go further with that sort of thinking. And, so I was greatly, happy to see, the additional systems be sent. I think it's, additional systems could be sent additionally and then additionally again. I'd love to see that. We have no massive need for these systems right now ourselves. They're not affecting operational capability for the UK. So, I think more of these systems that can be put from the UK perspective better. I think Germany should increase its systems, and I'd love to see the Americans continue their stream of HIMARS, because it's this type of capability that will win Ukraine the war. This is battle winning capability. And so it's fundamentally important that when our political leaders do get together and our respected defense ministers, that the tangible results from Ukraine could be presented. And, if we can say, look how effective it's been, we have these systems, let's send a few more. It really is that simple. But sadly, it gets much more complicated than that for stupid reasons. But yeah, but the tangible results is the key demonstrator and the key visual that kind of puts it all together. It's very effective.
A little over a month ago, there was a fantastic photo op where Ben Wallace had collated what can only be described as the creme de la creme of European weapon systems manufacturers, their executives, and certainly on the back seats away from that table in Downing Street 10, seemingly, where a lot of those who are actually helping them execute their stuff. That was quite a signal, was it not?
Yeah, I'm quite positive I can remember the picture that you're referring to. Yeah, that's very much a internal thing. I mean, I think that was just after the Innovation Fund or so, and Ben Wallace gathered together leaders from across, defense contractors and stuff like this, very much talking to them about what they can do, talking about more innovation that can be brought forward, talking about solutions that they can provide, because one thing that we're very fortunate to have in the West is that we have the best military contractors in the world, and we have the largest ones in the world. And so we have a huge arsenal, not just in our own, national weapons and stuff like this that are owned directly from our own respected ministries of defense or Department of Defense or whatever. We also have access to this huge plethora of very large defense contractors who also have their own, stocks, their own manufacturing processes and stuff like this. And if we can galvanize a response not only from our respected governments, but also from these defense contractors, that's hugely effective, and that's something to which I think Ben Wallace and the MOD realized. And so what we've been trying our best to do, and we've had a lot of success with it, is encouraging solutions from our defense contractors. You had I had the pleasure of meeting some of them, not these ones directly, but you had UAV Tech on here last week or so. So there's an example there of a company, relatively not a massive defense contractor, but a relatively small UAS company, and a good company. I've met some of their lads before, and the fact that they're providing innovative solutions to problems and stuff like this, they're doing trials and stuff like this, and that's one example from a relatively small company based here in the UK. So think about the likes of Kinetic, base systems and companies like this can do, or Babcock, or huge other defense contractors, Raytheon and stuff like this. So pulling together that resource, pulling together that mindset is incredibly effective. And sadly, they do often need a bit of money incentive. And so as long as we can provide that, we can really pull things through on a much larger scale. And I would love to see a program like the Innovation Fund that the UK set up to be extended by other European countries, for them to gather around their own, defense contractors, and for them to encourage innovation, for them to actually use them, because they're a resource there to be used, and they exist at the service of the respected MOD. And so, so using that access is just phenomenally effective, and I was very happy to see Ben Wallace do it.
In this meeting, because you just highlighted these were your defense contractors, but your defense contractors included at least 7 different European companies, obviously all trans-European, meaning as in, even with representation such as Thales in Belfast. But there were 2 German companies amongst them as well. So Britain has a significantly bigger influence all across Europe, and you've managed to gather them all around the table. That in itself made the photo quite a signal, did it not?
Absolutely, yeah. And the UK has this, the second largest defense exporter in the world, and we have access to huge resources from our defense contractors, and many American defense contractors or German defense contractors, Israeli defense contractors, all from around the world, have their own stations in the UK. So, for example, I mentioned we have Raytheon UK, we have Leonardo UK. These are huge, on-site bases that are dedicated to, catering to the UK defense and to our defense industry. So we are particularly effective at being able to pull together these resources from, respected defense contractors from Europe or American, or even outside of that, like Israel, for example, I don't know, with Elbit or even Myra or something like that. It's very effective that we can do that. And so, I think it was a powerful image, and I think it does show the scale of what we're trying to achieve here in the UK, and different ways that we're trying to find help for Ukraine, because we can do a lot, and we need to be really kind of keeping that going, because I do feel, and I might be slightly changing the topic here, but I do feel that for me, one of my biggest concerns regarding Ukraine, I think one of the biggest threats to Ukraine, isn't actually from Russia itself. And I'm not diminishing the threat that Russia possesses to Ukraine in the slightest, but the downturn of military support for Ukraine over the past month or so is very real, and that needs to be regalvanized, and that to me is concerning. And so the more we can do, now that the more resources we can pull together, the more new ways of finding methods to help Ukraine is more important than ever right now.
Thank you for that. If only everybody else in Europe were to do the same thing with the same level of sincerity.
If only. Tim, go ahead.
An interesting piece of flash news. There is a report that Russia may be planning a false flag attack at Zaporizhia and the nuclear power plant. And Tobias Elwood MP, who, for those who don't know, is the chairman of the Defence Select Committee, has stated that any deliberate damage causing a potential radiation leak would be a breach of Article 5. I'm wondering if the assembled company had any thoughts on this. If this is not too
Well,
much.
I saw this a few hours ago, and I saw that immediately under it, somebody asked, well, on how, because the text doesn't really say that, unless you mean that any deliberate leak that spreads radiation over countries covered by Article 5 also triggers Article 5, right? And I don't know if that's established practice by, obviously say the cyber attack question came up some years ago, and it was established that if it is against, say, critical infrastructure, then yes, but not otherwise. And I don't know if a similar protocol has been established for nuclear things. If anybody else knows, now is your time to please try to explain this to the rest of us. I feared as much. I think it's an interesting suggestion, but at the end of the day, it's something that we'll be discussing about 2.5 hours with Olga Koshadna. Not the Article 5 component, but certainly what's going on in Zaporizhia. So mark your calendars, well, alarms for 2.5 hours from now. Talking about, let's say, passive dangers, Sir Britt, there has been some discussion of apparently two not minesweepers, the other one, the other option, mine hunters, two mine hunters being handed off to Ukraine from the Royal Navy, and the Ukrainian sailors are already training on them somewhere up in Scotland. How much of a benefit do you think that would be to Ukraine? And obviously, this is something that is now being prepared already for after the war, right? As opposed to something that is expected to be deployed during wartime.
Yeah, so it was kept quiet for quite a while, to be honest, and then suddenly the BBC must have been given a lot of access to this, but this was very much part of a deal that the UK and Ukraine struck before the war happened, for these ships to be handed over to them. And they are, so they're mine hunting vessels and stuff. They're two Sandon class, pretty sure. Yeah. And essentially what we're doing, similar with the training program, the Ukrainians had arrived in Scotland. I don't think the location was actually revealed in Scotland, just it was in Scotland. And we're essentially training on these vessels, essentially just how to operate them, how to use them and stuff like this. Again, this was already something that had been agreed between the UK and Ukraine. Like I said, it was part of a previous defense deal. And we've seen the difficulty in the negotiations over the grain and stuff like this. One of the issues that was very much alive, and that was the fact that the waters have been mined to hell. And what we want to do is to give Ukraine the capability to take care of that themselves, not to have to rely upon NATO to come in there and do it for them, because it's one of the ever-going sort of philosophies that you've probably seen played out a lot is we can't do this ourselves because that would be a provocation. So do what we give Ukraine the ability to do it themselves. That's kind of part of this thinking as well. And it's rightfully there through the previous defense contract that we signed with them. And once the situation settles down, whenever that may be, we want Ukraine to have the ability to demand themselves. We want them to have these ships and to use them, to restore their navy and stuff like that. So I was quite surprised at the start of the trend. Now I thought they probably would have delayed that, but I think again that just shows the effectiveness of the relationship that Ukraine and the UK have developed. It wasn't like we were doing it I think people got a bit too excited about it because it was part of the previous defense deal that was done. But essentially, this is just about the UK giving the Ukrainians the capability to demine their own waters and to have these ships as part of their navy going forward when we do officially hand them over to them. So it was already an established defense deal that was signed previous to the war. So I hope that's pretty clear. It's not quite as exciting as as it sounded at first, but yeah.
See, it's very exciting to me, nevertheless, because it makes it clear that both Ukraine and their closest allies are already thinking about life after war, right? To dedicate resources now to something that isn't going to make a difference in the immediate on the battlefield, in the battle space. I think that shows something very important, right? It shows one really important thing, that there is a dedication to a future free Ukraine, no questions about it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be, resources being invested now in training on a mine hunter that won't be able to be used until after the war, or at the very least until, say, all of Kherson Oblast and Crimea are liberated, right? Because until then, there's really no reason why you would want to be removing the bulk of the mines off the coast of Odessa anyway. The real question here is, any idea if Ukraine might want to procure more Sandowns before they get decommissioned? Because my understanding is they're up for decommissioning pretty soon anyway.
I think Ukraine has bigger priorities, in my opinion, in terms of what they would like to procure. They've got two of these systems, and these two vessels will be very effective, in demining the waters and stuff like that. So I would probably presume, and this is just my own opinion, but I would presume they have bigger priorities of procurement that they would like to focus on first. And I think there will be an international help, of demining the waters once it can be made possible to do so. And so it'd be my professional opinion that they would have bigger priorities in procurement. But I do think, in the years to come, I do think Ukraine will be looking to restore its navy and its naval effectiveness, and that may involve more future deals with the UK or with someone else who builds big military ships.
And of course, if anything, it might make Britain a little bit slowing down the decommissioning process, just in case that Ukraine would want them later on, or maybe that would be the decommissioning, right? Just pass them on instead of dismantle them, which is all, as you said, not a priority right now as much. But nevertheless, I think it's really crucial to say that Ukraine cares, Britain cares. It's a sign of the commitment to a Ukrainian victory. I would argue that this is the sort of training that's going on now in parallel with war-winning training. Finance, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for being here, Sir Britt. I was wondering, so one of the things we often discuss is some of the systems in the U.S. that are near the end of their lifespan that might be able to help Ukraine. Certain tanks, the possibility that maybe the Warthog could help, maybe not. What in Britain would qualify under similar circumstances? Are there any sort of 30-year-old tank, IFB, or airframe systems that are nearing the end of their life cycle, which could also be helpful for one last hurrah in the Ukrainian armed forces in a way that would be constructive?
yes, is a simple answer. I think there's definitely systems, across, say, from artillery to vehicle that are being updated, and new procurement programs are happening for that. We are phasing out the Warriors, for example. There's the Challenger 3 program that's undergoing at the moment and stuff like this, which would obviously make the Challenger 2s the old systems and stuff. There is more APCs that we still have left over from different various tours that I think could be brought over to Ukraine if needed. We've already done quite a lot of that with some of our armored personnel carriers, but I think more could be done in that area. In terms of airframes, I wouldn't say so on airframes, particularly in our case. The Typhoons are being recently upgraded with new radars and stuff like this, and so I think that longevity is going to be extended. We are still waiting upon more procurement of the F-35s, which is very delayed for various reasons. So on airframes, I wouldn't say there's a lot of things that we could hand over, but I think there's definitely some old unmanned air vehicles that we could hand over. I don't want to go on specifics about them, but I know we are procuring new things there, and we have some very effective systems there that could be handed over. That I think would be very interesting to look into. But certainly, in terms of, I think the best help that we can give in those areas is probably down the line of some of the older APCs that we have, and I think some of the systems that we used on older tours that we don't necessarily use that much anymore. They kind of just sit around. So a lot of that equipment, but the Ukrainians are enjoying that equipment in the UK right now, though, as well. They like to drive around a bit. So
yeah, I definitely am interested in anything that is a light truck or an armored personnel carrier. I remember we had a long discussion about all the different kinds, what might work the best. But from everything we're hearing from Ukraine, they're having significant logistical difficulties. That their light truck and armored personnel carrier fleet is running sort of at capacity, at maximum capacity. So, as far as I can tell, their armed forces is very happy with anything that has four wheels and drives when you turn the key in the ignition right now. Unless I've missed the memo somewhere.
no, certainly, yeah, no, that is a key issue, and I know many speakers in this space are very passionate about logistics, and it is massively important. One of the reasons for the failing of the Russians is the fact that they can't manage logistics. They never have been able to, and looks like they never will. And it's massively important. It's fundamentally the backbone, really, of it all. If people aren't supplied and equipped, they ain't going to move. They ain't going to do things. And the more that we can give to Ukraine in those areas, I think the UK has given nearly 200 vehicles now of various sorts, probably more than that, about 180 armored vehicles, and a shit ton of Land Rovers and stuff. In fact, I saw some footage the other day of a big warehouse in Ukraine just full of Land Rovers and all these sort of things that arrived there. And so it's fundamentally very important. The thing is, and that's an area where I think we have a lot of capability to give. But again, it's kind of, there's a lot of people, the people that are given are the same ones really in those areas. And I think there's, certain countries who have that capability who could give several hundred themselves. And I think that would make a huge difference, because it is a fundamentally very important point, and the Ukrainians consistently ask for it. And, there's, at the end of the day, the countries that are always given the most, the coalition of the willing, as Axel likes to put it, is getting smaller. And the more strain that creates on us, and obviously we only have an X certain amount, even, America, with its vast arsenals, only has a finite amount. And so that's why we need to keep the response, very galvanized amongst everyone, because then we're able to give far more. But you're very right to raise the point of logistics.
When you say that countries that could very easily hand over a bunch of, say, light trucks and armored personnel carriers, as that even if they're older variety, right? If you just have to drive around the back lines, it would have to be the newest, hottest, prettiest thing. It just needs to have four-wheel drives and you turn it on, and if possible, easy to repair. What countries are you referring to, sir?
I prefer not to name by name. It's a bit unprofessional of me, but there are huge arsenals of equipment sat in warehouses all over the place across Europe, in different places, and I cannot get my head around why we don't seem to have the motivation to shift some of that equipment. I can't see a possible reason to why we need it, and I know some of those warehouses are filled with things like armored personnel carriers. And so, yeah, but I apologize. I don't really want to get drawn into naming specific countries.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm all for some naming and shaming, but I can understand if that's not your preferred cup of tea. I think, speaking of cups of tea, another Brit would like to ask a question.
Tim. Hi, Sir Brett. Could you talk a little, speaking of, inertia when it comes to getting this stuff done, could you talk a little about the institutional culture within the MOD when it comes to this stuff, and where the potential pitfalls are in your experience, and where European bureaucracies, and I mean that in a non-pejorative sense, can really improve when it comes to this sort of thing?
I can't speak so much about the European bureaucratic system of getting this stuff done, but certainly the MOD can be quite a diverse beast. In certain areas, the agility and the leniency of transporting systems is incredibly effective, like mind-blowingly effective. We can get shit done very quickly when we want to, but then there are other cases where it is slow, it is bureaucratic, and it is shit. For stupid reasons as well. It's not always stupid reasons. But I think mostly in the case of Ukraine, just to keep it to Ukraine, I actually think the agility of the MOD in regards to Ukraine, I think has honestly been second to none. I think the pace at which we've been able to move capability, I really believe is second to none. We can't do it on the scale of the Americans, but we can move things faster, and we have been. And I think Ukraine is very well aware of that. And I think that's been part of the relationship that we developed with them. I've been amazed sometimes at the conversations that have happened, and then we're talking hours of when they land on the ground. It has been immense in some cases. And why we can't do that on other operations, I don't know. Stupid reasons at Stratcom level, but in regards to Ukraine, I think a lot of people can be very proud of the response, of the effective response internally within the UK MOD. And I hope we draw many lessons from this. Of course, there are outliners. Not everything has been perfect. I don't mean to sound like that, but it's been very effective. And it's simply because I think the largest part is that very much at that Stratcom level, strategic command, by the way, there is a huge appetite to help here. And when you have the appetite at the head of a system, particularly when you have a leader like Ben Wallace, shit gets done. It's as simple as that. I do my job, I get told what to do. I tell my underlings what to do, they tell their underlings what to do. But when you have the leadership at the top, and we've had very effective political leadership in terms of regarding Ukraine, that flows down, and that transacts into action. It is honestly as simple as that. And what we've been able to do is to streamline lots of different things. And in some cases, we'll do the paperwork later. And resources have been allocated in different logistical programs, different airlift programs, hands into different allocation of work in terms internally within the MOD. You know, so whether that's military staff or crown servants being reallocated to work particularly on a certain program in regards to Ukraine or a certain project. That's been very effective, and that's been going on for since the start of this thing. Really, there was, you know, huge reorganizing of resource to ensure that the system was effective as possible and well lubricated, and I think that's proved to be very effective. Is that, does that answer your question, Tim? I can't speak too much internally about the respective ministries in Europe, but I hope that kind of sheds some light on how things were done internally in the UK.
Absolutely, thank you, Sir Brett. It's a very feel-good thing to hear that the system seems to be working very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Brett. Thanks, Tim. Darryl, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Morning, Sir Brett. My question has to do with on the logistics side. I know you kind of touched a little bit of it then, what you were saying about the different ministries working together. But is there a need for, say, with the expansion of NATO and with Ukraine possibly coming in as soon as I would suppose soon as possible, that there needs to be some standardized routing for, say, equipment and things like that across Europe. Has the idea of making sure that the network of roads, bridges, etc., has that been looked at as something that needs to be upgraded? Plans like for battle plans and whatnot, because just like with the train situation right now, with the gauge issue, those things have created their own logistics issues. And so I was just wondering, is that being something that's on the planning board right now to make sure that Europe, Eastern Europe, has a good network for moving equipment around in the case of something like this again?
Yeah, that's been hugely looked at a very high level and a very wide level across NATO. That's very much a NATO operation that's doing that. And when NATO announced its expansion of its forces in Eastern Europe, you know, taking that number of pre-positioned soldiers and forward presences, and kind of changing the doctrine that we developed there, a huge part of that as well was about pre-position of equipment, about allocating more and more resources to be shifted over to areas in Europe so they're far more readily available. Because one of the things that, you know, is very clear is that you know, particularly people who spend a lot of time on, say, like Flight Tracker and stuff like this, they can see that resources are having to be brought from all over the place. And really that's kind of, you know, obviously slows things down. So what's happening now is huge piles of equipment and different capabilities are being pre-positioned in Europe and will become, you know, to become pre-positioned in Europe. So they're far more readily available. And of course, by doing that in itself, will improve the effectiveness of the logistics. And by doing that, we'll also be expanding the local infrastructure. Now, I'm not saying we're going to start, you know, building new, you know, people are going to get some new autobahns or something like this. But with more equipment in an area, obviously the infrastructure naturally improves with that. It's just a, you know, a knock-on effect that happens. And so many lessons from what's going on in Ukraine, how well we've been able to supply Ukraine, is being learned here. You know, if we look at the various airfields, for example, across Eastern Europe, the level of equipment that's coming in there, obviously the people working there and the local infrastructure around there will be learning lessons. They'll be learning how to do things more effectively. And even with our advancing forward and presence in terms of actual manpower, they will be coming with tanks, artillery, you know, air defense systems, the whole lot, right? And so by moving them there on the sort of the front line and the various different battle groups that we have, logistics there as well, new links are being created, larger things are being created. So it's kind of a three-pronged approach. It's the pre-position of equipment, the enhancing the forward presence force, and the lessons that are being learned. And we've already seen, you know, the effectiveness of what we can pull together. But it's a bit of a double-edged blade. Every time there is a massive crisis, we tend to learn a lot of things, and you know, so huge lessons are being learned there. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. I just want to, you know, because we used Germany for as far as forward staging for so long. At least the Americans, you know, we used them as our they were the line in the past during the Cold War. They were the line, and it seems like Ukraine will be that line in the sand, so to speak, in the future. And is NATO seeing any pushback from Germany because Ukraine may take their place in this?
No, Axel might be better to ask that one directly. I've not specifically to that. I haven't seen it. You know, why you're moving stuff there, it should be kept here. I haven't seen it specifically regarding that, but Axel might have more knowledge on that.
All right, thank you, because that's going to be a loss of revenue, it seems, for Germany to a certain extent.
The loss of revenue is less of an issue as opposed to the loss of reputation. Brand value deterioration and credibility amongst allies is a key aspect, which unfortunately by the current government, is not quite appreciated.
All right, thank you.
So, Brett, shall we turn to some daily news, courtesy of the Ministry of Defense? Tim, do you have the DI handy?
Indeed, I do.
Item 1.
So for the benefit of Sabret, we like to do a daily update on, well, a daily reading of the UK MOD Defence Intelligence Update, which gives a little snippet of an authoritative snippet of the British view of what's happening militarily. And as we've got you on the channel today, Sabret, it'd be nice if we had some interaction from you, if you feel you have anything to contribute. So point by point. UK Defence Intelligence report that Russian strikes on residential areas of Kharkiv killed at least 12 civilians on the afternoon of 17th of August. Although the front line in this sector has moved little since May, Ukraine's second city has been one of the most consistently shelled since the start of the invasion, when Russian forces probably aim to reach the outskirts within 24 hours. Now, sitting within 15 kilometers of the Russian front line, Kharkiv has suffered because it remains within range of most types of Russian artillery. MLRS launchers and generally inaccurate area weapons have caused devastation across large parts of the city. Russian forces hold the Kharkiv sector relatively lightly, but continue to conduct local raids and probing attacks against Ukrainian forces. They are probably trying to force Ukraine to maintain significant forces on this front to prevent them from being employed as a counterattack force elsewhere. Now, I would interpret that as a veiled reference to Kherson. Wondering, Sabrit, if you had any view on this defense update.
So I think a lot of it is something that we're all very well accustomed to now, which is Russia's lack of decency and humanity, and just shelling cities and stuff like this. They know how inaccurate their systems are, and they don't really give a shit about that, and they will continue to do this, sadly, and it will continue to cost Ukrainian lives, which is just soul destroying. So to that point, I think we're all very well aware and very accustomed now to how Russia conducts war. In terms of the front at Kharkiv, I think Russia got really worried around that area, particularly due to the Ukrainian counterattacks that we saw in the region, where Ukraine managed to push them back all the way to the border in some specs. We saw little pockets of Ukrainian soldiers even taking photographs on the border, which is quite amusing, really. That's the border to the north, by the way. I'm not speaking all the way to the east. And so I think ever since then, they've been increasingly worried. I'm a bit surprised to hear that, the DI updates is lightly forced. The last I heard about that area, which is when it was in focus, was that there was increasing concern from what we could see from the Russian military of being pushed back from that area completely. But it seems that with what's been going on, you were right. It is a veiled. It does seem like a veiled, response to Kherson. But it does seem that I think Russia is becoming increasingly worried and scared of the effectiveness of Ukrainian counterattacks, or when they do happen. And it would definitely seem that I think Ukraine is keeping Russia guessing. I think is the point that I'm trying to drive home here, is that Russia wants to keep lively the entire front because the front has stabilized a lot recently, thanks to Ukrainian defense and their counterattacks in the south. And I think the Russians are now particularly worried that Ukraine might start deploying further counterattacks in different regions. It's because I think when we saw the counterattacks initially done by Ukraine in the first stage of the war, if you like, where they managed to remove Russia from around the Kyiv and section all in the north there, what they saw is that Ukraine was able to conduct a large operation effectively, and Russia can't do that. And I think they're terrified of Ukraine's capability to do that. Obviously, they're aware that Ukraine's arsenals are not as big as theirs, so Ukraine does it a lot more smart. But I think this whole thing of artillery attacks across the line in certain areas, particularly in pockets of areas, is because they want to keep the Ukrainians distracting those areas so they can reallocate themselves, like they've been reallocating to the south. So I think, although a 3 bullet pointed update speaks to a much broader story, and I think when I read this, and and I think when I speak to some of the DI guys or other respected intelligence people, I think we're seeing a sense of fear from the Russians, and I think this is reflected, and I think they're scared because they know this is not going their way. They know the scale is shifting. They know things are being stabilized, and I think one of the ways that Russia may try to get out of that is to continue to commit atrocities, and is to continue to try and ground down things and put it into a longer scale war. Because one of the ambitions, I've drifted a bit off topic here, so I do apologize for that, but one of I think the ambitions of the Russians now is very much to ground this thing down so they can outlive the moral support and the physical support and the economic support that Ukraine is receiving from international partners. Yeah, so I've covered a wide range of things there, Tim. I don't know if I've hit any on the head for you.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's particularly interesting what you said about Russian fear. I think this is very apposite. Another comment is I think you're being a bit Sir Humphrey-ish on the question of shelling of Kharkiv. This is not negligence. This is deliberate policy, right? It's, as you said, this is how Russia conducts warfare. It's not like they don't care. What they are doing is a matter of deliberate military policy. The targeting of civilians is deliberate at this point. It's not, it's not failing to pay due regard to the presence of civilians. It's civilians dying is a military goal for the Russian army.
Absolutely, and in their minds, they're probably thinking, if we can destroy the civilian, morale for this war by committing atrocities against them, we'll force the the regime in Kiev, as they would put it, to come to a negotiation with us and stuff like this, which of course is having the opposite effect. It's always had the opposite effect, and it won't achieve any results. But yeah, this is how Russia conducts war. It is simple as that. There is absolutely no fucks given. In fact, they do care, but they care in the opposite way. They genuinely believe that this is a valid military strategy, so they care about that, which shows, how inhumane and fundamentally backwards the Russian military operates compared to any respected or reasonable humane military around the world. This is an active part of their doctrine. This is actively how they like to conduct war. Look at what they did in all their previous wars, and it's how they believe they win. The more atrocities that they can commit, the more that they can destroy the other nations' ambition to go on with a war. It is a horrible strategy to commit, but the Russians use it, and they think it's part. They think it's part of their valid strategy, and it is part of their valid strategy, which is just sickening, really. And they will continue to do this. This won't stop. It's who they are, and it's what they do, and it's why we need to stop them.
Absolutely, and I think it does hark back to what Sir Jeremy Fleming, the Director General, is he Director General or a Director of GCHQ? I'm not sure what his exact title is. He's the boss of GCHQ.
Yeah.
Was saying in his op-ed in The Economist, which I believe came out this morning, was that this destruction of this kind is a symptom of the Russia's inability to coordinate information war and actual war. I think the Sir Jeremy's exact words was, the hybrid intent of Russian information warfare has not been successful, right? You can't claim to be fighting a war against a Nazified enemy in your propaganda while simultaneously killing large numbers of civilians in a city which is supposedly sympathetic towards you, right? They can't connect the dots between their messaging and how their army behaves.
Yeah, and I honestly believe that they have no control over how their army behaves as well. From the people that they draw from the lessons that they learn, there is a culture within the Russian military, within the Russian infantry, and it is a horrible culture. It's a culture that kills, rapes, murders, mutilates prisoners of war. It is sickening. Some of the stuff that I've had to watch in part of my job has, there are times I walk out of a room and I want to be sick on the floor. It is honestly devastating, but this is a culture. It's so deep rooted, and I honestly believe that if the Kremlin wanted to change this, let's say they had a miracle moment and want to change, I honestly think it would take them decades to even change it, but they won't because they don't care. But this is a culture within their military, and it'll be taught them. There'll be new recruits that will join the Russian military, and they'll be led by these terrible NCOs and all this sort of stuff. They barely have a strict structure in that area as well, and they will be taught this culture themselves, and they'll be taught this is how Russia conducts war. This is what our regiment does. This is what our battle group does. We go in there and we just fucking kill everyone. We don't care. That's our way of doing things, and it's just disgusting. It is. And half of them are all pissed half the time, drunk, sorry. The drugs are rampant. The alcohol is rampant. It's just, and it's one of the things, they're treated like savages from their own commanders. They're treated with very little respect from their own leaders. So we can't go over there because we just sent 30 of our boys over there and they're all dead. I don't care. That's where we're going. And it's as simple as that. And so when you're being treated like that, you're going to develop this culture. And so it's a whole mess of just absolute atrocity that has just gave birth to the Russian military. And it's a mess from every way you look at it. It doesn't make sense in any regard. It is just disgusting, and it is a vile force, and it is corrupt. I could go on for hours about this. It's sickening.
Please do.
Nothing has changed since the mid-19th century. Every single Russian invading army has treated the civilian population exactly like that. They fought exactly like that. They did the same thing under the Tsars. They did the same thing in the Red Army when they crossed over from east to west. It's nothing new. They did the same thing in Afghanistan. They treated the civilian population in the worst possible way. No surprise that they were fought by Hekmatyar and the likes in the worst possible way. So they need to be defeated in the battlefield. Resoundingly.
Might I jump in for a second? There's a couple of points that I would like to make. This is a great conversation. The first one is that I do not believe there is a disconnect between the highest political offices in Russia and the troops. This is directed. This is very much the strategy. And in fact, this is common strategy in a very good chunk of the world and always has been. When you looked at how ISIS fought, this was strategy. When you look at how Iraq fought during the first Gulf War, this was strategy. All throughout history, even including the war.
Oh, did we lose Thanos?
I think we lost him. We'll get him back.
While we're here, gentlemen.
I'll briefly comment. Right, it's the undirected directed. It's the directed that doesn't need to be directed. But we'll get him back up and continue. Carry on, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to ask a follow-up question on the effectiveness of Russian chains of command. Now we have a term for the Russian chain of command here on the MryiaReport, which I'm trying to popularize, which is the inverted chocolate fountain of bullshit. You know, there's this idea that whatever filters upwards is unreliable information, and that damages the effectiveness of the Russian army at a very, very macro level. I'm wondering if Sir Britt would have anything to say about that with more detail and expertise.
I think it comes down to multiple of different factors that we can, sort of categorize and highlight. First one is fear. The second one is incompetency. The third one is lack of strategic knowledge and refusing to learn lessons and stuff like this. And the fourth one is that it's non-existent. And the fifth one is that it's a dictatorship. When you put all those multitude of factors together, what you have is essentially what you see. Give me 2 secs, sorry. It's 2 secs.
Domin, can you send an invitation back to Thanos? I presume he was.
He jumped back up, but then left again.
Okay, that's the thing. He probably just arrived at the office.
Could be. I will send another one, but.
Hello, sorry about that. So, as I was saying, when we put together all those factors, what we end up is what we see, and it's the way the Russian military is structured. It's the whole use of contracts and privatization of it. It's the fact that when money goes into the Russian military, a lot of it's corrupt, a lot of it's stolen, gets taken out of different things. Like literally, people don't realize that happens. The money goes in directly from the Kremlin, and different money for different things gets stolen along the way. It is that bad, right? There's so many holes in it. It's the fact that there's no respect for an NCO level. That's a particular bad part in terms of operations. It's the fact that its leaders are scared to report the chain of command because they're scared of failure. It's the fact that the Russians refuse to learn any lessons on warfare. And it's a cultural identity that Russia believes in its greatness and its ability to conduct. But it's exactly what you get, and it's what you have as a nation who's trying to be a military superpower, which it isn't, and doesn't have the money to be a military superpower. Any country can put uniforms in a room and make them go there and add it to their numbers and make them feel bigger and better. But the fact is that you can't employ a military of that competency, of that size, unless it's incredibly well funded, and Russia is just inability to do that. The structural corruption in the Russian military is just pays huge dividend to anyone who it comes against. And Russia is absolutely incapable of operating large operations. They cannot simply do it. You know, they launched, you know, like a four-prong attack against Ukraine, and it fundamentally failed because of multiple different reasons. You know, of course, largest being the absolute staunch bravery of the Ukrainians, but it also failed because Russia has no idea what they're doing. It failed because their logistics is a complete mess. You know, and they prepared for months for this, and that's how bad they pulled it off. Like, it's just incompetently bad. And the thing is, they can't. And one of the biggest things that stems from it is they cannot admit that they were wrong. Because if they admit they're wrong, if they admit that they fucked up, all of a sudden the propaganda, the facade of the imperial majesty of Russia failed, and all of a sudden the stories at home, the news, the Kremlin looks incompetent. And the moment that happens, Russia's fucked. Because that's the moment people realize it's all been an act, right? And so you have this chain of command, all these levels, and none of it lines up because it can't line up, because the systems that it needs to line up are not there, they're non-existent. You know, and certain parts of the Russian military, admittedly, are slightly better than others. There are. Russia's submarines generally a lot more competent than what the other parts of their military are. There will be little units here and there, a regiment or two, that will have some form of competency, but that's on a small scale. The larger scale is a mess, and it's a mess because of fear, incompetence, dictatorship, refuses to learn any strategic lessons, and the fact that they can't admit they were wrong. And when you put all of those things together, you get absolute madras and a huge fan of just shit everywhere. And that is essentially the Russian military, and it's what it always has been, and it's what it will continue to be until they look at themselves and they admit what they see. And honestly, I think part of the issue as well, and I can speak to this, sometimes when something goes terribly wrong, right, in any government institution right across the country, there's always this attitude like nobody really wants to take ownership of it because they don't want to open the lid and see what exactly went wrong or how deep it may go. You know, I don't think like the Ajax program in the mod. No one really wants to touch it at this point. It's a bit of a poison chalice. You know what I mean? And that's a particular procurement program, it's a particular project or something. Can you imagine the person who wants to open the lid on the Russian military and think about how deep and fundamental this goes? I think you would open that lid and you just go, nah, no way. No, like we need a revolution at this point. Like, it's just absolutely. I don't think anyone even has the competency to look at that. And yeah, because it's just been so bad for so long. And it's corrupt, and it's just riddled to the core. It's absolutely packed to the gills with just dreck. So yeah.
So Britt, as you said, nobody wants to take ownership, right? You're quite right. I agree. The whole military is this way. But there's an interesting thing that came out of ITV News editor Emma Burrows just now, in the last 15-20 minutes, and it's by an unnamed Western intelligence official. I'll just read this out. It's quite interesting. Western intelligence official just told reporters that the attack on Saki airfield in Crimea by Ukraine put more than half of Russia's Black Sea Fleet naval aviation combat jets out of use. The Russian system is busy seeking to allocate blame for the debacle. Continuing, the real story is about Russia's Black Sea Fleet. They've lost their flagship Moskva, they've lost Snake Island, they lost half of their naval aviation package, and their military headquarters were struck. What we are now seeing is the Black Sea Fleet taking a very defensive position, trying to avoid getting in the line of fire. This is a proud fleet with a long history. The credibility of that entity has been diminished. Further on the explosions in Russia, Crimea, and Russian occupied territory, I think we can assume the attacks by Ukrainians behind enemy lines. Targets such as Belgorod are legitimate targets which don't risk Russian territorial integrity, and I don't see these explosions diminishing. I think we've seen an uptick in these events, putting them down to a combination of incredibly brave people and new capabilities. So I just wanted to tie that in. Any thoughts? Anything to add here? Or just subscribe.
I'll just say I fully support that statement, and I think we will see a lot more effectiveness and more attacks from the Ukrainians because they're proven to be very effective. And one of the things that has massively slowed down the Russians in recent weeks is the fact that the depots, the supply, the very limited logistics that they have are now being hammered, and they know that those targets are available. And again, it adds to that fear which we've been seeing. So I think the statement is a pretty solid round statement.
Dorman, tell me, which are typically the sources, the unnamed Western intelligence officers or officials as sources for someone who works for ITV?
I think they're usually New Zealander.
Oh, that's what it is. No,
No. I'm sorry. I think I missed.
Kiwis, yes.
I think it's the wrong islands. Sorry. I think they're usually British.
Are they? Gosh.
I mean, the flags are so similar.
So, Britt, ITV, is that a place where people speak to? I mean, would anyone in Britain ever speak to ITV?
I wouldn't.
That's all right. No, that's okay.
But people do. I don't know. I don't talk to them
And you
at
shouldn't.
all.
No, of course.
So yeah, of course. That's
Is leaving it on a bus more your style, so Britt?
Yeah, yeah. That's more my way of things. It's got to get out there somehow. You know what I mean? So yeah, that guy got
Right.
sacked, by the way. Yeah,
Wombats or koalas or something.
Something of that nature, I imagine.
I think we have the spokesman for Atacam's cigarettes who wants to come on.
I have a serious question first. I know you all are pining to hear about the latest in Atacam cigarette smoking. We are still celebrating our amazing marketing campaign, the Great Russian Ammo Cook-Off that occurred this morning in Ukraine. But no, actually, I have a serious question for Sir Britt about corruption in the Russian military, and not just the kind of corruption that makes them enjoy the great and beautiful Atacam brand cigarettes. Sir Britt, given the incredible corruption where we've seen things as extreme as, like, the famous case of a Russian naval commander selling his propellers and replacing them with a cheaper, crappier version, to make money off the metal. Is there anything Ukraine could be doing that it's not to sort of accelerate that level of extreme corruption throughout the entire logistics and ranks of Russia's military in such a way that they would either fold or literally sell them their equipment faster or something ridiculous of the likes?
Yeah, I think that goes into. I think Ukraine's got quite its hands full, but I think and you heard it here first. What I'm going to call for on Monday is that we're going to open up a huge black market across the West, right? We're going to pull together the shittest pieces of equipment that we can and just sell it all to the Russians that we just know is just going to be absolutely useless. And we're going to convince them to sell us some of their gear in exchange for this. So we're going to get wings for airframes. We're going to get some, I don't know, lice jet fuel and stuff like this. I think you're onto a wider strategy there, financing. So,
but I mean, on the other hand, like, like without
smoking causes pneumonia.
Yeah, sorry, I've been smoking a bit too much. It's so hazard of the job here is the chief spokesperson for Atacam brand cigarettes. But but in seriousness, like, would it actually be effective given that there is a lot more desire for cash than desire for, say, patriotism in the corrupt Russian Federation? Like, would it actually be an effective strategy to offer cash and asylum, however repugnant that might be, to, say, any pilot who wants to perhaps fly a MiG from a Russian base to a Ukrainian one?
I'm quite positive that there will be small undergoing stuff like that already going on. I think everyone could just make that sort of assumption. Obviously something like that would be very classified. It'd be done very secretively, and I have no doubt that it's happening, just because most things are generally happening. So I think that's a a reasonable idea. I do. I don't work on anything like that myself, so I can't really comment on it. But I do think that's a reasonable idea, and I think and I think there is a lot of corruption. I think we have seen Russians turn inside of the borders, surrendering, moving to a position and surrendering. That has happened, because some of them are fighting on the front in flip flops. It's not a joke. And I think employing a strategy where we can increase the incentives for Russian to just give up, to say like, look, you're not going to win this. How we go about doing that, I would leave that to an expert in our own propaganda and our own system there. But I think you point to a good idea of finance. I just don't work on that myself, so I can't probably provide you with a detailed answer that you'd maybe like. But something like that, particularly done on a nation scale, would be something that would be sort of quite highly classified. That would undergoing deals and stuff like this. So it wouldn't be so appropriate to broach it far too much on here.
My other question is, are there any current corridors, especially for active Russian military, where currently if they're captured by, if they wind up in Ukrainian hands, they go to a prisoner of war camp where, they're treated okay, they're not shot. But the assumption is they're then going back to Russia, which quite frankly doesn't sound like a very good deal given the way that Russia is going to treat them when they get back there. At best, they will be vetted, which sounds pretty awful, and likely that's going to have a low survivor. That's going to have a surprisingly low survivor rate, I think, and they all know that and think that. So my question sort of is there options for any of these schmucks that they know that if they give up, that they don't wind up being shipped back to Russia in the medium to longer term future, where quite frankly, if I'm a Russian soldier and I've been through what we know to be their brutal and dehumanizing military training, and we know what they know about their prison culture and the way they view anyone captured as a possible or likely turncoat. My worry is it's very logical, right? That for anyone with an above room temperature IQ, the fear isn't what the Ukrainians are going to do. The fear is going to be what happens when I'm returned to Russia after this conflict ends, regardless of how it ends. So I guess my question is there any path that's been devised, or is there anything that they would know that's been clear that these guys aren't all going to be forcibly returned home?
I don't think all will be forcibly returned home. We know that prisoner exchanges happen and things like this, So I think, but I think that's a question to the Ukrainians mostly, because a lot of the Ukrainians are very, and rightfully so, very eager to see justice be done, and they want, Ukraine wants to see Russia punished for this, and at the end of the day, although some of these soldiers might be just surrendering and stuff like this, they did sign up, they did fight, and they're part of something which is horrific. And by playing an active role in it, they are in some part condoning it. So I think that's a question of justice in some senses to Ukraine. Whether there's already an existing program in place, for that to happen, I have no idea, to be honest. I don't know if there's something in place that the Ukrainians have got set up.
Sorry, I think you misunderstood me. I'm not saying to escape Ukrainian justice. I'm saying, the Ukrainians aren't shooting people. I don't even think they have the death penalty in this case. They didn't give the death penalty to the one guy who got convicted of being, committing human atrocities on Ukrainians that by any other sort of reasonable legal system that has the death penalty would have given it. So to my understanding, I'm not suggesting the guys who are guilty of atrocities missing Ukrainian justice. No. I'm talking about the guys they don't try, who are just shipped back to Russia, right? Like, I'm not saying the Ukrainians don't get justice. I'm saying, okay, you're Ivan number 15 that we've got here, and we're not going to try you, or we found that you were guilty of just being in the Russian army, but we don't think you committed any atrocities while you're here. You were just in the Russian army, which was a terrible thing in and of itself. But you've been in our prisoner of war prison for however long. We're going to send you back now. It's that we're going to send you back now part that if you're a Russian soldier is probably as scary or scarier, and quite frankly has a higher rate of death than Ukrainian justice. That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you've explained it out well yourself there, Finance. I don't think you need me to follow up on that. I think that's absolutely the case. I think many of them will be terrified of being sent back to Russia, but that's where they came from. That's quite frankly where they can go back. I don't, I think there's a genuine attitude now, particularly across Eastern Europe and in the Nordic countries, of not even wanting, Russian visitors to come to Europe anymore. And so, yeah, I think they are scared shitless of being sent back. But to be honest, it's that's what they signed up for.
No, for sure. I'm saying perhaps cut a deal with Armenia, Uzbekistan. Kazakhstan's not a fan of Russia right now. They've had a breakup. They're not kissing anymore. I'm saying there are other countries that maybe a deal could be cut with, where it's like, hey, you want a bunch of young Russians who are of working age? We're happy to, like, not because I care that much about the Russian soldiers. I don't. I would love to see more Russians surrendering, because that would mean less Ukrainians dying. Because a surrendering soldier is a lot easier to deal with than a soldier, even a soldier with low morale who hates life, who is holding his gun and firing at the direction of you, right?
I'm not aware of any deal that's been struck between any of the other countries where Russian prisoners of war can be transitioned to instead of going back to Russia.
But yeah, that's all. I was just looking for like ways that Ukraine could offer something that would make more Russians surrender is where my head's at. That's all. Thank you very much, Sir Britt, for humoring me.
I think maybe working with a third country like Bulgaria, perhaps, for some seaside resort, low cost, that might be a good incentive. Here you go. Here's an apartment with a flushing toilet in a third country. If you surrender, something along those lines. I think we talked about this a little bit in March, but it kind of died down since. Nina, go ahead.
Domen, thank you. I have a question for Sir Britt, and also after that to Tom, if I can speak that much and then just leave after that when I have heard the answer. To Sir Britt first. Does this sound familiar to you, what I will read to you? If you tell a big lie enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. The lie can be maintained only for such time as the state can shield the people from the political, economic, and/or military consequences of the lie. It thus becomes vitally important for the state to use all of its powers to repress dissent, for the truth is the mortal enemy of the lie, and thus by extension the truth is the greatest enemy of the state. I'm sure you know who wrote this. Sir Britt?
Adolf Hitler, I believe.
No, it's Goebbels, and if you heard that, do you think that this sounds like Putin is doing the same thing?
I think
that
yeah.
the truth is the biggest enemy to Putin.
To Russia, I would even widen it out to Russia.
Yes.
Absolutely. And that's kind of what I was trying to link into my assessment on the chain of command. It's the fact that Russia is unable to learn any lessons, because learning a lesson is an admission of something that you did wrong, and as soon as they admit that they did something wrong, the whole thing falls apart. And that is a fundamental issue. Many people You know, when particularly highlighted recently, when they look at the war in Ukraine and look at Russia, they cannot believe the things that they're hearing coming out of Russia. It's always been like this, you know. And what I say to people often, I say, the lies are not for us. You know, the provocations on state TV, the statements from the Kremlin, their defense ministers, you know, dressing up they should be dressed up in a clown suit as they're given their defense briefs and stuff like this. That's not for us, and they know it's not for us. That's for their own people. You know, they know we know they're lying. They know we do, because we have the technology, we have the intelligence, and they know we do. We know we are so infiltrated into their system that we know everything that's going wrong with it. Now, obviously, that's just infiltration. We're not, you know, able to bring it down because it's you know, it's its own country and stuff like this, and there's different lines there. But the point is that this is for show, and it's for their own people. You know, there's even meetings that have happened between defense officials from the West with defense officials from Russia, and some of those meetings are so pointless because they will try and tell us something that we know is a lie. You know, we'll be saying to them, we're going to be increasing some operations in this area of the world. This is just a courtesy thing. We know you have X, Y, and Z here, so we just kind of want to make you aware of that. A courtesy call, right? And they will go, no, we have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, all there. And we're like, no, you don't. We literally have pictures, satellite images of everything you have there, and none of those things exist. So even their own defense officials are lied to by their higher ups, and they believe it,
or they
because
know
they've
to
been
lie
fed it.
themselves.
Yeah, or they know to lie themselves. You know, and it is fundamentally ingrained into the Russian way of life. You know, there are kids right now being dressed up in Russian schools in little tank uniforms with the letter Z on them. They start from that age. They're taught in their schools the Russian way of thing. Now, you know, one of the perfect things that one of the silver linings for the Kremlin that's come out of this whole Ukraine war is the fact that they've been able to stamp out whatever slight existence there ever was of any freedom of press in Russia, and that they're able to now shut down access to companies like, I don't know, like Instagram or something like that, right? And now they'll set up their own systems in place. You know, China is very good at doing this as well. This is all for the benefit of their own people, because as long as they can keep the lie alive in their own country, as long as they can build the wall around themselves, they don't care what we know or what we think. Like I said, they know we're lying. We know that they know that we know they're lying. It's a complete and utter mess, and it's not for the benefit of us. And it's tragic because, you know, to break, you know, it's not just Putin. Putin is just a product of it, and he's a particularly evil product of it, granted. But in order to bring it all down, you need to expose everything, and that is, you know, something to which the Russian people will, I pray, will one day wake up to. Eventually, I think you can only lie so many times before it eventually begins to crumble. That's, you know, I honestly believe that one of the biggest reasons for the collapse of the Soviet Union is because the lies just couldn't stack up anymore. And I think, go on, Domin.
Oh no, sorry. Finish the sentence. I just wanted to delve more deeply into this.
I was going to say that, you know, it became painfully obvious to the people amongst the different countries at the time that were in the Soviet Union of the lies, and little bit at a time, freedom and truth began to escape in. And the thing is, you know, Russia that was a reset for Russia, and obviously they retracted, they lost the Soviet Union, and they've sort of started again, and they're building the framework, but they're building it from a different angle this time. And it's how it needs to be. If a government wants total control over its country, so it can be corrupt, but corrupt in the way that advantages them, they need to have total control. In order to have total control, you need to lie, you need to deceive, you need to have control of the press, you need to have control of the messages that are going out, and that's what Russia is doing. And Russia has a genuine belief that it is a massive world superpower, that it is a major power in the world, and that it cannot be ignored, and that a world without Russia is no world at all. You know, Russia is filled with the best scientists, it has the best minds, we have the best technology. You know, they compare themselves to other nations constantly. They have small dick syndrome, essentially, but on a massive scale. You know, and they probably all drive Audis, or they don't anymore. But it is a massive, massive cultural issue in Russia, and it's just lies upon lies, and it's sickening. I think it's, you know, some of the worst things that you see is when they do it to kids, is when they dress these kids up. It's awful to know that no fault of their own, that child is now being born into a system where they're going to be lied to, you know, and Russia will continue that lie until breaking point, because they know as soon as the lie is gone, everything falls apart. And that there is the greatest danger to Russia. And as Goebbels put it himself, the truth is the greatest evil, and the truth, if it was ever to be revealed in Russia, would be also the greatest evil, because it would mean the collapse of their regime, and they have to avoid that at all costs. And the way they do that is by lying more. So, Doman, go on.
I wanted to tie this back into exactly what you're saying, right? But tie this back into the specific thing that Tim was bringing up earlier, what he termed the inverted chocolate fountain of bullshit, I think, right? Because this is also why their military is collapsing, right? Because the chain of command fundamentally isn't functioning. And the higher up you go, the more lies have been built up, a layer after layer after layer of lies, right, Sir Britt?
Absolutely, and the thing is, no one ever wants to take it's a combination effect. So it's not only the layers of lies, but it's the fact that if the leadership doesn't buy into the lie, they have to accept responsibility, and accepting responsibility is having your balls took off and sent to Siberia, and nobody wants that. And so it's the fear that also plays into it, that forces them to lie, because they, like I said, they know they're lying. They know they are, but the thing is, it makes them very powerful to lie. You know, Putin knows he's telling lies, but he also knows he's, you know, the head of a country and is a very powerful person. So, you know, that's a good trade-off for him. But some of the things I think he believes himself genuinely, you know, but there'll be certain things where he knows he has to lie. But that's the point as well. Unless sometimes they have to lie in order to not admit the truth, because admitting the truth means punishment for them. So not only is it a cultural, indoctrinated attitude, it's an attitude of fear, because they're terrified, because if they admit the truth, they would be blamed with it. And the higher up the command that goes, the more that they would have to take responsibility for. And that's why it's far easier for it just to remain a lie and then just to go with the cover story. I'd be interested in, as a psychologist, I'd be interested in hearing Tom's perspective on that.
But before we go to the psychology angle, I'm sorry, let's just revert back to one practical thing. So we, on the one hand, have this elite, these thugs, with their inferiority complexes and all their wonderful psychological damages and trauma and whatnot, and their fear of being essentially found out as having stolen from 142 million people, pretty much everything, including their honor, and the residual obliterated components of what could have been culture. So they've done that. But on the other hand, you can only eradicate this whole system by means of containment for decades, as you said earlier, because it won't change otherwise. Culture is very hard to change. So you have to resoundingly defeat them in the battlefield. And if you're lucky, you could force the accelerated involuntary reintegration of the regime into the food chain. Why not the latter a little earlier than sacrificing another 50,000 men of Russia? Not that I wouldn't wish them to be sacrificed. I couldn't care less about these bastards. But would the former not beat the latter?
Domen, I had a follow-up because I have to go. And can I just please ask it?
You know, can we just wait for the answer, please?
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, and I think a resounding defeat in the battlefield and then containment of the problem is what we need to do. And I think we need to start talking embargoes, cutting off relations. Personally, I think we've had enough now, and I think we cannot revert back to normalization. And the fact that one leader recently talked about renormalizing relations with Russia was honestly sickening to hear that. You know, to say that, oh, we have to wait until they can pull their soldiers out and then we can begin to normalize. It's like, did you just hear yourself speak? Like, so what you're saying is, yeah, we'll just forgive everything. Don't worry about it, mate. No, you just, you know, pull your troops out. We'll call it quits and we'll get on with our lives. That's not, we will never ever beat Russia like that. It needs to be tracked. Like, Russia needs to be just labeled COVID-19 and we all need to isolate it. We need to completely cut it off from the Western system, because we will never ever have the ability to change Russia unless we treat it as it needs to be treated. The more we normalize with Russia, the more we do with them, the more money we're putting in their pockets, the more we're allowing them to continue. And it will hurt us to do that, of course it will. But we'll get around that. You know, it's not going to be the end of the world for us. It's going to hurt some companies here and there and stuff like this. You know, gas prices will soar. I get it. It's going to be painful. But the thing is, the cost of not doing that, the cost of just going back to the status quo means we're going to be in this boat again in a decade's time. And who's it going to be then? And is it going to escalate to a larger war then? So we need to humiliate them in the field and then contain the problem.
Well, we contained North Korea and we contained smallpox. I don't know which one is the bigger disease, but Russia definitely qualifies for it.
Nina, jump at it, and we'll go to Tom and find it then. Nina?
Thank you, Sir Britt, for your answer. And what discussion we had last night with Tom and this excellent professor, we talked about psychopathy and sociopathy, and also that when you are lying enough, you are starting to believe what you are saying, and that's pathological lying. So probably the Russians are, when they are lying all the time of everything, from the top to the bottom, and with the corruption also. Tom, for me it looks like can Russia collapse suddenly, which I don't believe, because also what you said, that when somebody has been lying and thinking that that's the truth, it's very hard to wrap your head around something else that actually would be the truth. And I don't see that we can do anything else but cut off our relations to Russia, but the change has to come from inside. Yeah, about this lying, Tom, can you just talk a little bit about that? Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Yeah, Tom, if you can touch on that and the stuff that Sir Britt directed at you earlier.
Okay, so you know, when we were talking about psychopathy and sociopathy last night, you'll remember me saying that lying is the #1 symptom. It's actually more predictive than violence. It's more predictive than any of the other psychopathic traits. Obviously, a lack of empathy is what's at the heart of it, but of course, people can lie and pretend that they are empathic. So lying is the one that you see most often. So if you end up with a society that is dominated by psychopaths, which I think Russia has been since the Tsarist and communist times as well as modern times, and with cultures that are sociopathic, meaning making people become more psychopathic, so like the Dedovshchina, the Russian prison culture, the Russian thieves culture, which is very much a mafia culture, then you end up with this situation where everyone lies. And actually the metaphor that Tim used wasn't the chocolate fountain of bullshit, it was the pyramid of bullshit. You imagine Vladimir Putin sat on his throne of lies at the top of the pyramid of bullshit, which I would love if there's any artists in the space and they wanted to draw. The problem is that the incentives to tell the truth are completely reversed in Russia. You know, if you as a captain found out in a Western army that people under your command were selling their diesel in exchange for vodka and getting drunk, you'd report them all, because if you didn't report them all, you'd get fired and court-martialed as well. But in Russia, I don't think they can do that, because, you know, the sergeant equivalent, I don't know how the Russian ranks work, will know that the recruits are selling their diesel and getting drunk. They're not going to miss that, but they can't grass their troops up, because if they do, the troops will say, well, we know that he took all that money that was supposed to be spent on tires and truck maintenance and bought an Audi with it. So the problem is, if you're the BTG commander who says, when you're asked if you're at full readiness, says, well, actually, no, half of our diesel's been sold, all of my troops are drunk, I've only got 70% strength, and 50% of those people are conscripts rather than contractniki. Yeah, it's your balls on the line. You're going to end up in prison. So the incentive, rather than to tell the truth, is to lie all the time. And it's cultural, as Sir Britt was saying, and as Axel talks about, everything being downstream from culture. So yeah, I think it's a society dominated by psychopaths that becomes sociopathic. That means that everyone's lying. And the thing is, the truth is the mortal enemy of the lie, because ultimately you can lie and lie and lie, but when you have to put something to the test, if there's no diesel in the truck, it doesn't matter what lie you say. If your troops are drunk and can't shoot their rifles properly, it doesn't matter how good you say they are. You could give a Western army, I would presume, similar kit. And in fact, the Ukrainians have got similar kit, and they're going to outperform them, because a culture of liars are constantly screwing one another over. Now, as for how long that would take the society to collapse, I cannot even begin to estimate.
I want to jump in, Tom. I would even, I mean, I'm not a psychologist, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn. I'm not sure about the psychopathy and the sociopathic behavior, but I can say this: there's definitely a thread in. I'm not saying I'm not sure, as in you're wrong. I'm saying I can't speak to it, but I would say this: there is an overwhelming belief in Russian culture, and it's. I'm going to make a joke, or I'll reference a comedian, and you might think I'm joking. Borat, his whole shtick about Kazakhstan is actually really a shtick about Soviet culture, and the whole, I'm a real man's. This is very much a big factor in Russian society. So I would argue that they know that they're not. I would argue they don't believe their lies, because all a Russian oligarch or leader has to do is visit London and see how they live, and New York and Orlando to take the kids to Disneyland. They know that their countries don't look like that, but their saving grace or their excuses, yes, but this nation is a hedonistic, degenerate.
Mike, check.
Yehuda?
Yeah.
No, we lost Yehuda. CJ,
briefly then, because I've got to go to the dentist. I don't think that Russia believes most of its lies either. I think that the sergeants know that their troops are drunk and have sold a lot of their diesel. I think that the colonel knows that the captain has spent the vehicle maintenance money on getting an Audi. If anything, they've all got compromat on one another. Like, none of them can root out corruption in another part of the system, because they know that other people know that they're just as bad. They've all got the shit on each other, basically. I don't think they do believe it. I think they believe a little bit. I think some of the bullshit sticks and gets believed, but I think most of it they don't believe. I have to go anyway.
Okay, Tom. Where did I get cut off, though? At believe the lies? I hope not. Hello?
I don't think any of us is sure exactly where we got cut off. Sorry.
Because I just figured out the meaning of life, and then now I forgot it. And now, geez, it's not even on.
Every time.
Every time. Yeah, they don't believe their own lies, and also, and I said that they just have to visit other countries, these leaders and technocrats, and they know that what they're saying isn't true, right? They see. But I said what they think. They have this view of the backbone of the Russian culture is the man and the family, and he's the boss. They have massive problems with domestic violence all over Russia, and it's very much this. We're the tough guys, and the West can't sustain that culture because they're degenerate, right? So that's their excuse for buying into this, and that is that humans are humans, and we have to be tough, and we're the tough guys in the house. Anyway, I was just going to add that to the discussion.
Thank you. Good. CJ, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Doman. I don't want to disrupt the flow, though. I have a comment about something else entirely. So I imagine a lot of people want to talk about this. But what I would say is, if this subject interests you, of course, look to the full story, which was released about 16 hours ago, of the Russian paratrooper and the debacle of him in Crimea and then in Ukraine. I think some Ukrainians were. I think they were upset that the story gained so much traction, and I can understand why, particularly because it seems to almost provide some sympathy for the Russians and the not so great military conditions they lived in. I guess I took it a completely different way, which is sort of a more optimistic tone that even in peacetime they couldn't get their military right, and it's certainly not going to become a better situation during war. So I took it maybe a little bit more optimistically than most, but I'll save my comment for when this discussion is done, because I think it's a really good one.
And I'll say this about CJ, and I'm not kissing his bum. Look at CJ or listen to CJ. Listen to the way he speaks. Imagine, do you think CJ tells his troops, "You're not getting water or food, and you effing, C word and F word and this and that. I'm a man. Look at me. I'm CJ." If you've seen him, you've seen John Spencer. Obviously, you hear me. No, I'm not comparing myself to you two, because they're in a different category, and that's professionalism in the military. Russian, an enemy would be much more afraid effectively of CJ and John Spencer than their equivalent counterparts in their Rangers or whatnot. They don't have that. It's literally, it's like schoolyard bully mentality. They haze their troops with the weirdest, often sexualized violence, just bananas, right? They're just absolutely nuts. So if you want to look at, match apples to apples, imagine CJ. He sounds like he could be a college professor, but yet he's very, very skilled in his training. That's what professional armies in Canada and in the West. They're no match for JTF2, of course, in Canada, but the Rangers are pretty good. This is anyone I've met from that community. Anyone I've met from that community, super polished, super just erudite and polite, and violence is a tool, not an emotion. Violence is, maximum aggression and violence is a thing that is employed in order to achieve a mission, not because you're just a really messed up a-hole, right? And you don't see the same thing. I've seen their VDV training. I've seen videos of them, and to me, it's just bizarre. I am thinking, wow, that's selection for their special forces, or I've seen some special forces selections. It's like a gong show. It's like Planet of the Apes or something to me. It just seems so bizarre and primal, and they're acting so weird. And I'm thinking to myself, you're really just creating psychopaths. Like, you're just creating really angry, evil people. And that's not the way it's done. And it's not the most effective either. It doesn't make them better soldiers. Making you dumb and angry and bitter and resentful, I think that's like 1500s special forces training. It's just bizarre. So CJ is a perfect example. John Spencer, great example. And that's the difference. It's so important to notice. Do not be afraid of the Russian soldier or the special forces. They're brutal. Yeah, once they get to civilians, they'll mutilate them, and once you get tied up prisoners, they're even worse. But dollar for pound for pound, they do not match up. Certainly not to the Rangers, who lead the way, by the way.
Oh, come on, Yehuda. 18th Airborne. Good morning, Potbrack. We kill you politely. How may I help you?
Yeah, CJ, I know I can't ask you, am I right? But you understand what I'm saying.
Well, I will diffuse your compliments and maybe redirect it, obviously back to you, but many of the same things, but I would kind of point out, let's just take out sort of maybe the niceties of it, right? You and I and many others serve in an all volunteer force, right? Which is, not a widespread concept necessarily. And what it requires is a completely different style of leadership, right? Where you basically have to motivate people every day to want to come to work, which is, always tough. And then, of course, in battle, these people have chosen to be there, which is just very, very different than what these Russians are experiencing. So it's a tough line in assessing, how good or bad that the Russians are doing, because they have to be, their leadership style has to be more brutal towards their people. Otherwise, they won't continue to move forward. But I would use like the Israeli army as a good example, and maybe Yehuda can give some more examples based on people he knows. But basically, they have an army of conscripts to a large extent, reservists, and this is what allows them to have such a strong military. But talking with them in 2015 after the 2014 operation, basically the way around, having a combination of a volunteer and conscript force was their leaders had to be in the very front, right? It was just the best way to do it, to provide that motivation and lead by example. But what it meant was, the enemy in that case would try and target the officers explicitly, right? Because if you could take out the officers in a more centralized system or where there's a lot of conscripts, it is much more devastating than against the American army, where you take out an officer and the platoon sergeant takes over and things might run better, or the same thing with the squad or whatnot. Everyone is a leader in a democratized army, which makes it much more difficult to beat. And that's why, yes, Ukraine has conscripts, but in this situation, they're all, basically volunteering to be there and defend their country, which makes it very, very difficult to beat.
Yeah, no. So yeah, I in a previous life, I was in the IDF, and I will tell you when I joined eventually my own army, because I volunteered. I'm not Israeli. It took me a while to get used to even the discipline we have here in Canada, because I just didn't understand it, because I was used to a world where the military, on base, it wasn't high fives everywhere and shirts. Really, it was much more of a working environment, where some of the most senior people on the base were non-commissioned officers, where generals saluted them, like because there was one senior NCO in charge of a particular base, who had fought in, because I'm older, fought in 2 very big wars, and knew the terrain in that area, and that was his baby, and they were much more get the job done. And there's almost no need to motivate the Israelis. I noticed about that, and the answer was, if they don't do their job, their family 10 kilometers behind where they're standing are going to die. So it's a very different mindset. And so when I was on basic officer training in Canada, I felt like one of those 1960s movies of the British Army. And I'm like, what? Really? You don't have to scream at me. I'm pretty cool. Like, I want to be here. and it was hard for me to adjust to. And then I just became a proper, a-hole officer, where now I know, I'm just kidding. I don't nitpick, but obviously discipline is important. And there's different motivations and motivators that bring people to the military. Israel is a perfect example, because it reminds me exactly of how the Ukrainians are. You've got people who are professors and musicians and greengrocers. One guy's an airline pilot. I read an article on, and he didn't even have to go because they can use him for airline. He volunteered because it's his country. He knows the threat is existential. The Ukrainians are fully aware that if they don't all get into it, there is no, even for the pragmatic person who says, well, even if Russia took over, I'll just shut up. And no, they'll get you too. They'll find out a post that you did about how you don't like Putin, and all Ukrainians. That risk has been spread through all Ukrainians, and all Ukrainians realize that they have to be in it to win it, all of them, and that's very much like how the Israelis operate. So you don't see that attitude. You see, you watch videos, even back in command, or command lines. You don't see generals decked out with aiguillettes and pips and baubles, and everyone's like standing. No, it's very relaxed. People know this is a war for survival, and people tend to work and are motivated to work much better. And work in this case means fight much better when they feel a part of a team, and they know there are leaders. I'm not saying there's no leadership, but it's not the type of discipline that we're used to in Western armies as we are now. So, great point, CJ.
Thank you. Thanks, Yehuda. Thanks, CJ. Finance. I reckon you probably still have a question for Sabrit, whom I think has to go very soon. So, fire away.
Yeah. I want to harken back a little bit to the concept of the entire chain of lies, all the way up your command structure in society. This mirrors a lot what we see in certain parts of the corporate world when The dark triad personalities, the sociopaths and narcissists and friends take over a company. There are some in senior management ranks in general, but when you see this, the ones who are successful and raise up high and are ruthless enough, etc., they know they're being lied to. And even guys who aren't sociopaths know that underneath them they're being lied to. So my question here is, while the scale of Russian corruption is shocking and the scale of their incompetence is sort of laughable, and we thank them for it, because a more competently organized Russian military with what tools they do have would be far more effective. I guess my question is, why do we think that their leaders we know sort of that their leaders don't seem to realize the situation, but I guess my question is how? They know they're lying, they know they lied on the way up, and they know their people are lying. At which point, I guess I'm asking, like, how are they still not accounting for the massive scale of it when they know there's that massive scale below them?
Well, because admission of the truth, so the mission of the massive lack of skill below them is admission to it being bad, which goes against the propaganda, which comes with the fault. And like I said, the admission of truth also comes with the punishment of that. So they would never want to admit it. And possibly because they're so incompetent themselves that they would never want to admit that things are going so bad beneath them, because they would be asked to solve it if they were spared the gulag. They'd be like, well, do something about it. And they'd be like, I don't know how, because I was part of it myself. And they don't really want to admit that it's going so bad because they were a product of it as well. So they genuinely might not believe that it's going so bad below them also, because the person above them is lying to them, tell them, no, what's going below you is also going to happen, is also going well. It's every possible way you look at it, Russia seems to fuck itself, because the solution to the answer leads to a punishment, or it leads to fear, or it leads to admission, or it leads to truth. And as the quote that's Nina brought us before, the truth is the absolute mortal enemy here. And this is why the report structure doesn't work in Russia, because if it was to work effectively, it would have to be truthful, but it can't be truthful, because when it's truthful, people die. And it's as simple as that. It's survival of your own interests, really. It's as simple as that, finance. It is so fundamentally.
Sorry, you mentioned an amazing quote, and I didn't hear who it was by, and I don't recognize it. Could you go through that quote again, sir?
And I don't have it to hand. It was Nina who mentioned it. It was a quote by Goebbels, who talked a bit about a lie and that propaganda and how it has to be conducted in order to maintain control over a regime or a state or something like this. And essentially, the quote is driving home the idea that the truth is the enemy of the lie, and obviously the lie is what the state will say. And therefore, if the truth is the mortal enemy of the state, then it will break the state by coalescing. I'm sure if you can quickly Google it, it's quite a long quote. But yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Jens. Then I have a question for CJ and an announcement from CJ. I think, and then we'll go to Hans. Jens.
Yeah. So when I hear talk about all the Russian lying, I also think of it as gaslighting. So when we have a lie that conflicts with the truth, right? If I have the power to perpetrate the lie to someone else, I can actually make the other person move the conflict between the lie and the truth. I can move it into the other person. So the constant lying also helps pacify the persons I want to subjugate, because then instead of me and you having a debate about what's truth, if I have the power to convince you, then the whole conflict is internalized in you. So you know what's right, but you also know that I have the power over you to enforce my lie. And then it becomes a conflict within yourself, and that can help to pacify you. So you just become subservient because you don't have the stamina or the physical power to enforce your own intuition. So I think we see it all the time in the Russian soldiers. They all know they're being lied to, that they know they're being sent to the death, but they still follow the orders because they simply don't have the integrity to go against, and they know they risk being shot, so they just become sheep, and they become perpetrators themselves of lies.
Thank you, Jens. Right, at this point, I understand you need to go. Thank you so much for joining us today. It was great to learn a little bit more about the training conducted by the UK trainers in the UK, as well as those of the Allied nations who came to help out with that training and help expand the training, as well as all of the transfers of military resources and all the lessons that the UK MOD has been learning from observing the war in Ukraine from afar. Thank you very much, and hope to speak to you soon again.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me, and just a huge thank you to all the work that's done here. It's amazing what goes on here. I listen when I can. I'm always amazed by the expertise that you guys managed to get in here, and the etiquette and the way that you present yourselves is always humbling. So thank you very much for having me. It was a pleasure to give what I could. So thank you.
Likewise, thank you.
Thank you, Sir Britt. CJ, I've had a question from a listener about something called an M46, and apparently it's a cannon. And we've been talking an awful lot about howitzers, but not much about cannons. Could you please tell us what the M46 is? It's apparently a Soviet 130mm cannon. And why is it a cannon and not a howitzer? What makes that difference? And is that any good for Ukraine?
So looking up the general specifications of this weapon, it's sort of a post-World War II relic, I would say, that is a cannon because it doesn't fire indirectly, right? It's a direct fire weapon, meaning it's a point and shoot. You don't necessarily have to do a lot of calculations. You don't call it in. It doesn't come in, over the treetops. You have to kind of see what you're looking at in order to fire and engage a target. 130 millimeters is pretty damn big, right? That's bigger than, if you want to compare it, it's bigger than a tank round, but not quite as big as a howitzer. So if you get a direct hit, it's going to do quite a lot of damage, but it can't shoot too far. So, I saw that Ukraine was going to be getting some of these, and it kind of left me scratching my head a little bit because this round type is not very common. It's not something that Ukraine produces domestically, or many people produce at all anymore. However, I think it could be useful if used on the border regions, right? There's a lot of roads going in and out of Ukraine into both Belarus and Russia that need to be defended by territorial defense forces, the border guard, and more. And so this kind of weapon system could be very helpful in that regard, because you won't really want to bring a tank or even like a Russian special forces reconnaissance team down a road if there's one of these giant cannons defending it. So it probably will help Ukraine move some of their better gear and weapons to the front, and these things, which are a little bit older, can certainly defend areas that are a little bit more low risk or low threat.
Thank you, CJ. So kind of a defensive weapon in areas that have been relatively quiet, but more to prevent additional or a re-engagement, whatever it is, restart of a front, perhaps, more than anything else.
And the other thing to keep in mind too, we've talked a lot about Kherson, but of course, there's battles raging across the Donbass, and there's other areas closer, mainly in Kharkiv and Sumy and Chernihiv, that are still getting shelled, or there's still cross-border raids where Russians are still, even if they're not trying to take land per se, they're trying to, do some spoiling attacks. They're trying to still, cause some damage on the Ukrainian side, and this will help that because if you just have a small platoon of Russians, and beforehand you can maybe sneak across the border, cause some havoc and leave. If you know these things are going to be looking at you, you may be less inclined to do that effectively. So that it should help, I think, nonetheless.
Thank you very much, CJ. I understand you also have an announcement to make.
Yeah, so in about 3 hours, I just got off messaging with our guest, which is Ryan Hendrickson, Special Forces veteran, but also a Navy veteran and an Air Force veteran. So he's kind of done it all. Silver Star recipient and volunteer in Ukraine. You may have seen his videos. I posted up to the nest his card and his information. So you can go check him out before he comes. He'll be in a safe location. He's just bought some Wi-Fi for that time, so he should be good to go for 1900 Kyiv time. I believe it is 1600 UTC, and of course, noon here on the East Coast. So please, if you're gonna leave the space, come back, because it's gonna be one hell of an interview. I got a chance to read his book 2 or 3 years ago in quarantine. It was quite incredible. He grew up, basically without electricity, without water, in a very rural area in Washington. Had a rough life as a kid, and basically was in the military for 10 years before he joined Special Forces, at which point, when he went on his first deployment with them, on his first battle, he stepped on a landmine, and it almost took his leg and left him unable to walk for a year. And he had to get clearance all the way from the top-ranking general in the military to get clearance to go back in, where he would go deploy 7 more times to combat, to Afghanistan. And at the end of his 20 years, he decided he hadn't helped enough and has been volunteering in both Afghanistan and Ukraine ever since. So really a true hero, a selfless guy. And he's cleared in the past 4 or 5 days about 500 mines from Ukrainian farming fields, just making the country so much safer, really at his own risk of his own life. Doesn't have much money to do it. He just has a metal detector and a stick, and he is making the world a better place. So really interesting guy, really excited to get to talk with him. And I hope everyone comes and asks questions, because it's going to be his first time on the space, but he's very excited for it.
Thank you so much, CJ. And of course, a quick announcement also: in 45 minutes from now, we'll have Olga Kosharina back. You will have remembered her from a couple of weeks ago when she joined us to talk about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. She's a preeminent Ukrainian nuclear safety expert, and she'll give us a little bit of an update and explain what's actually going on at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. There's lots of rumors flying around, and if you really want to sort out fact from fiction, 45 minutes from now at the top of the hour, we'll be joined by Olga. CJ, there's also a request from the listeners. If you could please explain those Volcano artillery rounds that are apparently being sent from Germany, I believe, to Ukraine in the coming days, or maybe they're already there. But I'll give you a little bit of time, a bit of a heads up, a bit of time to prepare for that, and I'll go to Hans and Big Papa. Hans?
Good day, morning, whatever it is. And mic check, please.
Crystal clear, carry on.
Excellent. I've been following the discussion this morning with some interest because it deals with national state of mind, national mentality. And I think I don't have it quite accurately, but I think the memorable quote of this morning is that Russia is a nation with a national small penis syndrome. It's a good way to look at it. I'd like to offer another sort of metaphorical and poetic parallel, which gives us a challenge, and that is, we need this small, innocent child on the street corner who says, this emperor has no clothes on. How do we find that one? How do we find that chink in the armor that will make this house collapse, or begin the process of collapse? I think the picture of it is quite clear. It's consistent within itself, an edifice of lies. How do we chip at it? How do we chip at it effectively? I don't expect an immediate answer, obviously. And the other thing, I'd like to ask a specific question to the psychologically inclined people who may be listening, and that is specifically about Putin himself. whether anybody thinks, or do you think that when the end is near, when Putin realizes that the end is irrevocably near, will he do a Jim Jones, Adolf Hitler type Götterdämmerung ending? Will he want to steer toward that?
I have an answer for that latter one. I'll have to sleep on the first one.
Can I start with the former?
Please.
Hans. Yeah, let me just say amend this, given the fact that we are all population segments, equal offense space, as you know. So we would call this here the impaired male endowment syndrome.
Okay. All right. Now that you're on Spotify, you have to sanitize.
No. There are certain people, and specifically from the Royal Navy, which cannot be sanitized even when washed. So don't worry about it. We will not try to be overly woke or politically correct for that matter. We'll try to name a spade a fucking spade.
Thank you for this. Thank you for this.
So apologies. I'll hand it back to Doman, who can talk about the lack of potential Götterdämmerung.
Yes, I simply don't think that will happen, right? Because Moscow is not getting razed half to the ground and occupied. That's not happening, right? Nobody's going to go and invade Russia. There isn't going to be a Nazi Germany-like ending. I think we're all clear on that. That is out of the question. Therefore, there will not have to be this realization, especially in the context that the Russian populace is domestically propagandized against so very thoroughly that anything can be sold as at least an excuse, if not a victory. And the Russian domestic propaganda has already been preparing for this, talking about the Canadian admirals and the American generals that are fighting against them, and how the Americans are piloting the HIMARS and using the HIMARS to strike at Russia, and all manner of things. So Russians already have been building in the excuse of, we lost, but we only lost because all of NATO was against us, and we were just this one little country, one big country, but one country against, this whole American hegemonic alliance of NATO. And therefore, no wonder we lost, and it was an honorable loss, and it just demonstrated how everybody is against us, and this is why we need to band even more together in the future, and forego all of these Western electronics and Western movies and whatever, right? But he hasn't built an excuse that he doesn't have to go that way, and he will not be forced into going that way simply because Moscow's not going to get occupied. Russia isn't going to get split into different sectors, nor nothing like that is going to happen. We're not going to get anywhere close to that. All that's going to happen is Russia's going to get kicked out of Ukraine, and that's going to be it. Nobody's going to then push hundreds of kilometers into Russia, let alone take Moscow. So it will not have to come to that. And that realization was the necessary precipitatory factor. It will not come to that, right, Axel?
Yeah, good point.
I was just about to add that they can do this all unto themselves and by themselves.
All right. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Hans. Big Papa.
I just had a artillery question for CJ, but if y'all moved on, I can.
No. We are going to
cool.
be moving back onto artillery anyway, so it's perfect.
Okay, cool. Remember a while back, the Russians posted some pictures of a M777 that they had destroyed as proof. And one of the interesting things I saw, there's an orange metal label on it. I think it was orange anyway. On the frame of it, and it had elevations and ranges up to, I think, I don't know, 900 or up to 9 kilometers. I can't remember the ranges, but anyway, it said it was a chart of elevations and ranges for direct fire mode, and that just fascinated me. I never even thought.
Have we lost Big Papa? We have, haven't we? CJ, have we lost Big Papa?
Yeah,
I think so, unfortunately. I do have an answer for his question, but we can make sure we have him back first.
Big Pop, come back. We love calling you back here.
Tobin, are you having a laugh or a snicker, or are you just
No,
silent?
I think I muted my mic when I was speaking, and now unmuted it when I wasn't. Big Papa. Okay, Big Papa dropped again. CJ, you might as well go answering, because I think he has a bad connection and can't connect properly.
So if you didn't know, pretty much any artillery piece, whether it be self-propelled howitzer or a towed artillery piece, obviously they're designed to shoot over hilltops or tops. There we go. Yeah, so Big Pop, if you can hear me, yeah. So basically, the 777 firing chart you saw was for direct fire, and so these things, including all artillery, if necessary, and this is really only in emergency situations, you can fire them directly at a target. And what you'll want to do is you have to try and lead it. You have to try and time it just right. You'll typically put an electronic time or variable time fuse on the round itself and try and have it blow up right before it hits the target. So it turns into shrapnel kind of coming in laterally or horizontally as opposed to straight down. It's not recommended. It's very difficult to do because, the thing is designed to shoot far, not close. And so what ends up happening is it's really only in a last-ditch situation where you're about to get overrun that you'll kind of do this sort of method of fire. But yeah, it is something that they can all do in a pinch.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Big Papa. CJ, question here, kind of like a general question about military stuff first, and then we'll turn on to the volcano stuff later, volcano stuff later. So a question here from a listener. So I've heard from people that the war has reached a quote-unquote stalemate right now. Would it be fair to say that it hasn't, although territorial gains might have stalled a bit? The fact that Russia has been being hit almost constantly and significant targets have been taken out, that isn't stale, but that it is tables turning. So territorial, yes, no one has gained, but as more and more strategic targets are removed, it allows for an easier retaking by Ukraine, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense since stalemate isn't like a military term. I mean that it doesn't really describe any sort of particular situation. Obviously you can have a ceasefire or you can have, a contested area, but like stalemate doesn't exist as a thought for the military because I think everyone thinks stalemate and they may think the Minsk agreements, they think a singular line of control, they think heavy trenches, and that's absolutely not what's going on, right? Russia is still trying to do these caliber missile strikes and deep strikes in Ukrainian territory. And the reality is now Ukraine has the capacity and capabilities to not only do it with, special operations ground forces, but long range missiles, air to ground, ground to ground. So I certainly would not call it a stalemate because the situation, even if the lines aren't changing, the situation is probably couldn't be more dynamic, right? Because Russia's moving troops to and from Kherson. They're trying to rebuild their rail bridges. They're moving a lot of their aircraft from, Zaporizhzhia and Kherson to Crimea, and now from Crimea back to Russia. So it's a situation that is extremely fluid and still very much up in the air. The way I see it, of course, is that Ukraine, now, even if they're still on the defensive mostly, they still have the initiative, which means in terms of who is making more decisions on how the battles are going right now is Ukraine, which is extremely important because you really need the initiative before you can go on the offensive. And Ukraine's had that for quite some time now. So I would describe it that way as opposed to saying it's a stalemate.
Thank you, CJ. I would also like to here add a what shall we call it? A technicality, like a physics analogy technicality, which is if you want to change directions, you first need to stop. So I guess we came to the stop and now we can change direction. Does that work as a metaphor?
Yeah, if you think about it in terms of physics, it's more like the acceleration versus velocity, right? If you were to look at the velocity right now of both sides, it would seem as if it were pretty static, but the reality is the acceleration on the Ukrainian side is so much higher. And you know that because 10,000 Ukrainians are being trained by the Great Britain and other countries every 3 months. that there's another aid package coming in on Thursday from the United States. They're stockpiling ammo. They're stockpiling weapons. They're making preparations. Well, meanwhile, the Russians are, forcibly conscripting anyone they can get their hands on. They're taking massive casualties. And Russia's really reacting more than anything else. But that's kind of how I would describe it, is that momentum is building on the Ukrainian side, even if doctrinally or in military speak, they don't have like a high operational tempo with anything, but there's these deep strikes. And what I mean by that is these strikes are happening. These strikes and ground attacks, just, clump them together because they have a very similar effect, are happening at such a quick rate. I mean, think of yesterday and last night, right? There was possibly 3 strikes in Crimea, with 2 maybe being, distractions or feints, and 1 serious one perhaps north of Sevastopol and Baalbek. Again, I haven't seen the imagery from what happened, but even in there was a couple Western intelligence agencies that kind of spoke to reporters today about just Saki Air Base, a little over a week ago. And the reality was, they had said, again, this is from probably the US or UK, that basically in that single day and night, the Russians had lost about half of their naval air capabilities, whether it is the parts of these planes, the planes themselves, the munitions. They were cut in half, which is sort of insane to think about, a military losing half of its naval air component. So that could have happened last night in Baalbek. We know the Kerch Strait Bridge is now within range of something or threatened by something. Again, I don't know if there's really any more details yet. It looks as if it was probably more than likely some Ukrainian drones, but still the effect was the same, to cause panic, cause Russians to open up in the night sky and really question how much longer they can hold on to it, even though the Ukrainian ground forces are still very far away.
Thank you, CJ. Finance, do you want to pick up on that?
Yeah, CJ, thank you for being here. Always nice to have a storied U.S. artillery officer on the panel. Wanted to ask, with all we're seeing, we're hearing about the conflict being frozen, but we're also seeing all this stuff exploding as we've heard. How much, originally the estimations that I was getting from anyone I asked about how much ammo the Russians had was sort of infinite, right? Like, could last 2 to 4 years at the rate they're burning through it, ergo way longer than a war could last. Has this many ammo dumps going up in flames changed anyone's calculation on this? Like, how much ammo goes up when an ammo dump gets hit?
Yeah, so really, that's a great question, and it's not exactly knowable, because I think even with all the corruption and bad paper trails and sort of bad accounting that the Russians did over the last 30, 40 years, really left the situation pretty much in doubt. What I would say, finance, is the closer the ammo dump is to the front, generally, of course, the less ammo it has, right? Because it's more dispersed at that point. So when we saw these nice ammo dumps go up in mid-June, late June, and all these fireworks started, they were probably pretty small. But as the Russians tried to move them back to keep them more survivable, they became bigger, because these ammo dumps weren't just supporting this little battle at the front, they were supporting a whole front. And so that's when the ammo dumps became gigantic. And now you're in a situation where the main ammo dumps are between 100 and 200 kilometers from the front. And they don't have many of these. So as the Russians pull back, the ammo dumps get bigger. So basically the effectiveness of a Ukrainian missile attack becomes much greater, because if they can get one, it's worth way more than it would have been if it was at the front. So it's interesting that the problem still continues for the Russians, even if it gets easier for the Ukrainians. So that's kind of what I mean by the acceleration, right? If Ukrainians ATACMS or HARMS or some other long-range missiles that they're using at these key military sites, they actually are worth way more now, with Russia more consolidated and the Russian ammo further from the front than they would have initially, which is, in a normal military situation, of course, there's some sort of parity in this regard, where Russia can also reach out and touch all the Ukrainian ammo dumps and et cetera, but they really haven't or can't or don't want to. I mean, it's not really quite clear. Like, there is quite a lot of Ukrainians on the Kherson front, right? Somewhere between 20 and 30,000 across the whole line, and maybe in reserve waiting to attack, or just kind of waiting. And this is a lot of ammo. This is a lot of vehicles, but for one reason or another, Russia decides to go after these civilian areas, And it doesn't make any real military sense to me, at least, because if I was losing ammo dumps every day and I was losing key command nodes every day, all I would be doing is trying to take out the command and control and ammo of the enemy, because I knew that given a certain amount of time, the Ukrainians are going to attack. So I'd want to put them in the worst possible situation. And just by going after civilians and all these, granaries and things like that, it's not going to degrade the capabilities of the Ukrainian military. So, obviously we don't have access to all the information and anything like that, but it really is quite confusing why Russia is deciding to do this, because it's not setting themselves up for success in the future.
CJ, you've seen that thing from what's his name, Volodymyr Datsenko, I think, from the Ukrainian writer for Forbes, who did the graph of how much massive artillery shells has been launched on a per day basis in the First World War, in the Second World War, and now in Ukraine. How do you comment on that? It's an astounding quantity from all I've seen. It's actually the 5th tweet in the nest, if anybody wants to check it out.
Yeah, it's definitely super interesting, because it kind of puts it to scale of, while this war is, gigantic in terms of scale, it still kind of pales in comparison to earlier wars in regards to the amount of artillery fired by both sides. Because as the graph clearly shows, Russia is still outshooting Ukraine by a lot. But at the same time, the effects aren't the same as it was at the beginning of the war, right? Basically at the beginning of the war, Ukraine had, it's tough to say, right, between 1,000 and 2,000 artillery pieces, but probably half of them were not in good shape or usable. And they lost about half in the first month. So they were down to a very, very small number of Soviet pieces. And so at that point in time, you're looking at basically parity, right? Then it comes down to the fact, well, Russia has, a 10-to-1 advantage in this regard. But maybe the Ukrainian crews are better. Maybe their skills are better. Maybe their training's better. And so that kind of compensates for having so fewer things. But now, when Western and NATO artillery and newer techniques are issued and given and trained on, that parity only gets closer, because as Russia continues this war, they're, with everything that they have, whether it be the people fighting, whether it be the armor fighting, the planes fighting, the artillery fighting, it's not getting better over time. Whether it be they're not getting newer equipment, they're getting older equipment. They're not getting better people, they're getting worse people. Whereas on the Ukrainian side, for a lot of it, the opposite's true. As the war continues and they continue to fight, they do lose seasoned people. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, other people are becoming combat veterans that weren't at the beginning of this war. So they're getting more combat veterans, their equipment's getting better, and their training's getting better. And so that's what's so interesting about this, and why, while people are upset that, Ukraine hasn't taken to the field in a major way, there's, first of all, really no reason to right now. And second of all, the longer they wait, the better off they'll be in terms of their military in the field. But it comes at a cost, right? If they wait too long, more Ukrainian civilians will die. Russian defenses might get stronger. There's a lot of considerations, so it's definitely a balancing act. But it's at least from, if you're just talking, pure equipment and pure shooting and pure number of rounds, this is a situation that gets better for the Ukrainians over time, not worse.
And we also see how much lower the Russian average is compared to the Russian peak, right? And we just have to think that quite a bit of that Russian average being lower is because of all of the ammo dumps that have gone up in flames, like Finance highlighted, that have simply meant, the shells were never delivered, they were never fired, and the strain on the logistics meant much lower, significantly lower firing rates for the Russians.
Yeah, and even if we don't know exactly, how much ammo has been lost in all these ammo dumps, we know this is important for the Russians, right? We know it's important to them because, for the last 5 or 6 years, there's been a very concentrated effort by the Russians to destroy Soviet artillery rounds, or Soviet caliber artillery rounds, all across Eastern Europe and Central Europe, right? This was a very methodical process by, the special intelligence agencies within Russia to make sure that Ukraine or no other Eastern European country that used primarily Soviet artillery pieces could have the capacity to hold back against them. So if they thought that was important enough to risk, political repercussions, perhaps, sanctions and things like that, to go after all of these ammo dumps in Eastern Europe, then it's quite clear that the fact that they're losing so much ammo now is really bad for them, because they consider this really a key priority that they're just failing to overcome currently.
Thank you, CJ. Oh God, we've lost Big Papa again. Big Papa, come back up. In which case, I have no choice but to ask you about Volcano rounds, CJ.
Yeah, so I was looking into this when it was first mentioned. A bunch of the German military friends I have here were sending me all of this information on it. And basically, what it is that primarily it was an anti-ship weapon, right? It was basically a very high-end precision-guided munition that is used for ship guns. And the good thing about ship guns is they have a lot of similarities to artillery pieces, because whether it be the same caliber or same size or anything like that, they're quite similar in nature. But in America, they use completely different systems. It's not really comparable, and so that's why I kind of shoot it away for the first time. And still, until I saw the demonstrations with the Caesars, that these Volcano rounds have been used. And basically, what they are, it's like an Excalibur round with an extended range wrap round. It's basically a super long range, up to possibly 60, 70. And in the new Urca tubes, maybe up to 100-kilometer shell. The great thing about it is it's not only GPS guided, but the other version, or in the future, the same version, is also IR guided. And what that means is it can be laser seeking. So you can either set up a team, deep behind Crimea or wherever you are, and guide it in on a moving target. So this type of thing would be perfect for, a high value target, a communications vehicle that's moving at high speeds and is presumably pretty safe from HIMARS or other GPS guided weapons. But this thing makes it not so safe. So if Germany's going to give them, again, this is sort of a thing that I'm not sure has been super battle tested, but on paper, it looks like it'll be a great addition to the arsenal. It's the same caliber as all the rest, and it also provides a new capability to shoot much further than Excalibur, and also at dynamic targets. So I'll be looking for the first usage of that whenever it comes.
Sorry, CJ, technical difficulties. So you said moving targets as well, right? And that's because of the laser guided capability. How can you mark a thing with a laser? Does it have to be a stationary observer, or is this something that could be integrated with, say, a drone?
Yeah, so that's the nice thing about it, is you could either, laser designate from the sky with a drone or a plane, or you could do ground designation. The advantages to the air one, of course, is that if there's a moving target and it's going fast, you can basically keep up with it from the sky and keep tracking it. But the ground-based is also good too, because, for example, if there's very bad weather or clouds or a lot of trees or things in the way for a plane, you can basically do it on the ground, even in like a very bad rain or thunderstorm where you're not going to get a laser guided bomb through normally. You basically can have the bomb turn on, but not seek until it's through the clouds, turn on the laser and have it hit the target. So there's a lot of options, and I'm sure the Ukrainians are well trained on this in general. But yeah, it's just going to be such a nice force multiplier, because you think basically HIMARS and other sort of weapons Ukraine pretty much has all these ammo dumps very far away from the front, right? Basically 100 kilometers or more. And the command post as well. We heard about how the Kherson front Russians basically had moved, across the Dnieper to relative safety, or so they thought. But what this sort of weapon allows is, while people are moving in between, the quote unquote safe areas and to the front, they can be hit now on the move, which is going to be really devastating. Because if those convoys don't make it from the ammo dumps to the front, then those people are left without ammo, fuel, food, water, or any sort of valuable military supplies for days on end.
How much bigger is the blast from one of these compared to the small munitions on a Bayraktar?
So the Bayraktar, if I am remembering my specs right, and I'm definitely no expert on this UAV, is either a 25-pound or a 25-kilogram warhead, and it's very good against moving targets because it's laser guided, but it's not a very big blast. This, is 100 pounds, so it's going to be quite a bit larger, up to 2 times bigger. The difference is, or the downside is, and I think some of these versions have sub-munitions that are great for vehicles, but if not, it's a lot of blast damage it's a lot of fragmentation damage from these volcano rounds, as opposed to blast damage if they don't have the submunitions, which means basically they're very good against people in lightly armored vehicles, not so good at, let's say, taking out a building or something like, a big blast. But what it's going to do is cause a lot of damage to people in the open. So something like a meeting place or, a supply depot, all these kinds of things are up in the air if they don't have a lot of overhead cover and protection.
Thank you, CJ. A tank, can it take out the tank, do you reckon?
Well, if it does have the submunitions, and these things will basically explode outside of the volcano, like the volcano round will explode, and then two sort of guided munitions will come out and go for tanks. But also the fact it's IR guided, and maybe even heat guided, will mean it'll basically go for the engine of the tank from the top, which will be the most vulnerable part. So definitely could be good against tanks if you want to hit a tank 100 kilometers behind the front, which probably would be a waste of this, because this thing is probably going to be, I haven't seen the exact numbers, but it's going to be more expensive than an Excalibur, so probably $250,000. But what it could be good for is something like a satellite vehicle, an electronic warfare vehicle, vehicles that Russia uses to control whole giant swaths of the battle space, but and are super expensive as well. But it's going to be pretty much these very unique vehicles that Russia doesn't have many of, that you would want to use these for.
Got it. Thank you, CJ. Big Papa, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering, I saw the announcement by Ukraine that they had purchased, they took some of the Bayraktar money left over and they purchased a satellite, or it was unclear whether it was just use of the satellite or a series of satellites. And I was wondering if you knew anything about that, how much of an asset that will be, or is it a static satellite like that's just parked over Ukraine, or is it an orbital satellite, or do you know anything about that? And is there anything about the timing of maybe they're using that to get all these targets, because it was right before there was a huge uptick in the amount of deep strikes. So anyway, does anybody know anything about that?
Okay, before we address that, Big Papa, I have to say, everybody always complains about the West Wing on my end, but your entry hall is quite nice, size-wise.
I'm sorry, was that for me? I didn't understand.
I think Big Papa's driving, but somehow he manages to drive in a cathedral.
Okay, I don't know. I'm in a company truck, but I'm sorry if there's any background noise.
No, it's not so much background noise. It's just an echo that makes it sound like you're in some, grand cathedral or the like. And that's the comment that Axel was making. Of course, you can't hear it, but it is very impressive sounding.
Well, I have that going for me then. I'll use that for a bragging montage.
There you go. Who wants to take the actual question? Because I'm not the best suited for that. There's at least 4 people better suited than me here.
Well, I don't know about that, Delman. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's a Finnish satellite that basically with crowdfunding, Ukraine is able to use, and they're using it for a couple different things I saw. They're using it, of course, to track war crimes, specifically in cities like Mariupol, Popasna, and others where, the city was destroyed quite heavily by Russian shelling. And then now, as we've unfortunately heard in a lot of these cities, Russia is demolishing the ruins and putting up new buildings in some places, burying people alive. And so having this up-to-date, very accurate satellite data will help them kind of track down where people maybe went missing, where to find the remains. And then also, of course, on the other side of it, who to prosecute for what crimes, and et cetera. And in a quite tongue-in-cheek way, they've, of course, used this satellite to take pictures of the Kerch Strait Bridge, which they post to piss off, scare, troll the Russians. And on that quick note here, I'm sure Pierce says more about the satellite, but I just wanted to point out, it looks as if the Russian Navy has moved somewhat significantly today. At least one, maybe frigate or cruiser. I'm not a naval expert, but it is definitely a large naval ship with significant air defenses to the Kerch Strait Bridge after last night's drone attack or whatever happened. And this is an important thing to note because, as of yesterday or the last week, Russia had moved these barges up with radar deflectors to the bridge to try and protect it from sea skimming or IR missiles that Ukraine might launch on it. But now it's getting a significant upgrade in air defense. So Russia clearly thinks that the bridge is threatened at this time.
Thank you, CJ. Imperius, do you know more about the satellite?
Yeah, I've only done like a little bit of reading today, but the company ICI has a fleet of synthetic aperture radar satellites, and Ukraine has basically got itself exclusive use of one. Now this satellite is actually a pretty impressive force multiplier for Ukraine here, because it allows them to, the synthetic aperture radar allows it to image through visible, through things that would obstruct visible light, like clouds and rain and whatnot. So Ukraine now has basically 24/7 high definition real-time imaging of what's going on in occupied territories. So this is, it's only one, so they can't, have eyes everywhere. But this is a massive step up from what the capabilities they've previously had, and they'll be able to receive these images with a high revisit frequency. It's not geostationary. I don't think. I'm pretty sure it's not. But apparently the orbital period is short enough that, or perhaps they're sort of doing this thing where they're splitting out the contract over multiple satellites and just counting that as, this is your satellite, even though it's actually multiple satellites being sort of rotated in and out. Yeah, also, I'm not sure about the specific specs of this satellite, but synthetic aperture radar allows you to take both two-dimensional images, but also potentially three-dimensional reconstructions. So yeah, this is basically, they're able to see anything at any time of day, regardless of weather conditions.
Thank you, Imperius. I won't make a joke about it being synthetic versus organic aperture radar, but very seriously, I think this is fantastic news as well. And every little bit of the puzzle helps out with that. And thank you for explaining the details of that, George.
Yeah, I was going to ask CJ, what was the munition you were talking about that can be laser guided?
So this is the Volcano system of weaponry, and it's different from the Volcano rounds, which aviation uses for mining things. This is a German long-range guided munition that has both GPS guidance and IR guidance that has just been given to Ukraine.
And is that fired from a 155?
Yeah, so it can be fired from not only a 155, but a 127 and a bunch of other different types of guns, based on which ones they get. But the best usage of them is going to be the 155 variant.
Okay, so when you were talking about laser, so I'm trying to, because I remember I'm old school, the lantern pods, they were huge. Is there any type of a pod that's small enough that would fit a drone? Do you know of any? Because I know that the Thales, the Thales pod's pretty big. They were all pretty big. Those pods that would slap onto aircraft. Is there anything that's come out in maybe the last 5-10 years that's smaller that can be used?
Yes, luckily, well, and this is the great thing about this sort of technology, right? The last 20 years, it's been the primary, weaponeering solution for most of Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria. So the technology kind of skyrocketed in how small these laser designating pods could get to the point where you can put them on smaller drones. I will say that the TB2 is relatively large, though. It's quite hefty, comparable to almost a Predator drone. So luckily, it can have that. But there's other also options as well from other aircraft and things like that.
That's good to hear. And like you said, I guess you would use these as you wouldn't use them as under armor, like it would be a high value target, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it was up to me, of course, it's basically, if you think of like the Copperhead round, it's kind of like that, but a little bit fancier. But I wouldn't waste it on, since Ukraine has so many GPS guided munitions now, whether it be, they definitely have Gimlers, they maybe have Gimlers extended range, they maybe have ATACMS, they have Excalibur. They basically have the GPS covered domain pretty well. But it's these sort of moving targets that in NATO air forces, you would have all these laser guided bombs, which would basically decimate all sort of large formations of vehicles in the open moving. But Ukraine doesn't really have that capability, so this starts to give them that, which is really great.
CJ, I'm being informed that the Volcano doesn't have the submunitions, but there's the smart rounds with the submunitions. And apparently there's a smart round being developed for as a Gimler with 4 submunitions instead of 2 as well.
Yeah, so that's it. The term, the website, a couple websites I looked through, I think were some bad translations because they said submunitions, but what they were describing was not a submunition as well. And one of the reasons that it's a little bit tough to parse out is because this is a weapon system that was designed primarily for the Navy, the German Navy and others, but it hasn't even made its way to the German ground forces yet in mass, right? So this is one of those times where Ukraine is getting the best of the best before even the NATO armies get it. So a clear sign that the Germans trust Ukraine to use this thing, and that it's good enough for them to go forth and use it for, but really a huge step up from what they have now.
And of course, it's also an opportunity for some of these things to actually be battle tested, right? There are things like these volcano rounds. They've been under development for 3, 4, 5 years now, at least. I think the first field tests were 2019, but it's clearly very different when that's being used in an actual, near something approximating peer-to-peer, large-scale conventional warfare.
And the reason why these sort of things and HIMARS and other GPS guided weapons can be given in larger quantities than you might think is because, well, this is a role or a niche that's normally filled by NATO air forces, right? Or NATO navies with long-range missile capabilities. So the reality is, giving Ukraine a brand new long-range guided weapon isn't going to detract from NATO's capability to not only project force, but defend itself through its massive air force capabilities and massive naval capabilities. So it may seem odd. A lot of the questions I get are, well, these things are working great in Ukraine. Why doesn't the U.S. have them? And it's important to note the U.S. doesn't need a long-range artillery round that can be laser guided, or really, even many more Gimlers or ATACMS, because one, working on hypersonics and other super long-range missiles, but 2, just really that the Air Force and the naval component of that as well. Those 2 sort of branches in the joint fight cover this need that Ukraine absolutely could use, because they don't have that quite yet. But it is very telling that Germany is willing to give this to Ukraine before they even give it to their own people.
Of course, my understanding is that German gunners have many fewer high-value targets to fire at nowadays.
Well, yeah, that's a good way of pointing it as well. But it's all part of this long-range precision fires that sort of everyone is looking at a little bit differently after sort of being stuck in the sort of global war on terror mindset. And by everyone, I mean mainly NATO and the NATO mission to Afghanistan, where having a round like this might have been nice, but if you have 50 aircraft that aren't doing anything and could just watch a target all day or just prosecute the mission that way, there's no reason, no forcing function to get a weapon like this onto the battlefield. And that's why, as the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan started to wind down, people in the army, thankfully, across all armies, started thinking about, well, what if we don't have an air force for whatever reason, whether it be electronic warfare or cyber or a strong enemy air force? we need to make the army a little bit more capable to do these sort of missions. And thankfully, while that was going on, this war happened. And so it was basically meant that a lot of militaries were in a good headspace, and that really just had the quantities built because they were about to transition to newer and better things that they could give them to Ukraine. So really, probably the worst timing imaginable on Russia's part.
CJ, I have a very different question for you real quick. Yevgeny Prigozhin, the Russian oligarch who runs Wagner, said in the context of recruitment, 80%, 80, not 180, 80% of Wagner recruits will not come back from Ukraine. What do you reckon that does for a recruitment effort when you don't get to recruit inmates from prisons whose sentences you get to commute by recruiting them?
Yeah, I mean, I only know very little about this guy. I've just heard, sort of how terrible he is. But I guess I would ask, one, did he mean that, optimistically that they would not come home from Ukraine because they would conquer it and they would live there?
No. I
Do you
think
think
it's pretty clear what
they would die? Well, I guess I maybe don't know enough about Wagner. Then, my understanding of them, of course, is yes, they are pretty much at this point and always were a direct arm of the Russian government and Russian military. But at the same time, it still is at least an economic situation where people are joining for the hope that they can, better their economic fortunes by basically being mercenaries. It's not equivalent at all to any sort of contracting that other countries do in the West or NATO. And so it's a situation where you're going to go for economic gain. You're not going to go for patriotic reasons or some sort of honor. You know what I mean? That's why that statement is maybe a little bit confusing to me, but I also may be misunderstanding Wagner to a large degree.
I think this is just in the context of the Strafbataillon, right? The prisoner recruits specifically, who are largely in prison for many decades, some for life.
That's pretty telling in and of itself, right? That they basically, to enable Russia's, invasion of Ukraine, they basically need to have certain parts of their military forces that are just going to die, and that is their tactical task. That is their mission, is to eat Ukrainian bullets and artillery rounds, because that's the only way anyone's gonna have any success. Which is just such a backwards way of planning or conducting a military mission, where it's not that the end state isn't just winning. The end state is, well, a lot of people are going to die along the way for pretty much nothing. So, as these bases get hit, I mean, if it shows you how little they care about their people. They post these, the headquarters picture, which went infamous 4 or 5 days ago in Popasno, where they were showing, a new setup, and it was geotagged within the picture, right? In the metadata, it had the longitude and latitude in the picture. I mean, it's just insanity. Any sort of, even people that aren't in the military would know better than to do something like that. They would have some sort of privacy settings. So really just incredible stupidity. And, it continued to surprise me, and how, you think in a war like this, you get smarter, you die. And the reality is they get dumber and die. So I'm not quite sure what to make of it. Doman, what do you think?
I mean, it's not even the only one in the last week, right? Because in Lysychansk, the new command post was also geotagged in a photo somewhere, right? The one in Popasna had street address, but the one in Lysychansk still had the GPS coordinates and metadata.
Well, so what's interesting about this? No, you're 100% right. I apologize for the mix-up there, but if you look at the signature from the cellular data over time, right? It's been sort of captured and posted on Twitter a couple times. Basically, the cell phone usage of the Russians in the first month, I mean, it was abysmal, right? People had their phones in the front. People were taking pictures of the houses they were in. It was just an operational security nightmare for them. But as time went on both sides, really, they turned their cell phones off, or they left them in the rear, or put them in a place where they weren't going to be at, so that they basically were a lot safer from the each side that could target them based on it, because that's the reality, right? Both sides have the capability to collect this information, and both sides have the capability to target based on this information. But that being said, these people that rotate through Russia, through Ukraine from Russia, they're not there on the front for the entirety of the war, right? There's some Ukrainian units that have been in position for 2 or 3 months, and there's some territorial defense forces that have been there for 6 months. So you have a situation, as Yehuda was saying earlier, where people are literally defending their town right next door, or they're defending a part of Ukraine close to home. And so you have a situation where they are highly motivated to keep it that way and keep the Russians out. So they have a lot more, adherence to discipline. But these Russians, as they come in and out, on 1 or 2 month contracts, they're not there maybe long enough to realize the severity of what happens when you turn on a cell phone or take pictures, especially if you're a Wagner officer coming in for basically a PR shoot. You're coming in to show, hey, we captured Popasner, hey, we captured this other city. Let's put up a base, show the world that we're here to stay. And they just completely don't adhere to any of these sort of things, which kept people alive for the first 6 months. So this is sort of an interesting thing about force generation and what kind of people you choose to bring to the front, because while Russia has a vast reserve of manpower that they can draw on, every time they bring in new people, they maybe haven't learned the tough lessons that the Ukrainians and to be honest, the Russians did at the beginning of the war. So it's not a situation that's good over long periods of time. I mean, hell, if you look at the United States or other countries in the last 20 years, I mean, they were in country from anywhere from 6 to 15 months. I mean, that's a lot of lessons learned over that time, where you're going to get better and better as you go, and then by the time you're pretty good at it, you'll leave and you might come back later. But if you're only in the battlefield for 1 or 2 months, and then you're back on your farm 4,000 kilometers away, it's going to create a situation over time where the combat skills and sort of the operational security tactics you've learned are completely wasted on the next group of people.
Thank you, CJ. Absolutely. And talking about hard lessons to be learned, we are now joined by our guest scheduled for this hour, Olga Kosharna, a nuclear safety expert, live from Ukraine to discuss the current situation, the developing situation at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. Welcome, Olga. We have Ferlane here for translation as well.
Hello.
Ольга, здравствуйте. Очень рада вас видеть снова на панели. Все с нетерпением ждали вашего очередного появления, чтобы, скажем так, высветлить события, которые происходят сейчас в Украине в ядерной отрасли.
Да, хорошо, спасибо за приглашение. Сегодня очень горячий день был в Энергодаре и вокруг Запорожской АЭС.
Yeah, thank you so very much for your invitation. Today has been a very hot day in Energodar and the area surrounding the nuclear power plant as well.
Вчера представители России объявили, что якобы украинские вооруженные силы готовят теракт на Запорожской станции.
As you might have heard the bizarre accusation, so yesterday Russians have announced that apparently in their regard, so they were saying that the armed forces of Ukraine were going to launch a terrorist attack, which is obviously wrong.
Это как в литературе преступление, объявленное заранее, называется.
In the literature, there is a special technique which is called the crime that's been announced in advance.
Связано это было с визитом генерального секретаря ООН Гутерреша Антонио и президента Турции Эрдогана во Львов и встрече с Зеленским, с президентом Зеленским.
Apparently, everything was connected to the meeting that President Zelensky has held with President of Turkey Erdogan and the Secretary General Guterres Antonio. Obviously, it was held in Lviv. Apparently, it was all connected.
Я хочу напомнить, что 11 августа состоялось заседание Совета Безопасности ООН, которое инициировала Российская Федерация, и на которой она все обстрелы, которые в Энергодаре Запорожской станции, она сваливала вину на украинские вооруженные силы.
And I would like to remind you that on August 11, there was a Defense Council of the UN that was assembled by Russian Federation. The council has been initiated by Russia as well, but they are trying to prove, so to say, that every kind of shelling, attacks, and overall were actually, in their opinion, done by Ukrainian armed forces.
Однако все выступающие постоянные члены ООН, представители США, Великобритании, Франции и даже такой страны, как Гана, они в один голос поддерживали Украину, требовали от Российской Федерации выведения всех российских войск с территории Украины, деоккупацию Запорожской станции, естественно, и территории вокруг нее. То есть полностью поддержали Украину.
But regardless of their bizarre accusations, the permanent representatives of the Council, the UN Council, including representatives from the USA, the UK, France, and even Ghana, basically all of them were aboard. They kept expressing their support for Ukraine, and they demanded to withdraw troops, Russian troops, from the territory of the nuclear power plant, as well as the occupation of Ukraine, the complete deoccupation of the nuclear power plant, and complete withdrawal of the Russian troops.
А 12 августа в адрес МАГАТЭ, Международного агентства по атомной энергии, была направлена нота вербальная, подписанная 42 государствами плюс Европейский Союз, в котором были, значит, тоже полная поддержка Украины, и два важных пункта были. Ну, это можно дальше, или вы переведете? Или это много?
Я могу перевести, если вы хотите. So, нормально было бы. On August 12th, it was addressed to the International Nuclear Agency. Basically, that was sent a verbal note, so to say, like a remark, which was signed by 42 states, including the European Union, saying that Russia has to keep up with the demands. And there were two main remarks, so to say, and as follows.
И в этой ноте совершенно четко есть такие слова. Мы решительно осуждаем Российскую Федерацию за использование ею дезинформации для прикрытия своей незаконной деятельности в Украине.
And it went as follows, clearly the next words, quote, we strictly condemn the actions of the Russian Federation in terms of using the disinformation to cover up all the illegal criminal acts that are being done on the area of Ukraine.
То есть таким образом государства продемонстрировали, что они не верят обвинениям Российской Федерации в обстрелах Запорожской станции в адрес Украины, вообще не верят России ни в чем. И поэтому все попытки, которые предпринимает Россия, и угрозы ядерного шантажа, вот используя Запорожскую станцию, вызывает обеспокоенность, но словам России не верит никто.
So just to be clear, taking into account everything that was done and aforementioned, the states have represented their attitude towards Russia, and regardless of what's happening, they don't believe in what Russia says or does in anything. They don't. They express disbelief, so to say. So all the attempts that Russia has been trying to pull out, basically using the nuclear fear-mongering or this blackmailing, using the nuclear power plant, which is in Zaporizhia, close to Enerhodar, they are useless in terms of making people believe, but there is a potential threat, physical threat, so to say.
Вот. Сейчас активно готовится миссия экспертов МАГАТЭ, и по просьбе Украины, от имени Украины, министр иностранных дел написал в ООН, чтобы в эту миссию входили военные эксперты ООН, для того, чтобы военные эксперты смогли оценить последствия пребывания российских военных на Запорожской станции и вокруг Запорожской станции.
So right now we do know that there's a mission being planned by the International Atomic Energy Agency. which is going to include the representatives of the UN and independent states, and the ministries, Foreign Ministry of Ukraine and the experts from Ukraine have sent their note requesting the military experts being included in the mission that's going to go to the nuclear power plant as well, in order to be able to record all the crimes that been committed by Russians who have obviously illegally occupied the nuclear power plant and been there for a while.
Уже сейчас известно, что в эту миссию будут входить инспекторы по учету и контролю ядерного материала. Где-то миссия будет состоять из 16-18 человек во главе с генеральным директором МАГАТЭ Гросси. То есть большая часть это будут все-таки эксперты по учету и контролю ядерного материала, эксперты по оценке безопасности разные входить в эту миссию, и плюс военные эксперты.
So just to have an idea, the mission will include from 16 to 18 people. So that's going to be the unit that's going to be dispatched. It will include, obviously, Secretary General Grossi from the International Atomic Energy Agency. There's obviously going to be a commission that's going to take into account the accountability and control and access of the nuclear materials, as well as the experts who's going to be conducting their nuclear safety analysis. And obviously it's going to be military experts who are going to do the aforementioned research.
Требования Украины следующие. Не обсуждается, что эта миссия должна заезжать с территории, контролируемой Украиной, потому что Запорожская станция – это собственность Украины, и работает она по лицензиям Украины, и персонал имеет лицензии украинские. В то же время Россия настаивает, чтобы эта миссия заезжала с оккупированной территории, что не соответствует международному праву.
Here's the thing: Ukraine right now demands, and it shouldn't be even discussed, that it's an obligation by the mission to enter and approach the nuclear power plant from the territory of Ukraine. And obviously, that's a Ukrainian nuclear power plant. It's on Ukrainian soil. It has Ukrainian license. Within the nuclear power plant is also Ukrainian. But at the same time, Russia insists that they should approach the nuclear power plant from the Russian occupied or Russian state, so to say, areas.
Вот украинские условия следующие были выдвинуты. Ни одного эксперта, гражданина Российской Федерации в миссии. Чтобы граждане Российской Федерации из постоянного штата, штаб-квартиры МАГАТЭ не имели доступа к подготовке этой миссии. И третье, чтобы граждане Российской Федерации из постоянного штата МАГАТЭ в Вене не имели доступа к финальному докладу генерального секретаря по результатам визита миссии.
And Ukrainian demands are very clear and concise. There are only 3 of them. So first demand, there shouldn't be any Russian expert within the mission. That's point 1. Point 2, the Russian citizens or Russian experts who are within the International Atomic Energy Agency shouldn't be involved in any kind of potential analysis, or so to say. And those of them who are in Wien, who are right now also a part of International Atomic Energy Agency, shouldn't be allowed to access the final outcomes, the results of the independent research conducted by the International Atomic Energy Agency, no matter what.
И сейчас идет активная подготовка миссии, согласовывается маршрут ее через границу украинскую с Польшей, и дальнейший маршрут, встречи, программы. И я думаю, что это будет до 9 сентября она состоится. потому что 9 сентября будет совещание или собрание Совета директоров Международного агентства по атомной энергии. До этого времени она должна уже какой-то отчет представить.
And right now, there's been active preparation stage, which leads towards the mission. They have been discussing their routes. Obviously, the mission firstly will cross the border with Poland, and then they're gonna have meetings, and there's gonna be a long way. But as right now, I think that it should be done no later than 9th of September in order to have the research being finalized and presented on the annual meeting, the gathering of the CEOs, the heads of the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is scheduled for the 9th. So it's like a deadline, so to say. It's more preferable to have it done by the 9th of September.
И на этой неделе наш парламент обратился в ООН, в МАГАТЭ, в Европейский Союз с открытым письмом, в котором, в частности, указал, что Украина настаивает на ограничении права вето в Совете Безопасности ООН Российской Федерации как ядерного террориста, что Украина настаивает отстранение России как государства от принятия решений в Международном агентстве по атомной энергии, чтобы МАГАТЭ разорвало все программы, совместные исследования, научно-технические программы и так далее. И, соответственно, для того, чтобы и все страны мира объединились в наложении экономических санкций на Росатом и все его предприятия.
Okay, so this week, the Parliament of Ukraine has officially sent their letters and their requests for the UN, for the European Union, for the International Atomic Energy Agency, with the statements basically stating that Ukraine insists on limitation of the veto rights that's been done, that's the Russian Federation has been holding for a while, as right now Russia has been potentially obviously stating itself as the nuclear terrorist state. Ukraine also insists that the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, stops any type of connections or projects with Russia or suspends them. At the same time, Ukraine insists that the International Atomic Energy Agency should basically breach all the research and programs that's being done by in cooperation with Russia. So all the other countries around the world will unite as well in the economic sanctions that potentially might influence and affect the Rosatom and all the enterprises that are under Russian Federation's wing.
Вчера также прозвучало заявление командующего радиохимическими войсками Российской Федерации, Кириллов, который сказал, что Россия отключит 2 работающих блока, и я сейчас прокомментирую, почему он это сказал.
And also yesterday, we all have heard the statement by the CEO of the radiochemical forces of Russian Federation. It was a statement by Kirillov. He claimed that Russia will switch off two of the working nuclear units, so to say, power units, and I will explain why it's being said what it said.
Это странно, потому что военные не могут давать украинских энергоблоков. Представители Росатома, которые там находятся, молчат. Но это опять пугать.
United system which we have all over Ukraine.
Ну, я скажу тут совершенно профессиональную вот оценку, да. Во-первых, после Фукусимы у нас на ЗАЭС и везде на других энергоблоках были внедрены дополнительные меры, чтобы не допустить тяжелой аварии с расплавлением активной зоны. А в частности, мобильные резервные дизель-генераторы, кроме стационарных, еще мобильные дизель-генераторы, которых более 20 на площадке ЗАЭС. И в случае потери внешнего энергоснабжения начинают работать эти резервные запасные дизель-генераторы.
So now you're going to hear my professional independent expertise. So hear me out. After the Fukushima accident, all around Ukraine, especially in Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, we have implemented additional safety procedures to the already additional safety procedures. So we would be able to prevent the melting of the active area of the nuclear power plant. So apart from the stationary diesel generators that we have already had installed there, we also have the mobile reserve diesel generators. We have more than 20 all around the power plant in case of the complete shutdown of the power supplies coming to the nuclear power plant. So there are multiple levels of safety procedures.
Вот поэтому, если представить даже гипотетически ситуацию, что от объединенной энергосистемы нет связи и почему-то не работают резервные дизель-генераторы, то разница вот от этого события до начала тяжелой аварии, расплавления активной зоны, как на Фукусиме, да, для блоков в холодном останове 27 часов. Это оценка нашего оператора энергоатома. Если блок работает на мощности, даже если эта мощность понижена, и вот такое случается, что теряется полностью внешнее энергоснабжение и теплоноситель первого контура, то тогда до расплавления активной зоны 3-6 часов. То есть в холодном останове блоки более безопасные даже вот при таких самых стечении тяжелых обстоятельств.
So even if hypothetically, we will imagine a situation that there is no connection and there is no access to the united Ukrainian power net, so to say, and that the diesel generators that we have aren't working. The start is the beginning of the potentially severe emergency situation when the cores are in the state of cold shutdown is like 27 hours or so. If the cores are working like on a lower capacity, and it's the voltage is lower, or maybe then there's some kind of emergency that one of the power supplies, the counters, aren't working properly. That's going to be 3 to 6 hours to the meltdown. So in a cold shutdown state, the cores, the reactor cores, are far more safer, so to say.
Вот. И таким образом, вчера была опубликована очередная модель распространения радионуклидов. Вот в случае тяжелой аварии с расплавлением активной зоны при условии потери внешнего энергоснабжения и теплоносителя первого контура, как вот на Фукусиме. И Модель эта показывает в зависимости от погодных условий, направления ветра, температуры, по ситуации на 15-18 августа распространение радионуклидов, в частности цезия-137. И такие модели делались с марта. И Россия прекрасно знает, что в случае юго-западного и западного ветра вот это радиоактивное облако полетит на ее Краснодарский край и Кубань, и там такое будет загрязнение земель. В случае выпадения там как раз вот были какие-то условия, что дождь там был, и вот такой юго-западный ветер. И что 300 лет там нельзя будет выращивать сельхозкультуры в России. Вот. И она знает о том, что вот доводить до такой аварии нельзя, потому что тоже может прилететь эта радиоактивность на ее территорию.
So yesterday you might have seen the published model, like sort of simulation of what might be happening in case of a severe case of state of emergency, like the potentially like hinting the consequences on like Fukushima. Probably you've seen that it depends on the weather forecast, the temperature, and so to say. For instance, they've been doing it since like early spring. As to 15-17 of August, the radionuclides, especially Cesi-137, like in one of the elements, that they've been doing since, once again, since early March. It stated what might be potentially going on all around Ukraine, and not only, but in case if the wind will be like western or southern western, so basically everything will fly, everything will be taken to the Krasnodar and Kuban areas, which are obviously in Russia. And there's going to be a huge contamination of the soil, of the lands, and if there's going to be a rainy season, especially if it's going to be southwestern wind, once again, as I mentioned, you won't be able to cultivate on the soil on those lands any kind of crops for 300 years. So we're pretty clear that Russia understands the potential implications of these threats. In case something happens, they might be the first one to suffer, depending on the weather forecast.
Поэтому, значит, я глубоко убеждена, что то, что она делает, это ядерный шантаж, и связан он с тем, что у России нет успехов сейчас на фронте, что в Крыму взрываются аэродромы, боекомплекты, а у нее задача была сохранить Запорожскую станцию и переключить ее на объединенную энергосистему России, то есть украсть для себя полностью Запорожскую станцию.
So I'm more than convinced. I'm greatly convinced that Russia has been committing the nuclear blackmailing since they aren't successful on the front lines. There are no significant successes for a couple for a period of time. You might have heard about the explosions of the ammo dumps and depots in Crimea as well. So all they do is fear-mongering and blackmailing, because Russia had a task to preserve the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and switch it to the Russian nuclear power plant nets in order to steal it, basically.
Вот поэтому это идет шантаж в чистом виде. Вот, и в то же время наши вооруженные силы показывают, какие у них есть инструменты, чтобы планы России переключить Запорожскую станцию, а также Каховскую и ветровые на оккупированных территориях в объединенную энергосистему, не увенчались успехом. Вот, например, ключевую роль играла подстанция трансформаторная Джанкое. И вдруг 17 числа она загорелась. Упала опора за пару дней. Опора электропередач, которые Россия восстанавливала с Перешейка до Каховской. Она вдруг упала. И поэтому вооруженные силы Украины демонстрируют, что они могут эти планы нарушить Российской Федерации о переподключении ЗАЭС. И каким образом?
That is why I believe that's just a pure blackmailing on Russia's behalf. And at the same time, the armed forces of Ukraine and Ukrainian army has been demonstrating all the tools and all the assets they have to basically breach all the plans that Russians have had in terms of stealing Ukrainian power plants and nuclear power plants and everything. For instance, it's not only about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. We also have the wind power station in Kakhovka. It's also positioned on the occupied areas, and it's been clear that they are doing whatever, Ukrainian forces are doing whatever they can to stop them from prevailing and gaining this success. The key point was the substation that's in Jankoy. As you remember, one of the power lines, one of the power line stems had been set on fire on 17th of like the substation in Jankoy was set on fire on 17th. We got the information that one of the power line stems had been have been out of nowhere lying on the pavement, so basically just fell down. Russia had been trying to restore the power lines to Jankoy, but one of them just unexpectedly fell down out of nowhere. So technically, what we assume is that the armed forces of Ukraine and the Ukrainian army has proven to demonstrate that they won't let Russia succeed in whatever plans they have.
О том, что Путину нужны переговоры, вчера написала турецкая пресса, что Эрдоган привез в Украину президенту Зеленскому письмо от Путина с просьбой о переговорах. Переговоры не будут, а ему нужны эти переговоры, потому что нет успехов на фронте. Поэтому это в чистом виде ядерный шантаж и от бессилия некого. И поэтому я хочу успокоить, что никакой радиационной катастрофы не будет. Россия понимает, что последствия будут и на ее территории, а также в Крыму, а также для других стран. Не будет этого. Это просто шантаж для того, чтобы Украину посадить за стол переговоров и зафиксировать статус-кво по уже оккупированным ею территориям. Но Украина на это не пойдет, и президент четко вчера сказал об этом Украине.
So you need to understand that Putin needs negotiations, and it was said yesterday. I think one of the Turkish newspapers have claimed that President Erdogan had brought a letter from Putin with him to the meeting with Zelensky, and in the letter there was a request to hold negotiations. There will be no negotiations, so to say, and our president had expressed his opinion on that. But Putin needs negotiations because he's not successful in his military operations. That's why he's been using the nuclear blackmailing option, because he feels basically helpless. So in like to some extent, there will, like, I would like to reassure you and maybe calm you down a little bit. There will be no radioactive calamity or catastrophe, whatever. Russia understands the consequences and that the area and territories that they have will also suffer losses in case of a potential hypothetical accident, so to say, or catastrophe. So it's not only Russian area that's going to be potentially dangerous consequences for Crimea and for a lot of other countries. So that's why he's just using this type of technique, manipulation, in order to make Ukraine as a state sit down and try to negotiate the status quo. All the already occupied areas. Ukraine has already expressed the unwillingness to do that. The President Volodymyr Zelensky has also stated that there will be no negotiations in terms of Ukrainian integrity and so on. So once again, just to calm you down, there won't be any kind of radioactive catastrophe.
И сегодня стало известно, что частично военная техника российской военных выведена за пределы Энергодара. Якобы для укрепления блокпостов на подступах к Энергодару. Но то есть она уже начала выводить технику. И я думаю, что к моменту миссии МАГАТЭ вместе с военными экспертами военной техники не будет и на территории Запорожской станции. То есть это будет как с островом Змеиным. Демонстрация доброй воли.
Okay, so today it was announced that the Russians have partially withdrawn the equipment, the heavy machinery outside of Energodar. They claim that they have done it in order to reinforce the VCPs, vehicle checkpoints, on the approach to Energodar. But I reassure you that it is probably going to happen. But when the mission of the International Nuclear Agency, Nuclear Energy Agency, will come there with the military experts, probably there won't be any minimal number of military equipment there, and so to say. It's going to be the same gesture of goodwill as you have already witnessed in the Snake Island. So that's what I believe is going to be happening.
Да, ну у меня, собственно, все. И у меня есть время ответить на 2 вопроса от слушателей, если у них будут вопросы.
Спасибо вам большое. So basically that's it on my behalf. I have time to answer two questions from the audience and I need to run.
Axel?
Let me, okay. Thank you, Olga. Спасибо большое. Thank you for returning to the MryiaReport. For us, most important is how do you rate the capacity of the significantly well-educated and hardworking staff at Energodar to withstand the pressure exerted on them? You said earlier that it's a crime that the so-called supervisors from Rosatom are not performing their function. But if now more of the staff are being tortured, can they hold off? And are there additional safeguards which could prevent the plant from being neglected?
Ольга, спасибо большое, что вернулись к нам на MryiaReport. Мы помним, что в прошлый раз вы упоминали о персонале, который работает на ЗАЭС в Энергодаре. Насколько бы вы сейчас могли оценить их скажем так, возможность в этих условиях под неимоверным стрессом и напряжением, как вы сказали, в Росатоме вот эти так званые супервайзеры, они по факту никак им не помогают, даже наоборот. Особенно сейчас понимаю, что большинство из персонала, скорее всего, даже поддаются пыткам и тортурам. Как вы думаете, смогут ли они справиться с вот этим напряжением? И есть ли какой-то защитный механизм на случай, если все-таки им не удастся противостоять?
Я здесь бы хотела сказать, что часть персонала, особенно те, которые работают в офисе, выехали с семьями. И вот это будет большая проблема. Понятно, что есть психологическая усталость оперативного персонала, который имеет лицензии, да? Риск ошибок возрастает. Я очень за них переживаю, за всех, и за директора, который пытается удержать вот оперативный персонал на месте. Но из того, что поступает мне, что они понимают свою ответственность, и они будут стоять до конца. Это люди-герои Украины, я считаю.
Yeah, so I would like to point out the part of the staff, of the personnel, those who have been working in the offices. They have evacuated themselves and their families. There's mostly the director this year and the head and the operational personnel there. Obviously, like those who have licenses. Obviously, there is a psychological like exhaustion, so to say. Their potential risks of errors and mistakes obviously increases as we speak because of that. And I, quoting Olga, I really am concerned about them. I'm worried about them. And the director has been trying to hold the personnel, the staff there on like operational one who have the licenses on the places. They do understand and they completely realize the level of responsibility that lies on them. They're going to be staying there up till the very end, and I do believe that those are the heroes of Ukraine.
И вчера появилось письмо от коллектива, вот от персонала Запорожской станции, подписанное в том числе директором, и очень много там людей. Это был крик отчаяния. Это письмо было к мировой общественности, что ну сделайте что-нибудь. Мы уже тут из последних сил держим эту безопасность за это. Это было, в общем, вы знаете, я когда читала это письмо, я плакала. Поэтому тут надо, конечно, быстро миссию, чтобы она, МАГАТЭ, чтобы она стабилизировала ситуацию. И, конечно, вся надежда на вооруженные силы Украины.
So I would like to tell you that yesterday the letter from the personnel and staff members have been released. Obviously, it was written on behalf of the personnel and the director. It was voice clamantis in deserto, so to say. The desperation was all over the letter. They were just shouting for help. They were trying to appeal to the general community and society overall in the world, just to do something. They were appealing to do something, like quoting, "We've been holding on here for as long as needed to keep up with the safety measures, but someone needs to do something." And quoting Olga, I cried reading. I was crying reading that letter. So what I believe they do need to launch and dispatch that International Nuclear Energy Agency as soon as possible to stabilize the whole situation that's happening on the nuclear power plant. And obviously the armed forces of Ukraine and Ukrainian army, we just hope that they will keep on doing what they've been doing as of now.
Ну и второй вопрос я еще могу ответить, потому что у меня эфир еще будет для украинского телевидения, поэтому жду вопрос, если будет.
And I have a moment to answer another question, so I'm waiting for the last question if you have one, because I'm going to have the interview for Ukrainian television in a minute.
River?
Yeah, so did I understand her right that Russia is deliberately keeping all those cores hot while the nuclear power plant's on the front lines?
Ольга, он хочет просто уточнить, правильно ли он вас понял, что Россия преднамеренно не переводит блоки в режим, в холодный режим для того, чтобы накалить обстановку в целом?
Вот в том-то и вопрос, что Россия раньше никакого интереса к этому не проявляла. Я считаю, что это украинские органы должны были перевести все блоки в холодную остановку. Украинские, в частности, Государственная инспекция ядерного регулирования, потому что не соблюдаются условия лицензии. Она этого не сделала. К сожалению, это не патриотично говорить, но я считаю, что это бездеятельность преступная на самом деле со стороны Госинспекции ядерного регулирования, как регулятора, как надзорного органа.
Okay, so you have to understand, this is actually a really good point to discuss, because Russia doesn't have the license to that. So Russia has never been interested in actually switching it to the cold shutdown mode. That's the Ukrainian authorities who should have done it in advance, especially the International Committee on the Nuclear Regulations. Unfortunately, maybe it's going to sound a little bit unpatriotic, they haven't done it when they should have, in my opinion. So it's like they weren't functioning at that moment, and because they weren't proactive in doing so, weren't acting as a regulator, that momentum had passed, and now we're like, it is what it is.
Я это говорю как человек, который работал в национальном регуляторе, да? Но выяснилось, что для этого поколения людей, которые возглавляют регулирующие органы Украины, факт тот, что надо зарабатывать деньги на экспорте электроэнергии, в том числе и на захваченной Запорожской станции, лицензиату его, важнее, чем культура безопасности. То есть деньги оказались важнее безопасности, а безопасность – это первый урок, который вынесло человечество после катастрофы на Чернобыльской станции.
So I'm just saying, it's the person who's worked in this international committee for, like, it's just probably for this generation, it was more preferable to gain profit, and they kind of risk the safety for the profit. Unfortunately, it didn't, like, and the previous experience of the disasters haven't made all the people on board, in terms of that sometimes you have to basically keep up with the safety instead of trying to keep up with gaining profit. So that's what I would like to say.
Human nature, isn't it?
Это в человеческой натуре.
Да, к сожалению, но государство, которое пережило Чернобыльскую аварию, должно иметь культуру безопасности на всех уровнях, от президента до директора станции и работника станции. Поэтому мне больно это очень, то, что я вижу, потому что я принимала участие как сотрудник национального регулятора в реализации проекта создания нового безопасного конфайнмента на объекте укрытия. И я была там, я видела, какие последствия, когда экономика главнее, чем безопасность атомной станции.
One
Yes.
last question. One last question, Philip, before you translate. Please retranslate quickly, because I know she's short on time. Very quickly. What is the smartest thing Ukraine can do in the next 48 hours? And what do you think will happen?
Последний вопрос, только не будем вам задерживать. Вопрос. Каким бы самым умным решением, какое было бы самое умное решение, которое Украина должна была бы принять в следующие 48 часов, которые бы вы видели, и какие были бы последствия, на ваше мнение? Самое умное решение Украины в следующие 48 часов.
Имеется в виду после расплавления... вот в ближайшее, что ли, время?
Да, в ближайшие 48 часов.
Ну, тут сложно что-то комментировать, потому что я считаю, что все-таки миссия МАГАТЭ с военными экспертами, которая прибыла бы в Энергодар на Запорожскую станцию на машинах ООН, потому что эти машины, даже когда в 2014 году началась война, они ездили, и их эти русские военные на территории Запорожской и Луганской области не трогали. Это бы стабилизировало ситуацию. Как можно быстрее дать возможность приехать миссии МАГАТЭ.
Thank you for your question. It's really hard to comment everything, but I would like to see the arrival and dispatch of the UN mission, like the International Nuclear Agency, Energy Agency, with the UN like vehicles, SUVs coming to the site as soon as possible, because like the previous experience of 2014 had proven that when the war, started, the UN had come to the Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast, and no one dared to touch them. So I just hope that they're gonna come as soon as possible to stabilize the whole situation there.
Да, спасибо всем огромное за внимание. Я была рада еще раз пообщаться с вами. К сожалению, у меня уже вышло время, и я уже должна давать комментарии для украинского телевидения.
Спасибо вам большое, Ольга. Берегите себя, пожалуйста, и находите время отдохнуть тоже, потому что ваш ресурс исчерпанный, а вы нам очень нужны с вашей экспертной оценкой.
С удовольствием приму участие, когда будет развиваться ситуация, если пригласите еще раз. Спасибо вам большое.
Конечно. So Olga needs to go because obviously she has another interview for Ukrainian television. But once again, thank you so very much for your attention, for listening to her insights and expertise. We do hope that then the situation stabilized. We will be able to bring Olga back. She is eager to come. If the opportunity arises, obviously we're always glad to see her on the panel. So I hope till the next time.
We very much look forward to having her back. And огромное спасибо. Domen, that was fantastic.
That was fantastic. I'll ask to have this released as a podcast ASAP, because it's highly time sensitive as well, because there's a lot of people asking about this, and I think it's really important to get this out to as many people as possible. There are few people, if any, who have this level of insight and expertise into the specific power plant that is so dominating the headlines around the world lately. And we are very fortunate to have been able to talk to her.
Yet again, she has hit it out of the park. Absolutely stunning. It is always good to have someone who really is into the topic, and you can sense that there is not just the dedication of the everlasting scientist, but someone who has learned to systematically in a structured fashion to actually make things clear. I wish we had more of these, but then again, this is MryiaReport. We are very lucky. We have many of them, but let's hope that Olga Koshana comes back to us soon enough, and let's get this podcast off to Spotify.
Absolutely, Axel. Absolutely. In just How many hours? In 1 hour? Yes, in 1 hour time. We're going to be joined here by Sergeant First Class, is it? Sergeant First Class Ryan Hendrickson, who's a military veteran from the US of both the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. He's been volunteering in the east of Ukraine and has also been clearing minefields in the east of Ukraine as of late. So in just 1 hour time, we'll be joined by Ryan, and then an hour after that, we'll be joined by James Vasquez, likewise an American veteran who's been volunteering in the military in the east of Ukraine as well. So soon, in about an hour's time and then 2 hours' time, we'll be joined by Ryan and James. In the meantime, Imperius, could we have a little bit of a summary, since it's evening in Europe, or it's afternoon in Europe, it's coming on the evening, and we've had a lot of people asking what happened last night, sorting the fact from fiction, what actually blew up last night. There was a lot of discussion, ammo dumps, Russian army bases going up in flames and smoke all over the front lines, everywhere from Belgorod all the way through Novakhovka, Crimea, Luhansk Oblast. What actually happened, Imperius? Can you give us a rundown of everything that actually genuinely we know, confirmed now, went up in flames and smoke?
Yeah, so we know that the ammo dump at Timanovo was hit, and there was air defense activity around the Kerch Bridge.
Okay, so Timanovo, let's go slowly. So Timanovo is in Belgorod Oblast, across the border, somewhere between, somewhere northeast, let's say, of Kharkiv, right? Across the Russian border, on the Russian side. There was a big ammo dump there, seemingly somewhat open air, or at least, several buildings, one next to the other, giant fireworks display, lots of explosions. Went on for hours, didn't it? Detonations and deflagrations one after another, and there was there an evacuation of the nearby towns and villages as well? I think I heard something along those lines.
Let me double check that. Yeah, the governor of Belgorod announced evacuation from around the area of the Timanovo ammunition dumps. However, there was also reported strike on an airfield at Stary Oskol. However, the firm's data doesn't seem to corroborate that, and we don't have any other solid supporting evidence for that at this stage. I'm not sure if it was cloudy in the region last night, but that one is still up in the air. There was also
sure hope so that it went up in the air in the first place.
Yeah, right. There was also a strike near the Novakhovka dam / bridges. Now, we do have corroboration for that. It seems like a rail line over the heading over the river was targeted and hit. So that's confirmed. What's also not confirmed is the strike on the Belbek airfield. So far, the only corroborating source we have are Russian media and Igor Strelkov, which is not exactly the most reliable sources, but it does seem...
Freshly released from prison, about 17 lifetimes too early, yes. Igor Strelkov.
Yep. And while it's a little odd that they'd be reporting an airfield blown up on their own side, if it wasn't, we don't have anything solid to go on for that airfield just yet.
Okay, at Kerch Bridge, what has actually happened? Do we know what actually happened?
So we know that Russian air defense was active and seemed to have been engaging a drone or some other small aerial vehicle.
And during the course of today, I believe some ships of the Black Sea Fleet arrived in the area of the Kerch Bridge where they weren't previously, right? Either from around Sevastopol or around Novorossiysk. I'm not sure which one, but there are definitely more ships around there today than there were yesterday.
Yeah.
Anything else happen anywhere else on Crimea other than around the Kerch Bridge and possibly the Belbek Air Base north of Sevastopol?
I have not seen anything just yet.
Okay, and then lastly, there was that large ammo dump at Kadiyevka, which Russians intend to call under the name of the Russian revolutionary Stakhanov, right? That's about 45 kilometers behind the front lines, I think. And has that been actually confirmed?
Just a moment. Yeah, that was confirmed.
Okay, so at the very least, what went up in flames yesterday were 2 ammo dumps, one in Belgorod Oblast at Timovanov, something like that, and another one at Kadiyevka, which is in occupied Donetsk Oblast or Luhansk Oblast? Luhansk, I think, right?
Yeah, Luhansk.
Yep. So those 2 are confirmed, as are the strikes on the bridge and dam at Novakakhovka. Now, that bridge and dam in Novakakhovka was suggested to already be out of service, at least for heavy vehicles, some days ago already. But then evidence emerged over the last 2 days that indeed there were at least lightly loaded Russian army trucks crossing that bridge. And after that, it was hit again last night, right? So that's good news. That's Ukraine adjusting to change of circumstances, to maybe some Russian repair work, to keep denying logistics capabilities and capacity in a critical area such as that. So Crimea, largely unconfirmed. Whatever was minor, possibly UAVs around the Kerch Bridge. Could that be, Imperius? Just thinking out of the box here. Maybe Tim, with you being such a star, could comment on this. But could this be the Ukrainians testing out Russian air defense capacities and identifying the locations of said air defense around the Kerch Bridge for perhaps a future strike? Mic check.
Yeah, I hear you. Sorry. I mean, it's very likely that the Russian air defense could have been engaging a UAV reconnaissance flight, or even a small drone.
And then there were some suggestions of, I believe, rifle fire, small arms fire somewhere close to Sevastopol as well. What happened with that? Was that just Russian reporting, or was there anything more to that at all?
I haven't seen. So it was, I believe it was reported in Bakhchisarai and one other town, perhaps. However, I don't think we've seen anything corroborating it just yet, but we've had quite a few. We've had quite an uptick in partisan activity over the past weeks and months. So I would be willing to bet money that Ukrainian civilians and partisans are taking the opportunity to begin their own partisan efforts.
Right, very good. Thank you very much, Imperius. Now, I'm going to introduce a little bit more information into the fray, and that is from ITV News, a British news outlet here, where apparently they've garnered some information from an unnamed Western intelligence official, and that's regarding that first hit on Crimea at the Sake air base. They say that a Western intelligence official just told reporters about 3 hours ago that the attack on Sake airfield in Crimea by Ukraine put more than half of Russia's Black Sea Fleet naval aviation out of use, and that the Russian system internally is busy seeking to allocate the blame for that debacle. Further, the real story is about the Black Sea Fleet because they've lost the flagship, the Moskva, they've lost Snake Island, and they've now lost half of their naval aviation package, as well as suffering a strike on their military headquarters in Sevastopol a few weeks ago. The Western intelligence official also said that what we're seeing now is Russia's Black Sea Fleet taking a very defensive position, trying to avoid getting in the line of fire. A proud fleet with a long history, having had the credibility thoroughly diminished. Lastly, the intelligence official also notes that these recent explosions in Russia, in occupied Crimea, and generally in Russian-occupied territory, those are just going to happen, right? These must be attacks by Russians behind enemy lines, and these targets, including such as the ones in Belgorod, in Russia proper, are legitimate targets. They do not risk Russian territorial integrity, and this unnamed official doesn't see these explosions and attacks behind Russian lines diminishing. If anything, we've seen an uptick of those events, and that's going to continue. They also put these attacks by Ukraine down to a combination of incredibly brave people and new capabilities. Lastly, I would like to add to this that it's also a combination of high-quality intelligence gathering beyond just bravery and abilities to strike. There first has to be, an ability to find out where these places are and be able to acquire the targets in the first place, as Tim would tell you, being the star that he is. Prince, good morning.
Good morning, Noman. I got up especially early just to hear the nuclear expert this morning, and I'm actually awake for a change. But when things were going off last night, I was wondering what the perfect wine pairing was for you. But that's not why I came up. Why I came up is the shooting down of what I suspect is a drone around the Kerch Bridge yesterday. I'm sure that there was some recognizance and targeting information grabbed from that. And I could totally see that Ukraine would be willing to sacrifice a drone to get a little bit of that information, but more importantly, the way it would screw with the Russians' head, saying, oh my God, they really can get to us right here, in the psychological effect that could be having upon the powers that be, or whoever thinks they're in charge there, of trying to protect that and the local community around there, to just freak them out just a little bit more, saying they really can get us and they really can get this if they want to. And they've just totally proven it with bringing a drone right to us.
Prince, did we lose you? Prince?
Are you there?
Nope, you're here. Excellent. Sorry, I thought I wasn't sure because you didn't look like you were muted on my screen, and that usually means that people are cut off mid-sentence.
No, I wondered if I had wondered if I had lost signal too, because I don't know. I think I finished what I was going to say. I usually turn captions on, but forgot to this time. So I don't know if you got everything I was going to say.
We got everything. Okay. All is well. Thank you, Prince.
May I add an observation?
You may add an observation. Go ahead, James.
I'll keep it brief. One of the things that occurred to me when I was listening to reports of small arms fire was that, and even the shooting down of the drone, was that, nervous guards at night without night vision goggles would, firing off blindly at something they thought they heard might also explain that. If they're nervous and poorly trained behind the lines with partisans all over, I think you're probably going to get a little bit of these reports are just going to be noise. And the drone that was shot down may also be a Russian drone.
They've shot down a couple of their own drones just because, again, you have poorly trained nervous operators just seeing something and pushing a button. That's it.
They've shot down their planes because they've thought it, they're nervous and such. So they've shot down some of their best planes themselves, having been nervous and that kind of thing lately.
So, you know what that kind of reminds me of, James? I like your theory. It kind of reminds me of the Battle of Karansebeş, or however that's properly pronounced. For anybody who doesn't remember and hasn't detailedly studied the Austro-Turkish wars over the decades, in the late 18th century, there's a battle in what is now Romania, and the Austrians basically ended up fighting themselves, and the Turks arrived 2 days later and just claimed victory because the Austrians already killed and injured themselves and then retreated because of it. And that sounds like exactly that sort of miscommunication that you highlighted, right? Somebody gets a little bit on edge, thinks there's something going on, and a firefight with no one or within themselves erupts. And I would not be surprised if that had actually happened. Not at all. I like that theory. I do quite appreciate that theory as being an option. The other thing I want to say,
sort of related to what James brought up, it's also possible that the anti-aircraft engagement might have been due to a failure to identify a radar signature properly. It's possible for, say, a flock of birds to show up as something you might identify as a plane. I'm not sure. Gunny would probably know a little bit better, sort of how a signal would be processed into a target and whether modern systems sort of filter that out. But you can get a radar return off a flock of birds or something similar. So they could have been engaging in the world's most expensive duck hunt.
It's a geese migration season, I can tell you that. Now, Invades, what I would suggest is the following, right? It would be worthwhile perhaps sacrificing a drone, because what does that mean? That means all the radars light up, right? Not just some of them, but all of them. And that combining with the information that might be garnered from, some kind soul flying an appropriate SIGINT plane sufficiently nearby, that would then tell you where all the radars are, right? Now, wouldn't that be convenient as opposed to having just the ones that are always on, having all the ones that are on to get the missiles targeted right as well? Just a thought.
I would also point out the HARM missiles do have that fire and forget. So if you turn on the radar and then flip it off, missiles themselves will just sort of remember where the location where that radar was. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I don't think that Ukraine would fly their Sukhois or MiGs or whatever they're mounted to across that far, because that is very far behind the lines. But point well taken, and that's a good thing to bear in mind as well. Absolutely. Prince?
Can I take a little bit of levity here? And what Imperia said, and I'm not good at this stuff, but made me think of a Flock of Seagulls song with a bunch of seagulls or birds flying over top, and the Russian air defenses, and all shooting them down because they freak out over the birds. So it made me giggle, and I thought, man, that would be a really, really fun little video to put together by the fellas.
I have to admit I'm not familiar with the specific song, but I'm sure it's most excellent and very appropriate. But yeah, it could be a bunch of birds just flying around there. In absence of anything else that we're talking about, I'll put up something else to talk about, which is that same Western intelligence officials quoted earlier also said a few other things, and they're to do a little bit more with logistics. And I know that if I say the word logistics enough times, then Craig appears, and then we can talk about logistics. So he notes that Russians are starting to run out of ammunition. That there is a large range of evidence to suggest munitions are being depleted, and including munitions coming out of deep storage. Noting that ultimately, falling munition stocks will start to impair Russia's ability to launch offensives, and that Russia has already merged some BTGs, that is battalion tactical groups, and is having a terrible time trying to reconstitute its forces, which is not a good way to improve combat effectiveness. Further, the war in Ukraine is now at a different stage. The conflict is not currently at a high point like it was when there was constant shelling across the lines, and partly that's because both sides seem to have become more conscious that this is a marathon, not a sprint, which I think is interesting commentary, right? Not a marathon, not a sprint, which would suggest that both sides are looking at a long-term war here. I'm not sure if I would be minded to agree on the basis of what everybody's been saying, and by everybody I mean all the high-ranking officers that we have here, and high-ranking retired officers that we have come here in the space. Because my understanding is quite a lot of them have been saying, Ukraine seems to be kind of preparing for a new offensive, like a proper wide-ranging offensive, especially once we start seeing a lot of that, say, Polish armor up at the front that we've not seen so much of yet, and that all of these strikes are not just ammo dumps but command posts that have been occurring over the recent weeks, especially in the right bank in Kherson, but all across Kherson and Zaporizhzhia Oblast especially, but also in the east, right, in Popasna and Lysychansk and elsewhere, that all of that could might very well be signaling the start of a wider ranging offensive. But anyway, there's also some notes about it's important to see if there is going to be a vote in occupied Kherson on September 11th at the same time as Russian regional elections. I mean, I don't think that referendum, if it happens, really matters. I think that referendum is something that's going to be, well, A, it's not going to happen. B, it's a sham anyway. We all know it's a sham, so it really doesn't matter. And C, how much of Kherson is Russia still going to be holding on September 11th? Let's see. Especially right bank Kherson Oblast, right? Let's see. Most importantly, apparently, all of these attacks behind Russian lines, well behind Russian lines, are apparently having a significant psychological effect on Russians and crucially Russian leadership. And I think that's the most important component here, right? We've already heard of all of those Russian officers leaving the right bank of Kherson Oblast, going to the left bank. I think it's I think it makes quite a bit of a difference here as well, all of those officers moving off to Melitopol or wherever else on the left bank of the Dnipro. I really wonder how it's making all those troops left behind on the right bank feel. Because when everybody above a rank of captain's gone, and you don't see any for a couple of weeks, and there keep being very precise shellings of your ammo depots and your positions, I don't think that feels very good. I don't think you feel very confident anymore. It's just my guessing here, but I really don't think you feel very confident anymore. Vyshnikovsky, go ahead.
Hello, I just had some pretty random question that popped to my head since you've been talking about Kherson and the attacks. Why is it that it seems to me that most of the attacks that Ukraine runs far behind enemy lines, that they happen in the late evening hours?
Really? No one else? Okay. My understanding is that a lot of that is because it makes it easier to conceal movements of things like HIMARS. A lot of that is done by these, HIMARS and perhaps some by other even troop artillery systems. But it's just easier to conceal their movements during nighttime, and that makes it easier to use them without, well, let's say with less possibility of repercussions, right? With less possibility of counter battery fire. Russians seem to rely quite a lot on visual observation, is my understanding, as opposed to on top of all the other things. And visual observation at night is more difficult. Their drones seem not to fly as much at night, is my understanding as well. And if you're just not hounded by Orlan 10s all the time, that possibly makes a bit of a difference. And if it's easier to drive away unseen afterwards, that's probably why. That's my understanding of it anyway. Imperius, Tim, any thoughts? Guess not. I must have covered it so excellently well. No one else has any additional comments to be making.
I mean, that makes perfect sense, right? But I was just curious, I thought that, of course, if you do some military attacks, if you do it at night for the enemy, it's especially if they're less equipped in sensors and night vision, you have some upper hand. But why it still matters if you're shooting at this long distance, that was not as clear to me, but I think you explained it perfectly. I mean, at least I buy your explanation. I don't know if that's the truth, but you explained it so well that I buy it.
So imagine if you're hitting an ammo dump that's 70 kilometers behind the front lines and you have an 80-kilometer range, right? That means you're 10 kilometers from the line when you do it. You're not 80 kilometers from the line when you do it. So that means that you don't have that much space to maneuver when you're doing these particularly deep strikes, right? And that means that you're relatively close to the front line. You really want to minimize, is my understanding, you really want to minimize exposure. You really want to minimize the time of exposure as well. And if it means, if waiting until dusk means you're less exposed, you're probably going to be waiting until dusk. Because again, you're much closer to the line than your maximum range is, right? Because you're not hitting things right on the line.
Absolutely. I was just more thinking about the strikes on Crimea, as they seem to be done with something else than the 80-kilometer HIMARS.
I obviously, absolutely, because they're much farther behind the line than 80 kilometers. But if those are missiles, whatever missiles they are, they're probably operating relatively close to the limit of their range anyway, right? So again, they're going to be fired from somewhere relatively close to the line as well. And I think with those specifically, Ukraine really doesn't want Russia to have a good understanding of what Ukraine is using. And if they don't want them to have a good understanding of what they're using, Russia not being able to see them in the first place is probably a very good idea to go about that. And I think that's a very large component, or I would guess at the very least that that's a very large component of why it's done that way.
Thank you.
Vishnikov, while we have you here, Vishnikov, so I have a quick question for you. So also Austria, right, is a famously neutral country. And it's particularly famously neutral when it comes to Ukraine, let's say, right? But Austria did actually send some sort of aid to Ukraine. Can you remind us what that was that Austria actually sent to Ukraine?
I need to research that. I'm not aware of what they sent. Like if they sent something, and I'm sure something was sent, then it was humanitarian aid. Certainly nothing that is of military aid.
What I'm getting at is, I seem to remember they sent some ambulances.
And absolutely, I remember. And when I was talking to one of my colleagues from Kiev, in fact, what I heard was the Austrian sirens from the ambulance, which was startling me the first time. But then I was telling him, hey, that sounds like our ambulances there. So yeah, you're right. Like ambulances, I think some fire trucks, stuff like that, yes.
So the reason why I'm asking is, how big is the gap between an ambulance and a truck, like a logistics truck, like this sort of thing? I don't know if you were listening, but yesterday with Craig, we were talking about trucks a little bit, how trucks are important for logistics, and how Ukraine, among other things, to be able to conduct a good offensive, right, on top of armored vehicles and tanks and more artillery and whatever else, what's really important is also more trucks, because as you move forward, your logistics lines grow longer, so you need more trucks to sustain them, and especially to sustain an offensive, you need a lot of armaments, you need a lot of fuel, and to move all of that, you need a lot of trucks, right? And you need to be able to move stuff forward. So what I was getting at is, at the very least, Austria, hypothetically, Austria is a small country, but it's a rich country. It has a lot of trucks lying around. And I'm pretty sure that Austria, as a country, doesn't really wish to rely on rail logistics, however good the railways are. So I was thinking, if not guns and tanks and the like, and actually some Austrian guns, incidentally, were actually sent to Ukraine, but they were sent there from Latvia, who purchased them from Austria some years ago.
Yeah, I was wondering if those were the A109s that we were using in Allensteig, Austria, when I was in the army.
Could very well be. They'd be of the same type at the very least.
Absolutely.
They were the M109A5E, I think, something like that is the designation.
Yeah, and the battery which I was in since has been kind of like resolved, like many other parts of the Austrian army. So it can well be that those were from Allensteig back then.
In Pendolina, if you're listening, please come up and explain to us exactly where those guns were previously, because I know you looked into it. But what I want to say is, if nothing else, could Austria be minded to send some trucks, maybe, right? Because maybe that would be of some use, and that couldn't be necessarily interpreted as very military aid, because they can't shoot.
Absolutely agree. The question is, so now that we know, okay, let's send some trucks. How to get this awareness? Like it seems that in the beginning there was this huge wave where everyone wanted to be seen as doing something, and now that has kind of like died down a bit. I guess we need to reach out to politicians in that case. Am I correct?
Oh, certainly. But within all of that, I'm just thinking maybe that's a little bit of a solution.
No, I 100% agree with you on that one.
Yeah, I was just thinking, just spitballing here. I've said truck so many times, and yet no Craig. I am astounded. I don't know what's going on. I think his telepathy connection must be broken. He didn't pay the telepathy bill this month. It's ridiculous. Sorry, people taking a little while to connect. UK4UA, go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thanks for continuing what you've been doing. The speakers today have been fantastic, and I missed Dennis, unfortunately, this morning.
UK4UA, mic check. You missed Dennis, unfortunately, this morning. I think UK4UA. UK4UA, but, you're breaking up. I think you're in a bad reception spot.
Dropping out because I am mobile.
Yeah, sorry about that. We couldn't read you after where you mentioned that you missed Dennis earlier this morning. You were breaking up quite badly. Sorry about that, UK4UA. If you want to try again in a minute or two when you might be in a better area, maybe that's advisable. That's a shame. Anyway, if you're listening and you think that your reception might be better than UK4UA's reception, click that request button in the bottom left corner of your screen. We have about, let's say, 25 minutes before we'll be joined by Ryan Hendrickson, a US veteran of both the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. So everybody can love him and everyone can hate him all at the same time. But he's a wonderful chap. He's been doing tremendous work out volunteering in the east of Ukraine, also clearing a lot of mines. He's cleared several hundreds of mines in the east of Ukraine over recent weeks. And that's a really important job, right? There are estimates about somewhere up to 25% of the territory of Ukraine being in danger of being mined or having unexploded ordnance on it. That's a huge problem, right? That is, Vyshnikovsky, 25% of the size of Ukraine. That is how much relative to Austria? That's about an Austria and a half, I think, roughly, right? That is a huge area to be at risk of being mined or having UXO, unexploded ordnance, scattered over it. And these things are a serious problem. There's still unexploded ordnance across the Western Balkans, especially in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also in Croatia. And it's been 27 years since the war there wrung to an end. That is an incredibly wide-ranging problem, isn't it, CJ? And this is why it's so important that Ryan's been doing what he's been doing, and that more people are doing what Ryan is, and obviously many others as well, right?
Yeah, because on his last day of work here, before he traveled to a much safer part of the country, basically he came across a Ukrainian tractor that had hit a mine. I think the farmer in question only had a few small injuries, thankfully, but basically, had to help this farmer in his tractor, basically lying on its side, and help him get all the mines out that were around him, right? Because pretty much if he stepped on the wrong spot, it would be the end of his life. So really just incredible work. But yeah, the scale is hard to comprehend, right? Even though Ryan has cleared hundreds of mines, it's probably only the equivalent of 2 or 3 people's land, right? A couple farms. So just a small drop in the bucket, and really just shows how important this is. Not that everyone needs to go there and start picking up mines, but this attention needs a lot of issue, because this is going to be a decades-long endeavor, right? As many people have brought up in Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam, for example, 50 years after the end of Vietnam, and maybe 70 years after a lot of the fighting started, there's still thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of mines that still hurt and kill people every day. And so really this issue is not going away, even with the best efforts for quite some time. And it needs to be addressed, both fixing the immediate problem and then holding the Russians accountable, of course, for this terrible war crime.
And like northern France and Flanders is still full of unexploded ordnance from the First World War. Actually, do you want to hear a ridiculous story about UXO in northern France?
Yes, please. I know from personal experience, when I was living in Italy, one street over, they had to evacuate a whole apartment complex because they found an American bomb from World War II. So it's something that's still ongoing to this day.
So I have an even better one, right? It's one thing when construction sites are digging for foundation and they pull up a bomb from the Second World War or something like that. No. This is worse. So this is years ago, maybe 5-6 years ago, and I was traveling by Eurostar, which is the train that goes from Paris to London and back. I was going from Paris to London. I get to Gare du Nord, and the whole train station is completely packed, and then I find out what happened. And for this train, it's kind of like on an airplane. You have to go through an X-ray scanner. You have to put your bags through an X-ray scanner and go through a metal detector, right? Kind of like going on a plane. So apparently, 4 hours earlier, somebody came and tried to put a piece of luggage through the metal detector that had a unexploded ordnance from the First World War in it. So they had to evacuate the whole giant train station. And I mean giant train station. You're looking at somewhere that, maybe 10 trains an hour with many hundreds of people, if not close to 1,000 people each depart, right? That sort of train station, huge throughput of people. And it was evacuated for hours. All the trains were delayed. Many thousands of people delayed thoroughly. And in the end, my train was delayed, the knock-on delay by 3.5 hours or something. Ridiculous. So about a month later, I was traveling through Gare du Nord again, back to London again, and they had posters everywhere that said, Do not bring any First World War munitions on the train. And the funny thing is, they specified World War I munitions. It wasn't just don't bring any unexploded munitions, but specifically, don't bring any First World War munitions on the train. Not even Second World War. And I was really tempted to see if anybody would have, not tempted to, I was curious to see if anybody would actually bring a Second World War munition because it wasn't explicitly banned.
That's so interesting why it was so specific. I think maybe some of those areas, the World War I battlefields have a lot more artillery rounds. They're a little bit more unstable than in the case of World War II with the the amount of bombs dropped by all sides from the sky. If they haven't blown up yet, they're a little bit safer, but still, kids, don't go ahead and play with these things. Just to report it to your local authorities because they can still do a lot of damage. But the difference really that I really want to highlight in this situation, though, is these bombs that were dropped, in Europe, or artillery rounds shot in Europe during the First and Second World War were designed, mostly to explode on impact. Right? They either had proximity fuses or some other fusing mechanism which was designed to immediately explode. Whereas these landmines that have been used for some time now are designed, of course, to maim and kill, anyone that is near them. And specifically in the case of, this war, when Russia fires either from MRL systems or puts them on the ground in farming fields, they really only have one purpose in mind, right? It's to hurt, kill, Ukrainian civilians and prevent them from, executing their livelihood. And that's why, people will maybe come back and say, well, America and some other countries still use mines. Well, in these cases, we're talking about claymores, which are these sort of small mines, but really they're just C4 explosives with ball bearings in them, and they have to be, and again, I can't stress this enough, they have to be tied to someone's position, and you have to control them as they explode. So they're basically C4 charges that you put out in an ambush or a defense position, but they're tied to a person with basically a command detonation wire. So if you leave or you move, you take them with you. They're not tripwire activated. They're not automatically sensing or anything like that. They only go off if someone, basically pushes a trigger. And so that is
Command
the key
detonated.
with these things.
Command detonated, we said.
Well, just talking about, there's been some accusations that, we can't complain about Russian mines because, other countries use them. And I'm just explaining how different it is when NATO countries have claymores or things like that are command detonated versus mines designed to kill civilians that go near them.
Yeah, 100%. I asked Colonel Lake, we were having some mine conversation, and we just discussed the rudimentary nature and the haphazard deployment of Russian mines. Definitely pretty rudimentary was the word she used. That's the word I'll stick to. And no, thanks for that. I'm just filling in, marking time here. CJ, what do you call a mine that tries to? Sorry, you said you're talking about the fuses in mines, right? Different types of fuses.
Yeah, more or less, or the trigger mechanism.
Okay, the trigger. Okay, if a fuse is trying to manipulate something like be a trickster, would you call it a confusing?
Woof.
Oh, you like that? Yeah, I went there. Confusing. A lying fuse. It's a confuse. All right. Thanks so much. We are we on the recent days events?
Well, we were getting a little bit ready for the interview I'll be doing in 15 minutes with Ryan here, and just getting the audience ready to ask some questions and whatnot.
Done. And who's coming up? Because pretend I don't know.
So in 15 minutes, we'll have Ryan Hendrickson, retired Green Beret, Navy vet, and Air Force vet, who's been clearing mines the past couple of weeks in Ukraine, and it's his second trip. The first trip he was there, he was in Bucha and Irpin, giving out food and supplies to those that witnessed some terrible atrocities. So he can talk about a lot of the country because he's been there quite a lot over the last 6 months.
Amazing. And how do you know him? Just is it from the internet or through contacts?
Yeah, so we were actually stationed together at JBLM out in Washington, and I read his book, got to see him speak once right before quarantine and into quarantine, and just kept in touch on social media. And, then here he is out on the Twitter sphere and see him again, really making a big impact, and people are starting to pay attention to his what I would say is very important work.
No, absolutely. Thanks. We're going to bring up Colonel John Spencer. Thanks for coming up to the panel. Can't have a what is it, Green Beret Ranger? I mean, are any of you staff officers though? Have any of you, like, do you know how the coffee maker works? Do you even understand the ins and outs of Thursday, whoever buys donuts?
I do, yes.
Oh, this will go down in history as the month Yehuda looked like a clown, and that's okay. I'll wear it, and I'll defer to superstars as yourself. Yes, we'll talk about coffee makers there. Yeah, no, that's actually really super awesome, CJ, and I just wanted to have you share that with our new audience. And please do, if you're so inclined, retweet, like the space. If you got the speaker's card, to throw it up in the nest. Let everyone know what's going on, and hopefully we can gin up a real good crowd to talk about it, because I can guarantee you it'll be nothing but good news and information. Well, not necessarily good news, but a really good understanding of what's going on. As you know, I'd like to maybe, is he going to get into delivery like UMZs or UMZs? What, how the differences, maybe, highlighting the differences between how we operate vis-a-vis, the implementation of obstacles and the marking of minefields and all that jazz versus what the Russians do. CJ, is that something you're gonna get into?
Yeah, a little bit. His background is he had 8 deployments as a Special Forces engineer in 18 Charlie. So he knows a lot about a lot of different countries and how they use mines. And, he might not tell you, but, he had his first deployment, he stepped on a mine himself and almost lost his entire leg. And he was basically in a wheelchair for a year, and he got better and eventually deployed 7 more times. So he certainly knows a thing or two about how dangerous these things can be and how important it is to demine them so civilians don't have that same problem.
Yeah, that's incredible, because we do have, we're looking at the Russians haphazardly just dishing out those mines, a very low tech. Because I spoke to Colonel Lake. I'm gonna see if she's around. We'll see. We were talking, and there was somebody came out and spoke about mines. Didn't sound legit, so I called her up and I said, I texted her. I'm like, she goes, no, the Russians are notorious for just like a very barbaric deployment of mines willy nilly, and I guess that's what he's going to talk to us about.
Yeah, a little bit. He will. He's got some videos on his page where he kind of just, describes, the different types and how you can overcome them and whatnot. But he's pretty careful not to give away anything too secretive in terms of what the Russians do, because he doesn't want to help them at all. He's very passionate about helping Ukraine as much as possible and not helping the Russians a single bit. So we appreciate him for that. All right. In the meantime, while we're getting ready here, I think UK was first. Go ahead, UK.
Hi there. Apologies for the comms problems. I think you should be able to hear me now. Mic check.
Yeah, we got you loud and clear. Sorry about that.
Super. I don't know if you caught anything to what I said earlier, but basically just wanted to thank you guys for your commitment with this space. It's quite invaluable when you're doing as much traveling as what we are and some of our teams are, to keep up to date across all different aspects of the conflict in Ukraine. Unfortunately, I missed some of Dennis's interview this morning, but I do know for a fact that he's done an amazing job in supporting Ukraine and especially the kids with his work with Plast in London and in Ukraine. And Scouts has been quite an important link with certainly with the aid efforts, having that common understanding and brotherhood from Scouts. I know there's a lot of networking that's gone on previously with that. The reason I come up was that one of the earlier questioners were talking about why many of these strikes are done overnight, and I think the sort of preferred time for SOF operations is certainly around 4 a.m. As the sort of magic hour, due to the just sort of natural circadian rhythms and fatigue, certainly with anyone who is on guard duty, etc. But yeah, and especially like I think it was Axel said earlier, with regard to concealment of movements is really important as well overnight. It just gives you that extra edge with the cover of night. But on the trucks as well, there's lots of talk about trucks the past couple of days. With regards to what we know and we've seen, there was a lot of Iveco military spec trucks donated in the early days, and there's still quite a few of them knocking around across the country. There hasn't been another sort of mass influx of donations of logistics trucks. Most of the logistics that is being done for the lethal and non-lethal aid is being done via conventional commercial rigs. So just to give you guys an understanding of what's going on, and then even smaller vehicles then around the contact lines. So I hope that makes sense to everyone, to give everyone a picture on the logistics.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder, before we start with the interview here, Colonel Spencer, if you have any comments on the recent proliferation of strikes, special operations, or any sort of things you've seen in the last couple of days that are interesting to you, especially since these things are happening in rural areas and urban areas and seemingly all over occupied Ukraine.
I don't think you need me, CJ. You're one of my go-to sources for tracking these strikes. You and Chuck, understanding this is all part of an operation, right? So this isn't disjointed strikes. We can see, as a kind of military analyst, like there is a offensive that's been building, the intelligence gathering, inserting forces, and getting equipment into location, protecting equipment to conduct these strikes in a very concerted effort with a plan in mind. And that's really where my interests are as we feel the initiative. Although I saw one article saying Ukraine has seized the initiative. We're getting there, right? But absolutely, they have the Russians on the back foot. They have, especially in Russian-occupied Crimea. But these strikes, every one of them, are calculated, planned, and are in conjunction with a overall plan to reduce Russian capabilities, maneuver Ukrainian capabilities to achieve tactical and operational goals, arguably strategic goals of regaining the initiative.
So, and maybe I was a little bit too ahead when I said they may be closer than that to get to having the initiative, but I think you're right generally. One area where I think we might agree is, in this disdain for people who are calling this a stalemate, right? They say because the ground line of control has not changed significantly in the past 2 months, that it's a stalemate militarily, which, as you know, is not really a military term at all. So I wonder if you could comment on that, that even though the lines haven't changed, it doesn't mean it's a tie.
Absolutely, yeah. No, and I wasn't disagreeing with you at all. I was talking. There's an article out, like in the Washington Post or something like that, saying that just talking about all the great things about the strikes and everywhere from Popasna to now near Sevastopol, all great stuff. I agree with you. It really feels like the initiative, and if Ukraine can keep that up with the Western support of ammunition that's coming in, and new announcements, even I think it was yesterday, with the U.S. continued flow of the arsenal of democracy. No, absolutely. I don't see any stalemates anywhere. So anybody saying this is a stalemate, this is only attritional warfare, I mean, those are just not informed by you and the other people that are staying abreast of these daily operations. What we do know is that Russian advancements have definitely stalled. That's not a stalemate, but they have, I want to see the Russian military get to a culmination point. And by military definition, culmination means no longer can go on the offense and achieve gains, and no longer can hold defensive. But I bet if you are Russian forces in the Kherson Oblast, you definitely don't feel like anything's stalemated right now.
I really couldn't agree more. And thanks for joining us today. George, go ahead.
Yes, CJ, I don't know if you saw it, but really quick, I saw a video, an Australian company that develops drones, military-style drones. They've sent now, and I guess I believe they're in training or testing for them in Poland, 300 drones, and it looks like something that's deployed from like an old M79 grenade launcher. And what it is, it's supposed to be an anti-armor drone. I don't know if you got to look at that video, but if you do, and just when you get a chance later on today or something, just comment on it.
Yeah, no, I did see a little bit of that. And for those who haven't seen it, if anyone had any family members growing up with like a Tinkerbell toy that kind of flew and was like a small, tiny butterfly, I mean, this is what this drone looks like. And at the bottom attached is this anti-tank grenade. So I think most people would agree that the more drones Ukraine can get of all different types, whether they be small loitering drones or much larger loitering munitions to all the way up to, some medium altitude, enduring drones like Gray Eagles or TB2s, all of it can be super useful to the war effort, because as we've seen, Ukraine is pretty creative when it comes to using drones, and they've had to learn the hard way, right? 8 years of this. They are, at least in my book, in terms of drone observation and drone strikes, maybe on the cutting edge of a lot of this stuff. But maybe Colonel Spencer has a different thought. Go for it, sir.
No, drones, interesting. I was out playing with a DJI Mavic, and yes, I know the Chinese, and I don't care. I was at my cabin playing with them. I was really surprised at the low battery life that they have. Right, they say 30 minutes, but so all these considerations and anything in the recent drones that the great support to MryiaAid has been able to provide, every one of them is helping in some way, whether that's intelligence, artillery spotting, dropping, just having Russian forces have to look up has an impact on the tactical situation. I wanted to say why I'm joining. I'm a huge fan of Ryan's. If you haven't gotten his book, Tip of the Spear, do that. And interesting, 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. We had the same literary book agent, and we didn't know it, but I'm a huge fan of his work, and his story is amazing. If you haven't heard it, and I know he's now in the audience.
Yeah, it's an incredible book. I was fortunate enough to pick it up about 2 years ago when it came out, and especially as someone who suffered, not a combat wound, but a pretty bad leg injury that almost took me out of the Army. And just reading his book about how he went through so much worse and still overcame that and became, such a successful, not only military person, but just, really hero for what he's doing right now. So I am going to go ahead and invite him up here. In the meantime, UK, last thoughts or questions before we go to the interview here?
I just wanted to say, I think it was Ryan recently showed me how close these mines can be to the actual signs. Certainly, I was perhaps being a little bit negligent when I was parking on verges, taking pictures of these things, because they can be very, very close, even next to these signs. So that was a really good post.
Yeah, no, it's this war brings out a new thing every day. New weapon didn't know was possible, and some old ones I didn't know was possible either here. So stand by here for a moment. Gurney, any thoughts before we go to the interview?
And CJ, if you need to bump me down just to make space for questions or other things, feel free to do so.
No, I appreciate that. Well, I'm just cycling through all the requests here right now, so there's a little bit of a lull. I was going to say, I saw your appearance in the Times, sir. I don't know if you wanted to speak to that or any sort of maybe strikes, notwithstanding any sort of other developments you've seen in the past week. I know it's been very strike heavy, of course, in Crimea, but is there anything else in other fronts that have been intriguing to you recently?
No, I mean, the strikes are the southern front, but the strike on the Wagner headquarters, amazing. I mean, if you didn't catch that, I released a podcast today, CJ, I think that you'll like, with Michael Kaufman, a great friend, really my go-to expert on, especially on let's talk realistically about what the Russian military is, how it's changed, what are the decisions it made that has led to its performance and continues to be its struggles. I mean, just an amazing conversation that I had with him. And I know we've had him on the space. He's a great friend. But I released that podcast this morning. You might find it interesting.
Yeah, no, definitely here. It's who would have thought 6 months into this war? I guess we sort of had a feeling from the very beginning, when Russia pulled out of the north but stayed in the east, that this thing was going to be maybe longer than, of course, everyone wanted. I guess sort of looking forward to the winter. Some people are already raising alarms about energy concerns, saying that basically Western support is drying up, and I'm seeing a very different picture emerging. I'm seeing Germany looking to keep their nuclear plants going. I'm seeing NATO coming together and doing more training exercises. I'm seeing, on Thursday there's going to be another $800 million U.S. aid package. What are your thoughts moving into the winter as this thing goes along? Are you seeing it trend one way or another? It doesn't seem to me that any sort of support or sanctions are going to be drying up any soon. How would you fight that narrative, sir?
Yeah, I mean, you fight narratives with facts, right? So you fight it with, hey, look, there's a kind of a thread right now in the media about, in July, no European Union committed any new resources to Ukraine. Hey, let's call people out. And I think Axel's in here often trying to give the context to things like that, but the American support's going to flow. I don't personally see, and that's why I view part of my mission is to continue the conversation that we take in the space and get that into broader audiences, so that just because we aren't hearing about things doesn't mean the conversation didn't happen. Isn't the 50-nation defense group meeting happening monthly? So I just don't see support waning anytime this soon. And if that's what Russia is hoping on, good luck with that. But I don't think that support. The winter does concern me, even just for the cost of war on Ukraine itself, right? So these fronts, these areas where heat and things like that will start to get reduced. And I even read President Zelensky's recent, I think it was either New York Times or Washington Post interview, where he said if the invasion had happened in October, how impactful that would have been on the citizens, right? That is a concern. Cold does make everything worse. I of course love this, the impact it'll have on the Russian military, and that really reduces their will to fight, right? Soldier morale, soldiers' motivation, just the even stupid little tactical mistakes of when to heat yourselves and things like that. I don't think, to the question, that no, absolutely no. I don't think any support to Ukraine will be waning. That Ukraine is every day fighting not just Russians, but fighting the narrative of their support by the way they use what they've been given, right? These strikes are a part of that narrative, right? Their impact, right? This isn't a stalemate. This isn't let's just argue for suing for peace. Like, Ukraine's on the move with the weapons and supplies they've been given, and if they get more, they'll do more. So I think that's.
Hey, John.
Yeah,
John. Let's. There's a guy I listen to occasionally. He's actually he's on a news channel I'm not a big fan of. There might be not a lot of people who are fans of it, but General Keane, Keane. He usually gets the strategy and the tactic really good. He did say something on an Australian news channel, which I picked up, where he said one of the concerns, or one of the considerations that the Ukrainians have on this counter offensive, which is not what I'd heard from anyone I know, and he said he'd heard it from the ISW because that's where he's involved with, is that the Ukrainians are, they're hitting these targets of opportunity, but the major concern they have is the worry that the United States, in particular, the West in general, won't be able to, or won't support them in a counteroffensive. And I thought that was really weird, because he spoke about it as if it's like a sure thing. And I'm not getting that vibe from anyone I'm ever talking to. Do you think the Ukrainians are checking fire because they're not sure if the U.S. is going to come to bat? I don't think that at all. But what's weird is that I respect the general. I mean, I've heard him speak for tens of hours over the last 6 months. Is that a real consideration?
I mean, all war is politics by other means. Does the way Ukraine executes the war impact U.S. narratives? One, I'm a General Keane, head of ISW. ISW does great work. ISW has it to eat their crud. You eat their words sometimes, but for the most part, they do amazing analysis. I mean, you get more than a soundbite out of it. So no, absolutely, I have not heard that. I don't. Of course, there's bipartisan U.S. support for Ukraine to win in Ukraine and to kick Russia out of Ukraine and to achieve sovereignty over Russian occupied. I think that is unwavering. Where I could read into the statement is, like I said, Ukraine is fighting a narrative which does mean international support of the way they execute their counteroffensive. I don't even know if the retaking, the liberating of Russian occupied to achieve the goal that democracies see as a legitimate mission: kick Russia out of Ukraine. So there are sensitivities in the way you execute that operation on every front, right? So this is what you're striking, and that's why Ukraine has always fought smarter. It's striking clear, unarguable military targets. And so it's going to be hard to lose that support, but it's always, yes, absolutely, it's a concern around the world in every nation who has to fight the far whatevers, rights, lefts, that think that this isn't a fight for democracy, for global international order, things like that.
No, 100%. And it's funny because at the same time, so I was, when I heard the interview and I heard him first say it, I didn't stop the YouTube thing. I kept listening, and then he doubled down and repeated again. The major concern is, will the U.S. provide heavy weapons in order to maintain the depth of this counteroffensive? At the same time, there was an interview with the Lord Dannatt, former Chief of Defense Staff of the British military, and he had said what I had kind of always been, leaning toward. The Ukrainians will strike at targets of opportunity in depth until exhausted all of those targets before they conduct the counteroffensive in order to increase survivability and to mitigate losses. And he said that could exist, that could be as early as 2 weeks to 4 weeks, or as late as the winter. And that was quite a broad range, and that's kind of what I expected, right? Some of the numbers or the information I've gotten over the last week or so is that many targets have come into play, and they're going to degrade those potentialities or capabilities before they go for gold. So I just want to know what you thought of General Keane, because truth be told, I really, they have gotten it wrong before, but for the most part, he's pretty spot on, and I thought that was really shocking to me. CJ wanted to jump in, and then maybe over to John. Go, CJ.
Yehuda, well, we will get back to that as soon as possible, of course. But
100%.
first, a much more pressing matter. We are now joined by Ryan Hendrickson, Sergeant First Class, retired, Green Beret, and all-around great guy. Ryan, can you hear us?
Yeah, I got you guys loud. You guys hear me?
Yes, we do. All right. Yes. Ryan, thank you for taking the time today to talk to us here at the MryiaReport. A lot of us speakers have been going 24/7 since even before the beginning of the war, giving updates on what's going on, providing, support for those that are there and, defending their country, and all those who volunteer to help out in such a large way like you do. We're so fortunate that so many people listen, thousands from around the globe, really, on all different topics, from nuclear energy, military matters, civilian matters, etc. So we're so lucky to have you here. First, how are you doing, Ryan?
I'm doing pretty good. I came out to Dnipro just to kind of take a break, drink a beer, get a hot shower, and then I'll head back out there probably on Sunday to clear one more field that farmers are trying to get access to. It's more like a road, but they've they've landmined the crap out of these roads, any avenues of approach. So we'll clear this road so they can get access to this field that they haven't been able to access for, well, probably the entire war. And then yeah, kind of move on from there.
Hey,
Awesome.
CJ,
Yeah.
CJ, before you jump, if we could, first of all, Ryan, on CJ is one of our superstars. I want to let you know we were so happy when he said you were coming up. So on behalf of the MryiaReport, we want to thank you for being here. It means a lot to us because we are, full disclosure, running an info op here. We want to tell the world what's going on, and we need voices from Ukraine and those who amplify the voices from Ukraine. And to our audience, if you could please very kindly retweet the space, let everyone know that you're here, and you have the speaker cards there. Let our future audiences know who we're speaking with and the importance of what it means to Ukraine. Ryan probably could be a lot of other places in the world, but he's choosing to be where he feels he should be, and it's super important. And on that note, I'll pass it off. Ryan, you're in the company of a lot of really awesome people here. The listeners have been loyal and dedicated followers. They've been donating to MryiaReport. It's a nonprofit organization in Canada filled with Canadian officers and American friends and British officer friends and NCMs and NCOs who are all dedicated to helping Ukraine persevere. We speak truth to power, and we're not going to stop until Russia's back where it belongs, in Russia. So thanks for being here, Ryan, and over to you, CJ.
Yeah, awesome. And we're so happy to have you here, and really thank you for sharing all these videos this past week. I know we've talked a lot in the space about those videos because people have a lot of questions about not only what the situation you're up to and how much you're helping. But before that, if you don't mind, Ryan, could you explain your journey to end up being a Green Beret, where you're from? I've got a copy of your book here, but other people may not know as much about you. So if you wouldn't mind, you want to just explain like your story to the Green Berets, because I know it was a little bit different than other people's journeys to the military.
Yeah, not a problem. I mean, we don't have 5 hours to discuss this, so I'll just kind of get down to the basics of it. But basically grew up in a small logging town in Oregon. 18 years old, my dad told me I had to leave because if I stayed there, I'd be pumping gas, talking about my senior year homecoming game or whatever it is. So in the mid 90s, really, I mean, the Army wasn't really looking for anybody. My ASVAB scores were so low, the Air Force just kind of laughed at me, which was great. The Marines, the recruiter was so angry and scary. So he scared me out of the Marines. I was like, man, you guys are really scary. I don't want to be a Marine. And then the Navy recruiters, is just like, hey, you want to go to exotic ports and meet exotic women? And I was like, yeah. So, hey, you want to be a Navy SEAL like Charlie Sheen and a F-14 Tomcat pilot like Tom Cruise? Yeah. It's like, cool, man, sign here. So I did 4 years in Navy, got out for a couple years, then joined the Air Force in 2003 and did 4 years in the Air Force, and then switched over to the Army in 2007, I guess, and did the 18 X-ray program all the way through, basic training, airborne school, and then X-ray course selection, and then through the Q course, got my Green Beret, went to 7th Special Forces Group, and that's where I spent the last of my career after jumping around the military a little bit.
And quite a journey it is, but that's all right. Just and for your awareness too, Ryan, we're joined by Colonel Spencer, of course, who was initially 11 Charlie Mortarman, for those who don't know, and then became an officer, and eventually is one of those few people in the U.S. Army that jumped into Iraq for combat, John. And Colonel Spencer, you're saying you had some overlap with Ryan, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, Ryan and I have the same book agent, great guy up in Denver, Colorado, and I'm a huge fan of Ryan. So thanks for joining the space, Ryan.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You're talking about Greg Johnson.
Yeah, absolutely. Great guy. I mean, gave me
great guy.
my break. Yeah.
Great guy.
Well, awesome. Well, that journey to become a Green Beret it's not a short one for anyone, but for you, it was a bit longer than maybe others. But you ended up there, and you end up passionate in landmines and mine removal. Could you explain what that deployment was like in Afghanistan that brought you closer to understanding why these mines are so important to get rid of?
Yeah, so as an 18 Charlie, I guess you'd call it a demo expert. I'd use expert pretty lightly on that, but or a special forces engineer, but not the smart engineer, just engineer type. Anyways, 2010 September 11th kicked off mission to clear the Chutu River Valley over there, Ruzgan province, right along the Helmand River. And I became very appreciative of the blast power of IEDs. Early morning, September 12th, 2010, when I stepped on one, pulling an Afghan Afghan interpreter away from a breach point. And right inside the breach point was, an IED. Of course, why not? Because it's Taliban and they're extremely smart and they know our tactics very well. And so I hit that IED, partial amputee, got medevaced out, same as thousands of guys in 2010. Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure thousands. Got medevaced out and then started the rehab process at Brooks Army Medical Center to actually have my leg reattached. Went through a very, very long and pretty painful, but maybe it's just because I'm weak and I don't know, I don't take pain well, but in my opinion, pretty painful rehab. Rehab from that. And then March 2012, I redeployed back to Afghanistan, and I figured, go back, kind of put some demons behind me, and I ended up in Panjwai district, Kandahar province, which 2012, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody on here, but I'm fairly certain that was the most IED'd area in all of Afghanistan. So I cut my teeth in Panjwai, 2012, found hundreds. I'm not sure of thousands, but I'm pretty close to that mark of IEDs in the area. Plenty of medevacs, plenty of ramp side ceremonies, unfortunately. And then I went back Afghanistan 2016, 17, 19, 20, and 21. And just continued, I guess, finding IEDs and being an 18 Charlie.
Well, that's a lot of time in Afghanistan, and in terms of the overlap, I think you went, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan. I was there in 2021 with regiment, and you were there as a civilian, correct? Trying to help evacuate some of the people from that country at the end.
So actually, yeah. So 2020, I went back as a contractor, and I was what they call a jet contractor with Khaki Wexford. And then 2021, so 2020, it was all counter IED, counter UAS, stuff like that. And then 2021, it was pretty strictly counter UAS that I was back there for. So I was nerding out on all the counter UAS equipment, Ninja, Drone Buster, Drone Defender. You name it, the lids, all that stuff. So that was my job in 2021, and then I left in July of 2021.
And that's just incredible, because little did you know it at the time, there's a lot of skills being built up that are going to be so helpful today. Could you sort of give us a story? February 23rd, 24th happens, Russia invades, Ukraine. Where are you, and what are your thoughts over the coming weeks, and how do you first arrive in Ukraine?
Yeah, so February 24th happened. We've been watching the buildup. Hell, we were watching the buildup from when we were in Afghanistan, and we kept asking ourselves, like, why don't we just send all this equipment to Ukraine? But I'm not going to go down that path. That's either here nor there. But February 24th, and we're watching it on TV, and it just it just kind of hit me. And then I know, like with the rest of the world, and I know that, I had an upcoming deployment to Syria with my job, and, it's good money and whatnot, but the fulfillment just wasn't there. Like there was something more. I needed to do something, and maybe maybe that was the ignorant side of me or the adventurous side of me or whatever. But yeah, I quit my job and volunteered with a missionary organization, and we were at first in the
Was it? Sorry, Ryan. Was it St. Javelins? I'm just kidding.
What's that?
Was it St. Javelins? St. Javelins. It's a bit of an internet meme now.
Oh no!
You said missionary. I said St. Javelins. I'm trying to be funny.
No, I tossed around joining the Legion and everything like that, but I don't know. I mean, I mean, and I'm not saying I stormed the beaches of Normandy or I've been in some, in some fights like my dad was in Vietnam, but I have some experience in combat, and I felt like I could do something different. If that makes sense to anybody, I don't know.
No, 100%. Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
And I felt like pulling a trigger is definitely going to change one person's life at the business end of your freaking boomstick. But I wanted to do something that I've never done before. And so I did. I jumped into the humanitarian side of it, which was, at first we were evacuating people as the Russians were, I guess you'd moving in or just pushing people out. I don't know. And then it went from that to, once they left, Bucha and Irpin and places like that, we started running food and supplies and medical aid. And I had, as a Green Beret, I've got a fairly decent knowledge of battlefield trauma just from our LTT courses that we go through and everything like that. So I jumped on that and came home in the middle of May. And I vowed that I was going to come back, but I was going to come back to do one thing, because my first trip over here, everywhere I went, I kept seeing these warning landmine signs. And even in Ukrainian, the skull and crossbones and bright red sign, it tells you what it is. And people kept saying, like, hey, we have a problem with mines here, mines over there. We can't go here because of mines. Everywhere's mines. And it just kept ripping at me, because I can find mines. I'm actually pretty good at it. Whether I find it with a detector or I step on them, I'm fairly good at finding mines. And so basically I told myself I'm going back, and I'm gonna work through donations, and I'm gonna buy some mine detectors, and I'm gonna train some guys up like I did for hundreds of people in Afghanistan. And I'm going to go back, and I'm going to find mines, and I'm going to do my very best to help these civilians start to take their lives back, start to rebuild, start to, kind of piece together things again. And maybe kind of instill a little bit of hope, because, as everybody knows, hope is contagious, and hope is very dangerous for the Russians and for the enemy. Hope is super dangerous. Without hope, you might as well die. You're defeated. If you have hope, then it's very, very hard to defeat you. And I'm not talking about fighting, but if I can give somebody a little bit of hope, here's this guy from, wherever, United States or Canada, Great Britain, wherever it is. And he's coming out here and he's pulling up landmines so I can drive here. That's, whether you speak the language or not, that's hope. And hope spreads quickly.
Yeah, and I think you are providing, and I think we'd all agree, you're providing so much hope to these, Ukrainian farmers and just average day Ukrainians that we don't necessarily get to hear about, on the news, let alone even on Twitter, with all of us looking at Telegram and things like that. Some of these stories are falling by the wayside. Before we go on to everyone's questions, and I know there's a lot, especially about your last week's activities, I want to go back to in March and April when you were in Bucha and Irpin. Could you kind of describe to us the situation and what you saw? Because I know it's only been a few months, but it must still be pretty present in your mind, and it's just so important to talk about, I think.
Yeah, so I wasn't there for any of the fighting at all. But actually my entire time in Ukraine has been fairly safe. Like when I was in Kyiv in the beginning, you could see, I don't know if you guys remember Saving Private Ryan, and they're walking into the darkness and you can just see the flashes in the background and all the booms and everything as they're moving out. But that's what Kyiv was every night. But I was nowhere near it. I was always safe. Yeah, it's just I was never in any danger besides the driving, the drivers out here. But European and Bucha, when we got there, it was about 18 hours after the Russians had pulled out, and yeah, it was. I mean, it was heartbreaking. People were coming out of cellars. I remember we rolled up to one area where we had reports that there were people, and we had 2 vans and a trailer full of food, and it was deserted. It's like, well, there's nobody here. Yeah, thankfully they all left, and then people just started coming out of these cellars, and it just crushed me. It was, and then once they realized this wasn't a game, and this wasn't pretend or anything like that, and then they were allowed to show their emotions, I was like, holy cow! I've never on that level have seen that much pain, but we gave them that little bit of hope, that people were there to help, that they were safer, and it was over for them in that area. Yeah, and so it's something that I'll remember for the rest of my life. And it's definitely something that yeah, I don't really know how to explain it, but that kind of put this drive in me, this humanitarian drive in me to want to help more than pulling a trigger. And it's because these people that were just crawling out of the rubble, and yeah, and then once they figured out it wasn't a game, and we weren't playing tricks with them, and the stories, oh man. Yeah, so yeah, that's really all I got to say about that.
No, I think you're being a little bit too modest there, Ryan. When you say you're not in any danger, of course, then you say 18 hours behind the Russians, whether it's they're, booby trapping certain areas, or obviously striking indiscriminately, every day you're there, you're taking so much risk. But I think you really kind of highlighted the good that can be done, even if it isn't, calling for fire with a drone, or pulling a trigger. It's just so much good. And it is still so dangerous, but so necessary for this country. So could you kind of tell us how you got to clearing mines, and sort of what you see as the current problem Ukrainians face, and how they can eventually overcome it?
So how I got to clearing mines was it basically all spun off of my first trip. Everywhere we went, my very last mission I went on was in Sevyevo-Donetsk. I'm probably saying that completely wrong, but that's the best I got for you. But everything is mined. And there was some place, and I left there like May 12th, I think. And it was, the Russians were at the doorstep there, but as you start to move back and you're talking to villagers, they just kept saying like, yeah, we can't go here because of mines, booby traps. I can't go here because of mines, booby traps. I can't do this. This is my tractor. I don't know if there's mines around it. And it's like, well, who's coming here to clear all this? We don't know. Okay. The Ukrainian military is extremely bogged down right now and fighting a war. There'll be time for humanitarian demining, but they don't. They have a war to win first, and so that really kind of clicked in my head. Is like, well, I'm decent at finding mines, and I know how to get mine detectors. I know how to train people up on it. I trained hundreds of Afghans, and they were extremely successful. And I was like, well, maybe I can implement the we had this group in Afghanistan. I know a lot of you guys listening will know about the CMRG, the Combined Mine Reduction Group, or the NMRG, National Mine Reduction Group. Well, I helped train a lot of those guys and set up some of those programs. And so my mind started just going crazy with, well, what if I kind of started help with like a Ukrainian mine reduction group, civilians that can kind of take back their own lands and do this. I said, it's anti-tank mines are not hard to find. Booby traps, yeah, they're a little bit more difficult, but there's there's a lot to be said about remote pull. It's pretty effective. And so it just really got my brain, or the hamsters up in my head, just running on that wheel. And all of a sudden I'm just like, you know what? I don't care. I'm going to get some mine detectors. I'm going to bring my equipment that I have from Afghanistan. I'm going to go over to Ukraine, and I'm going to basically stick my thumb out on the road and hitchhike to to a job. Well, now I have a soccer mom minivan, so it's, I'm not literally hitchhiking, but I'm going to try and find a job. And that's where I ran into, a British Ukrainian guy that's out here. And then through him, I met up with James Vasquez, and it just kind of went from there. And next thing you know, it's like, hey, these fields need to be cleared. It's like, well, right on. I'll, yeah, this is kind of why I'm here. And we just started there. We went a couple places and removed some booby traps and stuff like that. And then I just started on the farm fields. And before I came to Dnipro to, like I said, beer and hot shower, farmers were able to get out to a tractor that had hit a landmine and recover it. So that field's good. Now I'm going to spend another 4 or 5 days working on another field. And then yeah, I'll head back to the States and kind of reorganize. And next time I come back out here, hopefully later in October, early November, I have a couple more guys with me, more equipment, and we start to build this theory, this Ukrainian mine reduction theory, and nonprofit, and go from there.
Hey, Ryan, can I jump in, CJ, for a second?
I think, Yehuda, you're going to ask the same thing I'm going to ask, so go for it, Yehuda.
No, I was just wondering about this crash course. Is there when you say training up Ukrainians, what does that look like? So, infantry guy background here. I'm deadly afraid of land. I have no, I think the only training I ever got was with my bayonet, and I'm like, after this, I'm losing a leg. Forget it. Like, this is way too much. But what can you like? I mean, are we talking about like a week-long course? Are we talking about and another thing is I'm really curious the density of the mines that are laid by, I assume they're UMZs, UMZs, the Russians throwing out mines. I grew up on a farm. What are we talking about? How many mines in like an acre? And is there any rhyme or reason? Is there any methodology in finding them? Because I don't know your trade, right? So totally, this is just a selfish question. Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah. So the fields that I just worked, I mean, I would say we just got done clearing. I mean, a good 100 acres. But you don't have to clear every inch of it, because there is a methodology behind it. So out in the farm fields, the majority of the time they're machine laid, because you don't have the manpower or really the give a shit to go out there and hand dig each hole separately. And so they have these machines that will actually put in these TM62 anti-tank mines, and they're all defensive postures. And so yeah, and there is a methodology behind it. Whereas if you find one mine, because they're machine laid, you can either trace the line diagonally or horizontally. Once you figure out which line they're on, then they're actually extremely easy to find. And anti-tank mines set off such a racket with your CHEA version 1 mine detector. And so it goes back to my theory and what I firmly believe all the way back to Afghanistan. If nobody's shooting at you, mines are actually really easy to find, because you can take your time, you can concentrate. Like if you've seen any of my videos, I always got a dip in, because I just need to calm down and kind of, because I am. Every time I turn that mine detector on, I'm scared, I'm nervous, and I'm concentrated. So throwing a dip, calms the nerves a little bit, and then I just press forward. But yeah, most of these farm fields, they are 100%. Oh, correction. Nothing's 100% when it comes to the enemy. They are most of the time machine laid. And so if you find that vein, then it's actually really easy. And also, I also use train analysis when I look for my booby traps and stuff like that. So your average Russian isn't going to jump out of his car, run 2 acres into the middle of a farm field, most likely to booby trap a mine. No, they're going to booby trap the mines that are alongside the road, because those are the mines that are going to get the attention from soldiers that need to clear those mines so they can get heavy equipment or whatever it is up and down that road. So the mines that are closer to the roads, now I'm not saying I don't pay attention to all of them, but I'm very sketch, if that makes any sense, with the mines that are more accessible, that Russians know, hey, somebody's probably going to tamper with these mines because they are in the direct avenue of approach. Same thing as Afghanistan. Well, I can't speak on anything other than Afghanistan, but I'm fairly certain it's the same. You're not going to put in that effort to run all the way, 2 acres out in the farm field to booby trap a landmine when you can just booby trap the ones by the road, because the ones by the road are going to get the attention of the Ukrainian engineers that have to clear them. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, 100%. And yeah, over to you, CJ.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask the same thing, Yehuda. How are these things being laid? Because, in Sverdlovsk, of course, it's incredible that you were there before it was, captured and eventually will be recaptured. But, kind of understanding that these areas are, way behind the lines. There's not much, ground fighting going on, but there's still a threat. And with that, I'd like to go to Gurney, who served in Iraq and has some mine experience as well. Gurney, what question do you have for Ryan?
Thanks, CJ. Ryan, thanks for being here with us. 2 questions. The first, can you hear me?
Yes.
First question. First one's mostly irrelevant. Have you found a good beer yet?
Yeah. No, so most of the Ukrainian beer is great and it's clean, so you're not hungover in the morning.
Fantastic. Okay, my more important question here is, Ryan, you're talking about what you can do in future efforts. So it clearly sounds like you're regrouping, you're doubling down on your efforts. What does that look like? What help can you use? What support do you need? What equipment do you need? What volunteers do you need? What does that look like going forward, just to continue the excellent work you're doing?
So I really appreciate that question. So right now I'm very new at this whole thing. It's it's like I got this idea and I know it can work because I did it in Afghanistan, but now I'm a civilian and I'm kind of having to build this up myself. But what my idea is, what kind of my vision, if you would say that, and I'm not some great, monumental person is like, I have a vision. No. But what my vision is I want to have a crew. Probably with 3 guys, we've cleared 304 landmines out of this field. So if I had 6 guys, I had 3 Chea, I'd like to get version 2s in the carbon rod, or even version 3s. They pick up the command wire. But if I had 6 guys and all the equipment to do remote pulls, the Cheas that we need and vehicles that we needed from there, then I want to focus on the farmlands and the farm fields and stuff like that, because those are the areas that are getting missed. And right now I'm looking at going back out because September is when they harvest their sunflowers. And there's a lot of farmers that are saying like, hey, can you bring more people? I got to get to my field. It's September and I can't. I don't know anybody. And everybody hits me up, but it's like, man, I need you 2 weeks ago. Can you be here? Back to the future kind of stuff. But yes, sorry, I ramble quite a bit, but it's the NGO. I want to set up an NGO, Tip the Spear Mine Removal Group, nonprofit. And I do. I would like to align. It's, you know, I'm a Christian, and so it's going to be faith based. And I would like to align with missionary groups or whatnot that can reach out to these rural areas that maybe doesn't have the focus of, you know. And I'm not saying the government doesn't care about everybody. I'm just saying that there's priorities. And I want to reach out to these areas that maybe they're kind of a further back priority, and that's where I want to go. That's what that's what I want to focus on. And whether we're living in tents and doing all the Robin Sage stuff, great. That's amazing. I would love to do that. But that's really what I want to do. I just want to get, you know, some guys that kind of believe in the same thing that I do. Believe in God, drink beer, and find landmines, and then we go out and we just help people.
That's CJ. Just quick, Ryan. Thanks so much. Look, Ryan, let's talk beans and bullets for a second. How much does this equipment cost? What are you looking for? If you know, if you're looking for, you know, equipment to kit out, you know, a section of people, which is what you kind of alluded to, what is that going to run you?
So Cheya mine detector right now at the government discount price is $2,700 per unit. So if I have 5 units, that would put 3 operational, 2 for reserves. Actually, no, I would need more than that, because just like here, I brought over 2 Cheyas, and the unit that I just left, they needed one, so I gave them over one. So I'd probably come over with I would say 10 Cheyas, at least version 1s, and then the EOD pole kits. So we're looking at another $1,200 there. So I would say probably, and then an actual vehicle. I would say $50,000 would probably, as long as everybody was, you know, because each guy on the team would have to, you know, work their own donations. It would kind of be like some of the missionary groups that I've worked with, where it's like, yeah, you're part of the group, but you got to work your own donations through family and friends. And if they can't if they can't make ends meet, and then everybody pulls together, and we just, you know, because guys still have bills to pay at home, you know, stuff like that. So, but I would say just equipment wise, to get, you know, tip spear mine reduction group moving, I would say probably 50,000 would get everything going.
Hey, Ryan. So let's just say at MryiaReport, we're always supporting people as you know, great organizations. We have an organization we support, MryiaAid.org. It's actually the chair is actually an officer of engineers. She's really awesome. Proud to call her a leader in my army. So why don't we try something today? Right? It's what is it? 12:40 Eastern Standard Time on the 19th of August. Perhaps if people are so inclined that they want to help out, whatever they can donate. Maybe if they were to donate to MryiaAid and then put in the note for Ryan EOD equipment, because I know that MryiaAid has purchased EOD equipment, especially. And let's just see if we can help out, because, you know, you're demining in your own time farmers' fields in Ukraine. You're not under fire, as you said. You can do a pretty, you know, a lot of fidelity to what you're doing. Is that something that you'd be interested in promoting there? Like, would that help you? And I can get you in touch with you know, with MryiaAid, although they usually prefer to, you know, push product to Ukrainian engineering units. But I mean, if you want to do it, or if you want to promote yourself, I'm not exactly sure. But I think it's a great idea, because you have a big audience here that are listening to you, and you're super humble and modest, by the way. I don't buy it. You're a great guy, and I think what you're doing is amazing, and it is the Lord's work. So I really do appreciate it. Okay. So do you have, let me, wait one, I'm going to find out about how to possibly do it today, but do you have an organization currently? How do you buy this equipment? You just get donations and then run that way, or?
Yeah, so far, I've just been using Venmo and PayPal, and that's how I've been, getting donations. Again, I'm trying to. I will be setting up my 501c3 when I get home. That's one of my main reasons why I'm actually leaving is because people want to donate more, but that tax write-off is a huge incentive. So I will be setting up that when I get home. But yeah, that's basically what what I'm trying to do right there. Is right now it's just Venmo and PayPal, but because I didn't even realize anybody would donate. I came over here and I was like, all right, I get this for retirement and this for disability, for stepping on an IED. So yeah, let's make this work. And then people just started saying, hey, how can we donate? And then next thing you know, it's like, hey, why don't you put up a link so people can donate to you? And it's been really awesome since then. But yeah, no, it's when I get home, just setting up Tip of Spear Mine Removal Group and going from there is what I want to do, because whether it's in Ukraine or Southeast Asia, Africa, wherever, I mean, this is a huge problem around the world, and I would like to be international faith-based organization that removes explosive hazards so people can kind of take their lives back.
All right, so 100%. So listen, why don't you, just because we're here and haven't really spoken to MryiaReport about it, if you want to plug your situation there, I think that's great. We want to support people doing great work, and then let's circle back. Maybe CJ and you can chat offline and maybe talk to Melanie. I know they do a lot of engineering, EOD stuff, but I'm not really qualified to get into that, right? Because I'm not at MryiaReport. But let's do that. And in the meantime, if you could all just give Ryan a follow if you're not already following him. And if you're so inclined and you're good to go and you're in the position to help and you want to, hey, throw the beer money for the weekend over to Ryan, he's doing great work. And I think that's super important. So I hope to have a further conversation offline there, Ryan, you, CJ, and Mel, and talk about, possibilities, because, engineering is close to the hearts of many of the volunteers at MryiaReport. I know that, right? Just because, the 2nd Combat Engineer Regiment CO was the task force commander in Ukraine. And I think that's a really good segue. What do you think?
Yeah, no, are you asking me what I think? I think is awesome.
Okay, great. So please do, and Ryan's written a book, and he's got his information on his Twitter following there. Please, that'd be great. I got a million questions. I don't want to be selfish, so I'm going to kick it back to CJ so he can stick handle this. Ryan, thank you so very much.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, before we go on to questions, Ryan, just want to do a time check. Are you good for now? I know we're hoping to have James join us in about 15 minutes, but we'd love for you to stay as long as you can. We'll be going 24/7 until the war's over.
Yeah, no, I got some time. Also, people that are listening, huge shout out to James. He definitely, when him and I met, I had a very little, I was just basically coming over here to kind of knuckle drag it out on my own, and then I didn't realize, how much backing there actually was, and he kind of opened up that world to me on Twitter and whatnot. So yeah, huge shout out to him. It's awesome, and he's doing great things. So yeah, I definitely appreciate everything he's done for me. So
awesome. Well, we love to hear it here, and yeah, if you ever drop off or want to come back on, yeah, please do, because we really love having you, and we're getting so many new people listening, which is really what we want to do to keep the attention focused on this war, because even if it's not in the mainstream media, it's still so important. And with that, we'll go to George. George, take it away. Mic check, George. There we go.
Yes. Hello. Thank you for everything you're doing, Ryan. I wanted to ask you, how long is it? 2 quick questions. How long does it take you to train someone so that they're a help and not a hindrance? Right. That was the first question, and then the other question is, I know there's a language barrier in some of these more rural areas in Ukraine. Do you have anybody with you that can help you interpret? Like, obviously, when you're talking to these farmers, and can you communicate with them? Do you have someone that can help you communicate?
So first question is I've literally like 2 days ago, the unit I was with, they only had 2 guys that they could give to help me out. They were brand new, never done anything before, so we did a really quick 1-hour class, and we got to work. Afghanistan with IEDs a lot trickier, and the booby traps, Taliban. The Russians will never be as good as the Taliban. I've trained guys up in 12 hours and been on a mission the next day, and we did fine. So it definitely, I'm not saying that that's the preferred way, but there is something to be said about just going out there and doing it, and you're going to figure it out. I mean, click, not boom. If it's a boom, well, it's probably not going to be your problem anyways. But no, all joking aside, it's not really hard to train people up. It's just ground sign awareness, how to use the metal detector, how to actually properly probe, and then how to disarm these and remove the fuses and stuff like that. You start getting into booby traps or anti-personnel mines, which give off a lot lighter signal, then yes, it's going to be a lot more difficult. But in the end, I mean, some of these guys, a little bit of training is better than none at all. The second question, crap, sorry, I just talked it right out of my memory. What was that?
Oh, I was going to say, do you have someone that can help you interpret? Is there a language barrier, obviously, for you?
Yeah, so crazy enough, with explosives, pointy talkie works very well. People understand click, not boom. People understand explosives very well because it's safety. Most of the time, if there is the absolute language barrier, there is not a single word in English or Ukrainian understood. Pointy talkie has gotten me through. Then there's other times when I have somebody that has an idea about English, and so that's a little bit easier. And then there's other times I can't remember the guy's name. He's one of James's friends. Crap, I can't remember his name, but extreme, like the guy speaks very well, very good English, Ukrainian, so that was a blessing to have him out there and helping me train these guys. So but pointy talkie, and then you actually put a real landmine in front of people, oh yeah, you'll understand it. It speaks its own language.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for all you do. And one really quick question. Would anybody that's ex engineers that are Ukrainian, would they be a big help for you?
Oh yeah, because Ukrainian engineers are good. They're extremely good, and Ukrainian EOD is even better. The problem is they don't have enough of them, and so Ukrainian EOD they're being tasked with. And remember how I said there's areas of priority? They're being tasked with the areas of priority, and right now it's around Bucha, Irpin, and the suburbs of Kyiv, which is understandable. And they're also tasked with UXOs, but not blowing in place, which is what I do with UXOs, but they actually have to disarm them because they don't want all the infrastructure damage. I don't disarm UXOs. I put a half block of C4, I run 500 feet of shock tube, and boom, move on. So I'm not qualified in that avenue, but yeah, Ukrainian EOD and engineers, they're good.
Thank you.
Thank you, George, for that. And speak of the devil, Ryan. Oh, we just lost him, but we'll get James back up, and you can ask him for the name of that translator there. In the meantime, Gurney, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a different question, but Ryan, you said something fascinating right there. Did I hear you correctly? You're blowing these in place, is that correct? And if so, who's getting you the material to do that? Is that in some fashion with the Ukrainian military?
No, I am not blowing them in place at all. What I'm saying is, with UXOs in Afghanistan, unexploded ordnance, I would blow them in place. I don't render safe anything. See, that's what a lot of people are getting me confused with. Actually, the smart people, EOD, explosive ordnance disposal, those dudes are smart. They've been trained for, how to render safe. 18 Charlies, Special Forces engineers, we're knuckle draggers. What we do is we can find, fix, and destroy. So IEDs in Afghanistan, even though I've rendered safe my fair share of them, our job is to find them and destroy them, or mark and bypass. It just depends on the mission. So with the TM62 anti-tank mines out here, they're very easy to disarm and pull the fuses out of. So we're just finding them and disarming them, stacking them alongside the road. Ukrainian units will come by, pick them up, and where they go from there, I have no idea. But no, there is a huge shortage of demolitions out here, especially C4, probably shock tube, blasting caps, all that other stuff. So there's a big shortage of it out here. So no, we render safe what we can, or if I don't feel that munition or that device is safe to handle, then we just mark, GPS locate, and report.
Thanks, Ryan. Listen, we've got the dynamic duo here now. Want to welcome James back, friend of the show, and someone I got to know over time here. James, first of all, we're very glad you're good to go where you're at. Ryan's up here. Come on up and say hi, my friend.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Good to go.
Ryan, you there?
Yeah, I got you, bro. What's up, man?
Hey, good to talk to you, man.
Yeah, bro.
I'm listening to your interview. It's a hard act to follow. I don't think I'm going to be as interesting as you.
Yeah, well, I'll be dropping off in a minute because it's beer 30, bro, and I gotta head back out there on Sunday. So I'm gonna have a few tonight, and then rest and relax tomorrow, and then get all sweaty again on Sunday.
All right. Well, don't forget to come see me when you pass by. All right.
For sure, brother. For sure.
Yeah, man. I appreciate your nice words, and that was a great interview, man. I really don't know. I really don't even feel like following you.
Nah, dude, everyone's listening to you, bro. It's good. So, hey, but I do want to thank everybody for having me on. Thank you guys so much, James. Thank you for introducing me into this world, man. It's definitely increased awareness, and I appreciate it, guys. Definitely.
This world, come on, give me a break. The difference you made in just several days is remarkable. Doing God's work, brother. So.
I appreciate it, guys. I'm gonna drop off here if you don't mind, CJ.
Yeah, no, please, and we really hope to have you back. And thanks for making the time for us tonight. It means so much.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, you'll
Thanks,
definitely have me back on. And James, stay safe, brother.
Yeah, man. You know what we do.
Yep, I do. All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Take care, Ryan. And listen, for the audience, please give Ryan and James a follow. These gentlemen are literally doing what a lot of us probably dream we could do, defending freedom and democracy, putting their money where their mouths are, and they're stepping up to the plate. We're honored to have them here. As you know, we've been doing this for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're doing the talking, they're doing the doing. And we want to support and give supporting fires to these great, brave, Americans. Good on them for standing up for what's right. It's an inspiration to myself, the panel, CJ, I'm sure John, everyone here is really impressed and honored by their dedication to morality and justice. And at the end of the day, all of these folks are doing the right thing by the people of Ukraine. And there's nothing more noble than demining a farmer's field so he can plant his crops, so he can, help his country survive and feed his family. Not to sound hyperbolic, but it's God's work. We really appreciate it. Please do reach out to them. Please connect with them. Let's make this a global community. We have two great individuals here speaking, but the truth is there are millions more people behind you, rooting you on, and we want to help you out.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ryan.
All right, guys.
Cheers. James, welcome. Always a pleasure. It's been too long. We understand you're back in Ukraine where your heart is. And I'm going to pass it over to CJ. I got to grab a call. Doman's going to go see co-host. James, I'll be back in a sec. All right, James?
Yeah, sure thing. All right.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, James, happy to have you back on the space. I know last time we had you, you're on your way out, and now you're back. Could you kind of describe your journey back to the States and what's different this time that you're back in Ukraine?
Well, no, I'll tell you this much. I'm not too far from the same place I was before. So the difference that I've seen, and this whole thing, first of all, I just want to thank Ryan for coming on, and again, he's a really interesting guy, and I hate to have to follow him because he's got a lot of interesting things to say. So, but anyways, the difference that I've seen since I've been back is this. Again, I'm in the same area, not too far away from where I was before. I have definitely better a better place to stay and nicer accoutrements, because before I was sleeping on a wood door and 2 tires and with nothing around me, and we were getting shelled constantly, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It just seemed like it was nonstop. So what I've noticed is that the 2 months that I've been gone and coming back is, well, I used to have to drive 5 minutes away to engage, and now I have to drive half hour away. So that means we pushed the Russians back pretty far. So again, game of inches, and the differences remarkable over here. The gear is better. I'm still providing with these guys as much stuff as I possibly can, and there still is a lot to ask for and a lot needed, but a lot more sophisticated. These guys are, you got a lot of drone professionals over here. You got a lot of guys that are able to really, not only use these drones, find a target, and then call in airstrikes. So it went from a lot of urban combat to more like trench warfare. So that's the big difference that I see over here. It's you don't really engage 20 feet away from a man anymore. It's a lot of mortar fire and a lot of mortar ping pong.
So in recent days, some people have described the situation as a stalemate, which me and some other military people seem to disagree with. But of course, you're on the ground. Is that how you would describe it, as a stalemate? Because we're seeing spectacular strikes and special operations raid by Ukraine. We're seeing a real drive, behind enemy lines to make a difference. How would you describe the situation overall?
Well, again, it's it's just a lot of mortar fire and a lot of airstrikes, and you see an occasional Ukrainian jet now, which is something that I never saw before. Actually going in and be able to do some airstrikes. I don't know how many of them they have, but and when I first got here, I heard a jet fly over me, and I immediately thought it was a Russian jet. So I'm like hitting the deck, and they're like, "Oh no, that's us." And I'm like, "Holy shit!" And when did that start happening? So that's good news. Again, it's just you hear shelling going on, and then you start hearing the HIMARS going off, and it is just going bananas. You hear the M777s, the howitzers that have been provided by the United States. So those things are here. I'm on my way out last time. I knew they were coming in, but I didn't actually see them or hear them. Now I'm hearing them and seeing them on a regular basis. So that's a huge difference between the last before the last time I was here. We had none of that. It was very crude. It was we were kind of just like out in no man's land, just working with what we had. So now we have stuff here, and it's a great thing. It's going to make all the difference in the world, and it's continuing to let's face it. Ukraine's getting better, and I think Russia is getting worse. I think the morale is low, and I think Ukraine is, with all the new found goodies that they have there. These guys are very positive, and I haven't seen one guy that has low morale over here. No doubt about it. These guys are they're all ready and willing to put their life on the line and fight the good fight. And I don't think that's what's happening on the other side. So it's It's not when, it's not if, it's when we're going to win. It's, you know, it's just a slow going process. I don't know if it's going to be a year or more, but I definitely don't see Ukraine losing. That's for sure. I wouldn't be here if I thought it was a losing battle. You know, I'm here because I know that they're going to win, and I'm here because I know these people are, you know, just amazing, you know, warriors and good people, and there's no black and white. I mean, there's no gray area. It's black and white. You know, if you sympathize with anybody but Ukraine, then you're on the wrong side of history.
No, and you know, it's so interesting how you kind of describe that change, not only in the gear but just the morale. Can you kind of go into a bit of the change of the people that are coming to volunteer to help? Right. I know, you know, yourself, you were fighting from the beginning, and of course, you know, people like Ryan were giving aid pretty early on. What types of people are sort of traveling Ukraine now to help? Is it more fighters, more humanitarian? Obviously,
Well,
they have to know how dangerous it is, but
that's a good question, and I'm going to tell you right now, and you know, I'm going to put myself out there, and I'll tell you where I am right now. I'm in Kyiv right now. I'm heading up range, you know, back to Lviv to pick up more equipment, another truck, and all kind of stuff. So, you know, I know it's kind of dangerous to say where I am, but you know, I don't think it's any secret, you know, that I'm here. People recognize me all over the place. So, you know, if they're going to get me, they're going to get me. But everybody, I mean, the humanitarian effort is unbelievable. I've met amazing people just being, you know, just going to lunch over here. Met a guy from Australia who's been here for months upon months just doing humanitarian work, and he's a paramedic, and he's doing it on his own dime. I just met this gentleman yesterday that I tweeted out about. You know, he's the youngest parliament member in this country, and just really found out his story that his girlfriend, who was a reporter, got killed by Russians, you know, months back, and you know, he put on a uniform, and you know, I just happened to run into him, saw his gear, and I said, "Hey, look, man, you know, you need a, you know, your gear is dog shit. You know, here's a buttstock. Your AK-47 looks like shit. Here's a buttstock. Here's a couple things for you." And I saw his helmet, and his helmet was, you might as well have a bicycle helmet. And I gave him my original helmet that I was fighting with over here, along with my NVGs. And then come to find out, you know, this kid is a pretty famous 26-year-old parliament member who is here doing this because you know, it's almost like a personal vendetta because they killed his girlfriend. So, you know, I meet all these great people. You know, I ran into Ryan, you know, by happenstance. And you know, Victor and I, you know, sat down and had dinner with him, and the guy, you know, said, "Hey, look, man, I got this talent. You know, I can remove, you know, mines. Can I come down range with you guys?" We're like, "Hell yeah, man, let's do it." And the difference that he made in just a week or more has been crazy. You know, it's almost like I can't not meet great people over here. Everybody I meet has something to offer and wants to help, and one person is just more helpful than the next. I mean, that's Ukraine for you, you know, and that's including people who are, you know, foreign soldiers, foreign humanitarians, and local, and you know, humanitarians and soldiers. Everybody is just great. And it's what makes this country great, and it's what gives me great pride to be doing this, and also lets me know that this is why we're going to win.
And as you said, you know, with all these great people, they wouldn't be there unless it was a great cause. And, you know, it is only getting greater by the day as support grows. Even if it's, again, not on the front page of every newspaper, you know, you can kind of feel the support and know we're all behind you. Craig, do you have a question for James? Glad to have you.
Absolutely. Yeah. James, thanks again from one Connecticutonian to another. Thanks for what you're doing.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm from just north of Hartford. I don't know what part you're from,
Yeah.
but
Well, I'm from New York originally, but
Oh.
you know, my last residence was in Norwalk, Connecticut, so not too far, about 40 minutes or so.
Awesome, fantastic. So I just wanted to ask you, you've been in country for a while. You've seen a lot of things. I guess my question for you is, where have you seen the biggest change? I know CJ talks a lot about artillery and HIMARS, but just on the ground, where have you seen the biggest shift, right? Are you seeing more trucks? Is ammo more plentiful? Are you guys getting more medical attention?
100% on
Right.
everything you just asked. Yeah, more medical. I mean, listen, Ripley's Heroes. We do provide a lot of these guys with all this stuff. I've been trying to raise a ton of money, and get these guys what they need. But what I have seen is also when I came down range this last time, when I tell you I drove, from from Poland to let's call it down range. I don't want to kind of blow it, put it out where I am fighting down range, not because I'm worried about myself, because I don't want to throw that out there for my men. I saw a ton of tanks, on trucks. I saw a ton of HIMARS, going down range. I saw a ton of what we would consider in the United States Army deuce and a halves, full with men, full with fuel, full with weapons that we literally didn't have before. I mean, it was when I first got here, it was like fighting, like a caveman. These guys didn't have anything, and so I brought a bunch of stuff down range as well. More red dot sights, more Picatinny rails, so we can. I can fit out. I can fit out, and I got my Leatherman. Yes, my Peace Truck Leatherman is there, and Leatherman has been amazing, and they actually offered if I need more Leathermen over here, they're going to send it to my men. So all these great things are happening, and I really can't tell you enough how amazing it is. The difference from when I first got here, the day I got here, which was March 14th, to now, that I've just seen this amazing shift in what is offered to these men, and what type of gear we have, and many people have been supportive. I mean, it's still, listen, there's still a lot to there's still a lot that needs to be given to these men. They're still severely undersupplied, and again, I give a member of parliament my helmet yesterday because his gear was not great. So there's still that element, but it's definitely getting better. So it's not like when I first got here there was a lack of ammunition, there was a lack of weapons. It's I can get my hands on a weapon and ammunition at at will at this point. So it's I'm not scraping and scrapping around just to get something just so I can fight like a gentleman. It's kind of there, but there's still a great need for like night vision goggles, thermals, things downrange that where you can own the night and make a big difference. Because one thing that's for sure, I don't see a lot of Russians having that type of gear. So if we can own the night and just go on night ops all the time, and hit them when when they're not expecting it, because well, let's face it, every time I go to a Russian occupied area, all I see is garbage and bottles of vodka. So if I can hit them at night, while they're just getting smashed, it just makes them easy targets.
Can I ask a follow up to that, CJ, before I hop off? I gotta go back.
Go for it. But I think is this based on our conversation the other day about how they're getting better logistically? Then proceed at will, Craig.
No, yeah, no, it's somewhat along those lines. And I guess so. We see the support coming on, but what I like to see is procurement, right? Increasing the pace of procurement to individual units. And so, we might have a lot of stuff, but the quickness we're able to, not we, excuse me, you, the quickness by which you guys are able to disseminate that's also something that I've been watching as well. So in terms of like pacing to when a unit realizes that they might need ammo or helmets or body armor to the time at which they get it, that is it fair to say that pace has increased as well, rather than just kind of driving up and just
I would
dumping
say
a bunch of body armor?
I say it increased by 500%. I mean, when it just
Fantastic.
listen, I'm not a, I try to be positive as much as possible, and I try not to throw out the negative out there. But there was a time that even food was hard to get. We were pretty hungry dudes, and and we try to get what we can, as much as we possibly could. And now we have so many humanitarian groups that are bravely driving to the front lines. I actually tweeted that the other day, that I actually went out with this humanitarian group that I couldn't believe that these guys are driving to the front lines, and I'm telling you, the terrain is not easy to navigate through. So they're taking these vans and they're bringing all this food and equipment and ammunition and everything that we need. This is being done by civilians that are, and no one's getting paid for this. All these people are doing it because they just believe in the cause, which is remarkable. When you really think about it. I mean, I'm here on my own dime. I'm not signatory with anybody. I don't get paid for this. I'm doing this on my own, but I'm not the only one. There's so many people that are doing it that it's it's just heartwarming, to see how many people are stepping up and doing these wonderful things. Even Ryan, when he came over here, he came here with a van full of diapers, adult and baby diapers. And and we went to hospitals and doled them out to people who needed them. It just seems like an infinite amount of humanitarian efforts, and as well as the war effort. Everybody just steps up. It's just so amazing, and it's I don't think you'll see the likes of this ever again. Honestly, this is just something that is so special and amazing, and these people are just, everybody's just willing to put in 100% effort, and it's just, you can't, it's so hard to explain how heartwarming it is to see what's going on over here. That I don't know that if anybody can come over here and see what's going on, that they can leave and not care about it. It's just too amazing for words.
Well, from one tri-stater to another, thanks for what you're doing. You're repping us well.
Well, I appreciate that, and yeah, sure thing, man. It's my honor. It's the pleasure is on the line. So this is not. Listen, this is first of all, it's great to talk to you guys again, and I just want you to know that what's going on over here is if America can learn a good lesson from Ukraine. I mean, this is one for all and all for one effort, and these people are just amazing. And I don't think if anybody came here, they would want to leave without helping or doing something for these people, because it's just a remarkable place and just remarkable people. And I have a million stories that are so great, and I just want to tell everybody about it, but right now we're all pretty busy, but it's just something. It's an experience I'll never forget. And just like Ryan said, it's you can't walk away without trying to help these people if you've been here and you see what we see. So.
No, and we can't thank you enough for taking busy time out of your schedule. We know it's nighttime in Kyiv. It's in the late afternoon or early afternoon, sorry, on the East Coast here. Go ahead, everyone, share.
8:16 in my time, so
Yep.
It's not that bad. Not that bad.
Well, as Ryan said, it's beer 30, so we'll hopefully all crack a cold one in your guys' honor. But everyone, go ahead and share, retweet the space. Let them know we're so happy to have James back on the space. And with that, Colonel Spencer, go ahead.
Hey, James, thanks for joining the group. And I can't agree with you more on, I just had a short visit, definitely not doing the things you're doing in June, and missed you, of course, and had the opportunity to link up with Malcolm, Nance. Just an amazing.
Oh, did you? Yeah, Malcolm.
Yeah,
Malcolm is he's a good dude. We were just I think the story. We met in Lviv like right before I left, and him and Rip and I were in recently in DC, and we had a little reunion. And he's a good dude, and obviously Rip is he's a solid man, lieutenant colonel, guy like yourself.
Yeah, I'm not saying I used that picture from your guys' link up as leverage against Malcolm. Like, hey, are we linking up or what? When I was visiting, but I might have. But no, he's an amazing American, and like you, just doing amazing things. And I say the same thing on my short visit. It really impacted me visiting Bucha and Irpin, and just seeing the entire millions of people united under a fight for freedom. So that's my question: is on your visit back here to the United States, as we're kind of in this fight, and you're definitely at the forefront of this, of showing people that this is a fight for Ukraine, for Europe, and for really freedom. What did you find when you were visiting back home that you ran into that people just weren't getting it? Did you find that in talking to fellow Americans while you were
Yeah,
back
I
here?
mean, that's actually a good question. It's funny because the people who know me are interested in what's happening, but it seems to be. I think a lot of this has fallen by the wayside, and it's not in the news as much anymore, and things happen and the world changes, and so I think the people who know me, friends and family, and a lot of people who recognize me over there are very interested, but ultimately, everybody goes about their lives. And listen, it's not even there. It's not even in the United States. It's even over here. If you're far enough away from the war, people just kind of like don't worry about it. Even like I don't want to I don't want to say this disparagingly, but even if you go to Lviv or Poland, it just seems like nothing's happening in the world. So the only people who really appreciate how crazy this is are the people that are closest down line, and it seems like amazingly, since the last time I've been here, a lot of people have gone back home, and these are areas that are still getting shelled on a regular basis, and your house can get hit any given day. And I just cannot believe how many civilians are actually back downrange, in their homes, knowing that, their home can be bombed at any given day. It is just, it's bananas. I cannot believe how many people are there and are risking their lives at any given moment. It is too crazy for words. I mean, it's like you're literally living in a war zone and accepting that. Children, women, men are doing their thing. I can drive down the street and see somebody cutting their grass, and next thing you know, that grass can get shelled. It's just too crazy for words. I don't. I've never seen anything like this.
James,
No,
the same thing happened in England during the Blitz. People were still carrying on. Sorry, John, apologies.
Yeah, I suppose it's like COVID. You eventually have to get back to life, despite how terrible it is, and that's what's going on over here with war. And it's how far can how long can you stay away from your home, or how financially, how much financially can you stability wise stay away from your home without having to go back, because where are you going to go? And not everybody here is rich, and these little villages, these people can't, they're either going to have to be refugees and get taken in somewhere, or have to finance somewhere else to be, and I don't think that's even financially stable for them. So I guess they got to come home and and take this risk all the time.
Well, thanks for answering that, James, and thanks for all you're doing. Be safe, brother.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it, and I'll be sure to talk to you guys again.
Yeah, of course. We'll have you on as much as you can stand, James. Otherwise, we'll keep you for as long as possible tonight. With that, we'll go to finance. And we've also been joined by Caleb Larson, who is a journalist who spent a lot of time in Bakhmut, Solidar. So I'm sure he might have a question or two. But for now, finance, go ahead.
Hey, James, I have two questions. I think I'll have time to get one out. So my first question is, sounds like there's been a huge improvement since you were last there in the equipment and supplies and logistics on the Ukrainian side. Have you noticed
Sure thing.
any? Have you noticed any improvements or decay from the opposition side?
You know, it's a tough question because, again, you know, like I explained earlier, I really, you know, since I've been back, I have not, you know, I don't have that, you know, 20 foot away, you know, from a guy anymore. Um, it's a mortar fight. Um, I do know this: the the sophistication that we have since I left is tenfold. So, in other words, I just you know, tweeted out last week. You know, I walked into my command center, which, by the way, is weird to even say because there was never a command center when I first got there. They actually have a command center. They have TV screens. They got drones that are able to you know, fly 20 miles away and be able to you know, you can see it through Starlink now, and you know, drone operators. I mean, this is just something that I've, you know, that wasn't even fathomable 5 months ago, and so I see this. I see Russians, you know, really are they're targets right now. We have a lot more sophistication. We have, you know, real smart guys, you know, doing this. We have guys that are being trained up, you know, on you know, being able to be professional droners, and you know, and we have the sophistication now in order to you know, locate these targets and eliminate them, and now I can actually see it on the screen, and so I don't know. I guess I'm kind of like droning on, and I don't even actually remember the original question, but I hope I answered your question well. But I can tell you this: we are a different animal right now from when I first got here. From the day I first got here, it is like it's going from like the ice age to you know, 2022.
James, maybe is a sub question, and we're so glad to have you here with us. Has there been any uptick in the Russians using clearly Chinese equipment, maybe more new Chinese equipment? That's been something we've been really wondering around here in the space. If the Chinese are supplying Russia with any night vision equipment or anything like that.
I'm not exactly sure, but I can tell you, every Russian position I come across, and every time we you know, confiscate, you know, eliminate and confiscate what they have. I have the one thing I have never seen is them have any type of night vision. And listen, it's usually, you know, we come across a lot of weapons, rocket launchers, grenades, uh, you know, small arms and stuff like that. But one thing I've never seen is them having any type of night vision equipment, and which makes me happy, because that means that if I can come up with enough equipment, night vision based thermal gear, and we can own the night, that gives us a tremendous advantage. So that is something that is so reassuring to me, that I've never come across night vision, you know, you know, in any of their equipment. And I've taken a lot of their stuff, and that's not one of them. So that's a good thing.
That's fantastic to hear. Thank you, James. Gurney, go ahead.
Thanks, Domin. James, thank you so much for being here. And I just wanted to make one brief statement and then a question for you, sir. And that brief statement was to your comment about Ukraine in the news. And I just wanted to point out, you know, with your presence here today, James, and with our previous speaker, we're up to almost 1,000 listeners in this space. You know, we usually sit around 400 to 500. So just to your point there,
I'm glad I can push the needle.
Yeah, and thank you for that. You bring awareness and a focal point, you know, a human interest story of the work you're doing and the work you can highlight. So I wanted to thank you for that. And with that, make a brief plug for both following James's account here, and please follow the Maria Report so you can get firsthand news like this. Please, it helps. It helps support us. It helps support James, and ultimately, all of that gets focused and channeled.
Ripley'sHeroes.org. I mean, that's you know, it's our bread and butter. I'm able to provide and do all this stuff through our foundation. So that's a big thing too. So yes, I would love to you know, give you guys a plug, and I as soon as I get off, I'm going to retweet that. But as well as you know, listen, donate to ripley'sheroes.org. This none of this is free. We're all doing this pro bono, and none of us get paid for it, and it's and we're doing amazing things. And by the way, I don't want to give anything away right now, but we're gonna have a couple of big time retired generals sitting on our board soon, and I'm not going to give the names out yet, and a couple good congressmen that are going to be sitting on our board very soon. We'll announce it as it happens, but we're very excited about this, and it's going to allow us to have like corporate donations, and really be able to get these guys what they need. We have a very low overhead because everybody does this pro bono, and the only thing that we get charged for is like the 3% in PayPal or whatever like that. So we just have like a 3% overhead on what we do, and every cent of what we do goes straight back to these soldiers, and I'm overlooking that as well as fighting, and we just hired a vice president over here in Ukraine, and we have a wonderful CFO in America. And I don't want to put her name out there because I don't know if she wants to be put out there, but she used to be a FBI forensic accountant. So we're surrounded by good people, and we're trying to do the right thing.
Thank you, James. And my question to you, and I know that sometimes the human interest, because of what you're doing, you don't want that to overshadow you. But your human interest story alone, garnered the attention and support for what you were doing. And maybe for continuity for the audience here, when we spoke with you last, you were in the States. What has the transition been like since that time the Maria Report last spoke with you to now? And because I'm sure we're going to get a lot of forward-looking questions for what you're going to do. But what has that transition been like as you got to Poland and then got into Ukraine?
Well, it's been pretty seamless. I mean, it's I don't think much has changed as far as me traveling and doing all this stuff. It's the only difference is it's much easier for me to navigate and do the things that I'm doing because we've had all this the support through the foundation. It's also been I've made a lot of friends in good places, so it's not like I'm just running around the country blindfolded. I kind of know what to do and where to go and who to talk to now. In the beginning, it was just me showing up with a couple bags of gear and trying to figure out how to get down range. The difference is basically I have so much support and know so many people here now that it doesn't take much for me to be able to get to do what I need to do, and including us teaming up with Come Back Alive, who that foundation has been around since 2014. So they just kind of know what they're doing. And, while our foundation is very young, it's allowed us to, kind of piggyback off their ability to, get things done and, teach us, how to, make this happen. And so it's the experience has been, it's almost like coming home right now. It's not like going to a foreign country anymore. It's been pretty awesome, and and the people here have been amazing to me. So no harm, no foul.
No, that's it is so incredible that so many great organizations both inside Ukraine and outside Ukraine are providing so much help in addition to the help you sort of provided initially on your own dime. And so with that, I want to give it to Caleb, and it's interesting because you mentioned, James, that you recently had an interaction or a run-in with some aircraft that you thought were possibly Russian at first, but you found out later were Ukrainian. And I know Caleb had gone through a similar experience.
I literally almost hit the deck, and when I saw nobody else move, I was like, "What the hell just happened?"
No, it's a good problem to have.
Like, no, that's ours. And I'm like, wait, what? So Yeah. I almost shit my pants. Excuse my language, but yeah, that happened.
We'll go ahead and clip that, James. That sounds good. Caleb, go ahead.
Thanks, CJ. Hey, James, nice to meet you. My name is Caleb. I'm an American journalist. I was in Ukraine for about 3 months from March to June.
Yes, sir.
I think we actually have a couple of friends in common. I'm friends with Dimko, the Ukrainian guy.
Yeah, I
He
was just
sources.
with him. I just gave him
Yeah.
another helmet.
Oh, right on.
I came
Yeah,
here
we
with
were.
I came here with 3 helmets, and 2 of them are gone now. I gave it to the Parliament guy and one to Dimko. So I
Yeah.
got one left. So I can't give them any more away. But
Perfect. Yeah, I saw that on Twitter. That's cool. Yeah, we worked together a bit in Lviv here in March a while back. But yeah, I think I mean this has maybe been answered before, so I apologize if this is an old question. But I guess I'm curious from, and maybe you can't talk about this, and that's totally fine. But kind of from like an operational standpoint, how do you coordinate with the range of different groups that are fighting in Ukraine? I mean, there's the Territorial Defense Forces, there's the UAF. There's a lot of different groups, and I imagine there's kind of a pretty complex coordination dance that you have to do. How do you kind of prevent?
easy answer.
Sure.
So first of all, I just want to get back to let me just get back to Dimko. I want to give you a short story on Dimko. When I first got here, first of all, before I got here, he reached out to me on Twitter and said, "Hey, if you ever need help, I'm in, Lviv, and I can help you, and I can, do some stuff for you." And then I responded to him, and I was like, "Hey, thanks." And then he looked at my Twitter account and saw that I just joined, and he was like, "I don't believe that you're you." And I actually sent him a video and be like, in my house, and be like, "Hey, asshole, this is me. Like, why would you reach out to me and then say you don't believe me?" And
That's great.
and sure enough, when I first got there, I had a problem with one of our drones, and he met me in Lviv before I even went down range, and hooked me up with people and got that all fixed up. And since then, we've been kind of buddies, and just went down range again. And sure enough, he's over there in uniform, in the command center, doing his thing, being a computer genius, and helping us out, with the whole drone thing and everything I'm talking about. So that's Dimko, great guy. Okay, so moving on. What was the second part of the question?
No worries. Yeah. I was just kind of curious, like how you coordinate and prevent, kind of negative, not interactions, but kind of how you prevent your group from butting up against other groups that are on your side, but maybe like how do you do the whole operational coordination side of things, if that makes sense?
So listen, I'm boots on the ground. I don't have the opportunity to do all this coordination. This is what Rip Rawlings is for. This is what, why we hired this, vice president of Ripley's Heroes. They handle that type of stuff. Rip's, a logistics guy. Whilst I'm in, while I'm down theater, I don't have, I don't have the opportunity to do all this stuff, nor do I want to be honest with you. It's everybody has a purpose, and mine isn't figuring out who needs what or anything. That's what Rip does. He's a logistics guy. He's the one that handles all that stuff. Our CFO, people get a hold of them, via Ripley's Heroes. And now again, we just hired a vice president over here on the Ukraine side. So all those people handle that stuff. Look, I'm a bullet sponge. I'm just the guy that gets shot at and tries to get these guys what they need and hope, and pray that I survive. And that's my job. And everybody has a different thing to do over here, but Rip is more like the logistics guy. He's a super intelligent dude. We are kindred spirits, in what we're trying to do. But he's the guy that handles all that stuff. I just hope to not get killed every day.
Yeah, absolutely. If you see Dimko anytime soon, just let him know. I say hi. I haven't seen him in a long time.
I'm actually gonna see him. He's. I just had a conversation with him today. It's funny you say that. he's taking a little break, and he's going to be back soon. And I might see him within the next several days. So I certainly will. What's your name again?
Caleb Larson.
Caleb. Okay. Yeah, man. Just I'll actually give him a call after this and just tell him that Caleb said hi. I mean, it's so weird how I've met like all these amazing people, and Dimko is one of them. And he's been very helpful from day one. I mean, like literally before I even got to the country, and it's amazing how I find out how many people know so many people, and get to know them. This has just been the most amazing experience of my life, and I'm all in, and this is just amazing. I've never met greater people in my entire life, so this has been a wonderful experience, despite the horrific atrocities.
Yeah,
The righteous
100%.
cause, Caleb, as we said before when we talked about your experience in Soledar and Bakhmut, the righteous cause finds the righteous man.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'd be hard pressed in a country like Ukraine. I mean, it's full of, like you said, righteous people for sure. But Dimko is definitely one of the best. I mean, if we have time for a small anecdote.
No, for sure, man. I mean, him and his girlfriend, I was just with them last week, downrange. And, Dimko is, he's clearly, he's a tech guy, and he's not a fighter, and he doesn't claim to be one, but his contribution has been amazing, and I don't, without giving too much away, because I don't know if he even wants me to talk about this, he's just to see him and in uniform was like crazy to me, because he's just kind of almost doesn't seem that type of guy. And but man, he wears it well, and he his contribution is amazing. So for him to just give up everything that he does in life, and go down range and risk his life, along with his girlfriend, is amazing to me. I mean, and this is just one of a million stories that I can tell you. It's just, again, it's just so heartwarming just to see how people just step up and give up their lives, just very much like me. I don't have a home anymore. I don't have anything to go back to. This is it's what I do now until I figure it out, until I get to the next level, next step.
Well, aren't the Ukrainians must be glad to have you on their side and not fighting against them, right? I mean, you've committed yourself fully, I think would be the best way to describe it. And right now, we apologize for not getting more people up. I have never seen it this crowded with people trying to request to ask you a question, James. You're quite the star here. So
here, I happen to be in a place where I don't have to worry about anything for now. I'm in a very comfortable place. I'm in a nice couch, and this doesn't happen often to me. So have at it. Let them go.
Well, we'll take you as long as we have you here. And with that, we'll go to JJ, who just came up to speak. JJ, go for it.
Thanks, CJ. James, you had mentioned earlier in the conversation, if people could see the Ukrainians and how they are one for all and all for one, I think you said you'd be amazed. And you have a million stories about experiences that you'll never forget. If you were to write your memoirs, and let's face it, you probably will, can you give us one story or one experience that would absolutely have to be included?
Oh my God, every story would have to be included, but in particular, I think it would be in the beginning when I first got here, and these guys were really, none of these guys ever shot a weapon before. They were, they didn't have uniforms. They didn't have, I mean, I literally went into battle one day with a guy with a red T-shirt and sneakers on, and I think one of the best things would be is if I had to tell a crazy story is like how under-equipped these guys were and how scared I was to go into battle with them because none of them knew how to shoot and none of them had like real gear. So, so I think that's probably one of the scariest things. You know, the first time I went into battle with these guys, it was just like, holy shit, these guys are gonna get me killed. And you know, we got to get them trained up, and that's when I started my PayPal account. You know, to raise money just so I can, you know, get their weapons fitted out, get them uniforms, get them boots. They didn't have boots, you know, and that's I think the beginning would be the craziest story is when I first got there, and you know, everything else has been better since then. But yeah, it was crazy when I first got here, and these guys were so under-equipped uniformly. They didn't have helmets. They didn't have body armor. They didn't have anything. It was just a bunch of men with big hearts going into battle, not knowing if they were going to come back home.
And thank God, you know, things have gotten so much better, and that, you know, the people traveling to fight or the Ukrainians, you know, coming from Great Britain that have been trained in basic military skills won't have to go through the same things that you or those other Ukrainians went through in the first couple of weeks of the war.
Yeah, I almost felt bad because I had all my gear, you know, and my gear, you know, I came here with the best stuff, and I'm fighting with these guys, and they don't have anything, and you know, that's kind of what influenced me to be able to say, hey, look, I got to raise money for these guys so they can, and that's how it all started, really, and that's when Rip got a hold of me, you know, a couple of weeks ago when he saw that I was getting traction. And he's like, hey, can you plug my thing? And that's how Rip and I got together, and that's how we formed Ripley's Heroes. It was it was hard seeing these guys, you know, just going into a battle with like broken up sneakers, you know, and no gear, and I had the best of the best, and that's really what made me, you know, start this whole thing. And you know, and fortunately I hooked up with Rip Rawlings, who, God, he's just an amazing dude. And you know, I get emotional about this, so give me a second. You know, I lost 8 men, you know, while I was downrange, you know, at first in Bucha, and while I was gone, I lost like 27 men, and I was chomping at the bit to get back to you know, my guys. And give me a second.
No, we're so pleased. Yeah, take all the time you need. We're just so happy to have you here, and you know, show how real this is for everyone listening so far away and all across the globe.
It's no different, you know, than, you know, losing a family member. You know, you eat, sleep, and drink, and eat with these guys, and you just, you know, Victor would call me and just say, hey, we lost this guy, we lost this guy, we lost this guy, and I'm like, shit, man, I got to get back. You know, I lost 8 men while I was there. I lost 27 when I was gone. And, you know, so when I got back, I was just chomping at the bit to get back and, you know, help these guys. And, you know, we lost a lot of men. When I went back to the unit, it was almost like, you know, being you know, just getting introduced to a whole new unit because so many men were gone. And it broke my fucking heart. Excuse my language. Are you there?
Yeah, no, we're all just listening so closely, James. I mean, the story of all of your time is just So we're just enthralled. I mean, honestly, we get a lot of people that come into the space that are great and they provide a lot of insight, but this is a whole other level than we normally get. So we really just want to give you the time, space to talk about what you want to talk about or not. Of course, we're here to help support, of course.
Listen, it's this place is crazy, in so many ways. But these men that I fight with every day, they're these guys are, they're not necessarily soldiers. They're just a bunch of guys that put on the uniform and said, "Hey, I'm going to fight for my country," and they're brave as hell. And you wouldn't believe how much these men, they don't cower, they don't hide, they fight. It's amazing to see.
And I bet it is. And if you wouldn't mind, I've got a couple questions in the DMs here. And the first and foremost, since you've mentioned that you've been in Kyiv recently, what does the city and the rest of Ukraine look like outside of the front? What is the morale and situation there? I know we've talked heavily about the morale of the soldiers getting new gear and new tactics and really improving, but how is the city life or the areas that might be a bit more safe than the front?
Big difference since the last time I was here. I mean, from Lviv to Kyiv, last time I was here, it was almost barren. Like everybody had, taken off, and now it's just kind of just as lively as it's. Being in Kyiv right now is like being in New York City. Everybody is just out and doing their thing. They're having dinner. They're having a good time, and it's so weird because, just coming from where I just came back from, you're just like, wow, man, this is nuts. Like everybody's acting like nothing is going on. But again, you have to, get back to life, I suppose, eventually. And, just a few, just a couple hours ago, I heard the air sirens going off, and you wouldn't believe when I tell you, all these people, they didn't even look around. Nobody moved. Everybody was just like, they're just so used to it that everybody's just going about life, as they should. But it's it's kind of a weird state of people just, there's just so, it's unfortunately they're just so used to air sirens and all this nonsense going on that people have just adapted to it, and that really should never ever happen. But it's it's just how life is over here.
Well, it's good to hear that things are improving. And with that, we'll go to Brian. Brian, I believe, is also a fellow New Englander like myself, but currently living in North Carolina. Brian, do you have a question for James?
Hey, James. So glad to hear your voice and that you're back in country and helping Ukrainians out. Had a question regarding so the best way to support you going forward and the loadout, and it does. I've been following your feed, and it sounds like that your equipment situation is much better than certainly it was when you walked in there first time, or even when it sounds like even when you left Ukraine, coming back, you've got more equipment to work with. Is the best way to support you still to go through the Ripley's Heroes?
Yeah. I don't listen, me and Rip, when we got together and, we figured out that, hey, look, we're both trying to raise money, and we're like, hey, listen, the tax man's going to come after us, eventually. Why don't we start a legitimate foundation and, get a 501(c) and, make this, a real nonprofit. So, yeah, I would never ask anybody for money to come directly to me. I would never ask anybody to put money in my own bank account. It would have to go through Ripley's Heroes. It's our foundation. And, listen, this is costing me a lot of money personally, but, I've been fortunate enough to, do well in my life that I'm not looking for anybody to support me. financially, but it's always about our foundation and what we can do to get for soldiers and bring these things down range. So yeah, Ripley'sHeroes.com is the way to go.
Gotcha.
Or .org rather, Ripley'sHeroes.org.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And I can tell. I laugh at these trolls that come after you because you must be making a difference. You're getting momentum, right? So, as annoying as it is that you have this stuff show up in your timeline, you're clearly pissing some people off because of the work that you're doing there, and I'm here for it.
And or just people who are just miserable and just don't have anything positive to say. It doesn't matter to me. I kind of lost my shit last week on Twitter and went off the deep end. But
yeah,
the next day is a better day, and it's so easy to say negative things about people and who are doing positive things, and that's what they do. It's just their job, to be fucking trolls and do this, and I'm sure a lot of them are Russian sympathizers and things of that nature. So I promised myself yesterday that I'm never going to even respond to that, and I'm not going to give into it. But it's sometimes it's just really painful when you're trying to do the right thing and you're trying to help people, and you're doing all these extraordinary things that Rip and I are trying to do.
Right.
Then you get all this negative feedback, and you're like, where does this come from? How can anybody even try to say these ridiculous things about what we're doing? We're trying to do right, but then you just realize people are just misery loves company.
Yeah. And there's people that are pontificating with pissing their pants at the first shot that fired at their house and couldn't run down their driveway. So the other thing I want to ask, so in terms of morale, so like the spirit, I don't want to say spirit, just morale, the optimism, compared to when you left to now. I mean, obviously a lot's happened. HIMARS has happened. Even in the last 24 hours, a bad time. The beachgoers in Russia and Crimea are now headed back to Russia because they're realizing that, the found out part is coming their way. And so, do you get the sense that they're as energized as ever to keep going and make this drive this to where we know it's all going to go?
I've never seen morale go down from anybody in Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, all this stuff that's happening, that's a positive impact on Ukraine. That's great, but I've never seen morale go down from these guys anyways. They're always 100% ready to go, and so sure enough, everything that happens that's positive, it's gonna be better for everyone. Everybody's gonna be happy about it. But I've never seen Ukrainians' morale go down anyways. So, but I've seen Russian morale go down.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, thanks for all that you're doing, James. Good to talk to you.
Hey, listen, my pleasure, and thank you for asking these questions and let me be on here and answer your questions. So.
Well, we're so happy to have you, James. How much more time do we have with you tonight? Can we get you for a little bit longer, or do you have to go?
Yeah, I told you I got nothing to do. I'm sitting here doing nothing. So,
well, careful what you wish for, James. We're at over 1,060, which I have never seen in the space since about the first week. So everyone wants to hear. Everyone's got questions. It's definitely jam-packed with people coming up. And so with that, we'll go to George. George, what's your question?
I wish you could see a video of my room right now. I have
God.
I got see all my gear. I would love to show you that, but go on.
Yeah, go for it,
James.
George.
James, I just remember when you first got on here and you couldn't get your Venmo set up. And,
oh yeah, that was a nightmare. Yeah.
Remember that? And they wouldn't unlock it for you, and Twitter wouldn't verify you. And that I remember. I think when I followed you, you might have had like 5,000 or 6,000 people, and now you're at what, 360,000?
395,000, but
395. See, you probably gained 20,000 followers in the last hour. Anyway,
can I just give you a little backstory about that?
Yeah, sure.
Before you go. So the only reason why I never had social media in my life, the only reason why I started that was because I didn't know when I came to this country if I was going to even have service, or if I'm downrange that there's going to be. So I basically started a Twitter account just so like my friends and family can keep track of me, and if like ever got like internet service, I can just tell everybody I'm okay. So it was just for my friends and family, and it wasn't until my first battle when we took out those 7 tanks that it went from like 20 followers to like 200,000 in like a nanosecond. So that was and that was a weird thing. And then that's when it allowed me to be able to I'm like, hey, I'm going to utilize this to be able to raise money to help these guys get some gear, because these guys don't have shit. And so that's how that whole thing started. So interestingly enough, it was just an innocent hey, you guys follow me, and now it turned out to this big thing, and it allowed me to be able to raise money and help these guys and get these guys the gear they needed. So that's how that whole thing started.
Yeah, and I was going to say, it's obvious, James, that you've fallen in love with Ukraine, and they've fallen in love with you. And through your Twitter account right now, and what you do and what you post, and even your rants, it doesn't matter what. There's so many people following you and so many people retweeting you. You keep the plight of the Ukrainian people, at the front. I mean, you bring it back up into people's minds. The little videos you had with the babushkas and
yeah,
all
that's the goal. Yeah.
all those things, my wife's Ukrainian, and her grandmother's in Kyiv. So, it's nice to see that. It's good for the country. You're doing great work on the ground, and I just wanted to say thank you, and keep it up, and stay safe, and get back on this space whenever you can, man, because it's good to hear from somebody on the front.
Yeah, man. I mean, thank you for that. And I can tell you this right now. Yeah, it's been it's been a lot. Let's just face it. I mean, this is not an easy task. But one thing is for sure, that we have a lot of between Rip and we have a lot of good things coming up, and I can't wait to I don't want to put it out there right now, but we're doing so much, and we're trying so much. We work tirelessly. Rip and I are obviously in two different time zones, and sometimes he'll wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and just text me, and over here at 6 o'clock in the morning I'm already up, and we're both like, and I'm like, we're thinking about the same thing all the time. We're just trying to make a big difference over here, and when this we know this is tyranny. We know that this is a one-sided war. Anybody who doesn't is not for Ukraine is obviously either a Russian sympathizer or brain dead,
nuts.
So we're always on the same page, and we're always trying to do we're just completely always thinking about how can we do this, how can we make this better. He's again, Rip is he's a master logistician, and that's why I have an electric motorcycle sitting right in front of me, so I can carry a goddamn javelin rocket at night with MVGs, and and be able to light these dudes up. And it's just we're always just thinking about how we can win this war.
Well, sorry.
James.
Go ahead, George. Do you have a follow up?
Yeah, I just wanted to tell James, tell Ryan. I guess somebody must have been listening to him today because the U.S. just announced they're going to send all this demining equipment and vehicles to Ukraine. That's part of another
That's
$800 million
excellent.
package.
That's excellent. Listen, Ryan's a solid dude. I'm telling you, I'm glad I met him. You know, it was by happenstance. You know, him and I and Victor met up in Kyiv. And, you know, the man said he wanted to go down range with us. And I said, well, you're more than welcome to do it. And listen, Ryan is a solid. He's a mind whisperer. I couldn't believe how many minds he was plucking out of this. And by the way, in my defense, I don't like mines. So I was staying way back. And I just had my weapon, and I was trying to act like I was saving them from anybody who might come over there, even though I knew nobody was going to be there. But I was not getting close to those things. And Ryan, you know, to his credit, this dude found so many mines and tripwires and booby traps that you know, I was just like, shit, fuck that. I'm excuse my language, but I'm much more comfortable being on the business end of a weapon than actually going to mines and finding booby traps. And the dude is fearless. And this is a guy that got his leg blown up by stepping on a mine, and he's still doing it. So, you know, kudos to Ryan, man. I mean, the guy is solid. He really is. He's an amazing dude, and I'm glad I met him, and I'm glad I served with him in this short time, and I hope I can serve with him in the future.
Yeah, it's incredible to think that, you know, people are helping in so many different ways, whether it's getting, you know, the best gear to the front, clearing mines, or fighting. I want to go now to AJ, who is a fellow airborne guy. You know, not that we would ever make fun of you, James, for being a leg. Of course, after fighting so much in Ukraine, we wouldn't dare. But I want to give it over to AJ.
I'm not an airborne guy, but I love them.
Yeah, no, it's all one fight, right? AJ, go ahead with your question for James.
Yeah, thank you. James is a cool leg, by the way. So, my question, I'm asking about drone warfare. So I spent most of my time here deployed to Donbass, as far east as Lysychansk. And from what I saw, the Russians dominated the sky with their drones, whether it was Orlan's spotting or whether it was quadcopter drones dropping bombs and mines on us. So I just wanted to ask you about your experiences, what you think the next step for them is, especially after them acquiring the Iranian drones. What do you think about the Russian drone warfare and the future for Ukraine, including getting EMP guns to take them down?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. You broke up a lot, so I heard only a portion of that. So, can you?
I heard it all, James. In short, when AJ was in the east of Ukraine, Russians dominated the sky with Orlan 10s and other drones. Is there anything in terms of drone warfare that you think could be, you know, improved? I think AJ was getting at, and also, what was your experience with the balance of power in the drone space?
Okay, all right. So I can tell you this: I'm working on buying like a couple very expensive drones. These drones that can actually not only locate and go far range down, but actually drop munitions. Problem with that is it's very expensive. So it's, you know, it's going to be, you know, I have to raise enough money to be able to do this, and I actually have a couple companies that have contacted me to tell me that, hey, look, I can build these things for you, and I can actually you know, put munitions on it, which is amazing because, you know, that's the power of social media. You know, these people get a hold of me, and you can be able to do this type of stuff. But as far as the Russian side, you know, I haven't really seen drones on their side. You know, it's more airstrikes and mortar strikes than anything. I just think if we can get more sophisticated drones over here, and actually have munitions on these drones, that we can make a huge difference when it comes to getting into Russian positions. But it's also, we can also call in airstrikes, which by the way was not even a thought process when I first got here, and now we can actually do that. So it gets better day by day. And again, just like I said, Rip Rawlings and I, we'll sit around all day and just say, hey, how can we win this war, and how can we make it better? And some of the stuff that you're talking about is exactly what we're trying to do.
AJ, does that answer the question there? I don't know if you're still in the
Yeah,
Donbass.
can you
we'd love to hear your thoughts as well.
can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
We got you loud.
Okay, yeah, sorry. I have cheap Chinese knockoff headphones. I lost my good ones. Yeah, so my experience in the Donbass was the Russians dominated the sky with drones, specifically Orlans, but they had a lot of commercial quadcopters that I'm sure that they got from China. But what you said, James, was correct. We actually used a drone to call an artillery fire and destroy 2 tanks near one of my positions, which was west of Lysychansk. But drone warfare, this is like, it's here. This war is drone warfare, and it will dictate the outcome, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you're not lying. It seems to be going that way. When it comes to, again, I'm going to reiterate. When I first came here, it was a lot of urban combat, and I'm looking at guys 10 feet away, pointing a rifle at me. I haven't seen that since I've come back. It's been it's a lot of mortar fire, a lot of airstrikes, and mostly you gotta be out in the field, and you gotta have drones out there. And that's exactly the reason why I was sitting with Ryan for the last few days, just pulling up mines, because I can't even find a Russian anymore. It's just area warfare here. And so it's a tremendous difference since the day I first got here to now.
No, and yeah, we hope, AJ, you stay on, because I'm sure we'll have a lot more questions about drones and all the work that James is doing. With that, we'll go to Nina. I know you've been waiting a long time, Nina. Go ahead with your question for James here.
Thank you, CJ. And first of all, thank you, James, for being here, and thank you for what you are doing. Sorry, my voice. I have been following you since very beginning when you came to Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And I have followed you since, and I have seen what kind of huge decisions you have made, which means that you you are doing it with your whole heart. And I recognize when a person has a genuine heart and a big heart. And so I understand completely the reason why you are back in Ukraine. And I remember when you left back to United States, I saw one of the last videos. You said pain is just the weakness leaving the body, if you remember.
Yeah, it is.
Yes. So at the beginning of when you came to Ukraine,